Constantine believes that the new era does not require tenderness. Only extreme violence can reshape the world. When a Straw Hat crew returns to the new world after 2 years, they receive alarming intelligence. A man has shattered the old order and is building his ideal empire from the ruins. When asked how to construct the new world, Constantine's answer remains the same. First, smash everything, then rebuild according to my rules. Chapter 1. The Evil Alliance. Year 1520 of the Sea Calendar. A shocking war that stuns the world is unfolding. The posthumous child of the pirate king, Port Gasti, Ace, has been captured by the world government and is publicly executed for all to see. The bloodline of the devil is completely severed. However, the Whitebeard pirates, led by their captain Edward Newgate, are making an all-out assault on Marine headquarters. This is known as the Marineford War. Yet at this critical juncture, the behind-the-scenes instigator and traitor of the Whitebeard pirates, Marshal D. Teach, stand amidst the sea of corpses and blood in level 6 of Impel Down, grinning with his toothless smile, letting out his iconic maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, well done. Those who survive are the comrades I want. Boiling blood seeps into his boots, and the air is thick with an unshakable stench of blood and death that he scans the scene, taking in the thugs crawling out from the heaps of bodies, some standing or kneeling, the sickly poison Q leaning against the wall, Lafitte adjusting his bloodstained top hat, the tyrant Pizarro kicking aside a dismembered corpse with his bloodied boots, and the massive warship San Juan Wolf nearly touching the ceiling, while Katerina Devon licks the blood off her claws, and Van Auger grips his Spear 1006 with a vigilant gaze. The plan is generally going well, although they nearly fell victim to Magellan's poison upon entry. Fortunately, Shiryu turned traitor quickly and ruthlessly. Now, the core team of the Blackbeard pirates has finally gathered in this hellish bottom layer. Ha ha ha, let's go mates. It's time to get down to business. Blackbeard waves his hand, ready to take his newly acquired family out of this slaughterhouse. His goal is clear. The Marineford War. While Whitebeard and the Marines are locked in a life-and-death struggle, it is the best opportunity for him to seize the coveted power of the Quake fruit. He can almost see himself standing at the pinnacle of the world. As they pass through the wreckage and prepare to head towards the stairs leading to the upper level, the fighting champion Giza's bias suddenly points to an exceptionally deep corner cell beside the corridor, where light barely reaches, and laughs roughly. Hey, Captain, look over there. It seems like there are still a few breathing in that dark hole. Blackbeard pauses, his rugged brows knitting together. Level 6 holds the legendary criminals. How could anyone have remained unscathed from that bloody selection? This is illogical. With a mix of caution and curiosity, he strides towards the dark corner. Bayes, Van Auger, and others follow closely behind, while the newly joined prisoners gather around with a sense of curiosity. Even though they are fellow inmates, in this endless darkness, they do not all know each other. The thick darkness seems to absorb light and sound. Blackbeard squints his eyes, adjusting to the dimness within. Moments later, as the scene in the corner becomes clearer, the smug smile on his face freezes instantly, a chill racing up his spine, momentarily stifling his breath. In the corner, 3 figures exist silently, like 3 cold tombstones on the far left. A man as sturdy as a steel fortress leans against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, golden short hair standing on end, with eyes sharp enough to pierce stone. That is Douglas Bullet, nicknamed Devil's Descendant, a monster from Roger's ship. He exudes a pure, suffocating sense of oppression, as if a beast ready to strike. In the middle, an elderly man with a slightly slender build sits gracefully on a relatively clean stone bench, his prison outfit appearing neat and tidy in the darkness. He even holds a chipped cup, as if savoring fine wine. Bartholomew Kuma, the solitary red, the blood count. With just his strength, he is capable of rivaling the entire Whitebeard pirates. His aged but exceptionally sharp eyes carry a hint of playful amusement as they look at the intruding Blackbeard that on the far right. A massive block of ice radiating a chilling aura stands tall. The ice layer is exceptionally thick, nearly transparent, allowing a clear view of a giant frozen within. With a physique as muscular as granite, he maintains a forward-charging, ferocious stance, his face frozen in an expression of boundless rage. Bondi Wald, World Destroyer, a legendary being said to possess the power of the Momo fruit, capable of increasing the size and speed of anything it touches 100-fold. He has been encased in ice here for an unknown number of years. Hey, hey. Blackbeard's throat goes dry, his voice trembling slightly without him realizing it. Cold sweat instantly seeps from his forehead and neck, sticky and clammy. Each of these three names represents a terrifying legend capable of shaking the seas. They're still alive, and all appearing in this corner at the same time. The impact is 100 times stronger than witnessing hundreds of thugs fighting. After a brief shock, Blackbeard's inherent ambition and greed quickly overwhelm his astonishment. If we are talking about the quality of pirates, these three should be the true treasures of this prison. If he could recruit these three, what terrifying power would that be? What Yonko, what Marine headquarters, would merely become stepping stones beneath his feet. He forces a smile, trying to make his voice sound grandiose. Ha ha ha, what a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect you legendary seniors to be visiting here. So, how about considering joining my pirate crew? Follow me, Marshal D. Teach, and let's turn this utterly boring world upside down. What responds to him is a deathly silence, only the sound of dripping water echoing in the corner. Bullet lifts his eyelids, his beast-like pupils showing no ripple of emotion, only a deep-rooted contempt that he scoffs, his voice like rusty steel plates scraping together. Just you? A vile scoundrel who rose to power by betraying his own father? Do you think I, Douglas Bullet, would bow down to you? Get lost, trash. Every word is like a cold blade, piercing straight into Blackbeard's core of dignity. The flesh on Blackbeard's face twitches, a surge of anger rushing to his head. But he suppresses it fiercely. Bullet's arrogance is known to all. Even the Pirate King Roger might not make him genuinely bow down. Getting into a spat with such a pure monster is meaningless. He takes a deep breath, forcibly shifting his gaze from Bullet to the elegantly poised blood count. Then, Senior Redfield, Blackbeard lowers his tone slightly, adding a hint of feigned respect. A person of your stature being confined in this dark place is truly a great injustice. I, Blackbeard, have a way to get you out. How about coming out to sea with me and stirring up a storm? He dangles the bait of freedom. Redfield lifts the chipped cup as if genuinely savoring an aged wine. A strange, slightly helpless smile appears on his aged face as he slowly shakes his head. Freedom? Indeed, tempting. However, young man, I appreciate your kind offer. That he paused, the playful smile in his eyes growing stronger. What a pity you arrived a step too late. Just now, because of your arrival, I lost a small bet. As a price, I have no choice but to unconditionally join the alliance formed by the other side. So, I'm afraid I can't comply. What? Blackbeard's smile froze on his face, his mind buzzing. He was prepared for ridicule and rejection, but lost a bet and joined an alliance? This was completely beyond his expectations. A wave of intense unease instantly enveloped him. He turned sharply, his sharp gaze directed at the still silent Barrett. Barrett still had his arms crossed, leaning against the cold wall, not even lifting his eyelids, as if the previous conversation had nothing to do with him. However, his utter, dismissive silence only confirmed Ryderfield's words. He had tacitly agreed. He had also joined that damned alliance. A chill deeper than the ice cells of Impel down penetrated Blackbeard's bones. What alliance? What could make the aloof Barrett and Ryderfield bow their heads at the same time? Who had such power? His gaze instinctively swept over the massive ice block, the world destroyer walled, which still maintained its charging posture, frozen in eternal rage. It clearly couldn't be him. What does this mean? Blackbeard's voice lost its usual arrogance for the first time, tinged with a dryness and wavering he himself was unaware of as he stared intensely at Ryderfield. What bet? What alliance? Who is that other side? Besides you guys, who else is in this damn place? Chapter 2. Distant Legends, King of Evil. Ryderfield seemed to appreciate the mixed expression of shock, confusion, and a hint of fear on Blackbeard's face, smiling as he prepared to speak. Captain, something's wrong. A sharp, clearly panicked voice suddenly tore through the oppressive silence. It was Van Oka. This usually calm and nearly cold-blooded sniper, at this moment, was holding his thousand-land with a pale face, his finger pointing frantically at the direction of the sixth-floor hall, his voice cracking. Look outside. What the hell is that thing? Blackbeard's heart raced as he turned his head sharply. What unfolded before him made his blood freeze instantly, his scalp tingling. The sixth floor, which had just undergone a brutal massacre, was now experiencing a terrifying transformation that words could not describe. Those who had fallen to the ground, whether they were completely dead or barely alive, writhing in agony in pools of blood, were having their dark red, viscous blood bizarrely separating from their bodies, as if being frantically seized and extracted by countless invisible hands. Drops and streams converged into a torrent, which then gathered into a rushing river of blood. A chilling, spine-tingling sound, like a massive sponge sucking water and viscous liquid flowing at high speed, echoed in the air. Even more terrifying was that some pirates who were not yet dead had their blood forcibly drawn out from their wounds like fountains, emitting inhuman screams of despair. Their bodies shrank visibly, skin turning to withered bark, eye sockets sinking deep, desperately clawing at the air, ultimately transforming into horrifying mummies in extreme agony. The entire sixth-floor hall was like a massive, uncontrollable pump. From all directions, every drop of flowing blood was madly converging towards a point in the center of the hall. That point was like an insatiable black hole, voraciously devouring the incoming river of blood. The thick, dark red blood plasma swirled, condensed, and compressed at high speed. A gigantic blood sphere was forming at an astonishing rate. It pulsated as if it had life, its surface continuously bulging and sinking, emitting a dull thump. Thump! Sound, as if a huge, evil heart was being born. Its diameter exceeded 10 meters in the blink of an eye, and it was still expanding. It hovered in midair, exuding an intensely nauseating bloody smell and an indescribable, pure evil and twisted will. Hey. What? What the hell? Blackbeard exclaimed, his forehead veins bulging, cold sweat streaming down like a small stream. This was definitely not a natural phenomenon. What the hell was this devil fruit ability? Beggars, Poison Q, and others were so frightened that they kept retreating, their faces as pale as paper. Even the newly joined thugs looked horrified, stunned by this unimaginable terror. For the first time in their lives, these villains felt that this world was so dangerously terrifying. At that moment, a new sound joined the symphony of hell. Thump, thump, thump. The sound came from the deepest, darkest end of the sixth floor, a place isolated by heavier shadows and cold rocks. At the T first, it was extremely faint, like distant thunder rolling across the horizon, unclear. But its rhythm was exceptionally heavy and steady, carrying a penetrating authority. Thump, thump, thump. The sound quickly amplified and became clearer. Each time it resonated, it felt like an invisible giant hammer, striking hard at the hearts of everyone present. The air trembled, and the ground emitted an extremely faint, resonant vibration. Dust that had settled for countless years on the walls began to fall. Thump, thump, thump. The sound grew closer and louder, eventually turning into a deafening roar, like the war drums of ancient battle gods crazily pounding in their ears. Hearts, under the impact of this terrifying sound wave, uncontrollably beat along with that dreadful rhythm, almost bursting. The weaker pirates were already painfully clutching their chests, kneeling on the ground, blood spilling from their mouths and noses. In the innermost part, Blackbeard clutched his heart tightly, his face turning purple from congestion. Immense pain and a primal fear gripping him, he struggled to turn his neck, looking towards Barrett and Ryderfield in the corner. Barrett still had his arms crossed, but the corner of his mouth curled into a cruel, long-awaited excitement, with burning battle intent in his eyes. Ryderfield elegantly set down the broken cup, a knowing smile on his face, his gaze deep as if he were appreciating meticulously planned drama finally reaching its climax. The moment of awakening has finally arrived, Ryderfield murmured, his voice clearly penetrating through the horrifying heartbeat. Oomph! Barrett simply gave a displeased grunt, but his gaze was firmly locked on the darkness ahead. Blackbeard instantly understood. This shocking transformation, this terrifying heartbeat, all related to the Alliance and the other side they spoke of, and that existence was imprisoned in the deepest part of this sixth floor. An ultimate cage that even the world government kept secret. A wave of immense cold and a strong sense of being manipulated swept over him. Damn it, Blackbeard had been used as a pawn. His biggest gain from this trip to impel down was probably not the crew he recruited, but the thing he had released himself. Who exactly is that person you're talking about? Blackbeard almost roared, his voice hoarse and distorted from anger and the pressure of the heartbeat. Ryderfield seemed to be in a good mood, looking at Blackbeard's twisted face filled with shock and anger, smiling. To put it that way, that guy could also be considered an ancient person. If we trace back to his origins, he deliberately paused, savoring Blackbeard's anxious expression. That guy was even once on par with that name. What name? Blackbeard's ominous premonition grew wildly, like poisonous vines. Ryderfield clearly uttered that name. Rox. Boom. This name had more impact than the deafening heartbeat. It detonated in Blackbeard's mind like a thunderclap. His pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpricks, and the color drained from his face in an instant. Rox D. Zebek, the father of Blackbeard's bloodline, who once forced Roger and Garp into a desperate situation. That name itself represented chaos, terror, and the pinnacle of the old era. Chapter 3. The Erased History of Constantine. Rox. Blackbeard repeated, his voice dry. How could this be? A monster on par with Rox? How could that old man still be alive? Just as Blackbeard's mind was shaken, almost losing his senses from the impact of the name Rox. Buzz. The massive pulsating blood sphere suspended in midair, nearly 20 meters in diameter, suddenly came to a halt. Then, as if receiving some supreme command, it erupted with a thunderous roar. The immense blood sphere instantly elongated and deformed, transforming into a thick, viscous, dark red blood pillar, accompanied by a piercing whistle and a suffocating bloody storm. Like a raging, blood-colored giant python, it violently surged toward the darkest depths of the 6th level, targeting the source of that terrifying heartbeat. Wherever the blood pillar passed, the air was forcibly displaced, creating visible shock waves. The ground was plowed open, leaving a deep chasm, all obstacles along the way, broken weapons, torn prison clothes, and even the remains of unfortunate pirates were torn apart, melted and devoured by the terrifying force at the moment they touched the blood pillar, becoming part of it. Get out of the way. Blackbeard's pupils shrank, his beast-like instincts sensing a deadly threat. He let out a roar, and his massive, bloated body burst forth with astonishing speed, like a wild boar clumsily lunging to the side. Quick dodge. Damn it. Bagus, Van Auger, Lafitte, and others reacted quickly, diving and rolling to the sides, seeking cover. The newly recruited prisoners were utterly terrified, scrambling to escape. Boom! The viscous blood pillar, with immense force, crashed into the deepest darkness at the end of the 6th level. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a horrifying sound akin to a giant whale sucking in water, as if that darkness were an endless abyss, greedily devouring this blood river formed from countless life essences. The entire floor of the 6th level trembled violently. In the depths of the darkness, that terrifying heartbeat, having swallowed a massive amount of blood, suddenly reached its peak. Boom! Like thunder from the heavens exploding in the ears. The invisible sound waves surged forth like a tangible tsunami. Several pirates nearby couldn't even scream before their bodies burst open like watermelons struck by a heavy hammer, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Even Blackbeard was shaken by this shockwave, his blood surging, his eardrums ringing, stumbling back several steps before steadying himself. Then, that deafening heartbeat abruptly stopped. The entire 6th level fell into a dead silence, more silent than any moment before. Only the rustling sound of the remaining blood pillar and the heavy, terrified breaths of the survivors could be heard. Everyone, whether it was Blackbeard's crew, Barrett, Ryderfield, or even those new prisoners who had just experienced a bloody massacre, held their breath, their gazes fixed on the darkness that had swallowed the blood pillar. The air was as heavy as solidified lead, making it hard to breathe at a primal fear stemming from the instinct of life, faced with a higher-level predator, gripped everyone's throats. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps, clear, steady, with a peculiar rhythm, came from the deepest part of the darkness. Each step seemed to tread on everyone's heartbeat, causing their hearts to spasm uncontrollably. A figure gradually emerged from the thick darkness, finally stepping into clarity. When they saw the appearance of the newcomer, everyone, including Blackbeard, gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief. He was not the frail monster they had imagined. His figure was tall and upright, estimated to be around 3 meters high, not particularly towering among the variously sized, mostly robust villains surrounding him. But the invisible pressure he exuded made even giants like Barrett appear dim. His long hair was thick and black as ink, cascading down like a waterfall, almost dragging on the ground, covered in dust and dark stains. His skin was pale for being long deprived of sunlight, also marked with dirt and deep dark spots, which could be either dried blood or something else. He was clad in a tattered prison uniform, barely covering his body. However, what was most heart-stopping were his eyes. Those eyes were exceptionally bright, like a ghostly blue flame burning in the darkness, so deep they seemed capable of swallowing souls. His gaze calmly swept across the scene, and wherever it landed, the air seemed to freeze. There was no madness, no brutality, only an indifference that had been tempered by endless years looking down on ants. His face was excessively youthful. He looked to be no more than 30 years old, with sharp features, a high nose bridge, and cold, defined lips, if not for the profound weariness and deathly stillness in his eyes, which no young person should possess, and that absurdly long and filthy black hair. He could easily be mistaken for a young nobleman who had survived a shipwreck and washed up on a deserted island for years. If one had to describe him specifically, he looked like a mold carved from the same template as the readers, strikingly handsome, yet completely different in style. But Blackbeard knew this could never be. A monster on par with Rox, said to have been executed by the world government decades ago. A legendary fiend whose bounty was rumored to have surpassed 6 billion berries. How could he maintain such a youthful appearance? The king of evil, Constantine. Blackbeard fixed his gaze on that young yet strangely unfamiliar face, almost biting his teeth as he forced out this long-sealed, bloody name. He remembered the vague references in the world government's files about another terrifying existence from Rock's era, the monster that once conquered a quarter of the world, establishing the empire known as the Kingdom of Evil. The man who refused to submit to the world government and was called the Demon King by the world, whom the world government proclaimed as the source of evil. The madman who hurled explosives at Mariehua, slaughtering the celestial dragons. The disaster that the world government spent unimaginable resources to quell. Constantine's gaze finally fell on Blackbeard's surprised, bloated face. He spoke. His voice was unexpectedly pleasant, deep and magnetic, carrying a strange charm that seemed to soothe the soul, yet infused with a cold, inhuman quality that was at odds with this. Hellish seemed a long and exceedingly boring dream, he slowly said, his voice resonating clearly in the silent sixth level, as if he were speaking to himself or declaring to this space. When I open my eyes again, the world seems to have changed. He tilted his head slightly, as if adjusting to the light, or perhaps examining the strange faces before him. Deep within his calm gaze lay an indifference capable of freezing souls. Blackbeard stared fiercely at Constantine, his throat dry and his heart racing in his chest. His mind was a mess. How did this guy survive? Why is he so young? What does he want? Did Radefield and Barrett really join his ridiculous alliance? What does this alliance intend to do? Too many questions echoed in his mind. Constantine's gaze lingered on Blackbeard's twisted, ugly face, filled with shock, fear, and intense unwillingness for a few seconds. On his young yet unperturbed face, an extremely rare, faint ripple of what seemed like nostalgia appeared. Marshal D. Teach. Constantine's voice remained calm, as if stating an inconsequential fact. He looked Blackbeard up and down, as if assessing an object, and ultimately, that faint ripple turned into a very subtle, yet bone-chilling sneer. You and your old man, Roxdy. Jibek. He paused, clearly articulating the forbidden name, his voice devoid of any emotion. Looked just as ugly. Blackbeard's face instantly turned a deep shade of liver, the overwhelming sense of humiliation and offended anger nearly causing him to explode. Rox was the most complex existence in his heart, a symbol of power and chaos, and also the shadow he desperately wanted to surpass or even erase. Now an old monster who should have been a remnant of Rock's era actually compared him to his terrifying father in a dismissive tone, as if critiquing a stray dog, and bluntly stated they were ugly. You bastard. Blackbeard growled through clenched teeth, his fists cracking, the dark vortex around him flickering in and out of visibility. However, Constantine's next words were like ice water poured over his head, instantly freezing him. However, Constantine's ghostly blue gaze penetrated Blackbeard's angry facade, as if seeing straight through to the ambition and schemes deep within his soul. That sneer deepened. "You are far more cunning than that brute of a father who only knows how to charge and recklessly." He slightly tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over Barrett, who stood like a rock in the corner, and Radefield, who remained poised and elegant. Finally, those eyes burning with ghostly blue flames locked back on a Blackbeard, as if a king was pronouncing judgment. "Thank you, Teach." Constantine's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable, all-controlling meaning, clearly penetrating the ears of Blackbeard and everyone present. "Thank you for personally opening this cage and letting me out just in time to partake in this feast for the King of the World Throne." Chapter 4. The Formation of the Most Evil Alliance. The Rise of the Empire of Evil. Blackbeard Marshal Teach pockmarked. Ugly face was so gloomy it seemed like water could drip from it. The deafening heartbeat echoing deeper into the city. The terrifying blood column shooting up to the sky. And that young-looking figure who claimed to be ancient, Constantine, felt like heavy, cold stones pressing down on his swelling ambition. The excitement of being on the verge of controlling everything was replaced by a stronger, more suffocating sense of crisis. Let's go." He forced himself to emit his signature maniacal laugh, trying to dispel the gloom in his heart, but his voice was as dry as sandpaper rubbing together. "Let us go. Boys, it's time to take what belongs to us." He waved his hand sharply and turned to stride towards the stairs leading to the upper prison, his bulky figure moving with an almost frantic urgency. The tremor fruit. We must get it. The sooner, the better. Only a power strong enough to tear apart the sea could give him the confidence to face the so-called feast of world domination that Constantine spoke of. That suddenly emerged old monster and his legendary subordinates loomed like a massive, ominous cloud over his path to the pinnacle. Bages scratched his head, glancing at the captain and then at the dark abyss behind them that seemed to still resonate with the stench of blood and heartbeat. Murmuring, "The captain doesn't seem too happy." Lafayette elegantly adjusted his top hat with his cane, his gaze flickering behind the lenses. "He has been overshadowed, and it's an unimaginable overshadowing." Van Oka, holding his thousandth, silently followed, the sniper's keen intuition keeping the hairs on his back standing on end. The lingering aura in that darkness was more lethal than poison. The newly joined tyrant Pizarro and the giant battleship San Juan Wolf exchanged glances, wisely choosing to keep their mouths shut, feeling a mix of relief from surviving and confusion about the future. Hurriedly following Blackbeard out of the scene, they had just opened up, but had now spiraled completely out of control. The sixth level, the lowest layer of impelled down. The nauseating stench of blood mingled with dust and despair, thick enough to be suffocating. In the corner, Constantine stood quietly, his filthy black hair reaching the ground, moving without wind. His gaze swept over the two beside him, Barrett like a silent steel beast, and Riderfield, who wore a hint of curiosity and amusement. Finally, his gaze landed on the massive, cold ice emitting a bone-chilling aura. Inside the ice, the face of the world destroyer, Bondewald, was frozen in endless rage, as if still silently roaring. "What do we do with this guy?" Barrett's voice broke the silence, rough like gravel rubbing together. He nodded towards the ice chunk, his expression devoid of warmth, purely inquiring about the handling of an object. "Of course, we take him with us." Constantine's answer came without hesitation. He stepped forward, approaching the massive ice coffin. His pale fingers gently touched the cold, icy surface. Riderfield elegantly stepped closer, gazing at the blurry figure deep within the ice, and slowly said, "What traps him is not ordinary ice. It is said to be infused with sea prism stone powder and some special coldness, creating a fragile balance with his life state. If we forcibly shatter it, the coldness will erupt instantly, likely shattering his last bit of vitality." He paused, looking at Constantine, otherwise with walled ferocity. How could ordinary ice possibly trap him for 50 years? Constantine did not respond, merely curling the corner of his mouth into a faint arc. In the next moment, a gentle yet powerful red light suddenly burst forth from his palm pressed against the ice. The red light ignored the hard ice, enveloping Wald's entire body like a warm tide. A miracle occurred. Inside the ice, Wald's deathly pale skin began to show a faint hint of color at a visible speed. The thick frost covering his eyelids quivered slightly beneath deeply sunken eye sockets. Then, the pair of eyes that had been shut for 50 years suddenly snapped open, murky and weak, yet burning with a violent flame of destruction that had not been extinguished even after half a century of freezing. Ugh! A hoarse, off-key growl, like the whimper of a broken bellows, faintly emerged from deep within the ice. Boom! The solid ice exploded. Huge shards of ice shot out like cannonballs in all directions. Amidst the billowing dust, a tall yet extremely hunched figure staggered out. Bondewald. He could barely stand. Decades of absolute freezing had drained his strength, and his condition, which looked no different from 50 years ago, underwent a shocking change in an instant. The absolute freezing had only frozen his appearance. At the moment the ice shattered, his muscles quickly atrophied, and his skin clung to his bones, making him look like a skeleton that had just crawled out of an ancient tomb, with only his eyes staring incredulously at the nearby Constantine. "Is it you?" Wald's voice was hoarse, like gravel rubbing together, every word costing him the last of his strength. The voice that had whispered like a devil deep in his consciousness. Promising freedom, was it really true? Constantine looked at him calmly, his youthful face appearing somewhat ethereal in the dim light. "I told you. I would free you from your bonds." His voice still carried that strange charm, clearly penetrating Wald's chaotic consciousness. "In exchange, you will become my subordinate. Now, do you want to go back on your word?" Wald gasped violently, each breath pulling on his withered lungs, bringing a stinging pain. He stared fixedly at Constantine, his murky eyes swirling with struggle, doubt, and the madness of destruction that had not cooled even after 50 years of freezing. "Subordinate?" he repeated with difficulty, his mouth twisting into a grimace. "To whom should I be a dog? Or to be the boss myself?" He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bursting with a terrifying ferocity, using all his strength to roar, "It doesn't matter. I just want to blow this damn world to pieces." The roar echoed in the empty 6th level, carrying a hysterical desperation and desire. "Do you dare? If you dare, I'll sell you my life." Ryderfield raised an eyebrow slightly. Barrett crossed his arms, watching coldly. Constantine smiled. It was not contempt, nor mockery, but a genuine, heartfelt joy, as if he had found a kindred spirit. A world rotten to the core, his voice was not loud, but carried a decisive, unquestionable will to destroy that resonated clearly in every ear present, must be completely shattered to rebuild a new order, to establish my empire. Boom! An invisible aura exploded around Constantine. In the void centered on Constantine, black-red lightning tore through the darkness. The entire 6th level of the deep-sea prison, and even the higher buildings, trembled under this terrifying conqueror's hockey shockwave. Those who had already reached above, including Blackbeard and his crew, felt this soul-shattering impact. Their hearts trembled. What a terrifying momentum. Blackbeard's face turned ugly. Why was this old monster, who should have died in history, still appearing? Bastard. That was the shockwave of conqueror's hockey. A pure and extreme, while declaring the death sentence of the old world. Barrett's eyes narrowed. Ryderfield's elegance froze for a moment, and even the recently freed. Weak Wald felt a soul-deep shiver. The intensity of this conqueror's hockey was simply horrifying. This man was serious. He wasn't just talking nonsense. Bondewald's hunched body trembled violently, not from weakness, but from a kind of excitement akin to finding a home. He clenched his teeth tightly. The last trace of hesitation in his bloodshot eyes completely vanished, leaving only the spark of a fervent desire for destruction ignited. He struggled, using his last bit of strength, bowing his once arrogant head that had aimed to destroy everything. Before Constantine, the man who promised to shatter the world. "All right," he hissed. "I Bondewald join." Barrett let out a cold snort, as if to acknowledge it. Laidfield elegantly bowed slightly and smiled, saying, "It seems our alliance has gained another fierce warrior." Chapter 5. The Unrecorded Devil Fruit. The Superhuman Life Fruit. The scene that Blackbeard absolutely could not understand was thus completed in the deepest level of Impel Down. Fortunately, this guy left early. Otherwise, If he had known that Bondewald also joined the opposing camp, he would surely have been filled with bitterness. Why? Clearly, he was the executor of this operation. Yet he hadn't touched any of the three most elite trump cards in the entire prison. The irony made Blackbeard feel immensely stifled. The pleasure of having everything under control had long since vanished. Constantine looked at the three legendary figures before him, each with distinct styles, yet equally notorious. Feeling no sense of pride, he knew very well why these monsters bowed their heads. Laidfield, the aloof Red Count, he despised aging and yearned for the power of youth. For Constantine, who had mastered the ultimate secrets of the life fruit, it was merely a matter of raising his hand. A promise was enough to move this elegant monster. Barrett, the descendant of the devil, he pursued the ultimate power that surpassed Roger in endless battles. He was not submitting, but temporarily needed a sufficiently powerful ally. Someone who could stir the world and provide him with stronger opponents. Constantine's madness and strength were exactly the springboard he needed, targeting the weak spot with precision. That was Constantine's method. A complex emotion swept across Constantine's young face. Locked in this dark, sunless hell of the deep sea for 50 years. 50 years. The long, frozen years were enough to turn the vast sea into mulberry fields. He, a soul from another world, had crossed into this pirate world at an absurdly early point in time. To survive, he had once given everything. The once fiery blood and recklessness now seemed ridiculous. Challenging the Holy Land, Mariehua, alone, annihilating the celestial dragons, bombing the world government's face with explosive rocks. Ruthless, wild, but also foolish. He never regretted those things. He only hated himself for being too naive back then, underestimating the world government's determination to crush all threats. Half the world armies were hunting him down. Millions of lives. A massive war sweeping over 100 million people. 6 saturation bombings of demon-slaying order level. The vast empire he had once built ultimately could not withstand the entire world's counterattack and siege. The cost the world government paid to kill him was astronomical. But in the end, they desperately found that he, awakened by the life fruit, had vitality as vast as the ocean. Every seemingly fatal injury could be forcibly repaired in a short time by his terrifying life force. Ironically, the world government's secret research department even extracted from his blood a potion that could slightly extend the lifespan of the powerful. It was this value that turned him from a beast that had to be destroyed into a precious resource kept under secret confinement, regularly donating blood. Until his blood no longer had any effect on those people, he was like a used rag, forgotten in the deepest part of this 6th level, accompanied by dust and darkness. What a long, maddening time it had been. Fortunately, everything was not in vain. His horrific injuries gradually healed over time, and the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Where next? Barrett's deep voice interrupted Constantine's thoughts. He moved his somewhat stiff wrists, his eyes flickering with the desire for battle. 20 years of imprisonment had left his body in dire need of movement. Constantine pulled back his drifting thoughts, his gaze landing on his pale, even somewhat thin hands. My body, he said calmly, as if stating an objective fact, is still far from my peak state. I've had too much blood drawn and have been starved for too long. I need to replenish. Ladefield's red eyebrows raised slightly, as if already anticipating this, revealing a hint of understanding on his face. Constantine stopped speaking. He took a step forward, standing in the center of this 6th level, littered with corpses. His hands slowly rose, pressing together in front of his chest. An indescribable wave, containing a vast essence of life and death, quietly spread out from him, buzzing. In a low, humming sound, a rich, almost tangible blood-red light suddenly ignited between his clasped palms. That light was not fire. It resembled a mass of liquid plasma compressed to the extreme, containing terrifying life energy. It pulsed as if it had its own heartbeat. The next moment, Constantine thrust his palms forward. Boom! The blinding red light instantly expanded and exploded, like a massive, invisible blood-colored bubble. It spread rapidly in all directions at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire 6th level hall, including all surrounding passages and cells. Wherever the red light passed, time seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately after, a chilling scene unfolded. Those who had fallen to the ground, already drained of blood, turned dry and stiff like withered wood, whether they had been killed by Blackbeard's subordinates or had just died in the fight, suddenly moved. Crack, crack. The sound of grinding bones echoed densely. One by one, the dried corpses, as if manipulated by invisible strings, stood up stiffly and eerily from the pools of blood and dust. They twisted their necks, emitting hoarse, hissing sounds like a broken bellows, their hollow eye sockets devoid of any spirit, only a dead silence of crimson. Some corpses were even incomplete, missing arms and legs. But that did not affect their shaky standing, like an army of the dead crawling out after the gates of hell opened. Hiss! Even Ladefield, who had seen his share of storms, could not help but gasp, his crimson pupils slightly contracting, the elegant composure on his face replaced by shock. The army of the dead? The legendary forbidden power was truly witnessed. He murmured to himself, his voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. This was no simple manipulation of corpses. He could feel that within those dry shells, a certain violent life energy had been forcibly infused, maintaining their most basic instinct for movement. Barrett crossed his arms, his iron-like body remaining motionless, but his sharp eyes were fixed on the standing corpses, a pure battle intent and a hint of fervor igniting deep within his pupils. This kind of power could stir the world. Strong enough, dominant enough. What the hell is this? The newly joined Bondewald was even more shocked, his eyes nearly popping out, his weak body straightening a bit. 30 years of freezing. Had the world changed so crazily? Controlling corpses? Just a bunch of expendables. Constantine's voice was calm and unruffled, as if he had merely done something trivial. He felt the state of each corpse under the red light. Fortunately, those who could be locked in this 6th level were not too shabby and should be able to hold out for a while. He slightly raised his chin, pointing to the massive staircase leading to the 5th level, and issued a cold and cruel command. Go. Kill everyone in the upper prisons of the advanced city. The chilling words were like a cold wind sweeping through, light and casual, as if suggesting someone to go out for a meal. Yet the implications within the words left everyone frozen in place. Kill them all. Barrett and Wald's pupils shrank simultaneously, their faces finally showing true shock. How many prisoners were locked up in the advanced city? From the 1st level to the 5th, countless criminals, villains, and pirates were imprisoned. This guy actually wanted to kill them all. And that was just the criminals. There were also the guards maintaining the operation of the entire prison, all included in the order. This was no longer a slaughter. It was to turn the entire deep-sea prison into a giant slaughterhouse. Ryderfield's expression darkened completely. He guessed what Constantine was going to add, and he anticipated rivers of blood, but he didn't expect it to be this insane. To slaughter the entire prison? The brutality of this method was simply shocking. A chill crept up his spine. He looked at Constantine's young, indifferent profile and realized for the first time how terrifying this self-proclaimed leader of the Alliance truly was. But he did not voice any opposition and chose to remain silent. After a brief shock, a flicker of destructive excitement ignited in Barrett's eyes. Wald gasped, destroy the world? Wasn't that exactly what he wanted? But this beginning was even bloodier and more direct than he had imagined. The silent order had been given. Those awakened by the red light, with scarlet gleams flickering in their eye sockets, were like sharks sensing blood, all turning towards the staircase leading to the 5th level. They moved with stiff or incomplete legs, silently, yet exuding a suffocating aura of death, like a black tide, silently surging upwards. Soon, the silence was broken. Monsters! Help! Where is Director Magellan? Get away! Don't come near! The shrill cries that sounded less than human, desperate wails, furious roars, the ear-splitting clang of weapons clashing, the dull thud of flesh being torn apart, sounded like the prelude to a plague outbreak, starting from the 5th level and quickly spreading to the 4th and 3rd levels. Sweeping upwards, the 4 on the 6th level stood quietly in place. Above them, the heavy rock dome seemed to isolate the world from hell. But the sounds could not be contained. The increasingly loud screams, wails, curses, and the roar of battle, like the symphony of hell, resonated through the layers of rock. Dull yet clear. One could even faintly feel the subtle vibrations from the ground beneath their feet, caused by countless lives struggling madly and fleeing in despair. Chapter 6. Bloody Slaughter, the Wrath of the Prison King. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the screams gradually thinned and diminished. Suddenly, drip drip, a thick, dark red liquid began to seep through the gaps in the dome above, falling onto the cold ground of the 6th level. 1 drop, 2 drops, and soon, the seepage turned into a flow. The dark red stream wound down along the rock's texture, gathering into patches. The thick, suffocating stench of blood was tenfold, 100-fold more intense than during the slaughter on the 6th level. Like a tangible foul odor, it filled every inch of space. At the massive staircase entrance to the 5th level, the scene was even more horrifying. A torrent, thick like a blood plasma waterfall, was thundering down. It was not water, but a pure river of blood, mixed with bits of flesh and internal organs. It surged over the steps, flooded the platform, and recklessly flowed across the ground of the 6th level, the water level rising at a visible speed. The entire advanced city seemed like a massive living creature with its arteries pierced, spewing forth all its life essence from within. Looking up from the 6th level, the rock dome above had long been stained a dazzling dark red, like the blood-red sky of an apocalypse. Hell was nothing like this. When the last weak scream abruptly ceased, when the sounds of clashing weapons completely disappeared, and when the only remaining sound in the entire advanced city was the rushing of the blood river, Constantine slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his ghostly blue pupils, it seemed as if blood-colored whirlpools were swirling. He raised both hands again. This time, it was no longer the red light. An invisible, immensely powerful force, strong enough to make one's soul tremble, suddenly erupted from him. Boom! Like rivers flowing into the sea. Those thick, viscous blood rivers surging down from the upper levels and flowing wildly across the ground abruptly changed direction, as if summoned by a king. Countless streams of blood, waterfalls, torrents, crazily rushed towards Constantine, standing in the center. The thick blood wrapped around his ankles, calves, and waist like countless dark red giant pythons, encasing him layer upon layer. The sight was both sacred and evil. His body resembled a bottomless black hole, greedily devouring the terrifying energy formed by the essence of tens of thousands of lives. Damn it! A roar filled with endless anger, pain, and despair erupted like a wounded, dying lion's roar from the entrance of the 5th level. A tall, burly figure, drenched in blood, shot down from the blood waterfall like a cannonball. It was Magellan, the director of the advanced city, a user of the poison fruit. At this moment, he showed none of the authority of the prison king. His deep purple uniform was already tattered from blood and venom, his exposed skin riddled with horrific wounds that were deep enough to see bone, some even emitting corrosive toxic smoke. More horrifyingly, he was also hanging with 3 or 4 corpses from the 6th level, like maggots. Those corpses were biting fiercely at his shoulders, arms, and thighs, madly tearing at his flesh. Magellan's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a madman, disregarding everything, and with brute force, he tore apart a corpse biting his neck. Venom erupted from him, corroding the other corpses with a sizzling sound, turning them into pus. Stumbling, he rushed to the ground of the 6th level, venom and blood mixed, dripping from him, leaving a trail of bloody footprints with every step. He stared intensely at Constantine, who was wrapped in countless blood plasma, like a blood cocoon, his massive body trembling violently with extreme anger and pain, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. You demons, do you know what you've done? The advanced city, the world's #1 prison, has turned into a true hell in your hands. Tens of thousands of prisoners, no matter their crimes, have been slaughtered to the last. This is the duty of my life, and also the shame of my life. The surface of the massive blood cocoon, with thick blood flowing slowly, revealed Constantine's young, terrifyingly calm face. Bathed in a sea of blood, he looked at Magellan, devoid of anger or murderous intent. Only a condescending scrutiny. Magellan, Constantine's voice came through the blood waves, still carrying that strange magnetism, but icy and devoid of any emotion. I admire you. Your ability, your will. The empire I will build in the future needs a capable warden like you. Join my alliance. He extended an invitation like a charity. Join you. Magellan seemed to hear the most ridiculous joke in the world. His blood-stained face twisted violently, his eyes burning with enough rage and hatred to incinerate everything. Dream on. Poison Dragon. Overdrawn. An unprecedented overdraw. After enduring several fierce battles and even being betrayed by Rain's hope, the body was already on the brink of collapse, and the spirit was torn apart by immense grief and despair. But at this moment, Magellan ignited the last remnants of his life. He swung his arms forward with great force. Roar! 3 gigantic, deep purple, and nearly black toxic dragons, more massive than any before, instantly took shape, exuding an aura of destruction. They carried all of Magellan's anger, pain, and unwillingness, emitting a silent roar that tore through the thick, bloody air, charging toward Constantine, wrapped in the blood cocoon, and the 3 legendary villains beside him, who merely watched as spectators, fiercely biting down. Everywhere they passed, even the blood mist in the air was corroded, hissing. However, Constantine remained expressionless. No need for him to speak. Oomph! Barrett let out a disdainful snort. His towering figure stepped forward, cracking the ground beneath him. His right fist, covered in black armed color, moved towards the leading toxic dragon like a massive cannon, without any fancy movements. Boom! The violent punch collided fiercely with the corrosive toxic dragon. Toxic liquid splattered, producing a piercing, corrosive sound. The armed color on Barrett's fist, refined to perfection, vibrated violently, emitting a hissing sound, but ultimately did not break through. The immense force forcibly tilted the dragon's head backward. Almost simultaneously, a crimson figure appeared like a ghost beside another toxic dragon. It was Raidfield. The slender bat staff in his hand was now covered in a flowing dark red armed color, with the tip sharp as the finest sword, precisely striking the core of energy gathering at the toxic dragon's vital point with a piercing shriek. Speaking of which, when did this old guy retrieve this staff? Constantine thought to himself. Puffed. Like a balloon being popped, the enormous toxic dragon let out a mournful cry and instantly disintegrated into a rain of poison. Although Bondywald was weak, the instinct for destruction was already ingrained in his bones. He let out a low growl, activating the Momo fruit ability. A rock fragment, about the size of a grinding wheel, which he casually picked up from the ground, instantly expanded tenfold. It transformed into a massive rock resembling a small meteor. His arm muscles bulged as he threw it with all his might toward the last toxic dragon. 100-fold rock throw. Boom! The giant rock collided head-on with the toxic dragon. The toxic liquid frantically corroded the rock, emitting hissing white smoke. But the massive volume and kinetic energy of the rock still prevailed, forcing the toxic dragon off course and crashing against the nearby rock wall, splattering toxic liquid and corroding a huge pit. Magellan's strongest attack was easily shattered by the 3 of them working together, and Constantine remained standing in the blood cocoon the entire time, not even lifting an eyelid. As a leader, one must have the demeanor of a leader. If he had to do everything himself, what would be the point of recruiting these monsters standing at the pinnacle of the world as subordinates? Chapter 7: The Submission of the King of Poison. Magellan's final explosion exhausted all his strength. The moment the toxic dragon disintegrated, his tall figure shook violently, unable to support himself any longer, and he heavily knelt on one knee in the thick pool of blood. Blood mixed with toxic liquid gushed out of his mouth in large quantities. He lifted his bloodshot eyes, looking despairingly at Constantine, wrapped in the blood cocoon, and then glanced at the 3 towering figures resembling demonic gods. The gap in strength was too great. Even at his peak, he might not have been able to handle any one of these 3 simultaneously, let alone now when he was exhausted. In this abyss of despair, Magellan's gaze was fixed on the scene of Constantine devouring blood, as well as the corpses awakened by the red light. A terrifying thought like lightning split through his chaotic consciousness, reviving and controlling corpses to devour life energy. So that is how it is. Magellan's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. An overwhelming fear seized him in an instant. He understood. Everything became clear. What Constantine called the life fruit was an existence that utterly desecrated life. Not only could he control the dead, but he could also plunder the life essence of the living. And he, as the user of the poison fruit, possessed the power to cause large-scale destruction of life. The consequences of this power falling into the hands of this demon were unimaginable. Absolutely cannot let this happen. Not even in death. A will so resolute exploded from Magellan's near-death body like a flash of light. The last trace of hesitation and fear in his eyes completely vanished, leaving only a madness that sought to destroy everything. Ugh! He let out a roar that was not human, his massive head abruptly lifting, using the last of his strength to gather all the remaining toxic liquid within him, compressing it frantically, condensing it on his forehead. Then, under Constantine's calm gaze, and the astonished stares of Barrett, Radefield, and Wald, Magellan's enormous head, carrying the compressed poison and immense power, smashed down like an uncontrollable battering ram against the incredibly hard rocky ground beneath him. Bang! A dull, heart-pounding sound echoed. The hard ground was smashed into a massive depression. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread several meters. Magellan's head burst open like a ripe watermelon upon contact with the ground. Red, white, and deep purple toxic slime erupted like the most filthy fireworks, splattering everywhere. His headless, massive body convulsed violently a few times before crashing to the ground, splashing into the blood pool, creating a splash of crimson. The scene was bloody, tragic, and utterly decisive. The entire sixth level fell into a deathly silence. Only the rushing sound of the blood river seemed particularly piercing. Barrett stared at the headless corpse, his brow furrowed tightly. Radefield's elegance had completely vanished, and his expression was extremely grave. Even Wald, who only sought destruction, now gaped at Magellan's remains, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes for the first time. Such a will, willing to self-destruct for a certain belief, was enough to move any villain. But Constantine remained expressionless. He looked at Magellan's self-destructed remains, only letting out a slight, almost imperceptible sigh. A futile struggle, he said blandly. The viscous blood plasma enveloping him had been almost completely absorbed. His body underwent visible changes. The once slightly thin figure became proportionate and full of strength, his skin no longer sickly pale, but instead radiating a glossy sheen. All dirt gone. His long black hair, which had reached the ground, now shrank as if it were alive, eventually falling to his waist like a black waterfall. He seemed to have grown taller, approaching 4 meters, standing there like a perfect statue of a demonic god, exuding an eerie charm. He stepped forward, walking toward Magellan's headless body. His steps were steady, treading through the thick blood pool, yet not a speck of dust clung to him. Like an emperor, under the uncertain gazes of Barrett and the others, Constantine extended his right hand. A ball of deep red light, 100 times denser than when he had awakened the corpses, containing an indescribable, overwhelming life force, surged from his palm, instantly enveloping Magellan's pitiful remains. The next moment, an unforgettable scene occurred that would leave the 3 legendary villain scalps tingling for a lifetime. The deep red light pulsated as if it had a life of its own. Countless tiny flesh buds wildly grew, entwined and intertwined at the horrific, bloody, and mangled break in Magellan's neck. The shattered skull fragments were pulled together by an invisible force, precisely fitting into place. Skin, muscle, blood vessels, and nerves rapidly reconstructed at a visible speed in the red light. In just a few breaths, a complete head, even with the skin intact, reappeared atop Magellan's neck. Even his damaged uniform seemed to have been restored by some force. Magellan's chest began to rise and fall slightly. Resurrected from the dead. True resurrection. Barrett gasped, his pupils shaking. Wald's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Ryderfield's knuckles turned white as he gripped his bat cane tightly, even with his vast experience. He felt a chill shooting up from his feet to the crown of his head. This had completely surpassed his understanding of the powers of the devil fruit. Reversing life and death, This was the realm of gods. Magellan's consciousness seemed to be forcibly pulled back from the deepest darkness. The final scene of his self-destruction colliding with the ground still echoed in his chaotic mind. Intense pain followed by eternal darkness. Why could he still feel his body? Why could he still breathe? He opened his heavy eyelids in confusion. His vision was blurry, and his mind was in chaos. Who am I? Where am I? Am I dead? Just then, a figure clearly entered his blurred vision. That overly young man, exuding a lethal aura, was standing in front of him, looking at him calmly. Constantine extended his right index finger. A layer of black as ink, flowing with a metallic sheen, covered his fingertip like a living thing. That fingertip glimmered with a cold, deadly light. In Magellan's dazed gaze, under the horrified, nearly numb stares of Barrett, Ryderfield, and Wald, Constantine's index finger shot out like lightning. Puffed. A light sound, like piercing a thin layer of paper. The fingertip, covered with top-tier hockey, easily pierced through Magellan's freshly restored, smooth forehead, leaving a blood hole the size of a finger that was open from front to back. Red and white substances even slightly oozed from the back of his head. Ugh! Magellan's body trembled violently, emitting an unconscious groan. His eyes instantly became hollow and dazed. The flicker of vitality that had just returned was completely extinguished, as if the last spark had been snuffed out. Constantine slowly withdrew his finger, the tip stained with a sticky mix of red and white, which he casually flicked away. At the same time, some ability took effect. In the deathly silence, under the terrified gaze of the three legendary villains, Magellan, with a prominent blood hole on his forehead and a vacant expression like a puppet, moved stiffly yet fluidly, crawling up from the pool of blood. He ignored the penetrating wound on his forehead, ignored the flowing blood, and like the most loyal mechanical servant, slowly knelt deeply before Constantine. His forehead thudded heavily into the cold, viscous pool of blood. A clear, respectful, yet lifeless voice, as if programmed, emanated from Magellan's mouth, echoing in the dead silence of the sixth floor. "It is my honor to serve you, my lord." Buzz! An indescribable chill instantly swept over Barrett, Ryderfield, and Wald. It was not fear of power, but a shudder from the depths of their souls at the sight of this scene that thoroughly violated the ethics of life and distorted the essence of the soul. Ryderfield stared intently at the slowly bleeding black hole on Magellan's forehead, then suddenly looked at Constantine's calm, unruffled face, as if he had merely crushed an ant. His fingers gripping the bat, cane trembled slightly from the excessive force. Devil fruit ability? No, this was definitely not just a simple ability. This was annihilation. The annihilation of a person. The complete destruction and reconstruction of the self. This monster he controlled was a more terrifying eternal enslavement than death. Barrett's iron will also felt a hint of imperceptible fear. Fighting, destruction, he feared nothing. But this method of completely distorting a living will into a puppet for the first time made him feel a conceptual disgust. Wald's mouth opened, and the frenzy of world destruction was temporarily frozen by this bizarre and terrifying scene. He felt a chill shooting up from his tailbone. Constantine slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had merely done something trivial. He slightly tilted his head, his eerie blue gaze sweeping over the three subordinates with varying expressions. Finally looking toward the blood-stained dome, toward the direction leading to the outside world. "Let's go," he spoke calmly, his voice breaking the suffocating silence. "The feast has just begun." Chapter 8. Advanced City lost contact, Holy Land shaken. In Mariehua, deep within Panga City, among the powers. 5 crystal lamps illuminated 5 figures wielding the highest power in the world. The air was heavy, and a massive image-transmitting snail projected the brutal battle situation in the Marineford Bay. The Whitebeard pirates were on the offensive, and the Navy suffered significant casualties. The blonde, short-bearded 5 elders stared at the screen, their voices revealing no waves, but still within a controllable range. This level of loss might serve to warn some restless voices within the Navy. Oof. Those warlords of the sea, apart from Bartholomew Kuma. The others are just going through the motions. The bald 5 elder with a knife spoke with obvious displeasure. Did we really expect them to contribute? It's a joke. Kuma's performance proves that Vegapunk's pacifist plan must be accelerated. Mass production must happen soon. The curly-haired 5 elder nodded. Vegapunk has already received the highest priority directive. However, the urgent matter is still to ensure that this war concludes according to our script, completely erasing Roger's bloodline. Just as he finished speaking, the heavy door between the powers was interrupted by a hurried, knocking sound, and a panicked voice penetrated in. Elders. Not good. Emergency situation. Gomein. The long-bearded 5 elder frowned. The door was pushed open, and the information minister Spandam rushed in, nearly tumbling over himself. His forehead covered in cold sweat and his face pale. Seeing him, the 5 elders' eyes flashed with unabashed disgust. Just a few days ago, during the Judicial Island incident, his idiot son Spandam messed up the mission to capture the devil child Nico Robin and even lost the design of the ancient weapon, bringing shame to the world government. Clearly given such great authority, yet he can still mess up something like this. How incompetent! If it weren't for that old fox Spandam timely shifting the blame to the 9 scapegoats, Spandam would have long been sent to Advanced City. What are you panicking about? What kind of decorum is this? Vachely Saint scolded sternly. Spandam fell to the ground with a thud, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Great elders. Something big has happened. We have completely lost all contact with Advanced City. What? 5 voices sounded simultaneously, filled with incredulous shock. What nonsense are you talking about? Nasudru, Saint slammed the table. How could Advanced City possibly lose contact? What is Magellan doing? Spandam trembled in fear, speaking rapidly to explain. It's true. According to the highest security regulations, the information room conducts a routine encrypted communication confirmation with Advanced City every 10 minutes. Just now we called 3 times in a row, and Advanced City had no response. The technical department immediately attempted to retrieve the real-time monitoring footage from Advanced City, but all signal sources were completely cut off. It's pitch black. We tried all backup lines and emergency contact methods, but they all fell silent. Advanced City has completely lost contact. A deathly silence enveloped the realm of power. Advancement City, the deep-sea prison, known as an absolute fortress with impenetrable walls, is one of the core pillars of the world government for detaining serious offenders. It houses tens of thousands of extremely dangerous criminals. Judicial Island, Advancement City, and the Navy headquarters make up the foundation of the world government's rule. Judicial Island is the facade of justice. The Navy headquarters is the external force. And Advancement City is the ultimate prison that suppresses all resistance, leaving all criminals in despair. It absolutely cannot have any incidents. If something happens in Advancement City, tens of thousands of demons will be released, and the entire world order will collapse in an instant. A deeper fear, like a cold, venomous snake, coils around the hearts of the 5 elders. The usually silent Saint Satan slowly speaks, his voice terrifyingly deep. Don't forget, at the deepest part of the 6th level of Advancement City, that man is still alive. The 4 words of that man seem to carry a kind of taboo magic, causing the pupils of the other 4 elders to suddenly contract, even their breaths momentarily stifled. Could the war that swept the world back then be returning? Even the 5 elders, the highest power in the world, do not want to experience it a second time. For them, it will be a nightmare. Spandam trembles in fear. He is not high enough in rank to know who that man the 5 elders are referring to is. But just the reaction of the elders is enough to let him understand that the horror of the situation far exceeds imagination. Impossible. St. Peter with a long beard declares decisively, Magellan is stationed there, and Shiryu is as solid as a rock. Even if that guy Blackbeard breaks in, he won't cause any big waves. Immediately send someone. St. Vachely regains a bit of calm, but speaks rapidly. Send the most elite Unit 0 on the fastest ship to rush to Advancement City at all costs. We must ascertain the situation immediately, whether alive or dead. And the Navy, a cold light flashes in Satan's eyes, notifying Marineford. Let Sengoku immediately split the troops. While reinforcing the battlefield is certainly important, we cannot afford to lose Advancement City. Split the troops? St. Nazashiro frowns. Are we really pulling out Admiral-level forces from the battlefield now? Let Polyasolino go. Satan interrupts him, his tone unyielding. That guy with the glint fruit has been slacking off since the war started. Does he really think we can't see through it? Have him leave the battlefield immediately and speed to Advancement City. His speed is the fastest. Have him find out what exactly is happening there. The situation in Advancement City takes priority over executing Ace. Immediately convey the order. The command falls like a cold iron hammer. Spandane scrambles out of the power chamber to relay the directive. The five elders once again turn their gaze to the battlefield projection of Marineford. But each heart sinks heavily toward the unfathomable deep sea, sinking toward that lost Advancement City, standing like a giant tombstone in the depths of the calm belt. The uneasy dark clouds loom over the Holy Land, Mary Geos, for the first time with such clarity. At Marineford, on the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku has just hung up a secure phone call from the department, his face pale, veins throbbing on his forehead. The content of the call was a suspicious report about Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach and his crew having briefly approached or even possibly entered Advancement City before the outbreak of the war. This information alone is enough to send alarm bells ringing in Sengoku's mind. What is Blackbeard doing heading to Advancement City at such a critical moment? What is he plotting? Chapter 9. Sengoku's Worries. Before Sengoku can sort out his thoughts, his dedicated hotline phone to the Holy Land, Mary Geos, suddenly emits a sharp ringing. Sengoku's heart drops. This highest-level hotline is only activated in extreme emergencies. He immediately grabs the receiver. And the mixed voice of anxiety and command from the five elders feels like ice water poured over him. Sengoku, we have completely lost contact with Advancement City 5 minutes ago. Surveillance has been cut off, and communications are down. The situation is unclear. You are ordered to have Admiral Kazuru Polyasolino immediately leave the current battlefield and rush to Advancement City to ascertain the truth. Repeat, priority is the highest. Execute immediately. Click. The phone is hung up, leaving only the busy signal. Sengoku's hand gripping the receiver trembles slightly, a cold chill surging from his feet to the top of his head. Advancement City has lost contact? At this critical moment when Whitebeard is attacking Marine headquarters with full force? Right after Blackbeard showed suspicious movements? Countless fragmented pieces of information collide and connect wildly in Sengoku's mind. Blackbeard defecting from the Whitebeard pirates, capturing Fire Fist Ace just to exchange for a warlord position. The outbreak of the Marineford War, Blackbeard taking advantage of the chaos to approach or even enter Advancement City. And now Advancement City is completely out of contact. A clear and terrifying logical chain instantly forms. That bastard target is not just Ace and Whitebeard. Sengoku roars in a low voice. He is aiming for the monsters in the 6th level of Advancement City. He has released those things. What kind of people are imprisoned in the 6th level of Advancement City? They are legendary criminals capable of making the entire world tremble. The consequences of them being captured by Blackbeard are unimaginable. What terrifies Sengoku even more is the taboo name that Saint Satan once vaguely mentioned, which the world government has classified as top secret, and they dare not even confirm whether it still exists at the bottom level of Advancement City. That name, which once stood alongside Roxd Zebek, with a bounty of 6 billion berries, responsible for bombing the Holy Land Mary Geos, cutting the world into quarters, and slaughtering the celestial dragons. King of evil, Constantine. If that monster has been released, Sengoku dares not think further. He abruptly grabs the Admiral's dedicated hotline phone. His voice hoarse, yet carrying an undeniable authority, cutting through the deafening sounds of cannon fire and battle cries at Marineford. Polyasolino. Immediately. Leave the battlefield. Target Advancement City. Speed to ascertain the reason for the loss of contact. This is a top command. Immediately. Right now. As the order is issued on the battlefield, a blinding golden light is leisurely flickering in mid-air, occasionally shooting out a laser that blasts away a few pirate subordinates rushing too far ahead. Admiral Kazuru Polyasolino pouts, elongating his tone. How terrifying, the Whitebeard pirates. He is pondering where to find a more comfortable spot to continue observing the battle. Suddenly, the encrypted phone in his arms rings, with Sengoku's unprecedented, almost roaring urgent command coming through. Kizaru's playful expression instantly disappears, a sharp glint flashing in his small eyes like a hawk. Advancement City has lost contact? Highest priority? Oh, this is indeed a serious trouble. For the first time, Kizaru's elongated tone loses its mockery, replaced by gravity. He no longer hesitates. His body instantly transforms into a pure golden beam of light. Ignoring the fierce battlefield below and the cannonballs and slashes aimed at him, like a meteor tearing through the sky, shooting toward the calm belt at a speed beyond the limits of the naked eye. Kizaru has left. The Navy soldiers on the battlefield stare in astonishment at the golden light disappearing into the horizon. The Admiral is gone. An opportunity. The pirates erupt in thunderous cheers. The sudden departure of one of the Navy's highest combat powers is like injecting a booster shot into the Whitebeard pirates. The pirates, who were originally suppressed by the Navy's firepower, suddenly have their morale soar and their offensive become even fiercer. Damn it! Hold the line. For justice. Akiji and Akainu simultaneously look up toward the direction where the golden light vanished, vaguely guessing something. Their expressions gradually grow grim. The Navy commanders are on the verge of bursting with rage, desperately shouting commands to maintain the defense line. With Kizaru, the mobile force that can support anywhere, gone, the pressure on the Navy instantly doubles. In this chaotic moment, when the balance of the battlefield subtly tilted due to the departure of Kizaru, Ace, a voice pierced through the clouds, echoing like a broken horn, filled with urgency, recklessness, and an unwavering belief, exploding like thunder at the edge of the battlefield. Everyone, whether they were the Navy and pirates engaged in battle, or Sengoku and Garp commanding from the high platform, or Ace on the execution platform with a heart as gray as death, instinctively turned their eyes towards the sound. There, at the edge of Crescent Bay, atop the wreckage of a warship, a figure wearing a straw hat and a red vest was leaping high, ignoring the dense rain of cannon fire and bullets below. His rubber arms stretched out, grabbing a cannonball flying through the air, using its force to propel himself faster, crashing like a human cannonball into the heart of this hellish slaughter. Boom! He landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, pressed his signature straw hat with one hand, his eyes burning with fierce flames, sweeping over the countless strong Navy fighters on the battlefield, ultimately locking onto Ace, bound by sea stone chains on the execution platform. I'll come to save you. Ace. Behind him, following him out of Impelled Down, was a group of bizarrely dressed and fierce convicts led by the Okama King Ivankov and the fishman Jinbei. Crocodile was also among them. Straw Hat Kid Luffy, the escapee from Impelled Down. How'd he get here? The entire Marineford Bay erupted into a huge uproar and chaos because of this sudden disruptor. On the execution platform, Ace looked at the familiar figure, tears instantly streaming down his face. Luffy? Idiot, what are you doing here? Standing next to Ace, Sengoku's expression could no longer be described as difficult. It was a mix of shock, anger, and a deep-seated ominous premonition that had completely exploded. Blackbeard infiltrated Impelled Down. Impelled Down went offline. Kizaru urgently went to investigate, and now the Straw Hat Kid brought a group of Impelled Down escapees to the top battlefield. This series of events was no coincidence. Sengoku suddenly looked towards the direction of Impelled Down, as if trying to see through space to uncover the terrifying truth happening in that deep sea. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. What exactly happened in Impelled Down? A trembling voice roared in his heart. At this moment, Kizaru's golden light, shooting towards the calm belt, carried the greatest unease and hope of the world government and the Navy headquarters. Chapter 10. The Dragon of Flesh and Blood. Impelled Down, this once fearsome deep-sea hell, now only remained a nauseating silence. Thick pools of blood gathered on the ground, ankle-deep and so viscous that one could hardly move. The air was filled with a rusty metallic smell of blood mixed with the stench of rotting entrails, strong enough to make an ordinary person suffocate instantly. Corpses piled like mountains, severed limbs and bodies scattered everywhere, resembling the scene from the lowest level of hell manifested here. There were no wails, no groans, only an absolute, chilling silence. 5 figures slowly advanced on this blood-soaked carpet made of life. Constantine walked in the front, his steps steady, his young and handsome face devoid of any expression, as if he were walking not on a mire of flesh and blood, but on an ordinary beach. Behind him were 3 legendary pirates with different expressions. Barrett, silent as iron, his sharp eyes scanning the surrounding devastation. Leadfield, still maintaining his eerie elegance, though a hint of gravity flickered in the depths of his crimson pupils, and Bondewald, appearing somewhat restless, his eyes mixed with delight from destruction and shock at the horrifying scene before him. Lastly, like the most loyal shadow guard, Magellan, expressionless, with a blood hole piercing through his forehead, appearing particularly grim in the dim light, silently guarded Constantine's side, even though they already knew what had happened and impelled down. Being in this thoroughly cleansed hell, every step taken on the sticky blood and shattered limbs brought an extreme impact to their vision, smell, and touch, sending a chill up Barrett's spine. Especially Bondewald, who had destroyed towns and obliterated fleets, had never seen such pure, complete death factory. The deep-sea prison had truly transformed into a death prison. Suddenly, Constantine stopped. He extended his right hand, palm up, and a thick, deep red light, dense as if it had substance, radiating an ominous life fluctuation, suddenly illuminated. "What is this?" Bondewald exclaimed in confusion. The next second, a shocking scene unfolded. The red light spread like ripples, enveloping large areas of corpses around them. Those scattered bones, those bloodless, shriveled skins, and those shattered internal organs seemed to be endowed with evil life. The sound of bones grinding filled the air. Countless human skeletons were drawn towards a central point by an invisible magnetic force, colliding and stitching together. The broken bones writhed in the red light like living beings, searching for fitting joints. The shriveled muscle fibers and skin tissues were forcefully pulled and stretched, like a viscous mixture of flesh and blood, covering and connecting to the rapidly forming massive skeleton. Flesh was merging. Bones were proliferating. Hey, what kind of joke is this? Bondewald was completely dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What kind of monster is this? In his horrified gaze, a gigantic creature rose from the ground at a visible speed. Its outline resembled the legendary Western dragon, with a hideous skull, a stout spine, enormous bony wings covered in flesh, and a long tail made of countless vertebrae. But its appearance was far more terrifying than any legendary creature. Composed of countless twisted, entangled human skeletons, its joints covered in dark red, as if still uncoagulated, viscous flesh. In its hollow eye sockets burned 2 ghostly blue flames, the core of Constantine's power. Countless faces, twisted in pain and silent screams, flickered in and out of view on its flesh as it writhed. A blood and bone dragon, over 50 meters long, forcibly fused from the flesh and bones of thousands of prisoners and guard from impelled down. Utterly evil and bizarre. Roar! The bone dragon let out a silent roar to the sky. It was not the vibration of vocal cords, but a terrifying shriek formed purely from the resonance of the soul and energy stirring the air. An invisible shockwave spread out, shaking the remaining structures of impelled down, causing countless stones to fall from the ceiling. Barrett crossed his arms, his steel-like body slightly tensed, a mixture of shock and seriousness appearing on his face for the first time. This was no mere superficial creation. He could feel a violent, chaotic yet forcibly restrained, terrifying vitality emanating from that massive body. Leadfield's pupils contracted slightly. Even he, well versed in the world, was shocked by this ability to desecrate the essence of life. Magellan remained silent, like the most loyal statue. The life fruit awakened, flesh reconstructed. Leadfield murmured in a complex tone. This had gone beyond the realm of controlling corpses. It was a complete distortion and reshaping of the concept of life. "Let us go." Constantine's calm voice broke the silence, as if he had merely created a means of transportation. He took the lead, stepping onto the massive skull of the bone dragon, which was formed from countless stacked skulls. The bone dragon obediently lowered its hideous head, lying in the pool of blood like a steed welcoming its king. Barrett led field, and Wald suppressed the shock in their hearts and followed closely, leaping onto the dragon's back. Magellan silently landed at the position of the dragon's neck. The bone dragon's wings suddenly flared. The thick, fleshy membrane stretched tight on the bony wings, emitting a tearing sound under the unbearable weight. But the surging life energy instantly repaired it. The massive bone wings stirred up a foul wind, propelling this fleshly monster slowly into the sky. It can really fly? Barrett's heart shook violently. He initially thought this was just a huge puppet forcibly bonded by abilities, but now seemed that this bone dragon, driven by Constantine's life energy, possessed nearly real biological functions and the ability to fly. The bone dragon carried 5 people and flew toward the gigantic exit of Impel Down, which was in shambles. The exit's size clearly couldn't accommodate such a massive body. Humph. Rayfield snorted lightly and naturally stepped forward. The slender bat staff in his hand was instantly covered with flowing dark red armed color hockey, like a glowing brand. He flicked his wrist, and a crimson massive slash that was condensed to the extreme and tore through space was unleashed. Boom! The hard rock and heavy steel gate crumbled like tofu before the slash, instantly cut open a huge gap. The bone dragon did not linger. Its wings flapped again, and its massive body, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression, crashed through the shackles of this deep-sea hell. Chapter 11. The Flashing Ambush. Skylight. Sea wind. The long-lost breath of freedom rushed towards them. Barrett, Rayfield, and Bondivald, 3 legendary pirates imprisoned for a long time, looked up at the vast blue sky and white clouds above. Feeling the moist sea breeze brushing past their bodies, a surge of indescribable emotion surged within their chests. Even they couldn't help but want to howl loudly at this moment. Constantine stood at the dragon's head, also deeply inhaling the salty air. His azure eyes reflected the vast ocean, and a fleeting glimmer of extremely complex, cold ambition flashed within them. 50 years ago, the war that swept the world, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, ultimately ended in failure, leaving him imprisoned for 50 years. This time, the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cold arc, a smile devoid of warmth, only a determination to drag the entire world into the abyss. Hee. A light sound, filled with sarcasm and destruction, escaped from his throat. This unusual emotional fluctuation immediately drew the attention of the 3 behind him. Their gazes instantly focused on him. Constantine did not turn back. His voice was not loud, but struck clearly into everyone's ears like a cold hammer, and also struck toward the seemingly calm ocean. From this moment on, his voice paused, as if accumulating some kind of power. Let this world feel pain. The words were light, but heavy as 1,000 pounds. No grandiose declarations, no exaggerated proclamations, only a calm and determined declaration of the arrival of the end. Barrett's eyes instantly erupted with terrifying battle intent. Rayfield tightened his grip on the staff. The elegant smile on his face completely vanished, leaving only seriousness. Bondivald excitedly licked his lips, his eyes burning with destructive desire. They had no doubt. This man, who had personally turned Impel down into hell, crafting a steed from the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of lives. Every word he uttered would surely become reality. The world's agony had just begun. Just as this flesh and bone dragon carrying the newly formed terrifying alliance soared through the sky towards Marineford. At the distant horizon, a golden streak of light, thin as a needle but glaringly bright, was hurtling through the air at a speed that surpassed limits. The direction was straight towards Impel Down. Almost simultaneously, Constantine standing at the dragon's head, Rayfield with his eyes closed, Barrett with his arms crossed, and even the excited Vald all instantly sensed the approaching threat. The enormous energy and unmasked probing intent emanating from that light were as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the night. A strong enemy approaches. Marine Admiral. Roar. The flesh and bone dragon beneath them seemed to sense the threat, letting out a low growl, the soul fire in its eye sockets flickering violently. Admiral Kazuru, Borsellino, transformed into a beam of light, racing towards Impel Down at full speed. He was still calculating various possibilities in his mind. Has Magellan betrayed? Or did Blackbeard cause unforeseen trouble? The unprecedented urgent orders from the Gorosei made him sense a big trouble brewing, just as he was still some distance from Impel Down. An indescribable pressure, mixed with intense blood, death, and some kind of frenzied life force, surged towards him. It hit him like an invisible tsunami, making his high-speed flight momentarily falter. Huh? Kizaru's eyes behind his sunglasses narrowed sharply, his previously lewd expression replaced by seriousness in an instant. His observation haki had already reached a masterful level, and at this moment he clearly captured the aura emanating from that colossal creature ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4. Among them, 3 emitted a ferocity and strength capable of shaking the sea, like dormant volcanoes that had been silent for years. And the one in the very center was like an unfathomable abyss, cold, silent, ancient, yet containing a staggering life force that made one's soul tremble. This aura was both unfamiliar and bore a hint of ancient, nearly forgotten terror. What shocked him even more was that the target of these auras was unmistakably Marineford, the battlefield of the war on the top. Hey, this is truly a catastrophic trouble. Kizaru's elongated tone lost all traces of mockery, leaving only a chilling, killing intent. No matter who the opponent was, charging toward Marineford with such a lineup would undoubtedly completely overturn the entire battle situation. It must be stopped, without a moment's hesitation. Still in high-speed flight, Kizaru's body instantly solidified in midair. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and dazzling golden light gathered madly in his palms like the sun. Eichaka K. G. Yoku. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanied by Kizaru's cold declaration. Countless brilliant golden light bullets erupted from his palms like a torrential rain. Each light bullet contained terrifying energy capable of piercing steel and evaporating seawater. The sheer number of light bullets and the vast area they covered instantly turned the sky ahead into a destructive golden sea. The rain of light bullets, moving at a speed faster than sound, fiercely enveloped the flying flesh-and-bone dragon. The target was none other than Constantine, the figure emanating an abyssal aura atop the dragon's head. The massive body of the bone dragon had no way to evade in the face of this overwhelming barrage of light bullets. Oomph! The fierce light in Barrett's eyes flashed, and he moved first. His enormous body stepped forward, his right fist covered with pitch-black armed color hockey like a cannonball, bravely smashing into that golden storm. The violent fist wind formed a tangible pressure cannon. Hundredfold rock rain. Bondivald was equally quick to react. Despite his weakness, his instinct for destruction remained. He let out a low roar, driving his hands into the protruding rocks on the bone dragon's back, made from construction debris, activating the Momo Momo no Mi ability. Countless fragments instantly expanded 100-fold, transforming into a massive barrage of stones that he hurled fiercely toward the light bullets. Raidfield then flickered, appearing like a phantom at Constantine's side front, his staff covered in flowing hockey precisely pointing, detonating the few light bullets that had pierced through the fist wind and stone rain. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds of explosions instantly echoed through the skies. Barrett's fist wind smashed through a large number of light bullets, like an invisible wall. Vald's massive stone bullets collided with the light bullets, exploding into a sky full of stone dust. Raidfield's staff shadow moved like lightning, accurately intercepting the incoming attacks. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden flashes, flying debris, and energy shockwaves wreaking havoc. However, the number of 8 Palace Cheong-go-yu was simply overwhelming. It was as if there were no end to them. A large number of light bullets penetrated the interception net and slammed heavily into the massive body of the bone dragon. Poochie! 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 The dense sounds of penetration and explosions rang out. The tough bones of the bone dragon were as fragile as rotten wood in the face of the terrifying thermal energy and impact of the light bullets. Huge bone wings were blasted with several transparent holes, and the flesh membrane covering them instantly vaporized. Thick ribs were pierced and shattered. The tail was blown off, Countless fragments of bones mixed with viscous flesh and blood rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. Roar! The bone dragon let out a mournful and painful, soul-piercing scream, its massive body swaying violently in the air, its flight posture becoming extremely unstable. The parts directly hit by the light bullets left behind terrifying wounds that were charred and oozing dark red slime. Its body, forcibly pieced together from tens of thousands of bones and flesh, appeared so fragile under the full strike of the naval admiral. Blocked? The yellow monkey hovered in the sky, watching the bone dragon, which was swaying precariously in the light rain. Covered in scars, but not completely destroyed, his gaze behind the sunglasses became more serious. The interception from those three guys was quite powerful, especially that hulking giant, whose armed color was ridiculously strong. And that strange bone dragon, having endured so many light bullet strikes, could still maintain its general form. Its vitality was simply inhuman. What made him even more vigilant was the young man standing at the dragon's head, who hadn't even raised an eyelid from beginning to end, as if the previous attack capable of destroying a fleet was merely a gentle breeze. This absolute calm made the yellow monkey feel more uneasy than any roar. It seems I need to take this a bit more seriously. The yellow monkey's body transformed into golden light again and instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 12, Clash. The yellow monkey Pagliusolino hovered in the sky, the golden light swirling around his body, his gaze firmly locked onto the young figure at the head of the bone dragon. Every time their eyes met, an indescribable chill, like a cold, venomous snake, silently coiled around his heart, bringing a bone-chilling tremor that stemmed from instinct. This feeling was wrong. Very wrong. This is troublesome, the yellow monkey muttered to himself, forcibly suppressing the inexplicable unease in his heart. Can't worry about that anymore. No matter who the opponent is, charging towards Marineford with three legendary pirates and the strangely behaving Magellan, the consequences would be unimaginable. They must be stopped. The tactics instantly formed in his mind. He sharply scanned the enemies on the back of the bone dragon. Barrett, the devil's descendant, a monster from Roger's ship, with an armed color that was outrageously strong, posed the greatest threat in a direct confrontation. Leadfield, the lone red, with unfathomable swordsmanship and observation hockey, precise and lethal attacks. Wald, the world destroyer, with the troublesome Momo fruit ability, had strong long-range harassment capabilities. When the yellow monkey's gaze fell on the tall figure, standing like a mountain at the neck of the dragon, his pupils suddenly constricted. The warden of Impel Down, a user of the poison fruit, his state was too strange. No anger, no roars, not a shred of emotional fluctuation, like a clay puppet drained of its soul. The blood hole penetrating his forehead was particularly glaring in the sunlight. Dark red bloodstains dried on his pale skin. If it weren't for the massive body still slightly rising and falling with the flight of the bone dragon, the yellow monkey would almost think it was a corpse. This was not the appearance of someone being coerced, but rather that of someone under more thorough control. A chill colder than the sea breeze instantly enveloped the yellow monkey's whole body. What on earth happened to Impel Down to make Magellan like this? Before the yellow monkey could think further, a deadly attack had already descended. Oomph! Leadfield's crimson pupils flashed with cold light. The long staff in his hand, covered with flowing armed color, like a red-hot branding iron, slashed through the air. Swoosh! A gigantic scarlet slash wave, refined to the extreme, tore through the air. Like the Grim Reaper's scythe, it carried a piercing shriek and instantly crossed hundreds of meters, cleaving down towards the yellow monkey's head. The fierce sword energy seemed to slice through the surrounding air. Almost simultaneously, Wald roared, hundredfold bone rain. He suddenly grabbed two large handfuls of a mixture of shattered bones and viscous flesh from the back of the bone dragon, activating the Momo fruit ability. Those filthy substances instantly expanded 100-fold, transforming into two terrifying bone and flesh cannonballs over 10 meters in diameter, exuding a stench of death, which he hurled with all his might towards the yellow monkey. The air boomed with a dull roar wherever the cannonballs passed. TSK. The yellow monkey's body instantly elementalized, transforming into a twisting golden flow, narrowly dodging between the slash wave and the bone and flesh cannonballs. The slash wave skimmed past his light flow, carving a deep trench in the sea below. The bone and flesh cannonball crashed into the sea, creating towering waves. That was close. The yellow monkey's mind raced, the tactics becoming clearer. He had aerial superiority. The 5 opponents were all on the back of the bone dragon, high in the air. Barrett, Leadfield, Wald. No matter how strong they were, they lacked flying abilities. Although they could use techniques similar to moonwalk for brief hovering, they clearly could not compete with his speed in the air. Magellan's poison dragon could not effectively attack at such high altitudes either. He possessed absolute mobility. The standing point here was the vast ocean, with no islands or ships to land on. Once the bone dragon was destroyed, they would surely fall into the sea. And the only confirmed devil fruit users were Barrett with his combined fruit, Wald with his Momo fruit, and Magellan with his poison fruit. Leadfield and that young man were unknown. However, the disgusting blood and flesh bone dragon beneath them did not seem to be caused by the abilities of the previous 3, which meant there was a 4th ability user. Sending them all into the sea was the most effective strategy. Therefore, the primary target was to destroy the bone dragon. As long as this flying platform was taken down, they would be like fish on a chopping board. So let us first deal with this troublesome bone structure. A cold light flashed in the yellow monkey's eyes as his body solidified again during high-speed movement, his right arm raised, palm facing the battered and unstable flying bone dragon below. Piercing golden light wildly gathered in his palm, compressing, emitting destructive energy fluctuations. 8 Palace Cheong Goyu laser cannon. A terrifying beam, several times thicker than a normal laser, refined to the extreme, like a golden spear, exploded from the yellow monkey's palm with a sharp bang. The target was directly aimed at the weakest point of the bone dragon, the vertebra connecting its head and torso. Speed, light speed. This strike was too fast, too sudden. The energy contained far exceeded that of the previous scattered light bullets. Not good. Leadfield's expression changed slightly, and it was too late to block with his staff. Barrett roared, his armed, color-covered fist blasting towards the side of the light beam, trying to deflect it, but the beam was too fast. His fist wind only brushed the edge. Wald was even more out of reach. Just as that devastating golden beam was about to pierce through the bone dragon's spine along with Constantine on it. At this critical moment, Constantine, who had remained motionless like a statue at the dragon's head, moved. He didn't even turn around, simply raising his right hand casually, fingers clenched, and threw a punch towards the incoming light-speed laser. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only an extremely condensed, terrifying armed color, flowing like dark red flames, instantly wrapping around the edge of his fist. The Conqueror's Haki is not merely a form of armed color. It embodies a will of supremacy, a resolve to crush everything. Boom! The dark red force of the Conqueror's punch collided fiercely with the golden laser beam in midair, less than 10 meters away from the skull of the bone dragon. There was no stalemate. A wave of destructive energy erupted like a nuclear explosion. The visible circular shockwave instantly swept across a range of thousands of meters, creating a massive pit on the sea surface. The dazzling gold and red light engulfed that area. The enormous body of the bone dragon was violently pushed back by this terrifying shockwave, emitting a painful, soul-wrenching scream. And its bony wings flapped wildly just to barely stabilize itself without disintegrating. Barrett, Raidfield, and Wall were also shaken by the shockwave, their blood surging, staggering back, their faces filled with shock. They were not shocked that Constantine had blocked the full-force attack of an admiral. They all questioned themselves at their peak state, each having ways to either take the hit or evade. What truly made them and Kizuru feel a chill run down their spines was Constantine's unbelievable reaction speed and the rapidity with which he condensed his power. Light speed attack. From the moment Kizuru raised his hand to the explosion of the laser, it was almost instantaneous. Constantine not only accurately captured the attack trajectory, but also completed a series of actions, turning, gathering strength, intertwining the top-tier Conqueror's Haki, and punching back. In that fleeting moment, his speed of reaction, The quickness of power condensation and the exquisite control over his own haki reached a nearly superhuman level. This was not something that could be explained by mere physical speed. It required a combat intuition that bordered on precognition and an absolute mastery over power, as if it were an extension of oneself. Chapter 13. Gaps in Thought. Strange interference ability. Are you kidding me? Kizaru's eyes behind his sunglasses widened in shock, his lewd expression completely replaced by horror. He was light. A light-speed attack was actually blocked head-on by the opponent. Who on earth is this excessively young guy? A strong sense of absurdity and immense danger instantly engulfed him. Danger. Extreme danger. He had to end this quickly. Kizaru suppressed the tumult in his heart, his body transforming into golden light to create distance. Countless golden laser beams shot out from his fingertips like a torrential downpour. This time, the target was not just the bone dragon, but covered everyone on the dragoness back, not seeking to kill, but to disrupt and force, while also looking for a chance to completely destroy the bone dragon, as long as they fell into the sea. However, just as Kizaru was moving at high speed and rapidly devising his next attack strategy, buzz, an indescribable, bone-chilling sense of crisis pierced through Kizaru's brain like a physical ice pick. The shadow of death enveloped him in an instant. The hairs all over Kizaru's body stood on end. He didn't even have time to think, purely relying on the combat instincts honed through countless life-and-death battles. Forcibly shifting his body to the side in an elemental state. Swish! A pitch-black, silent bone blade, wrapped in the condensed armed color haki, brushed against Kizaru's slightly illusory golden body, slicing through with a fierce strike. In a moment of life and death, Kizaru's terrifying reaction played a crucial role. A strand of golden photon hair was silently severed, scattering in the air. Cold sweat instantly soaked Kizaru's back. He turned around abruptly, his pupils constricting. Constantine's figure, he didn't know when, had silently appeared less than 5 meters beside him in the void. Those icy blue pupils coldly gazed at him, as if assessing a lamb to be slaughtered. In his hand was a pitch-black bone blade extending from pale bone spikes, the blade still radiating a chilling, cutting energy. When did this happen? A storm surged in Kizaru's heart. This is impossible. His speed could not possibly exceed light. How could the opponent accurately predict and appear in this position the moment he elementally moved? And he had no awareness of it. The immense shock caused Kizaru's movements to exhibit an extremely subtle delay. Constantine did not give him any opportunity to breathe. Almost at the moment the bone blade slashed through empty air, his clenched left fist was already hurled out, the dark red conqueror's haki like burning flames, entwined around the fist covered with top-tier armed color. This punch contained power refined to the extreme, yet it harbored terrifying might capable of shattering mountains and shaking seas. The target was directly aimed at Kizaru's core, which had not yet fully solidified after his elemental transformation. Conqueror's punch shatters the void. Boom! Unable to evade, unable to fully elementalize and dissipate the force, Kizaru could only cross his arms in front of him, covering himself with the strongest armed color haki. The terrifying might mixed with a will of the conqueror that crushes everything slammed down on Kizaru's arms. Crack! The painful sound of bone fracturing faintly echoed. Puffed! Kizaru spat out a mouthful of blood, his golden body like a battleship traveling at full speed crashing head-on, instantly transforming into a dazzling golden meteor, plummeting towards the vast sea at a terrifying speed exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. Boom! Just as he was about to hit the sea's surface, Kizaru, relying on his terrifying reaction ability, quickly refracted and shot up into the sky. Close call. He almost crashed into the sea first. Disheveled. Unprecedentedly disheveled. But at this moment, the intense pain in his body was far less than the shock and chill within his heart. Twice, in such a short time, he had suffered the same loss from the same person twice. Both times, in a moment of thinking and formulating tactics. He was attacked by the opponent as if they were a ghost. Thought is the gap of thought. Kizaru suddenly raised his head, staring intently at the young figure on the bone dragon above, who had regained his footing as if he had never moved. his eyes bursting with terrifying brilliance. He finally understood. The opponent's speed did not surpass light speed. He could not predict the trajectory of light speed movement. The problem lay in his own thinking. Whenever he rapidly thought, analyzed the battle situation, and formulated tactics in that brief moment, his mind was highly focused yet produced gaps in thought. The opponent's strange ability would seize the opportunity. It was as if it could interfere with or even temporarily delay his thought reactions, causing him, in that moment, to experience an extremely subtle yet potentially fatal delay in perception and reaction speed to the outside world. The opponent utilized this minuscule delay, combined with their own terrifying speed and spatial mobility, to execute that seemingly teleportation-like ambush. What ability can interfere with thought and affect reaction? Kizaru felt a bone-chilling coldness. This ability, unheard of, it was simply a nightmare for top-tier powerhouses. In the rapidly changing top-level battles, even a 1 second delay in thought could determine life and death. Looking at the bone dragon's back, besides Constantine remaining calm, Barrett's eyes burned with bloodthirsty battle intent. Radefield's gaze was heavy and contemplative. Wald excitedly licked his lips, while Magellan remained silent like the most loyal dead thing, guarding Kizaru's heart, which sank to the bottom. 3 legendary pirates whose states were unknown but whose power was terrifying. One whose stance was unclear, controlled by strange means, the director of Impelled Down. Plus, a terrifying leader with the ability to interfere with thought, unfathomable strength, and a mysterious identity. Such a combination was racing towards the already heated battle at Marineford, where high-end combat power was stretched thin. The consequences were unimaginable. Kizaru completely abandoned the thought of continuing the fight and stopping the opponent. He was not afraid of death, but he realized that staying here would not only fail to stop the opponent, but might instead lead to being ensnared or even heavily injured by the opponent's thought interference ability. The urgent task is to quickly report everything that has happened here, especially the terrifying abilities of that mysterious young man and the bizarre state of Magellan, back to Marineford. Let the warlord of the Sengoku and all the senior naval officers prepare in advance for this terrifying variable that could overturn the situation. It seems I have to go back and deliver the news. Kizaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze cold and serious behind his sunglasses. He took one last deep look at the young figure on the dragon skull, as if to engrave his appearance deep into his soul. The next moment, a surge of golden light erupted. Kizaru's body transformed into a dazzling beam of light, his speed pushed to the limit, without any hesitation or reluctance. He turned direction and sped towards the battlefield of Marineford, like a true meteor of light, fleeing at full speed. The speed was so fast that it left a brief golden afterimage behind. He got away. Bondewald spat in reluctance. Ladefield looked towards the direction where Kizaru had disappeared and said slowly, "He understands that reporting back is wiser than fighting here to the death. Not a single Marine admiral is a fool." Barrett crossed his arms and stared intensely at Constantine. That mental interference just now? Interesting ability. Constantine did not answer, merely gazing calmly at the horizon where Kizaru had vanished, in the depths of his eerie blue pupils, as if cold flames were burning. "Accelerate." He calmly uttered 2 words. The blood-and-flesh dragon beneath him let out a low roar. The broken bony wings flapped vigorously. The viscous blood and flesh accelerated their repair under life energy. Carrying 5 terrifying beings who had stirred up an era, they tore through the sky, steadfastly heading towards the already boiling battlefield of Marineford, at full speed. Chapter 14. The Evil King Returns to the World. Kizaru Pallisolino pushed his speed to the limit, transforming into a golden meteor that tore through the sky, racing desperately towards Marineford. Only after completely shaking off the blood-and-flesh dragon and its terrifying aura far behind the distant horizon did he dare to slightly reduce his speed. Breathing heavily as he pulled out the highest-level encrypted transponder snail from his pocket. His fingers trembled slightly. He was genuinely scared. That monster named Constantine, with his ability to silently interfere with thoughts, launching deadly ambushes during the gaps of contemplation like a maggot in the bone, had even caused this light-speed man, who stood at the pinnacle of the world, to have a strong stress response. He couldn't help but glance back, fearing that ghostly figure might reappear by his side. Fortunately, in terms of speed, he could not surpass light. Kizaru confirmed with lingering fear, forcing himself to calm down. The internal injuries from the 2 strikes still ached faintly. But what hurt more was the humiliation of being toyed with. After 2 strikes, even the Shining Man was a bit stressed. What he didn't know was that Constantine's method was indeed, as Kizaru described, it was precisely to interfere with his thoughts. This ability was actually a power mastered by Constantine after awakening the fruit of life. Within a specific range, Constantine could interfere with the brain domains of living beings. And to a certain extent, he could easily turn ordinary people into his slaves with just a thought. He called this King's authority. Of course, there are limitations. For ordinary people, he could manipulate them at will. However, the more resolute a person's will, the less effective this interference becomes. For someone at Kizaru's level of top combat power, it was basically impossible for him to lose his mind under conscious conditions. This King's authority could only serve as an auxiliary role in battle, catching the enemy off guard. For example, interfering with the opponent's thoughts at a crucial moment to create an opening. However, even in battles between top-tier powerhouses, a mere 1 second of gap or opening can be fatal. Kizaru being hit twice didn't mean he was weak. It was just because Constantine's ability was too terrifying and bizarre. As long as Kizaru was a normal being, he would inevitably fall within the realm of life power. And for Kizaru, who only got hit twice by the King's authority, being able to react through terrifying combat intuition proved that his strength was absolutely not lacking. Magellan, for instance, was indeed enslaved by Constantine's King's authority. Why did he pierce Magellan's forehead? It was to destroy the opponent's consciousness, leaving only their life and fruit ability. This was something he could only achieve after awakening the fruit of life. He dialed the direct line to the Holy Land, Mariewa. This is Paulisolino. His voice was unprecedentedly serious, devoid of any of his usual languor. Target, impelled down, confirmed to be experiencing a high-level catastrophic event. Confirm if impelled down Director Magellan is in a state of extreme abnormality, suspected to be completely controlled by some unknown means, losing self-awareness. With a penetrating wound on his forehead, the original 6th-layer prisoners, Douglas Barrett, Bartholomew Ladefield, and Bondewald have been released, confirmed to have joined the enemy camp. He paused, his gaze grave behind his sunglasses. The key figure, an unidentified young male, approximately 30 years old, with long black hair and a height of about 4 meters, suspected to be the enemy leader. His abilities are extremely bizarre and dangerous. Preliminary judgment suggests a terrifying ability to interfere with thoughts or delay reactions. I suffered 2 heavy blows from him, both due to being ambushed by this ability at the moment of formulating tactics. Extremely fast, very strong, with a high degree of mastery over Conqueror's Haki. Magellan's abnormal state is very likely also related to this person. Currently, the 5 of them are riding a massive bone dragon forcibly fused from the flesh and bones of tens of thousands of prisoners, racing at full speed towards Marineford. Estimated arrival time is soon. Repeat, target threat level far exceeds that of the Whitebeard pirates, requesting highest level instructions. On the other end of the transponder snail, there was a dead silence among the powers. The prolonged silence was so heavy it almost crushed the air. Gorsi? Kizaru tentatively inquired, having keenly sensed the unusual gravity from the other side. Finally, an old and weary voice emerged, carrying a weight Kizaru had never heard before. Along with a hint of barely perceptible fear, the evil King Constantine has ultimately awakened. The evil King Constantine. Kizaru's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. This name was like a key, instantly unlocking the top secret files that he had access to as an admiral, buried in the darkest corners of history. Fragmented pieces of information crazily pieced together in his mind. A terrifying overlord who rose nearly half a century ago, establishing a vast empire with iron blood and destruction. Occupying nearly a quarter of the New World's territory, with a bounty exceeding 6 billion berries, bombed the Holy Land Mariewa, slaughtered the celestial dragons, igniting a world-encompassing war. The world government expended unimaginable costs, mobilizing half the world's armies to completely annihilate his forces. His personal file was secretly detained, marked at the end, secretly executed. What a joke! Kizaru nearly yelled into the transponder snail, almost cursing. A surge of absurdity and anger at being deceived welled up within him. As the file clearly stated, he was already dead. Why didn't the world government find a way to completely destroy this monster? They actually left him alive. He could almost imagine whose handiwork created the hellish scene in Impelled Down. Chapter 15. The Temptation of Immortality, a 50-year conspiracy. Among the powers, the Gorosei were grim-faced. Their inner turmoil no less than Kizaru's. They certainly knew the reason. Damn it, the life-extending substance extracted from Constantine's blood by the scientific department. A divine gift that can create longevity potions. It has driven countless dying celestial dragons mad, even allowing a celestial dragon elder suffering from a terminal illness to live an extra 10 years. It was this irresistible temptation that led them to withstand the calls for the complete destruction of Constantine back then, secretly imprisoning it as a material. Until later, when the potion's effects wore off, they gradually forgot. At this moment, the 5 elders were suddenly awakened with horror. This so-called life-extending substance may very well have been a carefully designed, life-saving trap by Constantine from the very beginning. A massive conspiracy woven from the abilities of the fruit of life, targeting the greedy nature of the upper echelons of the world government. All of them have been toyed with by this king of evil for decades. Enough, Borsellino. Admiral Sakazuki forcibly suppressed his rage, his voice icy and piercing. There's no need to mention the past. Now, you must immediately return to Marineford at full speed. Weit beeilt musti. The execution of Fire Fist must be completed. At the same time, gather all possible forces and prepare to confront Constantine and his followers. The world government will immediately dispatch the most elite team and necessary reinforcements. Remember, the threat of Constantine takes priority over everything. He must not be allowed to gain a foothold on the battlefield. The order was like an ice pick, carrying an undeniable intent to kill. Borsellino took a deep breath, suppressing all distractions. Understood. The golden light surged again, rushing towards the war-torn Marineford at maximum speed. Marineford? Marshal's office. Sengoku's expression was beyond difficult to describe. It was a mixture of shock, rage, and a cold despair following the revelation of a massive conspiracy. He had just received a report from Borsellino and the final orders from the 5 elders through a secure line. The king of evil, Constantine. Sengoku squeezed out this name through clenched teeth, as if it were stained with blood. He slammed his fist down on the sturdy wooden desk, shattering the solid surface. Bastard! 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 He growled softly, not because of the pressure from Whitebeard, but because of the damned concealment by the world government. How could such a level of time bomb be buried at the lowest level of Impelled Down for decades? Because of a group of selfish and greedy nobles. The entire world could once again fall into endless warfare. The orders from the 5 elders were clear and cold. Execute Ace in advance. In the core objective of the war. Free up hands and, at all costs, confront the impending, even more terrifying threat of Constantine. Sengoku's gaze locked onto the figure on the execution platform, bound by sea stone chains, head bowed, Portgas the Ace. The son of Pirate King Roger, the fuse of this war. Executing him in advance meant that the originally planned strategy of luring out the main forces of the Whitebeard pirates using Ace and annihilating them would be completely ruined. The Whitebeard pirates would likely choose to retreat after Ace's death, and the Navy would lose the opportunity to achieve a decisive victory. However, compared to Constantine and the monsters around him, the Whitebeard pirates had become a secondary threat. Sengoku struggled internally, his gaze sweeping over his old comrade Garp, who was silently clenching his fists, nails digging deep into his palms. He saw the pain and struggle almost spilling from Garp's eyes. "I'm sorry, Garp," Sengoku silently thought, his expression suddenly turning resolute. As the fleet admiral, he bore the order of the entire world structure. Personal feelings must give way to absolute rationality. "Messenger." Sengoku suddenly turned, his voice as cold as steel. Immediately cut off all external video snail broadcasts. Silence all communications. The order was swiftly executed. On the battlefield, the massive screens broadcasting the battle to the world instantly turned to static. This sudden change brought silence to the entire chaotic battlefield. Whether it was the Navy and pirates engaged in combat, or the world nobles observing from the high platform, they all looked in shock towards the execution platform. Just then, Sengoku's voice echoed throughout the bay, through the loudspeaker snail, like a cold death knell, resounding. Due to an unexpected high-level threat outside the battlefield, it has been decided to execute Fire Fist Ace in advance. Execute the death penalty immediately. Boom! The entire Marineford Bay felt as if a heavy bomb had been dropped. What? Execution in advance. Ace. The pirates erupted into a thunderous roar, mixed with despair and anger. Sengoku. On the execution platform, Garp suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, letting out a beast-like low growl. His large body shaking violently with anger and pain. But his feet were rooted to the ground, not moving. Below the execution platform, Luffy, who was fighting fiercely, blanked out the moment he heard this, then erupted into a heart-wrenching cry. Ace! Stop it! He crazily rushed towards the execution platform, his rubber body stretching recklessly, but was too far. Countless Navy soldiers surged forward like a tide to block him. Old man, Marco, Jothu, and other captains of the Whitebeard pirates' eyes were bloodshot, desperately rushing towards the execution platform. On the execution platform, two executioners holding long spears. Under the cold gaze of Admiral Sengoku, despite being shocked, military orders were like mountains. They abruptly raised the heavy spears in their hands. The sharp spear tips glinting with the cold light of death in the sunlight, aimed at Ace's unguarded back. Ace lifted his head, looking at the countless comrades fighting for him below, at the crying Luffy, at the distant ship where that mountain-like figure stood. Tears blurred his vision. But the corners of his mouth curled into a relieved smile. I'm sorry, everyone. Luffy, goodbye. Ace. Luffy's cry echoed across the skies, just as the spear tips were about to fall in a critical moment. Kuaha! A laugh that seemed capable of shattering the heavens and shaking the seas erupted like thunder from the bow of the Moby Dick. The laughter contained endless anger and an overwhelming dominance. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, moved. His massive body, like a mountain, suddenly took a step forward. The bow of the Moby Dick sank dramatically underfoot. The huge Naginata, Songyun Xia, was lifted single-handedly, its tip pointing straight at the execution platform. Sengoku. Whitebeard's roar drowned out all the chaos on the battlefield. What do you want to do to my son? Boom! Whitebeard tightened his grip on Songyun Xia, suddenly slashing towards Marineford Harbor. There was no slash wave, but an invisible, terrifying force capable of distorting space erupted instantly. Crack! The deafening sound of shattering echoed through heaven and earth. The solid crescent-shaped harbor wall of Marineford, under the terrifying shockwave of Whitebeard's furious strike, was torn apart from the middle like fragile glass, creating a massive crack hundreds of meters long, unfathomably deep. The seawater surged in wildly. The earth mourned. You bastards! Whitebeard's massive body leaped down from the bow, crashing into the battlefield gap he had cleaved open like a meteor. He leaned on Songyun Xia, standing at the edge of the crack, his white captain's coat billowing in the fierce wind, his gaze like burning lava, sweeping across the entire battlefield. I'm coming to save Ace. The world's strongest man has stepped onto the battlefield. Chapter 16. The war intensifies. In the shadows of Marineford headquarters, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, along with his newly recruited thugs, lay in wait like a lurking snake. They rushed and hurried, finally arriving at the edge of the battlefield as the situation became stalemated. Yet Blackbeard's heart felt as if it had been soaked in the deepest darkness of Level 6 of Impel Down, heavy and weighed down, shrouded in an inescapable shadow. The young, indifferent face of Constantine, along with the scene of the entire level turned into a blood prison, pricked at his nerves like a cold needle. He forced out his signature laughter, but it was extremely dry. The good show was finally about to begin. He licked the gaps of his missing teeth. his eyes fixed on the distant white figure on the Marineford battlefield, his father, Whitebeard. It should have been a moment of satisfaction, waiting to reap the rewards. But a strong sense of unease was crazily growing within him. He felt that something worse, something beyond his control, was happening. Just then, a blinding golden light shot back from the direction of Impel Down, like a meteor, fast enough to make one's heart race. Kizaru, Blackbeard's pupils contracted. That direction was definitely Impel Down. He had just left when a Marine admiral was urgently dispatched from such a large-scale battlefield, only because he took away a few prisoners. Absolutely impossible. There must have been a shocking change at Impel Down after he left. That old monster. Blackbeard gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What could make the Marines risk shaking the battlefield at Marineford to send an admiral to investigate, if not Constantine? He felt like he was dancing on the edge of a knife. His originally perfect plan had been forcibly shoved into an unpredictable and terrifying variable. In the center of the battlefield, Sengoku's roar echoed through the transponder snail. Immediately execute port gas D, ace. The command was cold and ruthless, carrying a sense of desperation forced into a corner. What? The shadowy Blackbeard was startled. Advance execution? This completely disrupted the Marine's own plan to surround and assist. Has Sengoku gone mad? Unless he felt a greater threat approaching. Blackbeard's heart raced. Increasingly convinced that the pressure brought by Constantine had made the world government and the Marines feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. He viciously glared at Whitebeard, silently screaming in his heart, "Father, why aren't you dead yet? Hurry up and die. Give me your power. Now, immediately." He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, fearing any further changes. However, his new crew members were watching like it was a monkey show. What a bloody feast it was. Shiryu licked his lips, his crimson eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Feast. The two words felt like a burning iron brand, instantly shocking Blackbeard. He abruptly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Shiryu, his eyes seemingly ready to devour him. The silent, hellish scene of Level 6 of Impel Down, where flesh and blood were devoured, surged into his mind. The banquet of kings that Constantine spoke of. Shiryu was caught off guard by Blackbeard's sudden fierce gaze, feeling a chill down his back, instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword. He couldn't understand what was wrong with his captain. On the battlefield, Whitebeard moved. The order for an advance execution completely enraged him. Kula-la-la-la. Sengoku, what do you want to do to my son? Amidst the deafening laughter, the strongest man in the world stepped off the Moby Dick. The massive Naginata, Sumu no Kiri, slashed through the air. Boom! The solid barrier of the Crescent Bay of Marineford was torn apart like fragile glass in an instant under Whitebeard's furious strike, creating a massive crack hundreds of meters long. The sea rushed in, and the earth groaned. Whitebeard stood at the edge of the fissure like a god of war, leaning on his blade. Boys, let's rescue Ace. Admiral Akainu moved. Inu no mi. Mago no. The magma dog, a hellhound of destruction, lunged at Whitebeard with the heat to incinerate everything and a will to destroy. Boom! Sumu no Kiri collided violently with the magma hellhound. A terrifying shockwave swept across the battlefield. The collision of magma and the force of the impact obliterated everything. The entire Marine headquarters shook violently. Yes, fight, kill him. In the shadows, Blackbeard was so excited he nearly jumped up, his fists clenched, silently cheering for Akainu. For the first time in his life, he felt such a strong liking for a Marine admiral. Akainu did not disappoint. He precisely targeted the penetrating wound left by the Great Vortex Spider's sneak attack on Whitebeard. The moment of instant rigidity triggered by the fierce battle. Now's the time. Inunaka no Hokai. Akainu's right arm transformed into a roaring lava giant dog, striking Whitebeard with volcanic fury. Bang! The searing magma met the tough flesh, producing a painful burning sound. Whitebeard's iconic crescent mustache and part of his cheek were violently struck, torn apart, and melted away before everyone's horrified eyes. Flesh burned and blackened, white smoke rising. A massive, hideous wound appeared on the face of the strongest man in the world. Father! Marco's eyes widened, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. "Father!" On the execution platform, Ace was in tears, crying out in despair. "Kula la la la!" Blackbeard almost laughed out loud in the shadows, trembling with excitement. "It's done. Such a wound. Even Father can't hold on for long. It's almost time. My tremor fruit." The Marines' morale soared. The pirates felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. However, a new variable emerged. Just like in the original, Garp ultimately couldn't be truly ruthless to his own grandson. The hero of the Marines was knocked down in one punch. Sengoku's mouth twitched. Could the idiot Garp not act more seriously? Even letting go was done so poorly. But I want to show mercy. Amidst the chaos on the execution platform, the Golden Buddha crushed everything. Fleet Admiral Sengoku took action personally. The destructive power of the Buddha's shockwave engulfed Ace and Luffy. In a critical moment, Luffy braced against the impact with his rubber balloon, while the soldier disguised as an executioner finally seized the one opportunity. Candle wall key. The Sea Prism stone handcuffs were unlocked. "Ace!" Luffy's ecstatic shout echoed across the battlefield. Fire Fist, Ace broke free from his restraints. The fire of freedom soared into the sky. Chapter 17, The Death of Ace. It succeeded. The pirates' despair instantly turned into a sea of joy. Their morale erupted like a volcano. Kulalala. Whitebeard, with his grotesque wound, let out a hearty laugh. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally come. The terrifying shockwave power accumulated in his left fist erupted violently, like a volcano suppressed for millennia at the moment Akainu was slightly distracted by the sudden change behind him. K10. Boom! The condensed shockwave sphere slammed into Akainu's side. It felt as if space was distorted and shattered under that punch. Puffed. Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying back like being hit by a speeding battleship, tumbling like a cannonball. The shockwave continuously rolled and bounced along the ground. The terrifying aftershocks of the earthquake spread wildly across the ice, collapsing the ground near Akainu's landing point. Along with the thick ice, a bottomless massive crack was torn open. Akainu's figure instantly disappeared into the darkness of the abyss. "Father, you're magnificent!" The pirates erupted in cheers. The reversal seemed to be right before their eyes. "Damn it!" Blackbeard stomped his foot anxiously in the shadows. "Akainu, you fool. Don't drop the ball." A flash of golden light. Kizaru Borsalino's figure appeared before Whitebeard like a ghost. His face no longer bore any trace of his usual lewdness. Only cold killing intent remained. Amaterasu no Tachi. The golden giant sword of light instantly condensed, emitting a piercing scream that tore through space as it slashed towards the massive body of Whitebeard. At the same time, a bone-chilling cold erupted from behind Whitebeard. Admiral Akiji Kazan had quietly approached without anyone noticing. An icy phoenix, carrying the extreme cold that freezes everything, viciously pecked at Whitebeard's back. The two admirals launched a pincer attack. The timing was impeccable. Boom! Crack! The golden light and the ice struck simultaneously. The deafening explosion and the sound of shattering ice echoed through the air. Whitebeard's massive body was caught between two terrifying forces, his movements instantly stiffening. Dad! Ace, who had just escaped, watched this scene with his heart in pieces. Without hesitation, he erupted in blazing flames, charging towards the center of the battlefield like a meteor. He was going to support Dad. "Ace, don't come over." But Whitebeard suddenly changed his expression. As if he had realized something, he shouted loudly, trying to stop him. Just as Ace was rushing towards Whitebeard, a rumbling sound erupted. A dark red column of lava, several meters in diameter, erupted violently from the ground between Ace and Luffy, like a fountain from hell, without any warning. It shot up into the sky. It was Akainu. He hadn't died at all. After taking a punch from Whitebeard and falling into the abyss, he actually used the power of the magma fruit to melt a passage through the rock layers, accurately locking onto Ace's position. The target of the lava column was none other than the just freed, emotionally stirred Fire Fist Ace. And behind him, the exhausted, almost unconscious Straw Hat Luffy. As a pure soldier, Akainu always remembered the core element of this war, The source of evil must be eradicated. Hellhound! Akainu's figure emerged from the erupting lava. His right fist transformed into a magma hellhound, rushing towards Luffy's back with the intent to burn everything. Capture the thief by first capturing the king. Kill Fire Fist by cutting off his support. The son of Revolutionary Dragon was also a source of evil that must be erased. Luffy. Ace's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpricks. He saw it clearly. Akainu's target was his brother. The brother who risked his life to save him. His body moved faster than his thoughts. Without a second thought, Ace exerted all his strength, turned sharply, and opened his arms like a burning firewall, unhesitatingly blocking in front of Luffy. He firmly protected his brother behind his not-so-wide back. BFFF. The scalding, thick, sulfurous-smelling magma fist penetrated Ace's chest without any obstruction. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All the noise of battle, the shouts, and the explosions seemed to be muted. The scorching lava burned through Ace's Whitebeard pirate's tattoo on his chest, burned through his flesh, burned through his bones. The molten rock even splattered out of the massive wound on Ace's chest, dripping on Luffy's dazed face with a hissing sound. Ace's body trembled violently as he looked down at the terrifying, charred, smoking void in his chest. He could feel his life draining away with the scalding blood and shattered organs flowing from that hole. His body strength was instantly sapped. He struggled to lift his head and looked at Akainu, who was so close, with a cold and merciless face. Then, slowly, he used the last bit of his strength to turn his head and look at his brother behind him, who was completely stunned, his pupils unfocused. The lava burns on Luffy's face were smoking, but he felt nothing, just staring blankly at the massive blood hole in Ace's chest that he could see through to the swaying pirate flag behind him. Luffy. Ace's voice was extremely weak, bubbling with blood. He tried to force a smile, but the attempt pulled at his fatal wound, and the intense pain twisted his face. But there was no pain in his eyes, only endless apology, tenderness, and relief. I'm sorry. Ace's body began to slide down helplessly, unable to see you achieve your dream. Ace. Luffy's voice trembled uncontrollably, as if he did not recognize the person in front of him. He looked at the horrifying hole in Ace's chest, at the blood continuously pouring from the corner of Ace's mouth, at the light in Ace's eyes rapidly dimming. Ace! A heart-wrenching cry, surpassing the limits of human despair, erupted violently from Luffy's throat. That sound penetrated the frozen time, cut through the chaos of the battlefield, carrying a grief so immense it could change the color of the heavens and earth, crashing heavily into everyone's hearts. Ace's body fell heavily onto the cold, shattered ice surface. The massive penetrating wound on his chest was charred, the edges still retaining dark red magma, with wisps of blue smoke rising. He stared with open eyes, his pupils completely unfocused, reflecting the gray sky of Marineford. The corners of his mouth still held a trace of a frozen, unfinished, tender smile for his brother and all his loving family. The world fell silent. All that remained was Luffy's heart-wrenching, desperate cries, echoing lonely across the desolate battlefield, like a wounded cub. In the shadows, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach watched Ace's fallen body, saw Luffy's collapse and cries, and witnessed Whitebeard's momentary stillness, which then erupted into a terrifying aura of grief and rage. He grinned, revealing his toothless smile, silently, yet immensely satisfied. Finally dead for good. My dear captain. His eyes sparkled with greedy and fervent light, fixated on the distant white figure that, though injured, still stood tall. Next up is your turn, my dear old man. Chapter 18. The Blackbeard Pirates officially appear. Ace's body lay quietly on the cold ice surface, the huge void in his chest still emitting blue smoke. Straw Hat Luffy collapsed beside his brother's corpse, his eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth. His body completely collapsing from extreme grief and the unconscious eruption of Conqueror's Haki, falling into deep shock. His heart-wrenching cries seemed to drain all his life force. The deathly silence of the battlefield was shattered by Whitebeard Edward Newgate's roar, filled with suppressed, endless sorrow. Protect Ace's brother and retreat. This roar was like thunder, awakening the pirates shrouded in despair. Ace had used his life to protect his brother, and he could not let him die here too. This was Ace's final wish. Protect Luffy. Marco, holding back tears, transformed into a blue flame phoenix, the first to charge towards Luffy. Jinbei, the Fishman King, Jozu, Vista, and other captains followed closely, like wounded beasts, unleashing their final ferocity as they rushed towards Akainu, who was trying to continue attacking Luffy. Get away! Pirate scum! Akainu roared, swinging his magma fist violently. But Marco took the hit with his body. The flames and lava clashed violently. Kula-la-la-la. Whitebeard let out a thunderous laugh. Yet his laughter was filled with sorrow and determination. His massive body lunged forward, ignoring his severe injuries, the enormous Bicento, tusk of the clouds, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and earth, swung down towards the Marine headquarters building. Let all split apart. Boom! Crack! This time, it was no longer the harbor barrier. It was the entire surface of Marineford Square, with his strike that poured all his anger and strength into it. The hard ground was torn apart like a fragile cookie, instantly creating a deep abyss over 100 meters wide. The terrifying crack split the battlefield in two. The main forces of the Marines, the 3 admirals, and most of the 7 warlords were separated to one side, near the execution platform. The main force of the Whitebeard pirates, along with the unconscious Luffy and Ace's corpse, were separated on the other side, near the harbor exit. Old man. The pirates looked at the lone white figure, standing like a solitary peak on the other side of the abyss, letting out heart-wrenching cries. Whitebeard leaned on his weapon, the tremor sword, breathing heavily, blood continuously pouring from the wounds on his face and chest. He gazed at his sons on the opposite side who were crying out to rush over, and a complex yet resolute smile appeared on his bloodied face. You foolish sons. There are no ships left in this new world to carry me. Old man. Marco's eyes widened with fury as he desperately flapped his flaming wings, trying to fly over. This is the captain's order. Whitebeard roared, his voice like a final horn. Everyone, retreat immediately. He suddenly turned around, facing the 3 admirals and numerous Navy soldiers separated by the abyss, slamming his weapon heavily onto the ice, delivering his final declaration. Come on, let me be your opponent. To send off my sons. The 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, had extremely serious expressions. They felt the terrifying aura emanating from Whitebeard, burning with life, as if everything would be consumed. Quake! Whitebeard threw both fists forward, completely abandoning defense. The terrifying shockwave hurtled towards the area where the 3 admirals were located like a torrential rain. The space twisted violently, shattering. Ice, rock, even air were howling in agony. Boom! 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 The 3 admirals were forced to defend with all their might. Akainu's magma was dispersed, Kizaru's light sword shattered, and Akiji's ice wall was instantly covered in cracks. The violent shockwave forced all 3 of them, along with the surrounding Navy soldiers, to stagger back. Even being thrown into the air, with his own strength, he temporarily suppressed the 3 highest combat powers of the Navy. This was the last, most brilliant light emitted by the world's strongest man at the end of his life. Borsellino. As Akainu stabilized himself, he shouted at Kizaru, "Forget about Whitebeard. Go after those fleeing pirates. Leave none alive." Kizaru's eyes behind his sunglasses flickered for a moment, without further ado. In a flash of golden light, his body transformed into a beam of light, ignoring the abyss's barrier, and flew directly towards the direction the pirates were retreating. The target was the unconscious Luffy, being carried by Jinbei. "Marco, stop him!" Jozu shouted. Marco transformed into a phoenix, charging toward that beam of golden light with a desperate will. Just when everyone's attention was drawn to Whitebeard's last explosion and Kizaru's pursuit. A distinctive, endless laugh filled with pride and ambition erupted suddenly from the shadows at the battlefield's flank. A bloated figure rushed out like a ghost. The speed was astonishing. The target was none other than Whitebeard, who had just expended himself and was in a brief state of exhaustion. Dark water. Marshal Ditich. Blackbeard. His outstretched palm instantly turned into a dark vortex of consuming light. With a strange suction, fiercely slamming into Whitebeard's unguarded back. Boom! A muffled sound. Whitebeard's massive body trembled violently. The wound on his chest, already caved in, instantly ripped open wider. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He staggered forward, barely managing to hold himself up with his weapon. Turning around sharply, his eyes burning with flames, fixed on the ugly, triumphant face filled with betrayal. Teach! Whitebeard roared from the depths of his throat. Endless rage and killing intent manifested. Only you, the traitor who betrayed his family, who caused Sachi's death, indirectly leading to Ace's demise. Absolutely unforgivable. Ha ha ha. Old man, long time no see. Blackbeard spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world. With no hint of guilt on his face, only raw greed and madness. Don't look at me like that. I used to admire you a lot. What a pity. You really are getting old. So old that you can't even protect your own son. This sea needs a new king. It needs my power, Marshal D, teach to rule. You clearly knew that if you spoke, Sachi would definitely give you that fruit. Whitebeard's voice was cold as ice, each word carrying bone-deep hatred. You coveted the power of that fruit, so you slaughtered your comrades. This is your ambition. Ambition? Ha ha! Blackbeard laughed even more wildly. This is destiny. The power that is destined to belong to me. Sachi was just unlucky. He happened to be the one who obtained the dark fruit. What can I do? There was not a trace of guilt in his eyes, just as Whitebeard had said. He knew that if he spoke, there was an 80 chance Sachi would give it to him, and this Blackbeard himself admitted. However, even if there was only a 20 chance that Sachi would not give it, that was intolerable for Blackbeard. He had endured for so many years. Absolutely could not afford that 20 chance. So he would not gamble, even if it meant killing his best partner on the ship, the one who always thought of him. The one who made him delicious food, Sachi. To achieve great things, one can even kill their closest kin. This was Blackbeard's philosophy. No, it was his belief. He suddenly waved his hand. Guys, it's our turn to take the stage. Let the world see who the true rulers of the new era are. With Blackbeard's mad roar, Shiryu of the Rain, the tyrant Pizarro, the giant battleship San Juan Wolf, the hunter Katarina Devon, the drunken barrel Baschote, the grim Reaper Poison, the fighting champion Bajak, and the supersonic Van Augur, a group of thugs recruited from level 6 of Impel Down, with grins rushed out from the shadows, surrounding the severely injured Whitebeard. Chapter 19. The King of Evil descends on the battlefield. Hee. At the edge of the battlefield, Doflamingo laughed uncontrollably, clapping madly, the strings trembling with excitement. Wonderful. So wonderful. Betrayal. Patricide. The prologue of the new era. This grand show is worth every penny. Moonlight Moria also let out a sinister laugh. Dracul Mihawk, holding his black sword Yoru, frowned slightly. The Empress looked at Blackbeard with disgust, but her gaze was more worried as she looked at Luffy, who was being held by Jinbei, appearing as if he had lost his soul. However, unlike in the original work, the Empress did not fall in love with Luffy. She was merely shocked by Luffy's act of knocking down the celestial dragons, which did not have the same impact as in the original. She admired Luffy's courage. But deep down, the legendary figure who supported her during her dark childhood, the King of Evil, Constantine, was her only belief. It was a legend passed among slaves, that once there was a mortal who slaughtered hundreds of celestial dragons with his sword. His infamous name remains a taboo among the celestial dragons. No one dares to mention it. This deeply hidden belief, the Empress had never mentioned to anyone, because she knew that name was a taboo for the entire world. Although Luffy's actions were shocking, they could not shake the admiration rooted in despair. Granny Nyan had confirmed the existence of Constantine, which made her even more fascinated by that legendary man. Therefore, regarding Luffy, she admired the courage of this young man, so she was willing to help him. But that was all. On the Navy's side, countless soldiers and officers stared dumbfounded at this sudden turn of events. Sengoku, standing on the broken execution platform ruins, looked at Whitebeard being besieged by the Blackbeard pirates, his eyes boiling with killing intent. It was this bastard. He opened Pandora's box of Impel Down, releasing that monster Constantine. He wished he could immediately order the 3 admirals to turn their guns and blow Blackbeard to smithereens. Wait for them to mutually destroy each other. Sengoku gritted his teeth, suppressing the immediate impulse to act, and tightened his fists. He must prioritize eliminating the root of this disaster. Teach. On the battlefield, the Blackbeard pirates launched a frenzied assault on the severely injured Whitebeard. Dark cavern. Blackbeard's darkness, like a viscous swamp, madly pulled and devoured Whitebeard's strength. Thunderstorm. Shiryu's blood-red longsword, with a piercing scream that tore through the air, struck fiercely towards Whitebeard's neck. Shockwave elbow. Burgess's massive fist, covered in hockey, slammed into Whitebeard's waist. Poison cloud. The sickly sweet poison waved its hand, unleashing a toxic purple mist towards Whitebeard. The evil king's ambush. The giant warship's colossal fist. And the countless deadly attacks from the Crescent Moon Hunter bombarded the swaying white figure at the center from all directions. Whitebeard swung his Tsungyun Chia, the shockwave erupting continuously, repelling and shattering the incoming attacks. Each swing of his sword, each shockwave, caused more blood to gush from the wounds on his chest. His movements grew slower, his breath weaker, yet the fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. He was not afraid of death, but as he looked at the bodies of his sons who had fallen due to his misjudgment, as he watched Luffy in the distance being pursued, his life uncertain, and the traitor before him who was about to gain his powers, an unprecedented sense of immense powerlessness and deep regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. Strong as he was, Whitebeard found that he was nearly exhausted of the strength to fight back and take these traitors down with him. His body was already riddled with wounds, on the verge of collapse. Squeezing out life? He had already stood at the end of his life, unable to draw out even a trace of potential. Whitebeard had indeed reached the darkest moment of his life. At that moment, a calm voice, devoid of any ripples and even carrying an ancient charm, pierced through the chaos of the battlefield. Shouts, killings, and explosions, clearly entering everyone's ears. Newgate, you really are in a pitiful state. The voice was not loud, yet it had a strange penetrating power, as if it resonated directly in the depths of their souls. The entire battlefield seemed to have been pressed on the pause button. The frenzied assault halted. The desperate resistance froze. Even the fierce battle between Marco and Kizuru in the distance came to an instant stop. Everyone, whether Navy or pirate, whether warlord or ordinary soldier, involuntarily looked up in the direction from which the voice came. In the sky, a gigantic, terrifying bone dragon, forcibly stitched together from countless grim bones and dark red flesh, flapped its broken bone wings, hovering above the Marineford battlefield. Sunlight streamed through the holes in the bone wings, casting mottled and eerie shadows. The nauseating smell of blood and the aura of death enveloped the entire battlefield like a tangible presence. The massive shadow of the bone dragon descended on the Navy headquarters square. Like dark clouds, it covered everyone's heads, supreme, evil, and sinister. On the bone dragon's hideous head stood 5 figures. At the forefront was a tall and slender young man, nearly 4 meters tall. He had long, thick black hair that hung down to his waist, a face so handsome it was almost otherworldly, pale skin, and wore a somewhat outdated yet exceptionally fitting black trench coat. What was most chilling were his deep blue eyes, as profound as millennia-old ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Only a kind of indifference that looked down on ants. He casually placed his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, eyes like a beast ready to pounce, with a grin of excitement. Bartholomew Kuma, the solitary red, his crimson pupils holding a hint of playful scrutiny as he elegantly leaned on a bat-like cane. Bondewald, the world destroyer, with pure destruction burning in his eyes, licking his cracked lips, and at the neck of the dragon, a tall, silent figure stood like the most loyal guard, Magellan. The blood hole piercing through his forehead was clearly visible, his gaze hollow and numb, exuding a faint deadly toxin. Yet it had no effect on the bone dragon or the young man before him. That's Director Magellan. Navy soldiers gasped in disbelief. Bullet, Ridefield, Wald. How could they be together? Marshal Sengoku's face instantly turned pale, his heart gripped as if by a cold hand. The worst fears had come true. That young man is him. The 3 admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizu, instantly fixed their gazes on the young figure at the head of the bone dragon. Feeling the unfathomable cold aura, their muscles tensed. Hey, what a terrifying aura. Doflamingo's smile froze, his threads twisting uneasily. Magellan's situation seems a bit off. Is he being controlled? Hawkeye Mihawk's sharp gaze swept over the blood hole on Magellan's forehead, his brow furrowing. In the center of the battlefield, surrounded by the Blackbeard pirates, drenched in blood and barely standing, Whitebeard also raised his head. When he saw the excessively young figure atop the bone dragon, a rare look of astonishment and gravity crossed his eyes, which burned with fury. Constantine? Whitebeard's deep voice carried a hint of uncertainty and distant memory. This name belonged to a terrifying legend that had almost been forgotten by time. On the head of the bone dragon, Constantine's deep blue eyes calmly scanned the battlefield below, which looked as small as ants, ultimately landing on Whitebeard's disheveled and tragic figure. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, that smile devoid of mockery or sympathy, only a near-divine indifference. Long time no see, Newgate. Constantine's voice remained calm, clearly reaching Whitebeard's ears, echoing on the silent battlefield. It seems 50 years have not been kind to you. His gaze swept over the horrific collapse on Whitebeard's chest and the grotesque lava wounds on his face, then glanced at the once laughing Blackbeard, whose expression stiffened at his arrival, as well as the distant cold corpse of Ace. Being betrayed by one son and watching another die before his eyes, such a sense of powerlessness must be painful, right? Constantine's voice, like cold venom, precisely pierced into the deepest wounds of Whitebeard's heart. Once the world's strongest, now he could only struggle like a trapped beast, waiting to be devoured. Whitebeard clenched his Tsongyun Xie, gasping heavily, not speaking, but fixating his gaze on Constantine. He could feel the cold, judgmental tone in the other's words. Constantine slowly raised a hand, pointing down at the Blackbeard pirates, who seemed like ants, and the surrounding navy, watching with hungry eyes. "Do you need me to help you clean up these annoying flies?" he asked casually, as if inquiring whether to help tidy up a room in exchange for your life. "Your last value, to me. How about it?" Chapter 20. Aging is the curse of the strong. The blood dragon tore through the clouds, flying at full speed towards the Marineford battlefield. The cold gale, carrying a strong smell of blood, swept over the garments of those on the dragon's back. They were less than 10 minutes away from the center of the battlefield. Constantine stood at the dragon's head, his deep blue pupils reflecting the distant scene of artillery fire. He suddenly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the three legendary pirates behind him, finally fixing on Ridefield and Wald. Leadfield, Wald, and Constantine's voices were calm and steady. It carried a strange, penetrating power. "I cannot fully fulfill my promise to restore your youth just yet." The two old monsters felt a tightness in their hearts. Leadfield's crimson pupils narrowed, and Wald instinctively clenched his fists. Aging was the source of their deepest fear and helplessness at that moment. Ordinary people slow down and become dull-minded due to aging, let alone those like them who once stood at the pinnacle of strength. Aging is the curse of the strong. It is an enemy that every strong person cannot avoid or conquer. However, there was one exception. Both of them fixed their gaze intensely on Constantine. A rare, faint smile appeared on Constantine's sculpted face. However, he changed the subject, asking if they would like to experience the feeling of returning to their youth for a brief moment. The word youth resonated like thunder in Leadfield and Wald minds. The elegance and composure that Leadfield maintained instantly crumbled, and his fingers gripping the bat staff turned white from exertion. Why did he join the alliance, endure Constantine's unfathomable pressure, and abandon his once despised obsession with the alliance? Was it not for the possibility of reversing time and regaining the peak of power? Every decline in power, every sense of sluggishness in his body, gnawed at his pride like a parasite. Wald was even more excited, trembling all over, his emaciated body almost unable to stand. Frozen for 30 years. Upon waking, he found himself transformed from a robust destroyer into a withered old man. The disparity, the anger of being ruthlessly mocked by time, nearly drove him mad. Regaining power? Regaining youth? This was a miracle he dared not even dream of. Even Barrett, who had been standing with crossed arms and coldly observing, suddenly fixed his sharp gaze on Constantine, though he was at his peak and had not yet tasted the bitterness of aging. This scene before him had surpassed his understanding of the abilities of the devil fruit. In simple terms, who can escape the passage of time? They could. Leadfield's voice trembled with suppressed excitement, and beneath his elegant exterior lay a volcanic desire. Let me feel that once-lost youth. I want it too, Wald shouted impatiently, fearing that the opportunity would slip away if he hesitated. Constantine's smile deepened, carrying a sense of control over fate. He made no unnecessary movements, simply raising his right hand casually. His long fingers glistened like jade under the dim light. In the next moment, two subtle sounds of air being pierced rang out almost simultaneously. Fast, so fast that it surpassed visual capture. Even Leadfield and Wald, such strong beings, could only see a blur before their eyes. Uft, uft. Two fingers like the most precise surgical knives and the deadliest stingers, effortlessly and accurately pierced the positions of their hearts. There was no splattering of blood, no sound of flesh tearing. Only a cold and immense life energy surged in like a flood from the fingertips. Leadfield and Wald's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. A chill rushed from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. It was too fast. If Constantine harbored murderous intent at this moment, that finger could penetrate their hearts and completely end their lives. In the face of absolute speed and power, their proud combat experience felt as fragile as paper. However, the anticipated excruciating pain did not come. Instead, it was an indescribable sensation, a tremor from the deepest part of life. Buzz. It was as if a volcano that had been silent for a millennium was ignited. An unimaginable feeling of heat erupted, centered around the pierced heart, instantly sweeping through their limbs and bones. Leadfield groaned, feeling that heart, slightly sluggish from aging, was injected with the most violent engine, beginning to beat wildly and powerfully. With every beat, it pumped out scalding, life-filled blood. The dried-up blood vessels, like withered trees in spring, greedily absorbed this surging vitality. His hunched back involuntarily straightened, and under the loose skin, the atrophied muscle fibers inflated like they were being pumped up, becoming resilient. The deep wrinkles on his face visibly smoothed out and disappeared. His murky eyes regained their sharpness like an eagle's, sparkling with long-lost brilliance. Wald let out an almost beast-like low growl. He felt an explosive power awakening within him. The lingering sickness and weakness from 30 years of being frozen melted away like snow. His skin became full and elastic again, and the withered arms bulged with knotted muscles, containing explosive strength. His hunched body was forcibly straightened by an unseen force, standing tall like a pine. The face, twisted by freezing and aging, now had all its wrinkles gone, its contours sharp, recovering the ferocity and dominance belonging to the world's destroyer. In just a few breaths, two legendary pirates, both over 70 and on the brink of death, had astonishingly transformed into figures around 30 years old. At the peak of their strength, on the back of the blood dragon, under Barrett's horrified gaze. Chapter 21. Family is Whitebeard's Achilles' heel. Surging vitality flowed through their bodies, filling them with a long-lost sense of power. This was no illusory mirage, but a true reversal of time, a miracle of life. This is... Leadfield incredulously raised his now smooth and powerful hand, his voice carrying a dreamlike tremor. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the long-lost power capable of crushing steel. Power! My power has returned. Ha ha ha! Wald joyfully swung his fists, creating howling winds from his punches, his eyes burning with pure, destructive fervor. Barrett stared fixedly at Constantine, his iron-like heart churning with tumultuous waves. Playing with life. Reversing time. What kind of monster is this guy? For the first time, the look in his eyes towards Constantine held an indescribable apprehension and a hint of fear that even he was reluctant to admit. Constantine paid no attention to their excitement, slowly turning around to face the battlefield of Marineford, which loomed large before them like a massive meat grinder. The faint smile on his handsome face completely vanished, replaced by a cold indifference that looked down upon all beings. Just in time, he murmured softly. The blood dragon let out a thunderous roar, its massive, bony wings flapping violently, stirring up a storm of blood and flesh as it descended upon the battlefield. The enormous shadow instantly enveloped a large area. Below, Whitebeard was surrounded and attacked by the Blackbeard pirates, teetering on the brink of collapse. Newgate, you really are in a sorry state that evokes pity. That calm and cold voice, like a declaration of judgment, penetrated the din of battle, reaching everyone's ears. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. Whitebeard Edward Newgate struggled to lift his head, catching a glimpse of the youthful figure atop the skeletal dragon through the gaps of his attackers. That face suddenly overlapped with fragments of memories sealed away for 50 years. Constantine, Whitebeard's deep voice was filled with incredulous astonishment. Time seemed to flow backward before his eyes, and fleeting moments of drinking fine wine and discussing dreams flashed by. Back then, he was just a 20-year-old kid who had made a name for himself at sea when that mysterious figure came to invite him to join his empire. How could the young and impetuous Whitebeard ever agree to become someone else's subordinate? So he refused, yet the man did not become angry at his refusal. Instead, he invited him to drink his fine wine. Even to this day, the sweet wine from that year seems to linger on his lips. However, when he saw that face again, he suddenly realized that over 50 years had passed. How long it has been. At the same time, he instantly understood the true reason behind the Navy's premature execution and Kizura's departure. As long as one is connected to this man, nothing extraordinary is surprising. It's me. Constantine's azure gaze calmly fixed on his bloodied old friend below. 50 years have passed. It seems time has not been kind to you. Whitebeard gripped Konjiunki tightly, gasping heavily, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. Stop wasting words, Constantine. Who do you think I am? He suddenly straightened his blood-stained back and let out a thunderous roar. I am Whitebeard. Even in death, I will never submit to power. Not even to you. This declaration was like thunder, causing the entire battlefield to erupt in chaos. Countless Navy and pirates were left dumbfounded. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, actually acknowledged the terror of the opponent's power. Who on earth is that young man? Constantine seemed unfazed by Whitebeard's refusal. He tilted his head slightly, as if examining an old item. 50 years ago, you refused me because of your youthful arrogance, thinking you were invincible. I have forgiven your pride. His voice suddenly turned cold, sharp enough to pierce the heart. But today, look around you. Look at your fallen sons. Look at Ace, whom you couldn't protect. Your arrogance is the source of the destruction of everything you hold dear. Do you still want to cling to this pride? Every word was like a cold needle, piercing deeply into Whitebeard's most profound wounds. He looked around, the ground littered with the bodies of Whitebeard Pirates members, Ace's cold body not far away. A tremendous sense of helplessness and deep-seated regret instantly engulfed him. Was his pride truly right? Constantine, looking down from above, cast out the final and fatal bait. Submit to me, serve me. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority, clearly reaching Whitebeard's ears. As a show of my sincerity, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the corpses on the battlefield before returning to Whitebeard. As long as the children you have lost here are not so dismembered that they cannot be restored, I can bring them back to life. Boom! Absolute silence. A complete silence enveloped the entire Marineford. Revive! Everyone thought they were hearing things. Even the three admirals facing off the fleeing Blackbeard and the heartbroken Marco were all momentarily frozen in place. Whitebeard's mind went blank. His burning, furious eyes were instantly replaced by incredible shock and a slight, uncontrollable hope. Reviving Ace? Sabo? Those fallen sons? All he had to do was put aside his pride? Damn! A furious roar broke the silence. It was Akainu. He could not tolerate such blasphemy against justice, such outrageous words echoing over the Navy headquarters. The souls of the old era should be buried forever. If they were really revived, what would those soldiers who died for justice amount to? Massive eruption. Boom, boom, boom. The violent magma giant fist erupted like a volcanic explosion, carrying the will to destroy everything, crashing towards Constantine atop the dragon skull and Whitebeard below. Akainu's absolute justice allowed him to coldly send Navy soldiers to die for a cause, as he believed such sacrifices were worthwhile. However, he would not allow anyone to tarnish the hard-earned fruits of these Navy soldiers. Thus, in the original work, the seemingly idealistic ceasefire declaration by the runaway king, Kobe, appeared so ridiculous in Akainu's eyes. It was a desecration of their honor. This sinful transaction must be completely interrupted. However, Constantine did not even turn around. His gaze remained firmly locked on a Whitebeard. Oomph. Barrett let out a cold snort, his robust body charging out like a cannonball, his iron fist covered in supreme hockey, crashing forcefully against the side of the magma giant fist. Hundredfold ice shield. Wald roared, grabbing a shattered ice block from the ground, activating the Momo fruit's ability. The ice block instantly expanded 100-fold, transforming into a massive, chilling ice shield, blocking the lava. Boom! The lava collided violently with the iron fist, terrifying explosions and steam shooting into the sky. Akainu's enraged strike was easily neutralized by the two. In the center of this chaotic energy and steam, a low, hoarse voice, yet filled with unprecedented determination and relief, clearly surpassed all the sounds of explosions. I accept your terms. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, leaning on Kanji straightened his battle-scarred, yet still towering body. He stared directly at Constantine on the dragon's head, all his anger, unwillingness, and pride transforming into the purest, heaviest will to protect. As long as you can revive my family, his voice trembled slightly with excitement, but was incredibly firm, I will unconditionally submit to you. For those children who died because of him, who fought because of him, what does an old face, what does pride matter? For all these years, he, Edward Newgate, has always valued family above all else. Chapter 22. Return to the Peak. The highest level demon-slaying order. The corner of Constantine's mouth finally curled into a smile, one that truly conveyed the meaning of controlling everything. Whitebeard's submission meant that in this war, he had gained the greatest bargaining chip. He glanced over to a certain area of the battlefield, where Blackbeard Marshal Teach and his crew had long since disappeared like frightened rats, quietly merging into the shadows during the chaos, leaving only a lingering gaze filled with resentment and unwillingness in the air. Clever rats. Constantine sneered inwardly, but did not care. Blackbeard's ambition was nothing more than a farce that could be crushed at any moment in his eyes. He moved, instantly appearing before Whitebeard, his speed akin to teleportation. Under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, Constantine raised that finger that seemed capable of reversing life and death once more. Puffed. The fingertip precisely pressed against Whitebeard's heart. Buzz. An even stronger, more magnificent life force surged into Whitebeard's battered, exhausted body like a golden torrent. Ugh! Whitebeard let out a roar that mixed pain and comfort. A miracle unfolded before everyone's eyes. The terrifying wound on his chest, caused by Blackbeard's dark water, which had collapsed inward, began to move as if it were alive, growing and healing. The half of his face burned by Akainu's lava shed its charred dead skin. Rapidly covered by new, elastic skin, the deep wounds were visibly closing at a rapid pace. Even more astonishingly, his iconic golden long hair seemed to be infused with life, quickly becoming full and glossy from the roots, the dry white fading away like a receding tide, rejuvenating into a dazzling gold. His hunched back straightened, the loose skin tightened, and the bulging muscles covered his bones once more, exuding explosive power. In just a few seconds, the battle-scarred, aging man, who could barely stand, the world's strongest man, disappeared. Instead, it was the peak period of Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who was more robust and imposing, with flowing blonde hair, sharp eyes like an eagle, and an overwhelming sense of terror emanating from him, akin to a primordial giant beast. Kula-la-la-la-la! A long-lost, powerful and domineering laugh erupted from Whitebeard, like a thunderclap from the heavens. The sound waves formed by his laughter swept across the battlefield like a hurricane. The ground cracked, The ice shattered. Navy soldiers who were a bit too close were struck as if by a heavy hammer, spewing blood and flying back. The terrifying force of vibration spread uncontrollably from him, causing the ice beneath his feet to shatter like a spider web. Just standing there, he seemed to become the center of heaven and earth. The monster whose laughter could make the new world tremble had returned. Old man. In the distance at the harbor, Marco, Jozu, and other captains who were preparing to board the ship to retreat looked at that familiar, yet strange golden figure exuding a terrifying aura that made their souls tremble, instantly filling their eyes with tears. This was their old man, the Invincible, world's strongest. Impossible, impossible. Blackbeard Marshal Teach, who had already escaped to the edge of the harbor and was frantically directing his subordinates to board the ship, turned back and saw this scene, his soul nearly leaving his body, his ugly face distorting in extreme fear and disbelief. The old man at his peak. How the hell are we supposed to fight? He crawled onto the ship, roaring hoarsely. Hurry. Set sail. Get out of here. Quickly. The Navy fell into a state of great panic, while the warlords watching were all dumbfounded. A young peak Whitebeard, Sengoku, stood atop the ruins, his face as pale as a sheet, his lips trembling, but unable to utter a word. A massive fear swept over him like a cold tide. The young king of evil, the peak Whitebeard, along with those 3 legendary monsters restored to youth and the Control Magellan. What kind of terrifying storm was the Navy headquarters? No, the entire world about to face. At the Marine headquarters, Marineford Square, the air was as heavy as solid lead, making it hard to breathe. The elite of the Navy, over 80,000 soldiers, had formed ranks, their murderous aura soaring into the sky. However, where their gaze was focused, an even more heart-pounding power was silently proclaiming terror. 6 people, just 6 people standing there. The Whitebeard Edward Newgate, restored to youth by the king of evil, Constantine, no longer white-haired, but even more imposing than before. From the depths of the 6th level of Impel Down came 3 legends, Douglas Bullet, Bandy Wald, and Red Count Bartholomew Kuma, and the former warden of Impel Down, Magellan, whose body radiated ominous purple energy and whose eyes were as hollow as a puppet. Finally, at the center of it all, the man known as the King of Evil, Constantine. He was not particularly tall, but just standing there, an invisible, abyss-like sense of oppression spread out, overpowering the murderous intent of the 80,000 Navy soldiers. So terrifying, came a trembling whisper from an unknown corner. The 6 did not deliberately release their imposing presence, but their mere existence constituted a psychological suppression. The Admiral, Sengoku, stood on the execution platform, his palms drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Whitebeard, easily subdued by Constantine, at those monsters that should have rotted at the bottom of Impel Down reappearing, and at Magellan's soulless shell. A bone-chilling coldness rose from his spine. The Whitebeard pirates? The Blackbeard pirates? Compared to this monster group created single-handedly by Constantine, their danger level was not even on the same scale. There could be no more hesitation. Sengoku took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the churn of shock and fear. The shadow of the Great War that swept the world 50 years ago instantly loomed over him. He absolutely could not allow history to repeat itself. Constantine must be completely eradicated here. With his resolve set, there was no longer a trace of hesitation in Sengoku's eyes. He suddenly grabbed the loudspeaker snail, and his voice echoed through the entirety of Marineford, filled with a sense of determination. All Navy personnel, listen up. All Navy personnel, listen up. I am issuing the highest level of demon extermination order. The primary target for elimination is the King of Evil, Constantine. Repeat. The primary target for elimination is the King of Evil, Constantine. The primary target for elimination is Constantine. The command was repeated 3 times, each word striking like a heavy hammer on the hearts of every Navy soldier. Chapter 23. The Great War resumes. Demon extermination order. At headquarters, the soldiers were in an uproar, their faces filled with disbelief. Despite the many questions in their hearts, who exactly was this Constantine? Why had there been no intelligence on him before? However, the Navy gathered here, responding to the summons, were mostly elite troops from around the world. their quality far surpassing that of ordinary Navy soldiers. At the moment the order was given, they began to mobilize with terrifying action. Previously, in a battle with the Whitebeard pirates, over 15,000 of the Navy's 100,000 elite were lost, but there were still nearly 80,000 elite forces. The admiral had actually decided to launch such a devastating indiscriminate attack order in the heart of the Navy, with only one target. This completely demonstrated Sengoku's determination to eliminate Constantine at all costs. The order was the horn of war. No extra mobilization was needed. The Navy's top 3 admirals responded first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Akainu Sakazuki, Akiji Kazan, and Kizaru Borsellino shot forward like arrows, their target unmistakably aimed at Constantine in the center of the square. Behind them, countless vice admirals, rear admirals, lieutenants, and elite soldiers surged forward like a tide. The battle cries shook the heavens. On Constantine's side, he didn't even need to say anything. The battle intent of those behind him was already overflowing. 6 men against tens of thousands of Navy. Ha ha! This is exhilarating, exhilarating. Douglas Bullitt was the first to burst into laughter, his muscles excitedly bulging and trembling. There was no fear or retreat, only excitement from the depths of his soul. This was the level of war he craved. That was why he chose to follow Constantine, because he knew that only such a man could stir up a world-sweeping storm. Blackbeard truly seemed like a clown in his eyes. The likes of him dared to recruit him. Simply laughable. This is the stage I want. With a roar, his massive body suddenly expanded and transformed, instantly turning into a giant war machine composed of steel and muscle in devil form. He charged like an out-of-control prehistoric beast, roaring directly into the tide of charging Navy. Wherever he passed, soldiers were sent flying, and the solid ice was plowed into deep furrows. Momo 100 times speed. Momo 100 times size. The World Destroyer Bandy Wald was equally exhilarated, his restored youthful body filled with explosive power and a deep hatred for the world government. He never expected his first battle after waking up would be of this level, but without a doubt, the only feeling in the heart of the World Destroyer at this moment was excitement. He needed rampant destruction to vent the pain of his long imprisonment. He grabbed the shattered giant ice blocks, stones, and even broken weapon remnants from the ground, and under the terrifying amplification of the Momo fruit's power. These picked-up munitions instantly expanded 100-fold, their speed increasing 100-fold. Each piece of stone was like a battleship's main cannon shell, howling as it smashed toward the dense formation of the Navy. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive fire and shockwave surged, instantly tearing a huge gap in the Navy's assault formation. Its maneuverability was extremely high, moving rapidly on the battlefield, transforming into a human-shaped mobile fortress cannon, covering the entire field with firepower, causing the Navy immense suffering. Then, Your Majesty, I will go to fulfill the task you entrusted to me. The Red Count, Raidfield, elegantly bowed slightly to Constantine like a dutiful butler. The moment Constantine granted him youth again, he had already positioned himself correctly. Although he inherently possessed an indelible pride, the helplessness brought by aging ultimately made him bow his head to the deity who could grant him rebirth. Constantine nodded slightly. Raidfield's figure instantly turned into a remnant shadow, disappearing into the chaotic battlefield. His task was to find the signal source of the omnipresent image phone bug and broadcast Constantine's return to the entire world live. At this moment, only Magellan, like a silent guardian, and the rejuvenated, imposing Whitebeard Newgate remained by Constantine's side, watching the 3 admirals approaching with terrifying momentum. Whitebeard clenched his fist, muscles taut, eyes filled with fighting spirit. He yearned to experience the thrill of battle once again in this youthful body, especially in front of the Navy. Newgate, Constantine's voice calmly interrupted Whitebeard's poised stance. You have another task. Whitebeard looked at him in confusion. Huh? Go. Take your pirate crew away from the battlefield. Constantine's gaze turned to the distant remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, battered on the ice. Ensure their safe departure. Then return here to fight for me. That is your task. Whitebeard was taken aback. He never expected Constantine to give such an order. This task undoubtedly struck at the softest part of his heart. His sons. He looked deeply at Constantine, his expression complex, revealing surprise and a hint of unnoticeable gratitude. "I will remember this favor," Whitebeard said in a deep voice, no longer hesitating. He suddenly stomped the ground, his robust body leaping high, easily crossing the massive battlefield crack, landing steadily in front of Marco, Jozu, and the other batter captains. "Old man." Marco's voice trembled with excitement, his blue flame wings slightly fluttering. "You're back. We can go home together." Looking at his son's eager eyes, Whitebeard felt a mix of emotions. He paused for a moment, his enormous naginata planted on the ground. "Kids, I'm sorry. It was my mistake to bring you into this war without permission." His voice was low and powerful. "Now that I have a chance to make amends, I will not miss it. And that cost, I must bear it myself." Marco's expression changed instantly as he understood Whitebeard's meaning. "Old man, are you really going to follow Constantine, that king of evil?" Whitebeard met Marco's shocked gaze and firmly nodded. "This is the price I promised him, and it is my choice. Now go. Leave here immediately." "That's an order." His tone was undeniable, carrying the final authority and protection of a father. Just as Whitebeard was bidding farewell to his sons, fierce battles erupted at the core of the battlefield. Admiral Akiji Kazan was tightly entangled by the war machine Barrett. Ice Age. Cold air erupted, attempting to freeze Barrett. But Barrett laughed maniacally, his enormous metal fist slamming down with a whoosh. "Admiral?" "Just that." Boom. The ice layer shattered. Akiji's expression turned serious. Having to abandon the long-range freezing, his fists covered in dark armed color, like Karp's iron fist, engaging Barrett in a close-quarters brawl. Each collision triggered intense shockwaves, ice fragments flying everywhere. Barrett became more frenzied in battle, his terrifying physique forged in the hellish training of his imprisoned years, even suppressing Akiji, an admiral. Admiral Kazuru Borsellino intended to bypass the battlefield and head straight for Constantine, but was forced to flicker repeatedly by Bondewald's insane firepower net. Jetta no Kagami. Countless light bullets shot towards Wald. Wald laughed heartily, grabbing a huge rock, Momo 100-fold shield. The rock instantly enlarged, blocking in front of him. Light bullets hitting it and exploding in dense sparks. Annoying flies. Wald grabbed a flintlock dropped by the Navy with his other hand, instantly amplifying. Momo 100-fold speed bullet. A bullet screamed with terrifying speed, comparable to 10 times the speed of sound, grazing Kizaru's cheek and exploding into a deep pit on the ice behind him. Kizaru's eyes behind his sunglasses finally became serious. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, using the explosive power of the magma fruit, forcibly broke through the chaotic area created by Barrett and Wald. Like a frenzied red mad dog, charging straight at Constantine, his eyes burned with extreme anger against evil. A mere group of criminals. Don't get too carried away. Don't underestimate justice. Great eruption. The lava giant fist, carrying destructive heat and impact, smashed down towards Constantine. Chapter 24. The angry Sengoku Constantine stood still, his gaze calm and unwavering. Facing Akainu's furious strike, he simply swung his right fist. There was no fruit ability's brilliance, only pure, extreme haki. The deep black armed color instantly enveloped his fist, with a terrifying dark red lightning haki wrapping around it. One punch swung out. A distant strike. Boom! A dull, extreme sound erupted. Constantine's fist did not actually make contact with the lava giant fist, but an invisible, terrifying shockwave, condensed to the extreme, erupted instantly. Akainu's ferocious lava giant fist, like fragile glass, was shattered in front of everyone's horrified gaze by the distant strike. Lava splattered everywhere. Akainu himself was struck hard, his robust body uncontrollably flying backward, crashing into the distant ice layer and creating a massive, deep pit. Admiral Akainu, Navy soldiers gaped, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The Admiral, known for his absolute power and iron-fisted dominance, was actually blown away by a single punch in a direct confrontation. Just how strong is this man? At the moment Akainu was pushed back, a flash of golden light rushed in from the side at an incredible speed. Kizaru had finally shaken off some of Wald's entanglement, seizing the opportunity. Amaterasu, the dazzling light giant sword, sharp enough to cut through anything, slashed towards Constantine's neck. His eyes behind the sunglasses were cold. This time, I want to fall for it again. Constantine didn't even turn around, merely smiling lightly. He extended his right hand. Magellan, who had been standing like a statue beside him, moved, stiffly yet precisely handing a sheathed long sword to Constantine. It was one of the few weapons they found in the impelled-down storeroom, a good quality sword, Iron Fawn. The moment Constantine gripped the hilt, a transformation occurred. The originally bright blade seemed to be given life, beginning to tremble violently, emitting a humming sound. A bizarrely extreme, blood-red color spread like a living creature, saturating the entire blade. The sword exuded a cold, bloodthirsty, and cruel aura. Constantine flipped his wrist. The blood-red iron fong swung back in a seemingly casual, yet profoundly mysterious trajectory. A line, a blood-red blade light, as thin as a hair, silently met the dazzling light giant sword. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sound that made one's teeth ache, as if space itself was being sliced apart. In the incredible reflection of the yellow monkey's pupils, his sword, the Amatsukuyomi, composed of pure photon energy and said to be able to cut through anything, was actually split in two by a thin, blood-colored blade light. It was as smooth as a hot knife cutting through butter. The energy from the split sword went out of control, exploding violently beside Constantine, kicking up a storm of ice dust. What? The yellow monkey's heart raced with alarm, and he instantly elementalized and retreated, his eyes full of shock and wariness behind his sunglasses. That sword and its bizarre swordsmanship. Be careful of his swordsmanship. The massive golden Buddha of the Warring States had already charged forward, his voice heavy and urgent. This guy's sword is extremely strange. Once hit, the consequences are unimaginable. His gigantic golden Buddha palm descended with a might to purify everything. Buddha's impact. A massive shock wave swept in, forcing Constantine to temporarily retreat a few steps. However, the gaze of the Warring States was fixed intensely on his side, on that shadow-like Magellan. Anger and sorrow intertwined in his eyes. Magellan, answer me. Do you still have self-awareness? Magellan remained silent, his eyes hollow, his face devoid of any expression. This dead silence was the cruelest answer. The heart of the Warring States sank to the bottom, the last thread of hope shattered. Watching his former comrade, who had guarded the advancing city for decades, now turned into a soulless poison puppet, boundless rage surged to his head. He poured all this overwhelming hatred onto Constantine. Damn you, you should die 10,000 times. Constantine flicked his wrist with the cursed sword, Bloodfong, pointing the blood-red blade at the Warring States, but a hint of playful smile appeared on his face, one after another. Such anger. It seemed he just remembered something, his gaze casually sweeping over Magellan, then nonchalantly ordering, "It's about time. Magellan, say hello to your old colleagues." "Bastard, stop." The Warring States' eyes were about to burst. The massive Buddha body erupted with a roar, wanting to stop it, but it was already too late. At the moment Constantine's order was given, Magellan's originally hollow gaze was instantly covered by a deeper purple-black color. He suddenly raised his head, opened his mouth, and let out a non-human roar. Poison dragon. Boom, boom, boom. 3 grotesque purple poison dragons, formed from deadly toxins, erupted from Magellan's body in an instant. They carried a destructive, corrosive aura, roaring towards the area where the Navy soldiers were most densely packed. Help! Don't come near! The desperate screams immediately echoed across the battlefield. Where the poison dragons passed, it was a one-sided massacre. The clothes and skin of the Navy soldiers, as long as they touched even a trace of the venom, immediately emitted hissing, corrosive sounds, the intense pain causing them to lose their combat ability in an instant. Their bodies turning black and swollen, collapsing with white foam at the mouth. Even the high-ranking officers could only retreat in fear, not daring to touch it at all. Only a few elite vice admirals skilled in armed color hockey could barely try to limit Magellan and the poison dragons with long-range slashes or shockwaves. but it could not stop the poison dragons from rampaging through the densely packed crowd. In just a breath, over 100 soldiers died, tragically, and the Navy's once relatively orderly formation was thrown into chaos, everyone in fear. On the other side, the battle between Barrett and Aokiji reached a fever pitch. Barrett's massive alloy fist clashed repeatedly with Aokiji's iron fist covered in pitch-black armed color, ice shards and metal fragments flying everywhere. Is this the extent of an admiral's punch? Barrett laughed maniacally, his offensive growing fiercer and more violent. Aokiji's face was grave, cold air constantly erupting from him, trying to freeze Barrett's movements, but the latter's body, tempered in hell and his armed color defense, was too strong, yielding minimal effect. Bondewald had completely transformed into a nightmare on the battlefield. He utilized the incredible speed granted by the Momo fruit to move rapidly across the battlefield, dodging the encirclement of the Navy vice admirals, while his hands moved like phantoms, constantly grabbing any objects he could touch: ice blocks, rubble, even the swords of fallen Navy soldiers, instantly amplifying their size and speed by 100 times, then smashing them out like cannonballs. Try this. Momo 100-fold fortress cannon. He grabbed a massive ice block, instantly transforming it into a terrifying giant comparable to a small island fortress's main cannon, and smashed it towards the artillery position supporting the Navy behind. Boom! The earth shook. Chapter 25, An Unexpected Move. Empress. The warring states looked at Aokiji, who was being restrained by Barrett, the chaotic battlefield stirred up by Wald, and Magellan, who was crazily releasing deadly poison in his own camp, feeling desperate. His gaze swept over the few figures at the edge of the battlefield who had been standing still, and he roared angrily. 7 warlords. What are you waiting for? Haven't you watched enough? Move. Stop Bondewald and Magellan. Aside from Jinbei, who had already taken a clear stance, Crocodile, and the traitorous Blackbeard, the remaining warlords, Doflamingo, Mihawk the Eagle Eye, Empress Boa Hancock, and Moonlight Moria, had indeed been lingering at the edge of the main battlefield. The drastic changes on the battlefield, especially the terrifying dominance displayed by Constantine and his subordinates, had caused even these great pirates to feel strong shock and wariness. Fu. Doflamingo's mouth curled into an exaggerated smile, though cold sweat was faintly visible on his forehead. This is troublesome, Admiral Sengoku. We came to fight Whitebeard, not to deal with this old monster from decades ago. He complained verbally, but his fingers began to twitch slightly. Invisible parasitic strings quietly shot out, trying to entangle and restrict the fast-moving Wald. The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk the Eagle Eye, ignored Sengoku's roar and Doflamingo's complaints. His sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, remained locked on Constantine the entire time, more specifically on the iron tooth in his hand that was emitting an eerie bloodlight. Constantine's seemingly casual, yet extremely lethal swordsmanship proved that the opponent had already reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. This reignited his long-dormant fighting spirit like a volcano erupting. He slowly drew out the supreme great knife, Knight, from his back. A heavy and unmatched sharp momentum began to rise and condense around him. He was going to swing the knife, but he didn't plan to sneak attack. This strike was both a greeting and a challenge. Constantine naturally sensed the pure and powerful sword intent locking onto him. He slightly tilted his body, and the cursed sword, Bloodfang, seemed to hum excitedly, its blood light intensifying. He prepared to welcome this strike from the world's #1. However, just as the momentum of Mihawk was about to reach its peak and the strike capable of splitting icebergs was about to be unleashed, a high, graceful figure accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air delivered a whip kick wrapped in hockey, striking fiercely at the arm holding the knife of Mihawk. The attack came without warning, and it was sharp and vicious. Mihawk's pupils constricted, having to forcibly interrupt his build-up, flipping his wrist so that the handle of Knight accurately blocked the kick that could petrify any flesh and blood. Clang! Sparks flew. Boa Hancock! Mihawk's sharp gaze instantly turned icy as a blade, locking onto the suddenly attacking Empress. What do you mean? The Empress Hancock retreated after her strike, standing proudly between Mihawk and Constantine. Her stunning face was now covered in frost, looking down arrogantly at Mihawk. Her voice cold as ice. I will not allow anyone to interfere in that gentleman's battle, especially you, Eagle-Eye Mihawk. The sudden betrayal of the Empress caused the entire battlefield to fall silent. The Navy soldiers were stunned, and Sengoku was so angry he was trembling. Empress! The roar of Sengoku was like thunder. Do you know what this means? You are openly betraying the world government, betraying the Seven Warlords Agreement. Betray? Hancock let out a cold laugh, filled with sarcasm and disdain, her slender fingers pointing at a chaotic scene, a naval formation ravaged by the poisoned dragon and cannon fire. You can't even protect yourselves, Marshal Sengoku. You should think about how to survive today first. Her words were harsh and direct, stabbing like a knife into the hearts of every Navy soldier. After speaking, Hancock's gaze turned to Constantine in the center of the battlefield. That cold and proud look, upon touching that figure, instantly melted into infinite tenderness and almost fanatical admiration. The rapid change in her expression and the stark contrast surprised even the experienced Constantine. What is wrong with this woman? Constantine wondered. He was sure he had never had any interaction with the Empress of Amazon Lily. However, he had met the former Empress, the so-called Flame Flower, Aliusa, several times decades ago. Women's thoughts are truly hard to fathom. He could only attribute it to some incomprehensible personal reason and not dwell on it for now. Having another powerful ally, even with unclear motives, is ultimately a good thing. Just as this brief interlude was happening, a red figure ghosted through the chaotic battlefield and silently returned to Constantine's side. It was the Red Count, Redfield. He was holding up a man with a captain's hat and a prominent red nose, the clown Buggy, as if he were a small chicken. Buggy was terrified, his face smeared with snot and tears, and his limbs flailed helplessly in air. Let me go. You red-clothed old monster. I am Buggy the Clown. Let me go. Help. He had no idea why this terrifying old man had set his sights on him. Redfield elegantly tossed Buggy at Constantine's feet, ignoring the latter's cries, and slightly bowed. Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my duty. The signal source and this key figure have been brought. He glanced at the trembling Buggy on the ground, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible disdain. This red-nosed clown seemed to possess a special ability to attract the attention of the Den Mushi, and finding him was equivalent to finding the key node for the signal. In an instant, all eyes in the venue, whether from the terrified Navy, the complex Seven Warlords, or the indifferent subordinates of Constantine, focused on the slumped, dazed clown Buggy. This clown, who became famous by chance during the Marineford War, had now become the key to connecting the world. Constantine's gaze crossed the chaotic battlefield, past the furious Sengoku, the terrified Navy, and his bloodied subordinates. As if penetrating through space, it landed on the small, activating Den Mushi that Redfield and Buggy had brought. He knew the signal had been connected, and the entire world was holding its breath, staring at Marineford. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cold, world-shaking arc. An era had ended, while his era had just begun. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at that small camera, and his deep, penetrating voice was about to resonate through the waves, echoing in every corner of the sea. 50 years ago. Chapter 26, The Five Elders Descend. Marine Headquarters, Marineford Square. Constantine held the demon's sword, Iron Tooth, preparing to announce his return to the world through the live Den Mushi in Redfield's hand. He had just opened his mouth. Those who survived 50 years ago, enough. A roar like thunder abruptly interrupted his words. This voice contained a terrifying pressure, instantly attracting everyone's attention on the battlefield. Sengoku suddenly looked up, his face filled with shock. Admiral Kong, the supreme commander of the Navy, Steelbone Kong, stood like an iron tower at the edge of the battlefield. His face was terrifyingly dark, his eyes sharp as knives, locking firmly onto Constantine. Even more alarming was that behind him stood a dozen figures dressed in pure white suits and wearing strange masks. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment. Even Sengoku found it hard to believe. The world government's highest intelligence agency, the Celestial Dragon's most loyal shield, usually hidden from sight and only responsible for the Celestial Dragon's safety. had never been mobilized even during the fierce battles with the Whitebeard pirates. Now, so many had appeared at once. The reason was simple. Constantine, the terrifying power and threat he had displayed, had already unsettled the five elders deep within Mariewa. The world government was serious. The arrival of Admiral Kong was itself a declaration. The highest level of intervention had begun. But Kong's next words made Sengoku realize he had underestimated the government's determination. It was like pouring cold water into boiling oil, causing everyone to feel a chill. Sengoku, Kong's voice was loud and unquestionable, immediately issuing orders. All officers below the rank of Brigadier General, withdraw from the battlefield immediately. Executed at once. Sengoku was stunned, still trying to comprehend. Kong then dropped an even heavier bombshell. 1 minute from now, the five elders will descend. The five elders are descending. Sengoku's pupils trembled, nearly thinking he had misheard. The five elders, who held the highest authority in the world and controlled the global situation, living like gods in Mariewa, were actually going to personally come to Marineford. This was simply unprecedented and unheard of. The shock lasted only a moment, and Sengoku immediately understood the depth and urgency of Kong's orders. He grabbed the Den Mushi urgently, his voice filled with unprecedented severity and urgency. All Navy personnel, listen up. Repeat. All Navy personnel, listen up. All officers below the rank of Brigadier General, withdraw from the battlefield immediately, right now, in an orderly manner. This is a supreme order. Repeat. All below the rank of Brigadier General, withdraw. Execute immediately. As soon as the order was given, the remaining tens of thousands of elite Navy soldiers on the battlefield were bewildered. They were fighting well, so why did they suddenly have to retreat? But military orders are like mountains. Despite their confusion, they quickly began to act, retreating like a tide towards the port and rear. Sengoku's considerations were very practical. 1. Protect the seeds. In the upcoming battle, with the clash of powers like the five elders, admirals, the cipher pole, Constantine, and his monstrous subordinates. Leaving soldiers below the rank of Brigadier General would only mean pure cannon fodder, unable to withstand even the aftermath. Sacrificing them meaninglessly was pointless. The future seeds of the Navy must be preserved. 2. The arrogance of the five elders. These highest rulers of the world view all beings as ants. They would never allow tens of thousands of lowly Navy soldiers to watch their battle like a show. If they were in a bad mood, they could easily wipe out an entire area. Clearing the field in advance was both a protective measure and a way to avoid provoking them. In just 1 minute, the originally crowded square became empty. What remained were only officers of the rank of Brigadier General and above, along with admirals, Sengoku, Garp the Seven Warlords, the Undecided Empress, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Moria, the Cipher Pole, and Admiral Kong, totaling no more than a few hundred people. But these few hundred gathered the top combat strength of the Marine headquarters and even the world government. The air felt oppressive, like a solid block of lead. Admiral Kong stepped forward, confronting Constantine from a distance. His gaze was cold, filled with scrutiny and disdain. Constantine, isn't it better to rot away, forgotten? At the bottom of Impel Down? At your age, why do you still want to crawl out and stir up trouble? Constantine looked at Kong, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold mockery as he weighed the blood-red demon sword in his hand. Steelbone Kong? Huh. Now that you become a big shot, your tone is different. Did you think that during the 50 dark years in Impel Down, I was just sleeping? His voice suddenly turned cold and piercing, with killing intent spreading like a tangible force. My hatred for you, for the world government, can only be cleansed through complete destruction. Just as Constantine's words fell, an overwhelming terror descended. At the center of the battlefield, above the ice surface, a gigantic, complex, glowing magic circle suddenly appeared. It's here. Both Kong and Sengoku felt a chill in their hearts. The light was blinding. 5 figures appeared at the center of the magic circle. The 5 elders who hold the highest authority in the world. However, their appearance was completely different from what everyone imagined. Instead of elderly men in luxurious robes, all 5 transformed into terrifying beastly forms. Some had giant spider-like bodies with huge horns on their heads. Others resembled massive wild boars with exposed fangs. Some were wrapped in black flames, their lower halves skeletal. One seemed like a gigantic sandworm, and another resembled a demon with wings. 5 overwhelming, destructive conquerors' hockey powers descended like 5 mountains. All of them were Zoan-type beasts, all of them wielding conquerors' hockey, all in awakened states. This was the true form of the 5 elders, the highest power in the world. The air in Marineford was howling. One of the 5 elders, in a ghastly beast form, declared in a cold, emotionless voice, "The king of evil, Constantine, today marks the end of your life." Chapter 27, Battlefield Reporter Raid Field. As the words fell, 5 terrifying conquerors' hockey forces crashed down like the sky collapsing. Constantine revealed a cold smile, his eyes flashing red, and in the next moment, his own conqueror's hockey erupted with a loud bang. In the void, black and red lightning enveloped the entire Marineford battlefield. Everywhere one looked, 6 terrifying conquerors' hockey forces clashed and repelled each other. The 5 elders' expressions turned grim, their eyes blood-red, wanting to suppress this beast with a clash of wills. Constantine's eyes were also blood-red, facing 5 opponents. The pressure he endured was beyond imagination. However, the clash of wills can sometimes be even more dangerous than a physical fight. The 5 elders wanted to gain the upper hand in this mental confrontation and completely suppress Constantine's momentum. But how could Constantine allow these guys to succeed? Thus, both sides were all in at this moment. The onlookers, including many powerful experts, were also feeling the pressure. Even the top-tier powerhouses wore serious expressions. The officers above the rank of Commodore who remained were even pale, their lips trembling. Some even rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. This clash of conquerors' hockey was so intense that even they felt a sense of dizziness. This was just the aftershock. If they were at the center of the clash, they would probably lose consciousness instantly from this terrifying mental shock. No wonder the marshal had ordered all officers below the rank of Commodore to retreat from the battlefield. Even without engaging, a mere thought could render thousands of soldiers' combat ineffective. Both sides continued to unleash their powers. The 5 elders looked pale, and some even had blood trickling from their nostrils, gritting their teeth, wanting to defeat Constantine in the mental clash. Constantine's face was equally grim, and the terrifying conqueror's hockey even formed a fearsome dragon behind him. Illusory yet real, and at the moment this illusory dragon coalesced. Constantine's conqueror's hockey reached its peak. The void seemed to echo with the dragon's roar. With a loud explosion, Constantine's conqueror's hockey completely shattered the combined conqueror's hockey of the 5 elders. Each of the 5 elders spat out blood. Their faces turned pale, but in the next moment, these 5 monsters quickly adjusted their forms and charged at him with fierce expressions. Since they couldn't suppress this man in terms of momentum, they would take him down together. No more words. The 5 terrifying beast forms of the 5 elders rushed towards Constantine, carrying the power to tear through space, aiming to eliminate this greatest threat with the fastest speed and the harshest methods. At the same time, Admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji understood and also unleashed their attacks, surrounding Constantine from different directions. 8 top-tier powerhouses had only one target, Constantine. Facing this seemingly hopeless onslaught, there was no fear in Constantine's eyes. Instead, they sparkled with excitement. "Huh," he let out a loud laugh, casually tossing the live phone bug to Raid Field nearby raid. Indeed, giving a speech is too troublesome. It's more direct to let the whole world see this performance. Raid Field elegantly caught the phone bug, the camera aimed precisely at the besieged Constantine. "As you command, Your Majesty." World, open your eyes wide. Constantine clenched the iron-toothed blade in his hand tightly, facing the overwhelming assault of the 5 elders' beast forms. He chose not to dodge, but raised his long knife high above his head. An indescribable dark energy, as if it could swallow everything, instantly gathered and compressed on the blade. The muscles in his arm bulged explosively, an overwhelming force injected into the long knife in his hand. It was hockey, but more like a pure destructive energy. Bakukoku, a thunderous roar. Constantine swung his knife down fiercely. A thick, pitch-black cylindrical energy shockwave shot out like the roar of an ancient giant. This was the strongest secret technique of the giant race Elbaf. At this moment, it was effortlessly unleashed by Constantine, a mere human. Boom! The air wailed, the vision distorted, and obstacles along the way were easily obliterated. The black energy pillar crashed into the two leading 5 Elders Beast forms. The terrifying explosion shockwave instantly spread, shattering the ice like paper, lifting it into the air. The 2 beast forms of the 5 elders let out furious roars, being knocked back by this terrifying strike, their massive bodies carving deep trenches into the ice. The war had reached a catastrophic climax at this moment. Constantine moved. His speed was at its peak, like a blood-red lightning bolt weaving through the assaults of the 8 top powerhouses. Each swing of the demon blade, Iron Tooth, was intertwined with the most refined armament hockey and destructive conqueror's hockey. Every strike was as heavy as a mountain, sharp beyond compare. Clang! Akainu's magma giant fist was split open by the blade, lava splattering everywhere. Swish! Kizaru's light-speed kick was narrowly avoided by the blade, his clothing torn. Boom! A giant ice spear thrown by Akiji was sliced apart in one blow. Bang! A claw strike from one of the 5 Elders Beast forms was blocked by Constantine's blade, causing the ice beneath him to instantly collapse. His fighting style was incredibly domineering, devoid of any fancy moves, a pure crushing of power and speed. Each collision triggered earth-shattering sounds, as if the very space was twisting. The beast forms of the 5 elders were tough-skinned and powerful, but in front of Constantine's blade imbued with supreme will, they were still roaring in pain, their massive bodies accumulating deep wounds visible to the bone. The combined assault of the 3 admirals was cleverly countered, blocked, and even counterattacked by him alone. He was like an invincible war god, not only not falling behind in the relentless bombardment of the 8, but growing more vigorous in battle. Damn it! How could his conqueror's hockey be so strong? Akainu's lips bled, his heart filled with shock. His magma fruit ability was severely diminished in front of the opponent's refined armament hockey. That blade and his swordsmanship were too bizarre. The expression behind the yellow monkey's sunglasses was extremely grave, no longer daring to be the slightest bit careless. His physique was simply inhuman. Akiji felt the terrifying power emanating from the blade, making his arms numb. Ueno looked at Constantine, who was able to counterattack even while being surrounded by 8 people, and even faintly taking the initiative, causing a storm of emotions in his heart. At the same time, he realized that if the whole world continued to watch this live broadcast, Constantine's terrifying and invincible performance would spread across the globe like a virus. He suddenly turned his head and shouted angrily at the lieutenant general in charge of communications. "What's going on? Why is the live broadcast still continuing? Didn't I tell you to block all signals?" The lieutenant general's face turned as pale as paper, sweating profusely. "Report. Marshal, the technical department has confirmed that all signal bands on the battlefield have indeed been powerfully blocked. Even our own communications have been affected. But that Red Count's phone bug seems to be unaffected. We can't detect or block the signals it emits. Useless." Ueno was so furious he nearly spat blood. Watching Raidfield move like a ghost at the edge of the battlefield, the camera of the phone bug steadily aimed at the fierce battle involving Constantine. He immediately realized that this needed to be stopped. "Marshal Kong." Ueno looked at Kong, whose face was equally ashen. Marshal Kong's gaze was icy. "Take down that Red Count. Cut off the signal." The two instantly reached a consensus, their figures shooting out simultaneously, heading straight for Raidfield. Hey, am I here?" A furious roar erupted like thunder. Douglas Barrett's massive war machine form suddenly turned its head, seeing that Kong and Ueno were ignoring him and going straight for Raidfield. Igniting his fury, "Stop looking down on people. You scum of the world government. Dare to ignore me. Fusion awakening." Barrett completely went mad. He spread his enormous metallic arms wide, activating the awakening ability of the fusion fruit. Boom, boom, boom. The entire naval headquarters trembled wildly under his power. Chapter 28, War Fortress, Firepower Coverage. The entire Marineford fortress shook violently. Countless huge building wrecks, steel structures, and even the wrecks of military ships docked at the harbor were drawn towards Barrett's body as if attracted by an invisible magnetic force, merging together. Damn, what does he want? Wayno's eyes were bloodshot, already guessing Barrett's intentions. In the blink of an eye, a super-giant war fortress, composed of the ruins of the entire Marineford fortress and dozens of times larger than the giant race, rose from the ground. Barrett's voice echoed like thunder from the core of the fortress. Ha 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 ha. Damn Navy. Taste my true anger. Fusion War Fortress. Fire all cannons. On the surface of the fortress, countless monstrous cannon barrels instantly extended out, their dark muzzles flickering with the light of destruction. Boom, 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 boom. The bombardment was 100 times, 1,000 times more intense than Bondewald's previous firepower, like a cataclysmic rainstorm, instantly covering the entire battlefield. The shells rained down like meteors, indiscriminately bombarding the ground. The ice shattered in agony, evaporating. The shockwaves from the explosions formed a terrifying storm of destruction. The coverage density was comparable to carpet bombing. The munitions depot used by the naval headquarters to encircle the Whitebeard pirates was almost completely exhausted by Barrett in one go. This firepower was comparable to the simultaneous activation of 10 demon slaughter orders, the unluckiest were the 5 massive elders. Their targets were too large. Under this overwhelming bombardment, they became living targets. The elder in sandworm form was hit head-on by dozens of main cannons, letting out a painful scream. The ox demon form was also blown apart, scales flying everywhere in a sorry state. The rest were not much better off, taking nearly 100 cannon blasts. The elders were nearly stunned by the barrage. Such concentrated firepower, such exaggerated strength. They had always been the ones launching demon slaughter orders against others, and today they were finally getting some life experience of their own. And what about Constantine? His relatively small figure thrived under this destructive fire coverage. He moved like a ghost, weaving through the gaps in the explosions, jumping, even using the shockwaves from the blast to accelerate his movements, dodging the attacks from the 3 admirals and the elders, appearing relaxed, and even having the leisure to counterattack. Damn Barrett! Akainu roared in anger as he had to dodge the indiscriminate bombardment while also pursuing Constantine, feeling incredibly frustrated. This madman, Kizaru, couldn't help but curse. Even Whitebeard's group, who had already boarded the ship to retreat, looked back in shock, wondering what was happening. At the end of their vision, the naval headquarters looked as if it was built on a huge powder keg, being detonated in one go, with exaggerated explosions continuing endlessly, leaving Whitebeard's group a bit dumbfounded. Is the Navy this ruthless? To eliminate Constantine, are they really willing to sacrifice the entire naval headquarters? They still thought this bombardment was initiated by the Navy as a wonderful misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the live broadcast phone bug in Raidfield's hand faithfully transmitted all of this to the world. Sabati Archipelago, a bar where supernovas gathered. Kid stared at the screen, his grip on the glass so tight that it shattered, the liquid mixed with blood flowing down without him realizing. What the hell? One person fighting 8 and still has that kind of firepower? Law's face was pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Is this the true pinnacle of the world? Were we? Capone Beej, who had always prided himself on firepower, now had a green face, the cigar in his mouth had fallen to the ground. And he was oblivious. This level of firepower, is this what the world's top war looks like? The remaining supernovas, who had not yet left, truly realized the gap in the world, and their previous bravado had completely vanished. In the corner, Rayleigh, the Dark King, spat out a mouthful of wine, his eyes wide. Hey, Constantine, that old monster is still alive? And all the elders actually came down. What day is it today? Am I really drunk? For the first time, he felt that he might truly be getting old, unable to understand this world anymore. Alabasta Palace. King Cobra looked at the figure fighting calmly amidst the storm of destruction on the screen, sighed deeply, his eyes filled with worry and memories. It is him. It is really him. He has returned. Princess Vivi tightly grasped her father's arm, her voice trembling. Father, who is that person? Why even the elders? Cobra said heavily, a name that once made the world tremble, the King of Evil. Vivi, his appearance means that the colossal war sweeping the world is likely to repeat. Wano Country, Onigashima. Real war. Kaido of the 100 Beasts slammed the ground in rage, causing the entire Onigashima to tremble. Damn. 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 This level of war. This battle that makes one's blood boil. Why didn't they wait for me? Why am I not there? Play Q wipe cold sweat. Boss, calm down. Those are the elders. And the 3 admirals. Drought Jack spoke in a deep voice. Even going would be seeking death. Blaze Ash remained silent, his eyes behind the mask filled with gravity and a hint of longing. Whole Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin rarely did not get angry, but instead stared at the screen, her massive body unmoving, her eyes shimmering with a strange light. Mama, mama, mama. Constantine, I didn't expect you, this old monster, to still be alive. Her eldest son, Perispero, cautiously asked, Mother, do you know him? Licking her lips. Know him? Of course I know. Decades ago. He was a real headache for the world government. If he truly has the power to restore youth, maybe he can help me escape this aging trouble. Her words made all the children gasp in shock. On White Soil Island, in the headquarters meeting room of the Revolutionary Army, the live broadcast left all Revolutionary Army soldiers in silence. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, looked serious, feeling for the first time that there were forces outside the government that were difficult to handle. All over the world, wherever the live broadcast could be seen, there was a stunned silence. The highest secrets of the world government, the tragic situation at the Navy headquarters, and that evil king who faced 8 opponents while remaining calm amidst the devastating artillery fire. All of this heavily impacted everyone's perception. Laidfield, like the most dedicated photographer, closely followed Constantine's figure with his camera. What he wanted to show the world was the unparalleled charisma of this evil king, capable of overturning the world. In the center of the battlefield, Constantine forced back the attacking Akainu and a member of the 5 elders with a single slash. Looking at the increasingly chaotic battlefield due to Barrett's bombardment and the 5 huge, roaring phantom beasts, he burst into laughter, his voice cutting through the sounds of explosions. Refreshing. Now, this is more like it. Come on, let us make this performance even more exciting. Chapter 29. The world's highest combat power. The combined attack of the 3 admirals. At Marine headquarters, Marineford Square, in the center of the battlefield, Constantine fought alone against the 3 admirals and the 5 elders phantom beasts. A total of 8 of the world's top powerhouses. His figure moved like a ghost, weaving through terrifying waves of attacks, blocking and counterattacking. His movements smooth to the point of being effortless. Each swing of his blade sent a strange bloodlight that pierced the space with a sharp howl, and each block erupted with deafening roars. The whole world watched this suffocating scene through Laidfield's live broadcast. Countless people had only one thought in their minds. When did an enemy appear that the world's highest combat power couldn't take down even when working together? Moreover, there were those mysterious and unpredictable 5 elders, all in phantom beast forms. The 5 elders were unaware that the live broadcast was still ongoing. They thought Sengoku had already cut off the signal. But even if they knew the broadcast was still happening, they couldn't care less. Compared to the threat of Constantine, any urgent matters had to take a back seat. Now that their phantom beast forms were exposed, it was bad, but compared to the threat of Constantine, these minor details could be set aside for now. The monster legion formed by the 5 old men fought with considerable effort, their massive bodies withstanding Constantine's unparalleled slashes. Thanks to the terrifying recovery ability granted by their phantom beast forms, they seemed almost immortal, preventing Constantine from taking down any one of them in a short time. However, Constantine was not flustered in his heart. He understood clearly. These 5 old things had held power for too long and clearly lacked real life and death combat experience. Although each of them had awakened their phantom beasts, possessed all 3 types of haki, and had terrifying strength, their size was too large. On such a chaotic battlefield, surrounding and attacking a small person like him made it impossible for them to unleash their full power. Instead, they hindered each other, managing to exert only 7/10 of their strength. The 5 elders had not yet realized this flaw. The real trouble was the three admirals. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji were all masters of wide-area attacks. Now, however, the battlefield was jam-packed with 5 massive phantom beasts. Their advantage of natural ability was completely gone, and many powerful moves couldn't be used for fear of hitting their allies. Akainu's face turned ashen as he looked at a troublesome, bull-headed 5 elder blocking the way between him and Constantine. Almost cursing, "Can these old fools move out of the way? They're too obstructive." He saw even more clearly. Constantine seemed invincible, but there was a catch. It wasn't that he was weak, able to hold them back while not falling behind and appearing at ease. That level of strength was simply outrageous. But Constantine had never truly taken on the full power combined attack of more than 3 strong opponents at once. He always used his terrifying speed and foresight, choosing at most 2 people as main targets for attack and defense, cleverly letting the attacks from others miss or interfere with each other. This extreme control of the battlefield rhythm was a combat art honed through countless life and death battles. Akiji even felt a hint of admiration rising in his heart, but it was soon overshadowed by a colder killing intent. Because of this, he absolutely cannot be allowed to leave alive. Akiji, Kizaru, Akainu roared. Without prior communication, the 3 longtime partners instantly executed a textbook-like cooperation. Akiji reacted the fastest. Cold air erupted from his whole body, and he slammed his palms onto the ground. Ice Age barrier. Boom! The square in the bay where they were located saw the ice surface rapidly thickening and rising at a visible speed. Massive icebergs hundreds of meters thick shot up like a towering wall, instantly rising from the ground. The icebergs not only divided the battlefield, but also forcibly pushed the 5 largest phantom beasts of the 5 elders apart, isolating them outside. There was no other reason. It was just that these 5 old men were too obstructive. Only Constantine was left trapped in the center. The ice wall continued to rapidly thicken and rise, forming a towering ice mountain prison that reached a height of 1,000 meters and was hundreds of meters thick in no time. The ice wall was even covered with a layer of pitch-black armament hockey, making it indestructible. Just as the ice mountain was closing, a golden light shot in from the only reserved top gap towards Kizaru. "This ends here, evil king. Shaku K.G." Kizaru's cold voice echoed within the ice prison. Countless dazzling light bullets poured down like a torrential rain, covering the entire small frozen space. Constantine had nowhere to hide. Under such a dense barrage, he could only take a head-on. The light bullet storm lasted only an instant. Kizaru's purpose was merely to interfere and compress the space. At the same time, he ensured that Constantine wouldn't escape through the top exit. He flashed with golden light and instantly withdrew from the only gap. Akainu had long been ready, blocking that only exit. His arms transformed into 2 erupting volcanoes, with destructive energy condensed to the extreme. Magma flow hell. Boom! The crimson, viscous lava torrent surged in like a suspended river from the 9 heavens, carrying terrifying high temperatures that could incinerate everything, wildly pouring into the only gap, instantly filling the entire ice prison. The ultimate collision of ice and fire. Hissing white steam surged wildly. But the armament hockey-enhanced ice wall was extraordinarily solid and did not immediately melt. Instead, it acted like a gigantic pressure cooker, locking the destructive lava and the residual energy of the light bullets tightly inside. Akiji controlled the field. Kizaru interfered and compressed. Akainu aimed for the kill. A seamless execution. Perfect and flawless. From start to finish, there hadn't even been any prior plans or deployments regarding this. It was entirely due to the tacit understanding achieved through countless battles. This was the quality of the world as highest combat power of the 3 admirals. Compared to those 5 who only knew how to turn into big blocks and take hits while being obstructive, they were countless times stronger. The elite Navy forces remaining on the battlefield looked at the towering ice mountain, from which terrifying roars and high temperatures emanated. And all had the same thought in their hearts. It's over. How could one survive such a deadly assault? The remnants of the old era would ultimately be buried, The highest combat power of the present world joining forces was enough to crush any threat. Cheers nearly broke through the clouds. However, boom! A sound more terrifying than any explosion before. The indestructible 1,000-meter ice mountain suddenly exploded from the inside, creating an enormous hole. Countless hard ice blocks wrapped in armament hockey scattered and shot out like cannonballs. A figure slowly emerged from the surging lava torrent. It was Constantine. He was completely naked, large areas of his skin severely burned and charred, with scalding lava flowing over his body like maggots. However, a layer of red light, like flames, erupted from his body, illuminating him as if he were a demon emerging from hell. Although his appearance was disheveled, everyone who saw him felt their hearts sink to the bottom. He was still standing. Moreover, the terrifying burns on his body were healing at a visibly rapid pace. The charred, dead skin flaked off, revealing new, intact skin underneath. In just a few seconds, except for his destroyed clothes, his body had returned to its original state. It was as if the world-destroying attack, just now, was merely a hot water bath. Chapter 30, Death Sword. What a splendid siege! Constantine's voice rang out, filled with genuine admiration, as his gaze swept over the three major generals with grim expressions, finally landing on the equally shocked five elders, who had been pushed away by the iceberg. To be fair, this statement was somewhat of a generalization. The five old men had at least borne 60 of his output damage. However, in battle, isn't it essential to use every means possible to mess with their mindset? If it weren't for those five old geezers getting in the way, my pressure in fighting just you three would probably have multiplied. This statement was like a loud slap in the face, harshly striking the five elders. They felt an unprecedented humiliation. The three generals felt like needles were in their backs, cursing in their hearts. This bastard is definitely doing this on purpose, trying to undermine us in front of the leadership. Akainu couldn't contain his anger and surged forward again, carrying boiling magma. Akiji and Kizaru could only grit their teeth and follow. Constantine laughed heartily, re-engaging with the three generals. And the clash of blades, magma, ice spears, and light-speed kicks intensified. In the midst of the fierce battle, Constantine's eyes narrowed as he seized a minuscule opening during an attack transition between Akainu and Akiji, unleashing an invisible mental wave. King's authority. Although Kazuru had warned about this bizarre mental interference ability before the fight, and both of them were on guard when that cold, undeniable command struck their minds. Akainu and Akiji inevitably experienced an extremely brief moment of delay. It might have been less than 0.1 seconds, but for a monster of Constantine's caliber, 0.1 seconds was enough. The demon blade Tekai in his hand glowed with bloodlust. The blade sliced through an unpredictable arc that seemed capable of severing the very threads of fate. Death Sword. If rock swordsmanship was famous for its unmatched impact, like the terrifying destruction caused by a battleship's main cannon, then Constantine's swordsmanship was characterized by its ultimate lethality and unavoidable trajectory, dominating an era, especially his unique death sword. That was a technique that could only be used after awakening the powers of the fruit of life. A truly sinister sword technique capable of stripping the life energy from enemies. The ever-observant Hawkeye, Mihawk's eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance, his body trembling slightly with excitement. This was the pinnacle of swordsmanship he had always dreamed of. For Akainu and Akiji, that brief moment of vulnerability brought catastrophic consequences. Puffed. Two sprays of blood erupted almost simultaneously. Akainu's chest was sliced open with a massive wound that exposed bone. Akiji's right shoulder, along with part of his collarbone, was entirely severed. Blood gushed forth. Ugh! Both men groaned in unison, the intense pain and an indescribable feeling of weakness instantly sweeping over their bodies. Kazan. Sakazuki. Kizaru was both furious and anxious. He had sensed something was wrong the moment Constantine activated his ability, transforming into a burst of golden light and rushing to the rescue. But he was still a step too late. He could only frantically fire dense light bullets to drive back Constantine, who was looking to deliver the finishing blow. Get back! A loud shout rang out. It was the five elders in their sword-wielding samurai forms, who swung a fierce slash to force Constantine back while shouting at the severely injured Akainu and Akiji. "Don't get in the way here. Fall back immediately." His sword can strip away vitality. Being struck means losing a portion of your lifespan. Seal your wounds with haki. Quick! Another five elder in the form of a bull-headed scientific defense god, Saturn, also rushed over, his tone grave and urgent. "First, preserve your lives. This bastard is the king of death swords. He almost overturned the world back in the day. He is not easy to kill." Although the five elders' words were harsh, they were genuinely anxious at this moment. If the top combat power of the Navy were to be easily lost here, the blow to the morale of the world government and the Navy would be unimaginable. While they had previously suppressed the Navy's inflated ambitions, it did not mean that the Navy's admirals were within their reach. Those were the world's highest combat powers. Losing one would be an irreparable loss for the world government, one that could take over a decade to recover from. Ultimately, the three admirals were still a bit young and did not fully understand Constantine's danger. Or perhaps they underestimated it. The five elders were extremely cautious, even to the point of fear, regarding Constantine. They knew that Constantine's terror had earned him the title of the King of Evil, the King of Death Swords, and the Lord of Demon Swords half a century ago. His sword trajectories were bizarre and hard to defend against, containing a terrifying power that could directly strip the life essence from those struck. He was a true monster capable of threatening the foundations of the world government's rule. Underestimating him? That was courting death. The battlefield was once again taken over by the five elders. Relying on the terrifying recovery power of their mythical beast forms and their massive bodies, they withstood Constantine's counterattack, buying precious time for Akainu and Akiji to retreat. Akainu pressed on the blood-soaked wound on his chest, emanating a strange black mist, while Akiji, pale-faced, clutched his severed arm, staggering backward toward the medical point under Kazuru's cover. Both of their eyes were filled with shock, anger, and a hint of fear. That sword strike just now not only dealt physical damage, but also made them acutely aware that something vital had been permanently severed. In the center of the battlefield, Constantine continued to battle the five elders and Kizuru alone, still holding his ground. His effortless demeanor, broadcasted worldwide through Ridefield's livestream, left everyone who witnessed it in a state of breathless shock. Chapter 31. The ultimate weapon of the era, Heavenly Judgment. The one truly frustrated was Kizaru. He was fast, with a wide attack range, but the battlefield was filled with five massive mythical beasts. His pride in mobility and wide-area attacks could not be utilized. After Akainu and Akiji retreated due to serious injuries, the pressure on him increased even more. He could only rely on speed to maneuver and hold back Constantine. In the distance, Fleet Admiral Sengoku watched the center of the fierce battle, his brow furrowed. He spoke to Sengoku beside him in a low voice. "It seems the new generation of the Navy still knows too little about this man. I need to go support the five elders. On this side, there's also that red count. I'll leave it to you." Sengoku nodded gravely, his expression serious. Before him was Barrett, who had combined with the entire ruins of Marineford, crazily unleashing cannon fire. There was also Bondwald like a moving artillery platform, turning anything into cannonballs and bombarding wildly. And his target, Ridefield, holding the live-streaming snail, was slipping around the edge of the battlefield like an eel, never giving him a chance to get close. Sengoku felt a headache coming on. At this critical moment, that bastard Carp had thrown in the towel and left. Among the Navy comrades of the same generation, he was the only one still holding on here. This made him suddenly think of someone, Tsuru, the brightest flower of the Navy in their era, with unmatched wisdom and strategic vision. If she were still alive, he wouldn't have to worry about that damn livestream. She would have been able to handle everything neatly without him having to fret. A sharp pain surged in Sengoku's heart. Tsuru, along with many comrades who sacrificed, had fallen in the great war related to Constantine 50 years ago. Constantine must not leave here alive. Sengoku's gaze turned icy cold, filled with killing intent. The fallen comrades cannot have died in vain. He roared, charging towards Raidfield again with a large group of naval vice admirals and elite troops. At the same time, He shouted into the communicator. Scientific Defense Force. Pacifist Legion. Target Magellan. Surround and annihilate at all costs. It's foolish to use lives to fill Magellan's poison. In the center of the battlefield, the Gorosei and Kizaru continued their fierce assault on Constantine, but everyone was fixated on the bizarre blood-red long knife, Iron Tooth. In his hand, their expressions filled with dread. The horrific fates of Akainu and Aokiji were fresh in their minds. No one wanted to be hit by that deadly sword. The Scientific Defense War God, Satan's Saint, attacked while trying to disturb Constantine with a hoarse voice. Speaking of which, Constantine, the Red Tanya Empire you established back then was quite powerful. Unfortunately, you were too foolish to oppose us. And what happened? Your hometown, Roland, can't even find a whole brick now. How tragic, King of Evil. Constantine's movements with the knife showed no signs of stopping. Satan continued to attack his psyche. Because of your atrocities, your defiance, you brought such destruction upon yourself. Tens of millions of innocent lives were lost because of you. Do you regret it? These words stabbed into Constantine's heart like a poisonous thorn. His originally calm eyes suddenly became incredibly deep, as if a storm was brewing. He abruptly halted all movements, standing still, his gaze coldly sweeping over the Gorosei before finally locking onto Satan, his eyes as if gazing at a dead man. Regret? Constantine's voice was unusually calm, yet carried a chilling coldness. I never regret my decision back then. If resisting your tyranny and accepting your exploitation is the right thing, then it can only be said that we resisted too late. Those who follow me are prepared. His tone grew low, tinged with a barely perceptible sorrow. I only regret that we were unprepared back then, which led to this tragedy. The Gorosei felt a flicker of joy, thinking they had struck a nerve, revealing a crack in his emotions. However, Constantine's moment of sorrow lasted only an instant. He suddenly raised his head, the corner of his mouth curving into an extremely cold smile. That is why I said I came out this time to make you feel pain. The kind of pain that is relentless and unending. Before his words faded, Constantine suddenly looked up at the sky, his eyes sharp as an eagle. The Gorosei were momentarily stunned by his sudden action, instinctively following his gaze to the horizon. They saw a glaring red and white light, trailing a long tail, like a falling comet, plummeting at an unimaginable speed toward a specific direction. When they realized where it was headed, the blood in the Gorosei's bodies seemed to freeze instantly. What is that? Satan's Saint's voice twisted with extreme fear, roaring inhumanly. Holy Land Mariehua. This desperate scream thundered across the battlefield, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Whether it was Barrett, Vardo, or Sengoku and the other Navy forces besieging Raidfield, they all instinctively looked up at the sky. That comet, bearing the aura of destruction, was heading straight for the power center of the world, the Holy Land Mariehua. What have you done? The sword-wielding warrior form of Gorosei Saint's eyes were bloodshot as he crazily roared at Constantine. Constantine calmly withdrew his gaze, looking at them with a cruel smile. Just a little gift called divine judgment. ISNT it a lovely name. As if to validate his words, the next second, boom. Even from a great distance, a dull, terrifying roar, akin to the opening of the heavens, accompanied by the Earth's violent tremors, rolled in from the direction of the red Earth continent. Following that, a massive fireball and smoke column shot up into the sky at the location of the Holy Land Mariehua. Chapter 32. The Great Explosion of the Holy Land. Constantine's true trump card. Even without seeing the specific scene, the destructive noise was enough for everyone to imagine the dire situation in the Holy Land at that moment. The Gorosei's minds went blank. They stood frozen in place, their enormous phantom beast forms trembling slightly, with only one thought echoing madly. It's over. All is lost. And just before the comet descended upon the Holy Land, in the depths of Pangu City, within the Holy Land Mariehua, among the flowers. At the critical moment before the comet would destroy the Holy Land, a slender figure darted out from among the flowers like a ghost, instantly appearing above the Holy Land. Im raised her delicate arm and gently waved at the incoming object of destruction. Buzz, an invisible, intangible yet immensely powerful force, erupted instantly, precisely acting on that comet. It was not a solid object, but a mass of liquid metal accelerated to perfection, taking on a perfect droplet shape. Boom! Although it was detonated and shattered early by Im's power, preventing the complete destruction of the core area, the terrifying shockwave produced by the premature explosion still swept down like an apocalyptic storm. The solid red Earth continent shook violently, collapsing in large areas. Countless luxurious mansions inhabited by the celestial dragons were easily flattened and shattered like sandcastles. Screams of horror were instantly drowned out by the roar of the explosion. Countless pampered celestial dragons didn't even have time to react before being turned to dust in the shockwave and collapsing buildings. This was still the result achieved under the desperate protection of the elite troops and with the full rescue efforts of the Holy Land Guards. Im hovered in the air, watching the hellish scene below, feeling the breath of countless lives vanishing in an instant. For the first time, a cold, bone-chilling killing intent appeared on her face. Hidden in the shadows, her gaze pierced through space, seemingly locking onto Constantine, who was far away in Marinfando. The Gorosei were utterly dumbfounded. This was beyond comprehension. They could clearly feel the terrifying wave coming from the Holy Land. That was the power of Lord Im. Even that supreme being had been stirred to action. This was 1,000 times more terrifying than the Holy Land being blown up and the celestial dragons suffering heavy casualties. The wrath of Lord Im was something they absolutely could not bear. When the Gorosei looked at Constantine again, their eyes no longer held the previous calculations, anger or contempt. Only the purest, bone-deep fear and a mad determination to destroy him. Die. Satan's saint went completely mad. His massive bull demon form charging recklessly at Constantine. Originally, this guy planned to provoke Constantine with words, but after Constantine retaliated with a celestial meteor, Satan's saint completely lost his defenses. At that critical moment, whoosh, 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 the piercing sound of sonic booms came from the sky. Following that, dozens of terrifying shells, far exceeding the power of naval cannons, accurately covered the charging Satan's saint as if they had eyes. Boom, 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 boom. The violent explosions completely engulfed Satan's saint's massive form. Smoke and dust filled the air. Everyone was stunned by this sudden attack. Instinctively looking up, they saw two gigantic iron men, with an unprecedented design filled with streamlined beauty and a cold metallic texture, rapidly descending from the sky. They stood nearly 20 meters tall, one red and one white, with blue flames jetting from their backs like divine beings descending from the heavens. What in the world are those things? Kizaru's sunglasses nearly fell off, his mouth agape. Doflamingo, Moria, and other warlords who were slacking off were also dumbfounded. These things were completely out of their league. Two massive mechs landed steadily beside Constantine, smoothly kneeling on one knee, their metal joints emitting a heavy rumble. The loudspeakers on their chests transmitted a clear and respectful electronic synthetic voice. The Imperial Guardian mechs welcome your return, Great Majesty. Constantine, a dead silence enveloped the venue. This was completely beyond everyone's comprehension. Previously, when Constantine made Whitebeard youthful again, although shocking, it still fell within the framework of the devil fruit abilities. But now, what were these giant mechs that descended from the sky, could speak, and could bow? An antique from 50 years ago. Where did such a thing come from? Sengoku's eyes were about to pop out, his heart racing. It's impossible. This kind of technology, even Vegapunk. He knew very well what this creation signified. A war machine that transcended the times. As the highest commander of the Scientific Defense Force, Kizura had a close relationship with Vegapunk, and he understood better than anyone the value of these two mechs before him. This was absolutely disruptive technology. He felt his worldview was violently shaken. Satan's saint staggered out from the explosion smoke. His wounds were healing rapidly, but his eyes were filled with incredible horror. This is absolutely impossible. How could you possess such technology? The world government can't even achieve this. Constantine looked at Satan's ghostly expression and chuckled lightly, with a hint of mockery. Didn't I tell you before? Satan, back then, I merely lost due to lack of preparation. He surveyed the shocked crowd, his tone calm, yet as heavy as a hammer. Did you think that during those dark 50 years in Impel Down, I was really just in prison? Boom! This statement was like thunder, exploding in the hearts of the five elders, Sora, Sengoku, Kizuru, and everyone who could understand. An unprecedented chill instantly swept over them. Their previous thoughts were completely overturned. They believed Constantine was merely a powerful lone wolf, his influence having turned to dust 50 years ago. Now, it seemed they were gravely mistaken. This man left behind a terrifying backup when he was defeated 50 years ago. These two mechs, the space-based weapons striking the Holy Land, were just the tip of the iceberg. His 50 years were far from wasted. He had been secretly accumulating power, waiting for the moment to return. Blackbeard opening Impel Down? That might just be an opportunity he seized. He could emerge at any time. Once Constantine left Marine Ford with his hidden forces, the consequences would be unimaginable. He absolutely possessed the power to overturn the world. Today was the last chance to eliminate him. The lowest cost opportunity. This was the unified thought of all the high-ranking officials and strong figures of the world government. Chapter 33. The era-defining Mech Legion, the Invisible Empire, appears. At any cost. Leave him behind. He must not escape. A member of the five elders let out a roar filled with extreme terror. Sora, Sengoku, Kizuru, and all the high-ranking Navy officials felt the same urgent thought rising in their hearts. Finally realizing the seriousness of the issue, Constantine looked at their faces, a mix of fear and madness, and smiled with satisfaction. He swaggered into the Navy headquarters. Saving Whitebeard was a side task. His true purpose was to show the world, especially the world government, his current power. What he wanted was to rule the world and become the supreme emperor, not to be treated as a pirate. This reaction was just right. The demonstration was about done. Constantine sensed his own state. His vitality was significantly drained. If this dragged on, Emu from the Holy Land might really descend, and that would be troublesome. He casually waved at the two mechs. Let's go. The two massive mechs immediately rose, like the most loyal guards, one on each side of Constantine, their engines roaring, ready to ascend. No escape. Buddha's shockwave. Sengoku's eyes were bloodshot as he abandoned lead field. The massive golden Buddha erupted with full power, a golden shockwave capable of destroying mountains hurled towards Constantine's back. Steel bone break. Sora also erupted simultaneously, throwing a punch from afar. The pitch-black armament hockey coiled around the Conqueror's hockey, forming an incredibly condensed shockwave, chasing after Constantine. Faced with the furious strikes of two of the world's top combatants, Constantine didn't even turn his head. Buzz. The red mech quickly turned, crossing its arms over its chest. A layer of light blue, translucent energy shield instantly expanded, like the sturdiest wall of size. Boom! Boom! Two terrifying shockwaves violently collided with the blue light shield, erupting with deafening roars. Energy wildly dissipated, the shockwaves lifting the ground around them. However, that light blue shield merely flickered violently a few times, rippling but remaining utterly unmoved. What? Doflamingo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Are you kidding me? Moria's eyes were about to pop out. Dracul Mihawk tightened his grip on the black sword Uru, his expression incredibly grave. This level of defense, even he found troublesome. That was the full-force strike of Navy Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Chief of Staff Sora. It was effortlessly blocked by an energy shield. What does this mean? It means that among the Shichibukai present, aside from Mihawk, who might have a chance to break through, the others probably couldn't even scratch the surface of this mech. This is absurd. Bastard. Leave him behind. The five elders completely went mad. Five massive phantom beasts charging recklessly. All the Navy that could still move, including Sora, launched a final charge. However, at that moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A rain of bullets, more dense, more terrifying, and more precise than the artillery fire from Bando Vardo and Barrett, like a steel storm, covered the direction Constantine was leaving. The target was straight at the charging Navy and the five elders. Boom, 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 boom. The explosive flames instantly merged into one. The Navy officers and Sora charging at the front fell down like wheat being cut. The massive phantom beast bodies of the five elders were the first to bear the brunt, blown to pieces, blood and flesh a mess, letting out painful roars. The momentum of the charge was brutally interrupted. Everyone looked in terror towards the direction of the incoming artillery fire. They saw a dense mass of black dots rapidly leaping towards them at the horizon where the sea met the sky, in the direction Constantine was leaving. The number was so great, it resembled a migrating swarm of locusts. 1 mech, 2 mechs, 10 mechs, 50 mechs, roughly counting, there were over 300. They were smaller than the red and white mechs guarding Constantine, about 10 meters tall, entirely black, with hard lines, exuding a cold aura of killing. Behind them, blue tails were jutting out like black reapers. Even more despairing was that behind these 300 black mechs, a heavy cloud layer was being violently torn apart by an invisible force. A massive steel giant ship, unimaginably large, was slowly descending. It was nearly 1,000 meters long, with sharp angles, thick armor reflecting a cold sheen in the sunlight, resembling a moving steel mountain sky mothership. Constantine's steps, under the guard of the red and white mechs, paused slightly under countless gazes. He didn't turn back, merely raised his hand casually. Whoosh! Over 50 of the first arriving black mechs, like a well-trained army, instantly formed a solid defensive line, blocking behind Constantine. Their cold cannon muzzles all aimed at the pursuing enemies. They surrounded the central king, exuding a silent yet lethal sense of oppression. Only then did Constantine slowly turn around, his gaze calmly sweeping over the five elders, Sengoku, Sora, and others who were in a state of disarray from the artillery blasts, their eyes filled with fear and despair. He spoke, his voice resonating clearly across the battlefield through some device, reaching every corner of the world. Run away? There was a hint of mockery in his tone. Have you misunderstood something? He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the devastated naval headquarters and the terrified faces. I simply find it boring. So, I will take my leave first. As for the outcome of this war, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold arc. Let's save that for later. The moment his words fell, over 300 dark mechs descended upon the battlefield like a black tide. Their menacing gun barrels flickered with dangerous light, and their cold electronic eyes scanned the enemies below. The massive mothership hovered high above, casting a huge shadow, like the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. The king of evil, Constantine, after 50 years of decline, finally revealed to the world a glimpse of the despairing iceberg of the colossal empire he had built. Hidden in the shadows, the live broadcast phone bug in Ladefield's hand faithfully transmitted this scene of the silent black mech army, the sky-blocking steel mothership, and the figure of the emperor standing amidst the mech guards to every corner of the world. At this moment, Constantine was no longer like an emperor. He was the true emperor. The world fell silent. Chapter 34. The crane of the empire above Marin Vondo Square at the naval headquarters. The steel behemoth, known as the mothership, was slowly descending, its enormous shadow completely enveloping the disarrayed naval headquarters below. When it truly hovered at a low altitude, those observing it up close felt a suffocating sense of smallness. With a length of over 2 kilometers and a width exceeding 200 meters, the cold steel hull glimmered with a ghostly light, and the massive engines emitted a deep rumble akin to the breathing of a giant beast. A huge hatch at the bottom slowly opened, revealing a brightly lit passage inside. Click, 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 accompanied by the uniform sound of metal clashing. 2 teams of soldiers dressed in crisp black military uniforms, wielding uniquely designed weapons, swiftly lined up and exited from both sides of the hatch like the most precise machines. Their movements were swift and disciplined, instantly forming a security corridor outside the hatch. Even more astonishingly, a bright red carpet, made of an unknown material, automatically rolled out from inside the hatch, stretching to just in front of Constantine. Under countless shocked, bewildered, and fearful gazes, 2 figures stepped onto the red carpet. The one walking behind was an extremely tall woman. She wore a fitted black imperial military uniform that accentuated her curvaceous and athletic figure. with a neat short haircut. Her features were as cold and beautiful as ice sculpture, and her gaze was sharp as a blade. Most striking was the long sword she carried at her waist, its scabbard ancient yet exuding a chilling aura. The moment she appeared, the previously silent observer Mihawk felt his sharp, eagle-like eyes suddenly sharpen. Every muscle in his body tensed, and his hand unconsciously tightened around the black sword knight behind him. This woman was strong, very strong, and that sword was definitely a rare treasure in the world. This was an unspoken intuitive sensing between top swordsmen. However, when the woman in front stepped onto the red carpet, Sengoku and Steelbone below were struck as if by an invisible thunderbolt, completely frozen in place. Their expressions shifted from shock to disbelief, their pupils constricted violently, as if witnessing the most impossible sight in the world. "Crane!" Sengoku shouted in disbelief, his voice trembling with incredulity. "Why you re still alive?" This name exploded like a bomb among the remnants of the old generation of the Navy. Crane. She was the brightest flower of the Navy from 50 years ago. Beautiful, powerful, and extraordinarily intelligent. She was an unattainable goddess in the hearts of countless naval officers, and the future hope of the Navy's staff system. Her sacrifice was an eternal pain in the hearts of that generation of the Navy. But now, she was standing here alive, in Constantine's camp, and she looked so young, at most in her early 30s. This completely overturned Sengoku's understanding and left his mind in chaos. To verify if he was seeing things, Sengoku even looked at Steelbone, hoping for confirmation through eye contact. However, to his surprise, Steelbone's expression was very complex, containing shock and realization, but devoid of the joy of reunion with an old friend. Only a sense of relief after perceiving some truth. Yet, contrary to Sengoku's expected reunion filled with questioning and accusations, Crane merely cast a calm glance at the shocked Sengoku and Steelbone below, her eyes devoid of any excitement from a long-awaited reunion, nor any guilt or wavering, as if she were looking at two strangers. She then averted her gaze and quickly walked with the coldly beautiful female officer to stand before Constantine. The two stood on the red carpet, bowing in unison to Constantine, their movements standard and respectful. Crane's voice was clear and steady, carrying an undeniable loyalty. "We welcome your return, great Emperor Constantine." Constantine looked at the mature and capable Crane before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Crane, you are better than I imagined. Thank you for your hard work over the years." Crane slightly lowered her head, her tone firm. "It is my honor to serve the Empire, Your Majesty." She stepped aside and gestured. "Please, Your Majesty, board the ship." As her words fell, all the black-clad soldiers in formation knelt on one knee in unison. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, as if they were one person. A thunderous shout pierced the heavens. "Please board the ship, Your Majesty." This impactful scene was faithfully transmitted to the world through the phone bug in Ladefield's hand. Solemn, majestic, orderly, powerful. In stark contrast to the chaos at the naval headquarters below, the embarrassment of the five elders, and the astonishment of the seven warlords. Ladefield had quietly returned to Constantine's side, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Barrett, Bondewaldo, and even the seemingly puppet-like Magellan had gathered without anyone noticing. Looking at the grand spectacle before them, this army of absolute obedience, and the steel giant representing supreme power, even the arrogant Barrett, the aloof Ladefield, and the destructive Waldo felt an unprecedented shock and sense of belonging rise in their hearts. What dream of becoming the Pirate King? What dominance over the New World? Compared to the power and majesty displayed by this emperor before them, it was like childish play. This was the true posture of a king's return. They instinctively reigned in their own brilliance, slightly lowered their heads, expressing their submission and recognition at this moment. The king of evil, Constantine, he did not need to announce anything to the world. Merely this boarding scene explained to the entire world what true imperial bearing was. The nobility of the celestial dragons, built on identity and guards, appeared so laughable and pale in the face of this absolute order and strength. Across the world, countless people witnessing this scene felt a significant crack in their deeply ingrained respect for the world's nobility for the first time. The five elders were jolted awake from their extreme shock and humiliation only when Constantine, accompanied by Crane and the coldly beautiful female officer, was about to step onto the red carpet. "No, we cannot let him walk away like this. Stop him." One of the five elders, a mythical Zoan, let out a roar, ready to charge recklessly. However, Crane seemed to have anticipated their reaction. She did not turn back, but spoke into the communication amplifier with a clear, cold voice. "Heaven's judgment system, second round of filling completed. Target locked on Mary Geos, ready to activate at any time." Her voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated across the battlefield. If you don't want the Holy Land to experience another baptism of destruction because of your foolish actions, just stay put. Chapter 35. Departing calmly, without losing the dignity of a monarch. A threat. A blatant, precise threat. The five elder stars, who were about to charge forward, seemed to freeze in place. Their massive phantom beast bodies came to an abrupt halt, their eyes filled with extreme anger and undeniable fear. They dared not gamble. Lordom had just intervened to quell the disaster in the Holy Land. If their impulsiveness led to another strike on the Holy Land, the consequences would be more terrifying than death. Lordom's wrath was enough to grind them to dust. Seeing the five elder stars frozen in place, filled with anger yet unable to speak, Crane no longer paid them any attention. She and the cold, beautiful female officer flanked Constantine, respectfully guarding him as they stepped onto the crimson boarding path. Leadfield, Barrett, Bondualdo, and Magellan followed closely behind, under the gaze of countless complex eyes. Constantine and his group boarded the colossal steel ship that represented the future and power. The hatch slowly closed, and the lined-up soldiers in black quickly retreated inside the ship. Buzz! The roar of the massive engine intensified, and the enormous hull of the aircraft carrier began to rise steadily. Below, over 300 black mechas, like a returning swarm of bees, flew in an orderly manner into the multiple small hatches opened on the side of the mothership. Once the last black mecha entered, the hatch at the bottom of the mothership completely closed, leaving only two giant mechas that had initially descended beside Constantine. They guarded the area around the aircraft carrier to prevent a sudden attack from the government. The massive hull began to accelerate, emitting a dazzling blue tail flame, like a moving mountain, tearing through the clouds, disappearing from the sight of countless dazed, fearful, and desperate eyes at the end of the sky. The war at Marineford came to an unexpected end in this manner. Inside the aircraft carrier, in the main command room, outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows, clouds rushed by. Constantine stood by the window, his gaze sweeping over the gradually shrinking island wreckage below. Suddenly, his gaze paused slightly in one direction. On the sea, a medium-sized sailboat was heading towards Marineford, and on its sail, a familiar red-haired skull emblem stood out prominently. Crane, who had been standing by his side, noticed Constantine's gaze. She glanced at the flag and calmly explained, "It seems to be the youngest among the four emperors, red-haired Shanks pirate crew. Looking at their course, they are heading to Marineford. However, their goal is likely to be in vain." Meanwhile, above the sea, red-haired Shanks and his crew, of course, could not miss the giant ship passing overhead. Hey, did you all see that? Am I seeing things? What on earth is that?" Jesus Burgess, the sniper of the red-haired pirates, began to doubt whether his eyesight was failing. The others were equally shocked. This super giant ship, which looked completely out of place with the current era's technology, was utterly mind-blowing. As a crew of one of the four emperors, what had they not seen? But they had truly never seen such a scene. Red-haired Shanks was also in shock. He was supposed to be the mediator, but first, he had fought a battle with Kaido in the New World. Then, without stopping, he rushed to the Navy headquarters, only to find that they had missed the already retreated Whitebeard pirates due to some errors. What appeared before them was such a scene. "I have a feeling we seem to have missed something very important," Shanks said after a moment of silence. Beside him, Ben Beckman wore a similarly grave expression, agreeing with Shanks' assessment. Something extraordinary must have happened on the battlefield at Marineford. What had transpired during the time they rushed over? Constantine curled his lips into a knowing smile. I know him. He probably thinks he can use his influence to mediate the war. Unfortunately, Now, he can only clean up the mess. His tone was flat, with a hint of barely perceptible mockery. The highlights of red-haired Shanks in the original story were destined to become empty after this war that had turned everything upside down. He no longer focused on that small boat and turned to the subordinates who had followed him aboard. Barrett, Bondewaldo, Leadfield, and the silent Magellan. Leadfield, Barrett, and Bondewaldo were indeed feeling a bit complicated. They had thought they would be forming a super pirate crew with Constantine, but the scale, power, and technological level of this setup completely surpassed that of pirates. They felt more like they had joined an empire. For a moment, they were somewhat at a loss. Constantine noticed their thoughts and instructed Crane, arrange quiet, comfortable rooms for them with ample food supply. Let them have a good rest and recover. He then looked at Barrett and the others with a smile. During this time, focus on recuperating. Soon, there will be new tasks assigned to you. Hearing the word task, Barrett's eyes instantly ignited with battle intent, and Bondewaldo revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Even Leadfield nodded slightly. Their anxieties were finally set aside. As long as there was still a place for them to prove their value, that was enough. As for whether it was an empire or a pirate crew, as long as they could fight freely and follow the strong, the form did not matter. Constantine turned his gaze to Crane, looking at the sophisticated instruments in the command room and the well-trained soldiers, sincerely praising. To be honest, Crane, the development of the empire far exceeds my imagination. What was left behind back then was just a framework and direction. You have done an excellent job managing this intangible empire to such a scale, completely avoiding the eyes and ears of the world government for 50 years. Crane maintained her composure and calmness, showing no signs of pride. Your Majesty overpraises me. I have merely done some organizational and construction work in the direction you guided. The real reason the Empire possesses such extraordinary power today. She paused slightly, her tone carrying a hint of respect, is Dr. Vegapunk. She turned Your Majesty's vision into reality. Those mechas, motherships, and space-based weapons are all her masterpieces. Just like her name, she is a miracle. Constantine smiled. She created miracles, and you, Crane, allowed those miracles to take root, grow, and thrive. You are all indispensable pillars of the Empire. He walked to the main console and gestured. Now that we are back, it's time to listen to the voice of that miracle. Let's chat after a long time. Crane was already prepared and immediately operated a few controls on the main console, handing a secure communicator to Constantine. The communication was quickly connected. A voice with a clearly lazy tone, seemingly mixed with chewing gum, sounded casual as if chatting with an old friend. Oh, from the sounds of it, Our Majesty has made a grand entrance? The live broadcast is quite impressive. The whole world is left dumbfounded. That voice dragged on, carrying a hint of mischief. Does this mean that the long vacation you promised me should be fulfilled? My pile of new ideas in the lab is about to get moldy. Listening to this familiar, unrestricted tone, Constantine's smile widened, carrying a rare sense of ease. Of course. Everything you have done for the Empire deserves any reward. As long as it is a request you make, I will do my utmost to meet it. He paused and clearly called out her name. Vegapunk, the miracle. A loud popping sound of bubblegum came through the communication. Pop. Deal. Long live Your Majesty. Then I must plan my vacation well. By the way, should I conduct a few small experiments to relax? Bye. The communication was abruptly ended. The command room fell into silence. Crane's expression remained calm, as if he had already known this shocking secret. Meanwhile, Barrett, Raidfield, and Bondivaldo, who had just been led to the door by a servant and were about to leave, suddenly stopped in their tracks. The three of them had extremely astonished expressions on their faces. Vegapunk, the chief scientist of the world government. That genius brain Vegapunk, regarded by the Navy as the highest technological guarantee. She is actually Constantine's person, codename Dr. Miracle. This truth shook them even more than the shock brought by the earlier spaceship. They finally understood Constantine's words. Do you think I've been impelled down for 50 years just to be in prison? What kind of unfathomable layout and power were hidden behind it? The Invisible Empire's foundation was so deep that it had already permeated the heart of the world government. Chapter 36. The Empire's Chief Scientist, Vegapunk Miracle. Inside the command room of the spaceship Apocalypsis, Constantine stood in front of a large porthole, watching the clouds roll beneath his feet. Crane stood beside him, reporting on the Empire's development status. Meanwhile, Constantine was lost in a distant memory. Vegapunk miracle. Constantine murmured this name, his gaze profound. Over 50 years ago, when I found that genius, he was only 14 years old. The cold and elegant female officer, standing beside him, listened silently as an astonishing secret slowly unfolded from the mouths of the two great figures. Crane nodded and added, "At that time, although Vegapunk had the title of genius and was somewhat famous in academia, no one dared to invest real money in his experiments. No matter how advanced his ideas were, without money, they were just a piece of waste paper. He faced obstacles everywhere and could not secure sponsorship, making his situation very difficult." Constantine recalled that moment. Just when he was at his most difficult time, I anonymously funded him for 5 years of research. I never showed up, nor did I make any demands. I simply gave him money so he could focus on his research. This timely assistance made the young Vegapunk extremely grateful and very curious about who the benefactor was. He repeatedly requested a meet, but I politely declined. Constantine's lips curled slightly. Until the Empire was in turmoil, on the eve of the Great War, I reluctantly agreed to meet him. At that time, I was already planning for the aftermath of defeat. Crane continued to describe that meeting. When the young Vegapunk saw Your Majesty, he was completely stunned. No matter how immersed he was in research, he still recognized the headlines in the newspapers. Emperor of the Red Tanya Empire, King of Evil, World Enemy. His feelings at that moment must have been extremely complicated, both grateful for your support and fearing that being associated with you would bring great trouble, jeopardizing his research path. He must have been drafting in his mind how to thank you and then draw a clear line. Constantine smiled, but I didn't give him the chance. I directly expressed my appreciation for him, saying that his talents surpassed this era and even several years ahead. At that time, he was still far from being the world's #1 scientist, and hearing such high praise from someone of my stature was a genuine shock and emotion for him. He probably thought I was going to recruit him, which must have made him very conflicted. However, I never mentioned anything about recruitment. Constantine's tone carried a sense of calm control over the situation. We talked about the future of the world. I told him that science is the greatest force to change the world and affect everyone's lives. Although science may not seem powerful now, in the future, science will be the primary productive force. This statement was definitely impactful for that young man full of scientific dreams. Crane nodded. Your Majesty's words deeply moved him. He did not expect that you, viewed by the world as a tyrant, had such an advanced vision. This made him feel worse because he could see that the Empire's defeat was inevitable. He even couldn't help but bring up your situation, expressing a desire to help. This completely surprised him. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Constantine's eyes. His initiative indicated that his heart was already half on our side. Unfortunately, he was still too young and lacked the strength, so I once again declined his help, telling him I would leave another sum of money to support his research for the next decade. I said this was my last contribution to the future of science. Then I left. Crane sighed. Your Majesty's departing figure left an indelible mark in that young scientist's heart. He admired your vision and broad-mindedness, even regretting that he was born too late to help. So, he chased after me, formally requesting to join the Empire. Crane looked at Constantine with admiration at this point. She admired not only this emperor's personal greatness, but more importantly, this man had a deadly charm that could attract those he valued onto his ship with his unique charisma and broad-mindedness. It was the same for Crane back then, and the same for Vegapunk. At that moment, I knew the plan succeeded. Constantine continued, but my advice to him was, do not get directly involved in political whirlwinds. Focus on scientific research. I accepted his intentions, and we reached an agreement. Then, with the power of my devil fruit, we created a clone of Vegapunk with the same bloodline. This clone was treated like a younger sister by him, to whom he imparted all his knowledge. Crane took over the conversation. More than a decade later, I found him at Your Majesty's command and took away that already grown clone. She is Vegapunk Miracle. She possesses all the knowledge reserves of the original, but is tasked with the mission that you set before your imprisonment, to specialize in mechanical heavy industry. You firmly believe that the future wars will be wars of technology, and whoever holds the technological trump card holds destiny. Dr. Miracle did not disappoint. Crane's tone was affirmative. She invested all her energy in this direction, achieving a technological leap over the world government in just over 30 years, even forming a crushing advantage. Satan among the five elders was right. No one else in this world could do it except Vegapunk. But what he did not know was that serving the Empire was also Vegapunk, just a different individual. Constantine concluded, the two key arrangements left back then, the Empire's development blueprint and strategy were planned by me, and the executor is you, Crane, as the overall responsible person. The technological engine is Vegapunk Miracle. The two of you complement each other, which led to today. I have had enough of the lessons learned from the hasty response 50 years ago, which led to failure. These 50 years in prison were to accumulate enough cards to overturn the world. Now the time has come. As the memory ended, Constantine's gaze fell on the tall female officer in the command room who had been maintaining a military posture, her face cold and serious. Crane introduced at the right moment. Your Majesty, this is the captain of the Apocalypsis, Gun. Constantine had already noticed her. She stood straight, with shoulder-length hair, a cold and beautiful face, and a tall and voluptuous figure, a great beauty. But what attracted Constantine even more was the strong aura she exuded. She was definitely a master. In the original work, she had long hair and spider tattoos on her thighs, which I modified here. Please do not criticize. Upon hearing her name and identity, Constantine was not surprised to find that she was the candidate for the naval general, Peach Rabbit Gun, who had also been recruited by Crane. Gun stepped forward, her movements crisp and decisive, performing a standard military salute without any unnecessary words. But Constantine keenly captured the nearly fanatical admiration concealed deep within her calm eyes, clearly directed towards himself. Chapter 37, Talents Gathered. Departing for the daughter country. An outstanding captain. Constantine praised, such strength at such a young age, and receiving recognition from Crane, your excellence is beyond doubt. A flash of excitement crossed Gun's cold and elegant face, but was quickly suppressed. Her voice remained steady, yet carried a barely perceptible tremor. All glory belongs to His Majesty Constantine. To be praised by the Emperor she fervently admired stirred her emotions. Constantine nodded, acknowledging her attitude and self-control. He turned to Crane and issued an order. We will head to Nine Snake Island next. I foresee that Empress Hancock will openly assist us against the Navy on the battlefield, and the world government, in order to assert its authority, is likely to target her in her country, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. The warriors of Amazon Lily are generally skilled in hockey, making them a force to be reckoned with. He looked at Crane. Can the Apocalypse transfer them all at once? Crane quickly confirmed. The Apocalypse can accommodate over 20,000 people when fully loaded. Currently, there are only 2,000 regular troops on board. The entire population of Amazon Lily can be easily transferred in one go. Very well. Constantine decisively ordered target the Combelt 9 Snake Island. Understood, Your Majesty. Captain Gun immediately saluted, turned to face the control panel, and her clear and powerful voice echoed throughout the ship. Attention, all hands. Target change. Course, Combelt, 9 Snake Island. Maximum engine power. Full speed ahead. The massive Apocalypse traced an elegant and powerful arc through the air. The roar of the engines intensified, emitting an even more dazzling blue tail flame. Like a waking steel giant, racing towards the sea where even the wind had stilled. As Constantine anticipated, the Navy headquarters had already received orders from the five elders. The Shichibukai, who had not contributed to this war, must be punished with a firm attitude. The primary target was none other than Empress Boa Hancock. How dare she help Constantine on the battlefield, which infuriated the world government. Moreover, the current world government had embarrassingly exposed itself to the world, failing not only to eliminate the white group as initially intended, but also causing a huge mess with Constantine. And the five elders had been forced to descend to the lower realm, failing to kill this monster and instead allowing him to retreat calmly. The world government urgently needed a show of force, and although the Empress of Nine Snake had limited weight, she was still a figure of certain influence, and most importantly, she had indeed crossed the government's line. Nine Snake Island, the royal palace. Empress Boa Hancock sat on the throne, her stunning face now shrouded in a layer of gloom. Kneeling before her was a national defense warrior responsible for communications, his face pale. Has the news been confirmed? Hancock's voice was somewhat cold. Why, yes, your majesty. The warrior's voice trembled with fear. The world government has issued a statement declaring you have betrayed the world government, colluded with the criminal Constantine, and attacked the Navy headquarters, announcing the cancellation of your Shichibukai title. At the same time, she swallowed hard. The Navy headquarters Admiral Kizaru Paisalino has already set sail with his fleet, targeting us. Nine Snake Island, expected to arrive in 3 days. A deathly silence fell over the palace. All the national defense warriors present, and her 2 younger sisters, Sandasonia and Marigold, lost all color in their faces. The Admiral is personally leading the assault. Everyone understood what this meant, an impending disaster. Hancock's hands gripped the throne's armrests tightly, her knuckles turning white. Though proud, she was not ignorant of the gravity of the situation. Facing a Navy admiral, especially the fastest Kizaru, Nine Snake Island had almost no chance of victory. Perhaps her personal strength could hold out, but what about the entire country? What about her people? A flicker of regret flashed through her heart, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper resolve. For that esteemed person, it was worth it. She suddenly stood up, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. Send word throughout the nation. Prepare for battle. Nine Snake Island will never surrender. Yes, your majesty. The warriors responded in unison, but their voices were tinged with sorrow. They were not afraid of death, but against an unbeatable enemy. The outcome seemed predetermined. Sandasonia and Marigold anxiously looked at their sister. Sister! Hancock raised her hand to stop their words, her sharp gaze fixed on the clear sky outside the palace. As if waiting for something or bidding a final farewell, she murmured softly, only for herself to hear. Will that esteemed person come? Giroliosa, also known as Granny, wore a silent expression, but this time she did not show dissatisfaction with Snake Princess's actions. In fact, as an experienced elder, Giroliosa had already keenly sensed the changing winds of the world. The attitude towards the Shichibukai was beginning to polarize. In recent years, the reckless actions of some Shichibukai had drawn dissatisfaction from many countries, especially after the Straw Hat Kid took down 2 Shichibukai consecutively. Their crimes were brought to light, causing a huge uproar in the world. What truly alerted Giroliosa was the aftermath of the supernova incident at Sabeti Archipelago, where the former Nine Snake Empress, Shaki, had sent back a piece of intelligence. A war weapon called the Pacifista, known as peacekeepers, had been deployed, and the 11 supernovas were thoroughly overwhelmed by just 2 of these weapons. Although the supernovas defeated the Pacifista, such war machines were merely mass-produced models. The world government was gradually mastering a war machine that could be produced on a large scale, not only powerful, but also absolutely loyal. This made Giroliosa keenly aware that the Shichibukai might very well be abolished in the future. And this foresight was indeed confirmed 2 years later when the World Conference was launched and swiftly passed the deprivation of the Shichibukai's privileges. Countries thought this was a right they had fought for, rejoicing, unaware that it was merely the world government's intention, as they had already mastered more loyal and powerful weapons, rendering the Shichibukai obsolete trash in history. Originally living in peace and participating in the paramount war according to the treaty, the Snake Princess was also immediately cast aside mercilessly. Therefore, regarding the Snake Princess's current reckless behavior, Giroliosa felt it might be an opportunity, since it was destined to be abandoned by the government. Why not seize this chance to cling to another powerful ally? Just as Nine Snake Island was engulfed in a tense and desperate atmosphere of preparation for battle, the heavy clouds above the island were suddenly torn apart by a tremendous force. Boom! The deep and thunderous roar of the engines echoed like the low growl of a deity, instantly enveloping the entire island. Everyone looked up in terror. A massive steel ship, unimaginable in size, slowly descended from the clouds like an ark from a myth. It blocked out the sunlight, casting a huge shadow that encompassed the entire palace area. The streamlined hull shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that transcended the era. What is that? Sandasonia exclaimed in shock. So big. Marigold stared in awe. All the 9 snake warriors forgot their training, staring dumbfounded at the steel giant in the sky, their weapons nearly falling from their hands. This completely exceeded their comprehension. Hancock's heart raced. She looked at the giant ship, her eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. It's him. It must be him. Just then, a hatch at the bottom of the giant ship opened. A tall and cold figure appeared at the hatch, and her voice echoed clearly through the loudspeaker. The Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock. By the order of His Majesty Constantine, the ship Apocalypse is here to rescue all citizens of Amazon Lily. Please organize the citizens to board immediately. The fleet of Admiral Kizuru has already been detected moving by our side. Time is of the essence. Chapter 38. Schemes between Supreme Powers Holy Land, Mary Geos. Between powers, the 5 elders of the 5 elders were in such a hurry that they didn't even have time to change out of their uniforms covered in the dust and smoke of Marineford. Rushing to meet Lord M in the flower room. The shocking scene of devastation in the Holy Land, with collapsed, luxurious buildings, deep craters, and the smell of charred flesh and faint traces of blood in the air, made their scalps tingle and their steps heavy. Constantine's judgment was too harsh. Although Lord M ultimately smashed the core, the shockwave that detonated early still caused the deaths of over 100 celestial dragons. This was still the result of the guards fighting to the death. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even worse. Not only did they fail to eliminate Constantine, but they also inflicted such heavy damage on the Holy Land and forced Lord M to come out. The elders could hardly imagine how terrifying that person's anger was at this moment. At the same time, they were relieved that there was no second strike at that time. Otherwise, they would all be doomed. Lord M would definitely not let them off the hook. They knelt on the cold ground of the flower room, trembling, not daring to raise their heads. The air was filled with a suffocating low pressure. It was indeed very, very angry. The Holy Land hadn't suffered such a blow in 800 years, even though there had been several invasions in history. None had caused such destruction or forced her out in such a manner. This was unprecedented. Her fingers unconsciously tapped in the air, and each soft sound tightened the hearts of the 5 elders. In the original work, when Sabeti Archipelago made a mistake and could directly kill him to vent her anger. But this time, it was the 5 old geezers who made the decision together and messed things up together. Even she had to consider that if she killed all 5 of them, it would greatly impact her rule, especially in such a critical period, once power vacuums arose. It would only provide opportunities for enemies. More importantly, the trouble with Constantine had not been resolved decades ago. Now that it had erupted, they couldn't blame these 5 useless old men entirely. In the end, M chose to endure this time. There wouldn't be a next time. M's cold voice echoed in the empty flower room, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet carrying an absolute chill. This sentence was like a royal pardon. The tense bodies of the 5 elders instantly went limp, their backs soaked in cold sweat. Although they were sternly warned, they had saved their lives. The 5 of them almost crawled out of the flower room. Panga City, between powers, back in their familiar room, the 5 elders dared to breathe deeply. Once their shock subsided, a huge sense of humiliation and anger surged. They must take revenge. Immediately, Empress Boa Hancock, the environment martial god, gritted his teeth, openly betraying them on the battlefield and helping Constantine. They should target her, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Show the other 7 warlords the consequences of betrayal. Agreed. The finance martial god immediately made a decision, issuing a demon-slaying order. Let Kizara go. Flatten Amazon Lily as quickly as possible. The order was swiftly given. However, not long after, Kizaru's urgent report came back. Amazon Lily was empty. The entire nation, not even a cat left. The scene showed signs that they had been taken away by a gigantic flying object. Constantine. The 5 elders were so furious they almost spat blood. This bastard moved too quickly. Instead of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, they had handed over the Empress and the entire power of Amazon Lily to the enemy. They had tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing rice. And there was one more useless piece of trash. The scientific defense martial god, Sabeti Archipelago, had a dark expression. Moonlight Moria, This guy should have been dealt with long ago, defeated by new pirates, losing the face of the 7 warlords. Did nothing during the Marineford War. Perfect. Let Doflamingo take care of him. Another order was given to Doflamingo. Eliminate Moria. However, not long after, Doflamingo's report came back. With a helpless expression, Moria also ran away. He vanished right under my nose. Can't find him. Useless. All of them are useless. The 5 elders roared in the power chamber. They didn't believe a word of Doflamingo's report. Vanished into thin air. It must have been Moria's transparent fruit user doing it. Doflamingo was definitely doing it on purpose, trying to annoy them, the world government. They were well aware of Doflamingo's little schemes. This guy held no less malice towards the celestial dragons and the government. If it weren't for this guy possessing that secret, they would have taught him a lesson for daring to fool them like this. But now, without evidence, they could only swallow this bitter loss. The Empress ran away, and Moria also escaped. The 7 warlord system was already on shaky ground, and now they had failed to kill 2 chickens to regain some face. The 5 elders felt as if they had been slapped in the face, their hearts filled with frustration. Things were getting worse. The resignation letter from Admiral Sengoku was also placed on their table. Damn it, Saint Nesujuru rubbed his temples in annoyance. If it were in the past, they would have welcomed Sengoku stepping back, just right to push a more obedient Akainu into position. But now, Akainu and Akiji were still lying in the Navy Hospital's intensive care unit, deeply unconscious. The Scientific Defense Department and the real Vegapunk had both come to check, and the conclusion was unanimous. There were no major issues with their bodily functions, just that their physiological age had inexplicably aged about 5 years. The reason for the coma was a peculiar self-protective physiological hibernation. They might need to lie down for a few months. Vegapunk's exact words. A few months? The 5 elders almost flipped the table. Constantine's imperial power was eyeing them covetously. It was precisely the time to use people, and 2 top generals were lying down. How could Kizaru alone be enough? The power Constantine displayed completely overturned their understanding. That enormous airship, those futuristic mechas, and the space-based weapons capable of directly bombarding the Holy Land. This was no pirate crew. This was clearly an empire with a complete war system and terrifying technological prowess. Moreover, it was even more concealed, no longer having a clear territory like 50 years ago. They had learned from past lessons. They had hidden themselves deeper, just as described in the recent headline of the World Economic Journal. Invisible Empire, making a comeback. It was indeed described accurately, without a trace, yet possessing such terrifying war power. Every time they thought of it, it sent chills down the spines of the 5 elders. That bastard Constantine had started laying the groundwork 50 years ago when he was imprisoned. His scheming and cunning were terrifyingly deep. At such a time, Sengoku, this old commander, could not leave. They had to stabilize him. Saint Sabaody immediately instructed to call Sengoku. Use a good tone. Comfort him. Tell him the Navy needs him now. As for a Kainu and Akiji situation, they would keep it from the outside world. Just say they were seriously injured and recuperating. Just then, Saint Nesujuru, holding a sword, spoke to Saint Sabaody of the Scientific Defense. The progress over at Vegapunk should be urged. Mother Flame and Seraphim must make some progress within 6 months. At least one must be operational. We no longer have time to wait. Saint Nesujuru's words resonated with the other 3 elders, and the Justice Martial God, Saint Vacheli, spoke at this moment. Moreover, I have a suspicion, although there is no evidence, I absolutely do not believe there exists another genius like Vegapunk in this world. That would be too absurd. Even if it is Bekapunk, his talents are built upon the powerful computational ability of the brain fruit, allowing him to create so many miracles. Now you tell me that there is actually a second force in this world that has been leading the world government in technological accumulation for so many years in silence. This is truly unreasonable. Everyone fell into silence. Indeed, the strength currently displayed by the Invisible Empire is too terrifying, especially in terms of technology, which exceeds their imagination. Even if the world government is corrupt, their investment in technology has never stopped. To have technology nurtured by a world be overtaken by a hidden force is the most absurd part. Therefore, The rational members of the Five Elders have reason to suspect that this is more likely a leak of technology from within the government. If this is the case, then the Five Elders would be furious, using the blood of the world government to incubate the technology and strength of the enemy. For 800 years, the world government has never suffered such a huge loss. The scientific defense god, Saint Satan, coldly stated, "I will personally go to Edhead to clarify this matter. If the worst situation truly arises, I will not hold back." Everyone nodded, and there was no further discussion. If such a situation really occurs, then Satan is indeed the first person responsible and should resolve this trouble. After this, the Five Elders also decided to launch a global conscription. They absolutely cannot give Constantine's empire enough time to develop its strength. They must gather the power of the entire world to completely eliminate this force. Just like 50 years ago, thus, a grand conscription began. Chapter 39. Past events unbearable to recall. Naval Headquarters Hospital. Kizaru rarely didn't display his usual lazy demeanor, walking out of Akainu and Akiji's ward with a worried face. Outside the ward, 2 vice admirals were fully armed, guarding it. This was a life-and-death order from the Five Elders, ensuring the safety of the 2 admirals. So even in such a tense world situation, the Navy must assign at least 2 vice admirals on duty to avoid accidents. Kizaru knew that he would probably be extremely busy for the next few months. Around the corner of the corridor, he ran into former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Zephyr was looking down, walking quickly, exuding a suppressed and unstable aura, even passing by Kizaru without greeting him. Kizaru frowned slightly behind his sunglasses. His relationship with Zephyr wasn't particularly good, but it wasn't hostile either. Zephyr's current state was strange, too restless. He wanted to ask something, but Zephyr had already walked far away. Zephyr directly barged into Sengoku's office. "Sengoku." Zephyr's voice was low, carrying a suppressed calmness. "Did you know the truth about Crane back then?" Sengoku looked at Zephyr's bloodshot eyes, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. He had actually suspected this for a long time. Crane's cautious nature made her sudden death full of doubts, but there was no evidence. Back then, Kong even personally instructed him not to dig deeper. "I was unaware, but I am investigating," Sengoku answered cautiously. At this moment, seeing Zephyr's terrifyingly dark face, Sengoku's heart sank. Just as he was about to say something, Zephyr spoke first, his tone oddly calm. "The world government has just bypassed the Navy and directly approved the new warlord list. One of the names on it is Edward Weevil." Sengoku's pupils shrank. Edward Weevil, the madman who severed Zephyr's arm and slaughtered all of Zephyr's students. The government actually made him a warlord? This is simply stabbing a knife into Zephyr's heart. Note, currently, the official narrative does not clearly state who severed Zephyr's arm. A new character was introduced later, originally the first Drought of the Beast Pirates, who later became a warlord and was defeated by Fire Fist Ace. However, I feel this character is somewhat abrupt, and I personally believe that Edward Weevil severing an admiral's arm has a greater impact. A simple yet cruel character pulling an admiral into a deep abyss is more ironic, so I will stick to Weevil's setting. "Please do not flame." Sengoku looked at Zephyr in shock, but the expected rage, the banging on the table, and the shouting did not occur. Zephyr was unnaturally calm, so calm that it made one's heart feel uneasy. What scared Sengoku even more was that Zephyr actually chose to skip this topic and talk about Crane's matters. "I know you are investigating Crane's case." Zephyr looked at Sengoku. "If there are results, tell me immediately." After saying this, he turned and left, never once mentioning Weevil becoming a warlord. This abnormal calmness made Sengoku feel more uneasy than any rage. The more Zephyr didn't mention it, the closer to the edge of eruption his inner volcano was. Sengoku could no longer sit still and immediately set off for the Holy Land. He needed to ask Admiral Kong for a clear answer. Kong's reaction at that time was not surprised that Crane was alive, only surprised that she joined the Empire. It was too suspicious. In the General Staff office, facing Sengoku's questioning, Kong remained silent for a long time, the office filled only with his heavy breathing. Finally, he sighed deeply and spoke. "It was I who had doubts about Crane's death back then." Kong's voice carried weariness and heaviness. Sengoku's heart suddenly sank. "Why?" Kong raised his head, looking at Sengoku with a complex expression. Do you remember that I was suddenly secretly investigated by the world government and fell from the position of admiral? This happened around the time of Crane's sacrifice. Sengoku certainly remembered. That was a huge upheaval in the Navy's higher-ups. At that time, he was just a colonel, feeling the winds of change without understanding why. Why was I investigated? Kong's voice carried a hint of bitterness. It was not because I made a major mistake. It was simply because I offended a celestial dragon patriarch. Offended? Why? Sengoku pressed, the terrifying guess in his heart becoming clearer. Kong took a deep breath, as if gathering the courage to uncover a long-buried scar, because Crane was too outstanding. So outstanding that it brought disaster. He fell into memories. Crane back then, you also know, young, already a lieutenant commander in the headquarters, commanding troops on the battlefield against the Britannia Empire, achieving victory after victory, with remarkable military achievements. Her military talent and overall perspective were dazzling. The entire Navy, even the whole world government, was promoting her as the flower of the Navy. Sengoku nodded. That passionate time seemed to be right in front of him. Crane at that time was the pride and aspiration of them all. But sometimes being too outstanding, too dazzling, especially since she was so beautiful, Kong's tone became incredibly heavy. It was a kind of trouble. Her good name even reached the Holy Land, Mariehua. Kong's fists unconsciously clenched. Some celestial dragons developed inappropriate thoughts about her. In their eyes, Crane was not a rising star of the Navy, nor a future pillar. She was just a woman beautiful enough to attract their attention. Sengoku's heart felt like it was gripped by a cold hand. Veins bulging on his forehead. What do you mean? Kong's gaze sharpened, staring directly at Sengoku. That's exactly what you think. A celestial dragon patriarch even directly requested the 5 elders to transfer Crane from the front lines to be by his side as his concubine. Damn! Sengoku could no longer hold back, slamming his fist on the table, the solid wood surface instantly cracking. His eyes were bloodshot, and his rage was about to explode. Kong's voice carried a deep sense of helplessness. After I learned this news, I was furious. I personally went to the Holy Land, wanting to reason with the 5 elders, wanting to stop this matter. But there, I encountered that celestial dragon patriarch who made the unreasonable demand. You cannot imagine his arrogance. I had a fierce argument with him, and then I was dealt with. He smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the 5 elders still understand the value of a Navy admiral. They just kept me on ice for a long time without imposing harsher punishment. Through some secret channels, I subtly relayed the situation from the Holy Land and that bastard's demands to Ahi. My empty gaze looked out the window, as if piercing through time and space. I think with Ahi's wisdom, she understood her situation at that moment. It was then that she must have thought of her escape route. So, I'm actually not surprised that she is still alive. His voice lowered, filled with immense regret and sorrow. The only thing I didn't expect was that she would choose to join the Empire. Kong finally summarized, his tone extremely heavy. Therefore, Sengoku, I cannot blame Ahi's choice in this matter. Her pursuit of justice was once purer and more fervent than any of us. Perhaps we all imagined the rules of this world too beautifully back then. When those dirty and ugly realities smashed before her, some things shattered more completely. On the ship returning to the Navy headquarters, Sengoku left the port of the Holy Land in a daze. Every word from Kong felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. Anger, humiliation, shock, guilt, various emotions surged within him. He had previously tried to convince himself that Ahi's betrayal was unforgivable. He could use grandiose reasons like maintaining order and the greater good to blame her. But now, with the bloody truth laid bare before him, what Ahi faced back then was the naked, unresisting humiliation and plunder from the highest echelons of power in the world. Was it because he had no personal experience that he could sit high above and speak those lofty principles? Sengoku murmured to himself, a bitter smile appearing on his face. The thing he was most grateful for now was that Ahi had ignored him back then. Otherwise, if he had really questioned her in anger over her betrayal and then learned the truth, how ashamed he would have felt. His so-called maturity and realistic choices seemed so pale, hypocritical, even shameful in the face of the despair Ahi had suffered. He looked at his cloak representing the authority of the fleet admiral and felt for the first time how heavy it was. When they meet again, facing the once dazzling and now opposing flower of the Navy. What face would he have to accuse her? Even saying sorry seemed so powerless. Ahi, when we meet again, I truly have no face to face you. Sengoku painfully closed his eyes, the sea breeze blowing through his gray hair. Unable to disperse the heavy gloom in his heart called reality. He didn't even notice when his cloak was blown away by the wind. Chapter 40. The fate of the Golden Lion aboard the Ark Maxim. Constantine sat in the main seat. Ahi stood calmly beside him, while Ji Yuan, like a drawn sword, stood at the back on Constantine's other side, her sharp eyes scanning the two newcomers. Empress Boa Hancock and Granny Jia, the former Emperor Guruliosa, walked in. The Empress struggled to maintain her usual proud demeanor, her chin slightly raised, but deep in her beautiful eyes looking at Constantine, there flickered an undeniable, almost fervent admiration, not unlike Ji Yuan's. She slightly bowed in greeting, "Your Majesty Constantine." Although her voice seemed calm, her cheeks flushed. Beside her, Guruliosa, Granny Jia, leaned on her snake staff, watching the Empress's demeanor with a helpless sigh. It's over, this girl is completely smitten. She'll probably nod at anything from now on. It all depends on her now. However, to her surprise, Constantine's gaze first landed on her. A smile of reminiscence and slight teasing curling at the corners of his mouth. Guruliosa, it's been so many years since we last met. 50 years, right? You look like. He looked up and down at the small, frail old woman before him, and genuine pity flashed in his eyes. It's really hard to put into words. Constantine seemed to recall the tall, stunning figure of the former Empress of Nine Snakes 50 years ago, whose fiery personality was like a flame, and it was hard to reconcile with the wooden stump before him. Guruliosa didn't feel offended. She looked at Constantine's still youthful and handsome face, as if time had stopped for him, and felt a bit dazed. She tugged at the corner of her mouth, her voice hoarse as she replied, "Humph, Constantine, not everyone can be like you, capable of escaping the most vicious curse of aging. Without that devil fruit at your age." She deliberately paused, teasingly adding, "I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to go to the bathroom by yourself." As soon as these words were spoken, the air instantly froze. How audacious! Ji Yuan, who had always been a loyal guardian, flew into a rage. She stepped forward, her hand already resting on the hilt of her famous sword, the Kinpyra, her gaze icy and piercing, daring to offend His Majesty like this. Even if His Majesty truly needed help, Ji Yuan would. Her words faltered, but the meaning was clear. She was willing to serve. Ji Yuan. Ahi's calm voice rang out, carrying an undeniable tone of restraint. She gestured for Ji Yuan to calm down. Only then did Ji Yuan notice that Constantine, who had been so teased, had not shown any anger on his face. Instead, he wore a smile that was almost relaxed and nostalgic. This left her stunned. He. Constantine chuckled softly, looking at Guruliosa with the familiarity of old friends reuniting. It's been 50 years. Being able to see the faces of some old acquaintances again, even if it's just banter, is a rare happiness for an old man like me. He accepted Guruliosa's definition of him as an old man with calmness. This piece eased some of the tension in Guruliosa's heart. The atmosphere relaxed, and their conversation somehow revealed a peculiar sense of harmony that transcended long periods of time. After all, they were both once the vanguards of that tumultuous era, sharing a known past. All right, enough reminiscing. Constantine restrained his smile, shifting to the main subject, his gaze locking onto Guruliosa. Guruliosa, that madman Shiki, was once utterly infatuated with you. This is completely my own fabrication. I once liked a fan fiction where this setting was used, and I always found it quite interesting. Now, seeing the latest information released, it turns out Guruliosa liked Roger when she was young. Oh my, luckily, I didn't write these two liking each other. Otherwise, I would have to delete a huge chunk of the plot. So here, Shiki is unrequited, which is still reasonable. Please bear with it, don't flame me. So, you must know his whereabouts, right? Guruliosa's eyes instantly sharpened like a knife. The name Golden Lion evoked too many complex memories. She instinctively tightened her grip on her snake staff. But thinking of the unfathomable power of the man before her and the terrifying force he had just revealed, Her vigilance turned into a sense of helplessness. She sighed, her voice low. He seems to have had big problems recently. The life card I kept is already so weak it's almost invisible. You still want to find him? She found it somewhat unbelievable. Yes. Constantine nodded without hesitation. As long as he still has a breath, he can be of use to me. Giroliosa's pupils constricted, unable to help but raise her voice. What do you want to do? First Whitebeard. Now you want to pull Shiki to your side. Are you trying to revive the Rocks pirates? Don't define me with pirates, Giroliosa. Constantine shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a calmness that suggested he was in control of everything. I'm simply making the most of what I have. Gold Lion Shiki has developed the abilities of the float fruit to their fullest potential. This ability is very valuable to me, so I plan to recruit him. That's all. Constantine was quite invested in Shiki's float fruit. It was a strategic-level fruit in every sense, even though the Invisible Empire already possessed space carriers and mecha troops. Such aerial combat units, the float fruit still held astonishing war potential. Just think about it. A single float fruit could save the Invisible Empire a tremendous amount of resources. Therefore, this fruit was something he was determined to obtain. He paused, his voice still calm, but hinting at an undeniable coldness. Of course, if he refuses. A chilling smile crept onto Constantine's lips. Then I will have to reclaim the float fruit. Reclaim? Giroliosa exclaimed in shock. And even Hancock and Shiwan showed expressions of disbelief. It's common knowledge that when a devil fruit user dies, their fruit ability randomly reincarnates somewhere in the world. How could he say reclaim? What does that mean? Do you have a way to ensure the float fruit's ability doesn't leak out? Giroliosa pressed eagerly. Constantine merely smiled, remaining silent and appearing inscrutable. However, the crane beside him flashed a knowing look. As the Empire's chief executive officer, she had access to core secrets and knew that Dr. Vegapunk was secretly developing a special energy containment field device. According to the doctor's theory, within a specific force field range, all energy dissipation could be confined, including the devil factor released upon the death of a devil fruit user, thus enabling targeted reclamation. Although it was still in the experimental stage, it undoubtedly gave Constantine the confidence to make such statements at this moment. Chapter 41. Some arrangements of the 9 snakes. You don't need to worry about that, Giroliosa. Constantine interrupted her questioning, his gaze sharp. How about you tell me his whereabouts? In exchange, I can restore your youth for the remainder of your life. As soon as he said this, every woman in the reception room, except for Constantine and the crane, gasped. Restore youth. The crane was living proof. At over 70, she looked like someone in their 30s, radiant. Much of Shiwan's fervent admiration for Constantine stemmed from her yearning for such a near-divine ability. This was undoubtedly the most lethal temptation for women. Even Hancock's gaze towards Constantine grew more fervent. However, to everyone's surprise, Giroliosa fell silent for a few seconds and then slowly and resolutely shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but I refuse. Even Constantine felt a bit surprised, raising an eyebrow. This was the first time he had encountered someone who actively rejected such a gift. Giroliosa lifted her head, her murky old eyes appearing exceptionally clear and open at this moment. Aging, illness, and death are the natural order of the universe. I have reached the finish line of my life. Let me quietly spend my last few years to return to my youthful appearance. She laughed self-deprecatingly, patting her shriveled, small body. It's meaningless now. This attitude of nonchalance towards life and death, accepting the end of aging with equanimity, elicited a genuine admiration from Constantine. In all his life, he had only seen this level of calm acceptance of aging in her. Don't be too quick to refuse, Giroliosa, Constantine said, not angry at the rejection, but rather shifting his angle. Your Amazon Lily, with nearly 10,000 citizens, probably has less than 10% that can form a strong fighting force, right? You should understand that I will inevitably go to war with the world government. The warriors of Amazon Lily, proficient in armament hockey, are not a force I can overlook. He changed his tone. However, Boa Hancock, he glanced at the Empress. I have other important plans for her. She can no longer sit in 9 snakes and oversee everything as she did before. Giroliosa's heart sank sharply. Constantine's voice carried an undeniable pressure. Then who will lead the 9 snakes? Who will command these warriors? Do you want me to arbitrarily appoint someone or treat your citizens as expendables to be indiscriminately thrown into the battlefield meat grinder? He stared into Giuroliosa's eyes. You wouldn't want to see the country you've protected your whole life, the citizens you regard as daughters, perish needlessly due to a lack of a true leader with authority, capability, and an understanding of how to protect them, would you? These words struck precisely at Giuroliosa's deepest vulnerabilities. Her sense of responsibility towards 9-Snake Island was ingrained in her bones. If a lack of leadership led to the unnecessary sacrifice of warriors, that would be more painful than killing her. At that moment, the previously silent Empress Hancock also spoke up, her tone straightforward and a bit willful. Yes, Grandma. You're already this old. Sending you to the battlefield wouldn't be of any use. You might as well put your remaining energy to good use and manage the country well. I will go follow His Majesty. She looked at Constantine with eyes full of determination and longing, her words sharp and cutting. You little brat. Giuroliosa was infuriated by the Empress's merciless dismissal and her suggestion to make use of her remaining energy. She jumped in place like a little stump, her face turning red. What do you mean by remaining energy? What do you mean I'm of no use? This is driving me crazy. Watching this comical yet familiar scene, Constantine finally couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ultimately, under the heavy pressure of responsibility from Constantine and the Empress's sharp tongue, Giuroliosa sighed resignedly, a hint of gritted teeth in her tone. All right, I agree. I will tell you the whereabouts of that bastard Shiki. But as for restoring youth, come on. Wise choice. Constantine stood up and walked to Giuroliosa. He extended his palm, and a gentle yet powerful green light filled with vibrant life emerged from his palm. Wait. Giuroliosa suddenly recalled something and asked warily, does this process hurt? Don't you dare mess with me. Constantine's lips curled slightly, a bit helplessly. Pain? Of course. It will hurt. Do you think restoring youth is like drinking sweet water? Especially for you. He pointed at Giuroliosa's now small, shriveled body. Look at what you've shrunk into. Your bones have even atrophied and deformed. This restoration will be like completely reshaping your entire body structure back to your youthful state. The pain will be much more intense than a regular recovery. Who told you to be so different from your younger self? What? Giuroliosa didn't have time to ponder the implications of his words when Constantine's palm gently pressed against the top of her head. Buzz. The green life energy surged in an instant. Ah! A piercing scream that seemed to distort the very air erupted throughout the reception room. Giuroliosa felt every bone, muscle, organ, and even every single cell in her body being violently torn apart, crushed, and then reassembled by an invisible force. It was a pain that pierced to the bone and reached her soul, far surpassing any pain she had ever experienced in her life. Even though she had been through countless battles, she could not bear this level of agony. She completely lost control, collapsing to the ground like a shrimp thrown into a hot pot, rolling, convulsing, and screaming madly. Sweat instantly soaked her clothes, her hair disheveled, and her face twisted. Constantine, you bastard, you did this on purpose. You bastard, just because I just rejected you, She cursed intermittently in extreme pain. Constantine withdrew his hand, leisurely watching the old woman rolling on the ground, and returned to his throne, propping his chin on his hand with a teasing expression. See, I told you it would hurt. I wasn't lying. He and Guillaume both found it hard to watch, and the Empress slightly furrowed her brows. But there was also a hint of curiosity and worry in her eyes. Amidst the piercing screams, a miracle occurred. The shriveled, short body of Giuroliosa began to swell and stretch like being inflated. Her grayish-white sparse hair rapidly turned dense and black. Her rough and loose skin became tight and smooth, and her wrinkled old face seemed to have its youthful contours redrawn, as if time was flowing backward. The rolling and agony gradually subsided, replaced by a strange sensation of being reborn. As the heart-wrenching pain receded like a tide, Giuroliosa was drenched in sweat, exhausted and collapsed on the carpet, gasping for breath. She struggled to prop herself up with her arms. What came into view were several pairs of shocked and amazed eyes. She raised her hand, which was that of a young woman with fair skin, long fingers, and a sense of strength. Instinctively, she touched her face, which was smooth and firm. She looked down at her body, tall, voluptuous, and full of vitality. The Empress Boa Hancock, known as the world's most beautiful woman, gazed at the stunning woman before her. Transformed from a wooden stump old woman, possessing beauty and mature charm that rivaled her own, and a genuine astonishment flickered in her eyes. Guillaume even slightly opened her mouth in surprise. At this moment, the cabin door was pushed open a crack, and Sonia and Marigold, who were worried and peeking in, were instantly stunned upon seeing the familiar, yet unfamiliar stunning figure on the ground. Sonia pointed at Giroliosa, young version, her mouth agape as if she could fit in an egg, exclaiming, "Grandma, you really weren't exaggerating when you were young. You were this beautiful." Marigold nodded foolishly in agreement. Sister Bibi is not bad either. Giroliosa, young version, hearing her granddaughter's exclamations, feeling the long-lost surging strength and youthful vitality within her, and recalling the painful experience just now, her expression turned complex with joy from being reborn, embarrassment from being teased by the younger generation, and gritted teeth in anger at that bastard Constantine. Ultimately, all emotions transformed into a long sigh filled with exhaustion and helplessness. She knew that her quiet later years were completely ruined. Chapter 42. Introduction to the Empire's military power aboard the bridge of the Apocalypse-class mothership. Constantine hung up the phone with Whitebeard. The aftermath of the Nine-Snake Island incident had settled, and all the island's residents had safely moved to the Apocalypse or its affiliated ships. Whitebeard's situation was that he sounded tired but alert on the phone. He had retreated with the remnants of his crew to Fishman Island under the escort of Jinbe and Neptune. Neptune, under the pressure of being a member of the world government, took them in, and this friendship weighed heavily on Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses, with more than half of their fleet damaged and many corps members seriously injured, although Whitebeard himself had regained his peak combat power due to Constantine. Their overall strength had significantly decreased. He initially wanted to return to the New World immediately to regroup, but Jinbe and Neptune strongly advised against it. Returning now would make the weakened pirate crew an easy target for Kaido or others. After weighing his options, Whitebeard had to admit they were right. Proud as he was, for the safety of his remaining sons, he could only temporarily hide in Fishman Island. He candidly told Constantine, "I can't gamble anymore. I might not care about my own life, but repeatedly risking my sons is absolutely unacceptable." Constantine promised to go to Fishman Island soon to resurrect those core crew members whose bodies were intact. This promise relieved Whitebeard. His greatest concern was that Constantine would be perfunctory about this matter. Otherwise, even if he regained his youth, he would never agree to submit to Constantine. Constantine emphasized the condition of intact bodies and made it clear that resurrection had limitations. Moreover, those who had already died would not retain their abilities after being resurrected, as abilities wouldn't obediently stay with the dead. Whitebeard did not mind this, and stated that as long as the people came back, it was fine. After ending the call with Whitebeard, Constantine immediately sought out the rejuvenated Giroliosa. Giroliosa handed him a crumpled life card. The card itself was dull, with edges that were slightly charred, and the light representing the life force of the Golden Lion was extremely weak, flickering like a candle in the wind. Constantine understood at a glance. The oil was running out. It seemed that the Straw Hat Kid had indeed dealt a heavy blow to him. His tone was calm, but internally he confirmed the timeline. After being defeated by Luffy, the Golden Lion was on his last legs, nearing death. The once sky-high admiral was now in such a miserable state in his old age that his strength was probably less than 1/10 of his peak, with his haki depleted, leaving only remnants of his fruit ability and swordsmanship barely holding on, and he didn't dare to use them at full strength. For a peak powerhouse, this was almost equivalent to slow torture. It was hard to imagine how this old man had endured, and no wonder he was portrayed as mad in the movie. Constantine didn't hesitate at all. Whether the Golden Lion himself was willing to join was secondary. The key was to obtain the float fruit ability. This was crucial for whether the Apocalypse could truly become an invincible airborne fortress. He immediately ordered, "Guillaume, Proceed at full speed according to the life card's guidance. Yes, Your Majesty. Captain Guillaume's eyes sparkled with admiration as she swiftly executed the order. The massive Apocalypse's engine emitted a deep rumble. The ship trembled slightly, and it accelerated instantly, shooting towards the target like an arrow. Sailing parameters: maximum speed, 1,200 kilometers per hour, currently the fastest in the world. Maximum range, over 10,000 kilometers. Energy issues: crane added from the side. Your Majesty, the Apocalypse has huge energy consumption. If not necessary, maintaining a cruising state for a long time is actually much lower in energy consumption than being on standby. This explained why this war fortress often lay idle before. Empire Mecha Corps. Destroyers and Guardians. Constantine looked at the neatly lined-up Black Mech Army, second-generation destroyers, outside the window and inquired about their specific combat power from Crane. Second-generation destroyers. Quantity. They constitute the main force of the mech army. Capability. They possess flight capabilities, high mobility, and can operate in both land and air. Performance comparison. Objective analysis by Crane. Disadvantage in one-on-one combat. One Peacekeeper is superior to one second-generation destroyer. The Peacekeeper, crafted by the world government, is indeed stronger in firepower and defense, especially in laser weaponry. Cost-performance advantage. One Peacekeeper costs the equivalent of 10 second-generation destroyers. The cost of second-generation destroyers is extremely low. Strategic value. High quantity, can be mass-produced, and is flexible in movement. If they can't win, they can rely on flight capabilities to escape. Peacekeepers generally can't catch up. Crane summarized. 5 second-generation destroyers can effectively restrain or destroy one Peacekeeper. Constantine was very satisfied. That's enough. Excellent cannon fodder and mobile troops. Guardian Mecha. 3rd-generation quantity. Rare. The Empire currently has fewer than 5. Cost. Astronomical figures. Over 5 billion berries each. That is 50 times the cost of a Peacekeeper. Performance is monstrous. Crane detailed. Endurance. Range exceeds 5,000 kilometers, which is 10 times that of a second-generation destroyer. All around, true tri-service operations, air, underwater, land. Firepower. The electromagnetic cannon mounted on the shoulder has already demonstrated its power by piercing through the Navy's line during the rescue of Constantine in the Paramount War. Core advantage. Guardian. Defense. Crane's tone was filled with admiration. Miracle Doctor is a genius. He analyzed the barrier fruit ability that His Majesty marked as a priority back then. Technical core. Extracted and replicated the energy barrier generation technology of the barrier fruit ability user. Combat performance. Easily blocked the joint assault of Admiral Sengoku and the overall Commander Steelbone Kong during the Marineford War. This is where the true value of the Guardian lies. Benchmark. Vegapunk believes that the overall combat power of a single Guardian can match the mature form of the world government's secret weapon. Seraphim, a high-tech clone of the Shichibukai genes. The difference is that the Guardian is a purely mechanical creation. Constantine's evaluation. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. The ability of the barrier fruit is worth this price. He was very satisfied with Crane's successful interception of this fruit, preventing it from falling into Bartholomew's hands. Back then. Devil Fruit Collection Plan. Crane reported. The more than 20 key fruits that His Majesty identified back then, we have searched for over the years and have only found about half. Some fruit information is too vague, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Constantine nodded. No problem, you did well. Those fruits are indeed difficult to find. He knew that the clues he provided back then were limited. Reaching the target, the Apocalypse sailed at a terrifying speed. Soon, a desolate small island appeared below. Constantine's powerful observation, Haki, sensed only one extremely weak presence on the island. Like a flickering candle in the wind. The massive shadow of the Apocalypse enveloped the deserted island. Chapter 43. The waiting Golden Lion. Shiki lay on a relatively flat rock. One leg was a rough wooden prosthetic, and the other leg was wrapped in rags where it had been severed at the knee, with faint signs of bleeding. He was emaciated. His once golden mane and beard were now dry and gray, hanging in disarray. His eyes were murky, gazing at the gray sky. Even breathing felt laborious. Defeated by Roger. Captured by the Navy, self-amputated to escape, endured for 20 years to devise a plan, only to fall to a straw hat brat who had just set sail. This ending was truly ironic and humiliating. He felt his vitality was like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. When he was struck down by that straw hat kid's sudden kick, all his ambitions shattered, and he drifted to this desolation. Those once grand ambitions seemed to fade away with his life. Resigned? How could that be? He was never resigned, yet life had reached its end. And what could he do with that resignation? Waiting to die in this barren land seemed to be the final resting place of the flying admiral. Suddenly, a massive shadow covered the small island. Golden Lion struggled to lift his eyelids, his pupils dilated. An unprecedented, sky-blocking steel giant ship silently hovered above the island. It was so large it was suffocating, with smooth lines and a cold metallic sheen exuding overwhelming power. This was not something the Navy possessed, nor could any force he had seen own. When his gaze fell upon the enormous, golden dragon emblem on the side of the ship, which seemed ready to take flight, disbelief erupted in Golden Lion's murky eyes. The evil empire's dragon flag. His cracked lips trembled, and his voice was hoarse. Impossible. That empire, that man, Constantine, was he not already exterminated by the world government and Navy 50 years ago? Could even impel down, not contain him? Was this giant ship the rumors true? The guy who stirred up chaos during the Marine Ford War, is he really back? Golden Lion's heart, which had been silent for too long, began to beat uncontrollably. A mix of excitement, fear, and absurdity surged within him. The lower hatch of the giant ship opened, and several figures descended smoothly, landing not far from Golden Lion. Leading them was a man in a black long coat, with a deep face and calm eyes like an abyss. Golden Lion recognized Constantine at a glance. Compared to 50 years ago, time seemed to have left few marks on him, and the aura of control was even stronger than before. Besides him, the monsters from back then, like Barrett and Bondewald, surprisingly followed behind him. This deepened Golden Lion's shock, and the peak of his emotions detonated completely when he saw a woman among the crowd. Golden Lion's gaze froze on the woman next to Constantine. Fiery red hair, a spirited face, sharp eyes. This face, the one that haunted him and pierced his heart. Gorgoroth Olia? Golden Lion exclaimed, his voice distorted with shock. He struggled to sit up, but the movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to cough violently. Impossible. She should have aged long ago, even if alive. She should be an old hag. How could this young, vibrant flame flower be here? This impact was even greater than seeing Constantine's giant ship, completely shattering his last bit of numbness. Gorgoroth Olia also wore a complex expression. The man who once madly pursued her had now ended up like this, which was truly lamentable. Although she did not like Golden Lion and loved Roger, her heart was still mixed with emotions at this moment. In terms of feelings, they were both losers. Constantine stepped forward and stopped a few steps away from Golden Lion, looking down at this once legendary pirate, now fallen to such a state. His gaze swept over Golden Lion's severed legs, emaciated body, and finally landed on his face filled with shock and confusion. Shiki. Constantine's voice was not loud. It clearly pierced through the sea breeze. Long time no see. You look quite pathetic. Golden Lion gasped heavily, staring intently at Constantine. Then glancing at the youthful Gorgoroth Olia, his mind was in chaos, unable to speak for a moment. Constantine did not wait for him to respond and continued in a calm, yet oppressive tone. I heard you devised a plan to destroy the East Blue, only to be taken down by a nameless brat who just set sail? Ha! Flying Admiral Shiki, is your ambition going to rot away like a pile of mud on this forsaken island where even birds don't poop? These words pierced deep into Golden Lion's most profound wounds like a red-hot knife, twisting it painfully. Losing to Roger was his lifelong shame, and losing to Luffy trampled the last bit of dignity and pride into the mud. He suddenly looked up, flames of humiliation and anger igniting in his eyes, and let out a beast-like growl from his throat. Constantine, did you come here just to mock me? Mock? Constantine's lips curled into a faint, somewhat sarcastic arc. Mock a loser who can't even stand? I'm not that bored. He slightly turned to gesture at Gorgoroth Olia beside him. Look at her, Shiki. The flame flower has returned. Do you think, how is this possible? Golden Lion looked back at Gorgoroth Olia, his gaze filled with complexity, shock, confusion, and a buried desire that had never extinguished. He had loved her deeply back then, but she loved another. Now she stood before him, even restored to youth. Moreover, Roger was dead. Didn't this mean he had another chance? The soul of a lovesick dog was awakening. Gorgoroth Olia met his gaze, her eyes sharp as a knife, carrying a distance and scrutiny that Golden Lion had never seen in her before. She didn't speak, but her gaze itself seemed to interrogate. Look at yourself, Shiki, and then look at me. Constantine's voice rang out again, like the whisper of a devil, striking at the core. Roger is dead. Whitebeard almost died in the Marineford War. And the old-timers like Garp and Sengoku are still clinging to the remnants of the old era. Only a few of us are left. Shiki, are you willing to accept this? To rot in this forgotten corner like discarded trash, with your name trampled underfoot by that little brat who defeated you? What about your dream of flying? What about your obsession with avenging Roger? Are you just going to let it in like this? Chapter 44. The Lion King Bowing. Every word hit the heart of the Golden Lion like a heavy hammer. Unwilling? How could he be willing? When has the Golden Lion Shiki ever been willing? It's just that reality is too cruel. He looked at his broken body and felt the dwindling power within him. Dreams? Obsessions? What could he use to realize them? The Golden Lion opened his mouth, his voice dry and hoarse, filled with deep helplessness. What can I do? Look at me, I've lost my legs, and my strength is almost gone. I can't even defeat a little brat who just set sail. He let out a bitter laugh, full of self-mockery and despair. My dreams have long since been left behind with my legs and impelled down. Your legs, your strength, your ambitions. Constantine's voice suddenly took on an undeniable authority. I can give them all back to you. The Golden Lion suddenly raised his head, his murky eyes fixed on Constantine, filled with disbelief and a glimmer of faint hope that even he couldn't dare to admit. Constantine pointed to the youthful Ruliosa. Her youth was given to me. Shiki, you should remember that naval beauty from years ago. She is now my governor, alive and stronger than ever. Barrett, Waldo, Raidfield, Magellan. Even Whitebeard and the others are now serving my empire. In the Marineford War, I alone faced 3 admirals, the 5 elders, and 80,000 Navy soldiers. The world government? In my eyes, it's just a dying old order. He paused, watching the storm of emotions raging in the Golden Lion's eyes, and threw out a fatal temptation. Join me. Shiki, dedicate your float fruit ability to the Empire. In exchange, I will heal your wounds, restore your youth, and give you back the power to soar through the skies. Not the feeble way you do now, but true, commanding power over the skies. Follow me to shatter the hypocritical throne of Mariewa and establish a new order that belongs to us. Let the whole world tremble once again at the name of the Golden Lion. This is the ending you deserve, not waiting here to die like an old dog. Dedicate my fruit ability? The Golden Lion was not swayed by those tempting words. After decades in the game, he caught the key information and asked warily, "What do you mean? Are you going to strip my powers away?" The devil fruit ability is the foundation of a strong person. Without it, what am I? Rest assured, it's not about stripping away. Constantine's tone was calm, filled with a confidence that suggested he controlled everything. It's about reclamation and elevation. You must have heard of Dr. Vegapunk. He can enhance your float fruit ability in a stronger, more stable, and controllable way, granting it to my war fortress, the Apocalypsis, turning it into a true sky fortress. And you, Shiki, as the original owner of the ability, will have a level of control. You will still be able to manipulate it, and even through it, control a greater range of gravity and flotation. Your ability will not disappear. It will evolve, becoming the core of the Empire's aerial power. Think about it. A ship that can freely float, move, and carry countless war machines, dominating the sky under your will. Isn't that more powerful and meaningful than just floating a few islands by yourself? The Golden Lion's breathing became heavy. The vision painted by Constantine was too shocking. A ship countless times larger than his floating island, armed to the teeth, controlled by his will, This was simply amplifying his dream of being a flying pirate to the extreme. The temptation was too great, and to restore his youth and power. But he was still the Golden Lion. The vigilance of a formidable figure remained. What is the price? Constantine, you never make a losing deal. What I have to give up? Besides the fruit ability, what else do you want? My freedom? My soul? Price? Constantine chuckled lightly, with a hint of disdainful pride. Your loyalty, your strength, to be used by me until the old world completely collapses. That's all. I, Constantine, do not need to resort to underhanded means. What I want is like-minded, strong individuals to create a future together, not to enslave puppets. You, Golden Lion Shiki, are worth my personal recruitment and deserve this power. He pointed to the apocalypse floating behind him like a mountain. Look at it, Shiki, this is my confidence. The tip of the iceberg of my empire. The world government is terrified, so they exhausted all their power to encircle and kill me during the Marineford War. And then they failed. Their proud pacifists are no match for my empire's mass-produced mechas. The 5 elders? Just 5 old dogs hiding in Mariewa. Emu? A coward who hides behind the empty throne and doesn't dare to see the light. Follow me, Shiki. Everything you've lost, I can give back to you double. Your unfinished ambitions, I will give you a larger stage to realize them. If you stay here, you will only rot. Follow me, and you will once again become the flying admiral that makes the world tremble. The choice is yours. As Constantine's words fell, only the howling sea wind remained on the deserted island. The Golden Lion Shiki lowered his head, looking at his withered hands and the blood-soaked rags at the end of his severed legs. Humiliation, unwillingness, despair, and the flicker of possibility ignited by Constantine wildly intertwined and burned within him. He remembered Roger's smile at the time of his execution, remembered his madness when he broke his leg to escape, remembered the obsession with destroying the East Blue while on the floating island, and remembered the humiliation of being beaten down by the Straw Hat Kid. Finally, his gaze fixed on the youthful face of Giroliosa. Her eyes were still sharp, filled with scrutiny, but there seemed to be an extremely complex, unspeakable emotion. The Golden Lion suddenly chuckled, his laughter growing louder and more deranged, eventually turning into a roar that echoed to the heavens, tears streaming down his face. His laughter was filled with self-mockery, relief, and a hint of determination to break the pot and sink the boat. The laughter suddenly stopped. The Golden Lion abruptly raised his head, his murky eyes bursting forth with the pride and ferocity of his youth, staring intently at Constantine. "Constantine, you bastard!" he shouted, his voice trembling with excitement, yet carrying a sense of newfound strength. "You're right. I, Golden Lion Shiki, will die in the storm that stirs the world. Even if I die feeding seagulls on this broken island? I refuse to accept my fate." He used the only remaining arm that was still somewhat intact to prop up his broken body, struggling to stand. Though he swayed and felt excruciating pain at the end of his severed leg, he still stubbornly straightened his back, like a lion that, despite being battered and bruised, would never bow down, facing Constantine's gaze. "Lead the way, Constantine. Let me see if your empire is worthy of my life and this fruit." Chapter 45. The Premise and Cost of Restoring Youth. Inside the Apocalypse medical area, the Golden Lion Shiki was lifted onto the Apocalypse and placed on a platform similar to a medical pod. He was weak, but his spirit was high, his eyes scanning around like searchlights. Several people stood beside Constantine, and as the Golden Lion's gaze swept past, it suddenly froze. Raidfield. The Golden Lion let out a hoarse roar, staring at the red-haired man dressed elegantly and holding a slender sword. This guy was notorious for being a lone wolf back in the day, looking down on everyone, and even Roger might not have been worth his attention. "Even you, old man, have joined in." The Red Count, Laidfield, smiled slightly, his young and handsome, wrinkle-free face glaringly obvious to the Golden Lion. "Shiki, long time no see." His voice was elegant, not directly answering, but that face was the best answer. He had obtained what he longed for. The Golden Lion felt a mix of bitterness and shock. Even that old monster Laidfield had bowed his head. The allure of the youth-restoring chip in Constantine's hands was indeed terrifying. In this world, 99 of people, including those so-called top powerhouses like them, are weak before aging, utterly helpless. He shifted his gaze and naturally moved his body closer to the side of the rejuvenated Goroliosa, who was standing nearby. The old face full of wrinkles squeezed out a smile, with a hint of flattery. "Goroliosa, you still look so beautiful." He couldn't pursue her when they were younger, but now seeing her youthful version, the old lion's thoughts were rekindled. Goroliosa rolled her eyes, giving him no face. "Shiki, spare me. You can hardly stand up straight now." It's shameless to say that. Her tone was disdainful, but there was a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. The golden lion immediately argued back. "Who said that? Constantine promised to restore my youth. By then. Then wait until you regain your youth and can stand up straight before you talk to me." Goroliosa cut him off decisively, her tone cold, effectively stifling the golden lion's words. Constantine watched from his side, feeling very satisfied. Goroliosa was indeed a smart person. The Nine-Snake Island was now completely tied to the Imperial war machine. She was well aware that her new position had shifted from negotiator to dependent. For the Empire and for the Nine-Snake, she cooperated actively, with just a few words hitting the golden lion, helping him see reality. "Want to get close to me? First prove your worth by restoring your youth." Constantine thought that this woman had political acumen, understood boundaries, and knew when to do what. Unlike some people who had no sense of proportion, doing as they pleased under the guise of acting for others' good, making everything a mess. In the future, he could assess her. If she was loyal and reliable, he would let her share the burden of the crane and manage some specific affairs of the empire. After all, she had been an empress, so her political mind could still be trusted. Goroliosa was unaware that she had unintentionally left a good impression in the big boss's mind. She was thinking that the daughter nation needed the empire as a strong backing. Stabilizing the golden lion and making him obediently work for the empire was the best guarantee for the Nine-Snake. As for his thoughts, let us see if he can regain his youth first. The golden lion was stifled by Goroliosa, but looking at her youthful and heroic profile, his thoughts became even more intense, resembling an old dog circling around a goddess, just short of wagging his tail. When she was younger, Goroliosa liked Roger, her heart completely occupied by him. But now that Roger was dead, she had every chance to win the goddess's favor. Just thinking about it made the desire to become young unstoppable. Constantine didn't care about the golden lion's little thoughts. He clapped his hands to attract the attention of the core personnel present: Ladefield, Bondi Valdo, Goroliosa, and the recently brought-in golden lion. "You all." Constantine's gaze swept over Ladefield. "Valdo and Goroliosa, except for the newcomer Shiki, have briefly experienced the taste of youth." His tone was plain, but the weight of his words was heavy. "I believe that after feeling that kind of body full of vitality, no longer dull, no longer tormented by aging, no one will want to return to that decaying shell, right?" The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly froze. Layfield's elegant smile faded, and his gaze became sharp. Valdo crossed his arms, silently nodding, missing that brief sense of peak power immensely. Though Goroliosa appeared calm on the surface, the hand resting at her side tightened slightly. She indeed had experienced it, and that feeling was like an addiction. Once you got a taste, you never wanted to lose it. Constantine's strategy was too ruthless. First, he gave a taste, made you addicted, then told you the medicine was limited. Don't want to lose it? Then behave obediently. Ladefield also understood that elegance was just a facade. Power was the essence. Aging was the greatest enemy, and now that the enemy had been temporarily repelled, he could not let it return. If he had never possessed it in the first place, it would have been fine, but this regained possession made him cherish it even more. Bondivaldo's thought was, "I want power. I want youth. As long as I can keep fighting, I'm willing to follow Constantine to conquer the world." The golden lion lay on the platform, eagerly watching, saliva almost dripping. "Hurry, give me a taste too." Seeing no one speak against it, and no one daring to oppose, Constantine continued, "You are now just experiencing a card. The effect will wear off. If you want to truly and completely restore your youth, I need to make some preparations." "Preparations?" Valdo spoke in a muffled voice, a hint of barely detectable hesitation in his tone, like what you did at the Advanced City. The hellish images of Advanced City flashed through his mind. Constantine nodded. "More or less. But that method is too inefficient. Too inefficient? Valdo's mouth twitched. He had witnessed what Advanced City turned into. You don't mean to destroy a country, do you? He simply couldn't think of a place that harvested more lives than Advanced City. Destroy a country? The Golden Lion was confused and couldn't help but interject. What were you doing at Advanced City? How did it turn to destroying a country? He looked at Ladefield and Valdo, both of whom had darkened expressions, their eyes even revealing a hint of barely perceptible fear. Even Garoliosa frowned. Ladefield remained silent, lightly tapping the sword hilt with his slender fingers. Valdo also closed his mouth. The scenes from Advanced City, even after some time had passed, still sent chills down the spines of these so-called ruthless pirates. What is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? What does it mean for not a blade of grass to grow? Constantine demonstrated what it meant to chill the world with his actions. The sixth layer of villains boasted by the world government, with rumors suggesting many had committed acts of national destruction. Such villains surely existed. But one had to consider what kind of countries they claimed to have destroyed, at least in terms of the number of strong ones. Advanced City undoubtedly gathered most of the world's elite. In front of Constantine, their evil was like children playing house. Those imprisoned criminals, regardless of the severity of their crimes, were merely fuel in Constantine's eyes. Constantine did not shy away, calmly explaining how he had nearly slaughtered everyone in Advanced City, except for the sixth layer's targets and those he took away to replenish his own life energy. His tone was as flat as if he were talking about the nice weather today. After hearing this, the Golden Lion was left dumbfounded, mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. His infamous escape from prison after severing his own legs had already made him a figure of legend. But compared to Constantine's scale, he felt like a street thug getting into a fight. Destroy a country? Many so-called pirate destroyers might have merely wiped out a village or a small town. But those imprisoned in Advanced City were the cream of the crop of the entire sea's criminal population. Constantine actually treated them all as firewood for burning. Constantine looked at the shocked expression of the Golden Lion and spoke in a calm tone. Killing, to me, is merely a means, not an end. Crushing an ant is because it blocks my path. I won't go out of my way to find an ant nest just to crush ants. That is a display of the weak's impotent rage, far too inefficient. He explained why he wouldn't engage in any nation-destroying actions. The life energy quality of ordinary people's lives is too low, and even if there are many, it wouldn't be worth the loss. It's purely a waste of effort. All right, let's get to the point. Constantine brought the topic back. First, I need to make one thing clear. The restoration of your youth comes with a premise. His gaze swept over everyone. What is restored is only the state of your bodies, returning to your peak period. However, your lifespan will not be extended by even a day. What do you mean? Golden Lion couldn't help but ask. To put it simply, Constantine made an analogy. Let's say your original lifespan could last for 10 more years. After I restore your youth, you will have the body of a 30-year-old or peak age and live for another 10 years. Once those 10 years are up, you will still die. It doesn't mean you get to live a whole new life from 30 again and experience aging all over. He paused to let everyone digest this information. This is a necessary cost. I currently cannot increase the length of life out of thin air. To Constantine's surprise, after hearing this limitation, Ladefield, Waldo, and even Gloriosa did not show disappointment on their faces. Instead, they seemed to feel a sense of relief, as if it was only natural. Ladefield thought, this makes sense. Immortality? That's terrifying and goes against reason. Being able to reach the end of their remaining lives in their prime state is enough. Waldo thought, as long as I can fight, being able to fight to the death is 100 times better than dying of old age in a hospital. Gloriosa thought, at least it's not immortality. Otherwise, Constantine would truly become a demonic god. This way, they could use the remaining time to help the Amazon nation establish a foothold in the empire. Golden Lion thought, as long as I can regain my power and fly. I don't want to live like an old turtle. 10 years at my peak. That's enough. Thus, Constantine saw their reactions and knew that the conditions were accepted. Next, we need to acquire a truly efficient source of life energy from the doldrums. His gaze sharpened. Like a hawk locking onto its prey, there live massive giant sea kings. The life energy contained within their enormous bodies far exceeds that of humans, even surpassing those criminals in Impel Down. It is only with their energy that we can pay the price required for your true and complete restoration of youth. Super giant sea kings in the doldrums, Laidfield softly repeated, a hint of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Good. I want to meet those big guys for a long time. Waldo excitedly clenched his fists, as if he could already feel the thrill of battle. Gloriosa's eyes flickered. She was well aware of the dangers of the doldrums, but she also understood that this was the necessary cost. Golden Lion lay on the platform, breathing heavily, his murky eyes bursting with unprecedented light. Hurry, restore me. I want to go slaughter those sea kings. He seemed to envision himself regaining his vigor, soaring through the skies, commanding massive ships, and fighting alongside his beloved Gloriosa, battling across the empire. Constantine looked at these old-era powerhouses firmly hooked by youth and power. Feeling no waves in his heart, the chips had been revealed, the cost explained, and they were willingly taking the bait. The hunt in the doldrums was about to begin. Chapter 46. Unprecedented, the General Defects. In the Marshal's office of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku felt as if he was about to be buried under a mountain of paperwork. A week had passed since the Marine-Ford War, and he hadn't even had a moment to breathe. The piles of documents on his desk were as high as a mountain. Casualty lists to be verified, compensation distribution, base reconstruction budgets, morale reports, plans for filling the vacancies left by the 7 warlords, accountability letters, and cooperation suggestions, essentially orders, from the world government, each marked as urgent. He rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling more exhausted than if he had fought Constantine for 3 days and nights. These tedious administrative tasks wrapped around him like countless threads, binding him tightly. He would rather be fighting, but what troubled him the most was not the paperwork, but Zephyr. 3 days ago, the fleet admiral personally informed him of the truth behind Crane's betrayal. Crane had faked her death to escape the celestial dragon's covetousness. After hearing this, Sengoku felt as if a stone had been placed on his heart. He had promised Zephyr that he would tell him the truth as soon as he found out. But now, he didn't dare to say it. Sengoku felt that Zephyr was acting too unusually. That bastard Weevil had become one of the 7 warlords, and the government was essentially rubbing salt into Zephyr's wounds. But Zephyr? He was far too calm like the sea before storm. What would he do if he found out about Crane's situation, knowing that even Crane had been forced away by the celestial dragons? Sengoku couldn't bear to think about it. Kizaru had even privately mentioned, Teacher Zephyr has been a bit too quiet lately. This made Sengoku even more uneasy. Sengoku was worried about Zephyr's fate, which reflected the current state of the Navy. After dedicating his life to serving the government, achieving great merits, and nurturing a large number of corps members, including the 3 admirals, what was the result? As soon as their strength faltered, they were treated with disdain. The grudge of having a severed arm was disregarded. The government, for the sake of so-called balance, simply offered amnesty without a word. How many old Marines had their hearts chilled by this? Moreover, years ago, Zephyr's family had been killed by pirates in the rear of the Navy headquarters, and this incident had always remained an unsolved case. To this day, there has been no clear explanation. Crane's departure was another heavy slap in the face of the Navy's justice. Just then, bang, the office door was suddenly pushed open. A major from the intelligence department rushed in, pale-faced, almost bursting through the door, holding a freshly decoded telegram. Marshal, urgent intelligence. About 300 kilometers southeast of the Sabeti archipelago, there have been eyewitness reports. A fleet of super-giant steel warships capable of flying. The direction is roughly towards the doldrums. Sengoku jumped up, snatched the intelligence, and rushed to the large maritime map on the wall. His finger traced over to the location of the sighting. Towards the doldrums? Sengoku furrowed his brow. Should they go through the 4 seas, or take a detour around the doldrums? He immediately recalled the recent movements of the 5 elders and the fleet admiral, who were crazily investigating the member countries of the world government, especially those with industrial power, suspecting that they were secretly supporting Constantine's empire. The fleet admiral had privately revealed the mindset of the 5 elders. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one slip through. Once a suspect member country was identified, no concrete evidence was needed. They would directly launch a devastating strike. It was called eliminating hidden dangers, but in reality, it was a means to intimidate other member countries with terror while cutting off the empire's possible supply lines. The thought that innocent citizens might be obliterated due to a mere suspicion filled Sengoku with a suffocating pressure. The government's ruthlessness made his heart cold. Borsellino. Sengoku immediately pressed the communicator, his voice weary, but carrying an undeniable command. Come to my office. Shortly after, Kizaru pushed the door open. His signature sunglasses could not hide the fatigue under his eyes, and he seemed far less carefree than usual. With two admirals unconscious, Akainu and Akiji. All the burdens rested on him and Sengoku's shoulders. The two had truly become kindred spirits in hardship. Marshal, is there trouble again? Kizaru's tone was drawn out, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Sengoku handed him the intelligence. Constantine's Apocalypto has appeared in the southeastern waters of Sabaody, heading towards the doldrums. I need you to immediately verify the authenticity of this intelligence and track its movements. Remember, track. Absolutely. Do not engage in direct confrontation. Do you understand? He stared at Kizaru, his tone more serious than ever. Kizaru looked at the intelligence report on the supersized aerospace aircraft carrier, a smirk appearing on his lips, revealing his signature lewd expression. Wow, how terrifying, Admiral Sengoku. Are you sending me to my death? Am I just a lone commander? He counted on his fingers. That Constantine goes without saying, a monster among monsters. His subordinates, Raidfield, Barrett, Vardo, who among them is easy to deal with? Oh, and now there's also the Gold Lion and Whitebeard, probably tangled up with him too. TSK, TSK, TSK. My old bones can't take this kind of turmoil. Kizaru's complaints were half-hearted but revealed a cruel reality. The Empire's top combat power was too terrifying. The Navy couldn't muster any strength to compete with it. Just as Sengoku was about to emphasize that they should only scout and not engage in battle, report. An intelligence officer rushed in, rolling and scrambling. His face as pale as paper, his voice trembling uncontrollably. BB bad news. ZZ Zeph, hee. What happened to Zeph? Sengoku's heart sank suddenly. A strong sense of foreboding tightening around him. The intelligence officer gulped, using all his strength to shout. Admiral Zeph is suspected of defection. What? Both Sengoku and Kizaru exclaimed simultaneously, as if struck by lightning, completely petrified in place. The intelligence officer reported in a flurry. It's true. Just yesterday, Admiral Zeph took a transfer order and moved a large warship and the peace dove from the headquarters port. There were 200 new recruits from his training camp and 1,000 elite veterans on board. The paperwork was personally handled by Admiral Zeph, and everything seemed fine, but the intelligence officer gasped, his voice tinged with a sob. But today, the political department's audit found that this transfer order lacked the most crucial part, your final approval signature and record. Marshal, the paperwork is incomplete. It's a violation of regulations. We immediately checked and found that Admiral Zeph didn't follow the normal approval process at all. He used his authority and prestige to bypass supervision directly. The port duty officer and the guards at the Red Port lift didn't question anything because it was Admiral Zeph. They let him through without a second thought. The warship has already entered the New World through the Red Port for over 24 hours. The office fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze. Violation of regulations? Incomplete paperwork? Suspected? This is outright defection. Without the Marshal's permission, taking away a warship with elite soldiers and new recruits into the New World. What else could this be if not defection? But no one dared to directly say those two words. Because that Zeph, the Black Arm Zeph, the chief instructor who trained nearly an entire generation of Navy elites. His prestige might even surpass that of the Marshal in the eyes of the lower-ranking Navy. To hunt down Zeph? Who would dare issue that order? If this news got out, the entire Navy would probably face a massive upheaval. Sengoku felt all the strength drain from his body, heavily collapsing back into the Marshal's chair, his gaze vacant, his mind blank. The worst thing he feared had happened in the most terrible, direct, and irretrievable way. Kizaru also put away his carefree expression, his eyes behind the sunglasses extremely serious. Has Teacher Zeph really taken a step? The silence continued for a long time. Sengoku, like a marionette, awkwardly retrieved a specially made, rarely used encrypted phone bug from the depths of his desk. This was the last private line between him and Zeph. His hands trembled slightly as he pressed the call button. Beep, 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 connected. Hello. On the other end, Zeph's familiar voice came through, calm, steady, devoid of any ripples. Sengoku opened his mouth, his throat feeling as if blocked by something, all his questions, confusion, anger, and heartbreak stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. Instead, Zeph spoke first, his tone as calm as if discussing tomorrow's weather. Sengoku. For the first time in my life, I have violated the Navy's regulations. Violated them completely. Zeph paused, his voice still steady but carrying a resolve that seemed to sever everything. But I do not regret it. I am completely disappointed with the current Navy and the world government it upholds. Weakness, compromise, even collusion. There was finally a slight heaviness in Zeph's voice. I will figure out the matter with Crane myself. Since you called, let us officially say goodbye here. The phone bug simulated Zeph's expression, exceptionally calm. I, Zeph, as of today, officially withdraw from the Navy. The end. Beep, a busy tone sounded. The call was abruptly and decisively hung up. Sengoku held the phone bug, maintaining the gesture of answering, frozen like a sculpture in his seat. His lips moved slightly, but in the end, he couldn't utter a single word. In the office, only the hollow echo of the phone bug's busy tone remained, along with the heavy, deathly silence of the two highest-ranking Navy leaders. Zeph had left. In most peaceful way, he had delivered the Navy the loudest slap in the face. Chapter 47. Sengoku's Roar. In the marshal's office at Navy headquarters, the office was dead silent, with only the hollow echo of the busy tone after the encrypted phone bug was hung up. Sengoku slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant. Kizaru stood to the side, unusually not making any jokes, his eyes behind the sunglasses revealing seriousness. After a long while, Kizaru slowly broke the silence. Hey, Admiral Sengoku, do you need me to take a trip to the New World? He pushed up his sunglasses. MI speed. Catching up to Teacher Zeph shouldn't be a problem. This was a rare initiative from Kizaru, indicating he was willing to work overtime to handle this hot potato. But Sengoku slowly shook his head, his voice weary and hoarse. What good would it do if we caught up to him? He raised his head, his expression complicated. A man like Zeph, once he had made up his mind, even 100 Sea Kings couldn't pull him back. Sengoku understood that even if they caught up, what could they say? Order him to come back? Zeph had already clearly withdrawn from the Navy. Arrest him? Sengoku didn't even dare to imagine that scene. Would Zeph surrender quietly? Would the recruits and veterans he took away just stand by and watch? Once they took action, both sides had once been comrades and teacher-student relationships. The scene would only be incredibly ugly, and bloodshed could erupt. That would be 100 times worse than Zeph leaving quietly. Borisolino, Sengoku looked at Kizaru, his tone carrying a strange calmness. If we catch up, it will only lead to embarrassment and conflict. There will be no result. He went to turn back. What surprised Sengoku was that upon confirming Zeph's defection, what surged in his heart was not anger, but a heavy, almost numb, I knew it. The world government trampled on Zeph's dignity time and again, disregarding his contributions in training the Navy, belittling his injury from duty, and even recruiting his blood enemy Weevil. Such blatant humiliation and betrayal. Who among those with blood could endure it? Sengoku reflected that the world government was inherently arrogant. They believed granting the Navy power and status was a form of charity. The Navy should obey unconditionally. Even if their dignity was trampled, they could not resist. Resistance was a crime. The former commander-in-chief was sidelined for Crane, and Zeph's departure today was just history repeating itself. Wasn't it? Zeph had contributed more than anyone. Could he be blamed for reaching this point? Sengoku found that deep within himself, he had a strong sense of identification with Zeph's choice. But things couldn't just be left as they were. Sengoku took a deep breath, picked up another encrypted phone bug, and dialed the direct line to Admiral Kong. He bypassed the Gorosei and contacted Kong directly, both as a procedure and a kind of tacit understanding. When the call connected, Sengoku heavily reported the situation regarding Zeph taking the warship and personnel and officially announcing his withdrawal from the Navy. There was a long silence on the other end before Admiral Kong let out a long sigh, as if all his strength had been drained. Sigh. This day has finally come. The tone was devoid of much surprise, more like a resigned expectation. Has it been a day since the incident? Kong confirmed. Yes, Sengoku replied. Kong fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing something. Ultimately, his voice carried a hint of subtle support. Let's hold off on the Zifa matter for a few days. If we could delay it, we will. Kong's thoughts hinted at not immediately reporting to the Gorosei, giving Zifa time, allowing him to take his people deeper into the new world, away from the government's and the Navy's influence. This was Kong's last, silent support for Zifa, as an old superior and comrade, within the gaps allowed by the rules. The longer the Gorosei took to react, the safer Zifa would be. Sengoku and Kizaru both understood. Neither spoke, but the heavy atmosphere was now infused with a complex, unspoken emotion. Kizaru nodded, no longer mentioning the pursuit of Zifa, and turned to leave the office. He still had to execute the task of tracking the Constantine apocalypse. The news of Zifa's defection was suppressed at the highest levels of the Navy by the joint efforts of Sengoku and Kong, and did not spread immediately. The Navy headquarters, unaware, continued to operate on the surface. However, the paper could not contain the fire forever. Just 2 days later, Buzz, the pure gold transponder snail on the desk, directly connected to the world's highest authority, the Gorosei, emitted a piercing buzz and blinding red light. Sengoku's heart tightened. What was meant to come had arrived. He took a deep breath and answered the call. Sengoku. The transponder snail simulated the furious, contorted face of Saint Satan, the roar nearly shattering the receiver. Where has Zifa gone? Don't tell me you're still in contact with him. Sengoku suppressed his irritation, trying to respond with official wording. Gorosei-sama. We are still actively shut up. Satan interrupted rudely. Do you think we're blind and deaf? You took a large warship without your final permission and ran off to the new world with over 1,000 people. What does he want? To take on the 4 emperors single-handedly? With his sickly and weak state right now? Don't make me laugh, Sengoku. Weak? That word pierced Sengoku like a burning needle, stabbing into his most sensitive nerve. The anger he had suppressed for days, his dissatisfaction with the government, and his heartache for Zifa's plight, instantly broke through the dam of reason. Satan! Sengoku suddenly stood up, unleashing an unprecedented roar at the transponder snail, his voice echoing in the office. His body is in trouble, but that was the scar he earned from fighting for the Navy, for the government his whole life. It's a mark of merit, not weakness, and it's not a reason for you to insult me at will. I absolutely will not agree. A dead silence fell on the other end of the line. Clearly, the Gorosei had never expected that the usually wise and composed Admiral Sengoku would dare to counter them like this. A few seconds later, the transponder snail transmitted Satan's voice, cold to the extreme, suppressing his raging fury. Sengoku, have you gone mad? Do you know who you're talking to? Do you want to betray the Navy too? Betray? Sengoku's anger flared up completely. I have bled and sweated for the Navy, for the government my entire life. To say that is betrayal? If you think it is, then go ahead and convict me. I've had enough. Enough of you arrogant, high and mighty bastards. Outrageous. The transponder snail simulated the collective fury of the Gorosei, and Satan's voice was sharp and piercing. One could only imagine the rage between the powers at that moment. How dare an admiral of the Navy insult the world's highest authority like this? Chapter 48, The Heart of Power. Just as Saint Satan seemed ready to directly order the dismissal or even arrest of Sengoku, another calm voice interrupted. It was the sword-bearer Gorosei, Saint Nezushiro, taking over the transponder snail. Sengoku. The sword-bearer's voice was unusually calm, but carried a heavy sense of pressure. Calm down. We understand your feelings at this moment, but you also need to think calmly about who you are venting your anger on. He shifted the topic directly to the key issue, the matter of Zifa. You, in the Navy, deliberately delayed and concealed. That is a fact. Isn't it? Can you deny this? Sengoku was instantly speechless, as if his throat had been choked. The issue of Kong suppressing the news was an undeniable hard fact. His momentum faltered. The sword-bearer keenly caught Sengoku's silence. His tone slightly softened, starting to soothe. but more like a carrot and stick approach. We have never denied the significant contributions you and Zifa have made to the world in the past. There indeed have been oversights on the government's part regarding Zifa, and we owe him something. In fact, we are currently discussing how to give him appropriate compensation and honor. But we didn't expect his reaction to be so intense, taking such extreme measures. We also deeply regret this. The sword-bearer's political maneuvering first exposed the Navy's high-level concealment of the issue, occupying the moral high ground. Then he pretended to acknowledge the government's shortcomings, throwing out the so-called compensation discussion, which likely didn't exist at all, but it was just talk, defining Zifa's departure as an overreaction. This not only gave Sengoku a way out, but also shifted the responsibility back to Zifa for being unreasonable. Then, he shifted the focus back to himself. Therefore, given the current complex situation, the Navy will no longer interfere with Zifa's matter. This matter will be handled directly by the world government's subordinate forces. After all, he unilaterally took away the warship and soldiers, announcing his withdrawal, which has already constituted a betrayal of the world government, and that is indisputable. Finally, he issued a clear directive to Sengoku, shifting the focus. And you, Admiral Sengoku, your most important task right now is to do everything possible to restore the combat power and morale of the Navy headquarters. The world government has initiated a world conscription, and you are fully responsible for this matter. You must fill the combat power gaps as soon as possible. Do you understand? Sengoku's hand, gripping the transponder snail, turned pale with veins bulging. The sword-bearer's words were watertight, applying both soft and hard tactics, forcing back the anger of Sengoku's defiance, while cleverly stripping the Navy of its power to handle Zifa's affairs. He understood that the government was afraid of the Navy sympathizing with Zifa, making them hesitant in their actions, or even causing greater turmoil. Understand, Sengoku could only squeeze out these few words through gritted teeth, his voice filled with unwillingness and exhaustion. He felt powerless to change anything. The call ended. Among the powers, the Gorosei sat together, the atmosphere oppressive. Satan's anger still simmered, his face pale with rage. That bastard Sengoku! How dare he be so disrespectful? Satan growled. The sword-bearer waved his hand. Satan, calm down. Now is not the time to dwell on this. Sengoku's outburst has exposed the serious dissatisfaction within the Navy's high ranks toward the government. Zifa's matter is just a fuse. The Gorosei began to reflect. They didn't care whether they owed anything to the Navy's old generals. They were only shocked and angry that the Navy's high ranks dared to harbor dissatisfaction and even confront them. This threatened their absolute authority. Sengoku's roar alerted them. The Navy is unstable. Now to move against Sengoku? Saint Vacheli shook his head. With Akainu and Akiji unconscious, only Kizuru remained among the admirals. If they removed Sengoku, who would take the position of admiral, who could stabilize the situation immediately? It would only paralyze the Navy completely and benefit Constantine for nothing. Exactly. The sword-bearer nodded, which is why I suppressed Satan's anger and calmed Sengoku. Now stability is paramount. Zifa's matter will be handled by CP0 or our direct secret forces, which is more efficient and can avoid provoking the Navy internally. Although Saint Satan was still angry, he understood the importance of the overall situation, snorting coldly and falling silent. Their regrets and debts are merely rhetoric. The core purpose is always to maintain the stability of the world government's rule. The Navy? Just a tool. When the tool becomes disobedient, it needs to be beaten and appeased, but it must never be destroyed when it is at its weakest. Location: New World Sea, Peace Dove Warship. The warship sails steadily on the turbulent surface of the New World Sea. On the deck, Zephyr's tall figure stands at the bow, the sea breeze blowing through his purple hair and wide navy coat. His expression is unusually calm, devoid of the rage and desire for destruction found in the original work after betrayal. The blue-haired Lieutenant Ein walks up to him, concern written all over her beautiful face. Teacher, what should we do next? She knows very well that they are now a group of defectors. The world government will not let them go, and the Navy may be forced to become enemies. The future is uncertain. However, looking around, whether it is the trainees on duty on the deck or the veterans resting in the cabin, Although there is confusion on their faces, there is more steadfast trust and loyalty towards Zephyr. For teacher Zephyr, they are willing to give up their identities as Navy members and leave their homes. Zephyr does not turn around, his gaze still fixed on the vast sea, his voice steady and strong. I am waiting for someone, Ein. Waiting for someone? Ein is puzzled. Yes. Zephyr's lips seem to curl into a faint, elusive arc. I am waiting for the news of our defection to officially make the headlines of the world newspaper. I am waiting for this news to spread to every corner of the sea. He slightly tilts his head, looking at Ein. At that time, the king of evil, Constantine, who has just stirred up the world's turmoil, making both the world government and the navy overwhelmed, will definitely come to find us. Ein's beautiful eyes widen in disbelief. Are you saying you want to join his invisible empire? This idea is too shocking. But Zephyr shakes his head, his gaze deep. No, Ein. I'm thinking about what price he will offer and how he will persuade me to join him. He pauses, his tone carrying a powerful confidence and scrutiny. If the conditions he offers do not satisfy me, if I do not see the real hope of overthrowing the world government and establishing a new order, Zephyr turns around, facing Ein and the soldiers on the deck who are looking over, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. Then I don't mind. Using our own way, with our own hands, to build a new navy that belongs to our beliefs. His words are calm, yet contain an unwavering determination and strength. Not for destruction, but to seek a new path. And Constantine's empire is just one of the options he is evaluating. Chapter 49. The hunt begins in the calm belt above, on the deck of the Arkansas. The massive ark quietly hovers over the azure surface of the calm belt. The water below deep as ink, exuding a heart-pounding tranquility. Constantine stands at the front of the deck, surrounded by a group of powerful figures from the empire. The Red Count Leadfield, the world destroyer Bondewaldo, the rejuvenated and spirited Gurliosa, Grandma, and the newly joined, visibly different, Golden Lion Shiki. Although the Golden Lion still has white hair, numerous wrinkles on his face, a bandaged leg, and the iconic ship's wheel on his head. His gaze is no longer dead as it was on the deserted island, but filled with a burning expectation and a thirst for regaining power. The Golden Lion bites down on a cigar, taking a deep puff, and amid the swirling smoke, he squints his eyes, his powerful observation hockey acting like an invisible radar, scanning the depths of the sea below. Hey, Constantine, the Golden Lion exhales a smoke ring, pointing to a certain area below. There's a nest of sea kings down there. There's quite a commotion, but I don't know how many there are or how big they are. His perception range is vast, allowing him to clearly hear the thunderous pulse of life coming from the depths of the sea. Leadfield, who is also skilled in observation hockey, nods slightly and elegantly adds, yes, about 10 of them. The life force is strong, and their size should not be small. He can only sense the quantity and intensity, but cannot accurately gauge the specific size. Constantine's gaze shifts to that area of the sea, his tone flat yet instantly invigorating the others behind him. Just right. The energy from this nest will be enough to replenish the consumption needed for you to regain your youth. Really? The Golden Lion's eyes widen in shock, his voice rising, almost dropping his cigar. Leadfield's mouth curls into an elegant yet barely concealed smile of anticipation. Bondewaldo grins broadly, revealing a savage smile, his fists cracking. Even Gurliosa's eyes brighten a bit. Confirmed. The group can no longer remain calm. Ha! Then what are we waiting for? I'll make the first move. Bondewaldo laughs madly, directly snatching a round high-explosive bomb from a nearby soldier. His arm muscles bulge, activating his power to magnify it 100-fold. Buzz! The bomb, originally the size of a fist, instantly expands into a monstrous object with a diameter of over 10 meters. Without a glance, Valdo swings his arm around, hurling the giant bomb toward the sea below like he's bowling. Boom! An indescribably terrifying explosion occurs in an instant. The moment the bomb contacts the sea, it seems to trigger an underwater volcano. A towering wave over 100 meters high shoots into the sky, forming a massive curtain of water. The shockwave from the explosion hits the Ark's massive hull like a tangible giant hammer, violently pushing the entire ship thousands of meters away. The ship shakes violently, and everyone on the deck has to steady themselves. This explosion has completely stirred up a hornet's nest. The previously silent calm belt instantly boils. With the naked eye, massive shadows, so large they send chills down the spine, rapidly rise from the dark sea below. Bang, 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 bang. 10 uniquely shaped super giant sea kings break through the surface, emitting deafening roars. The smallest of them is over 100 meters long, and the largest resembles a giant crocodile, with a body length exceeding 600 meters. Goat heads, dog heads, and the grotesque heads of octopus tentacles emerge from the sea. Cold vertical pupils locking onto the sky's invaders, filled with rage. However, their anger lasts only a moment. Lion's thousand cuts. The golden lion Shiki grins wickedly, crossing his hands in a sweeping motion. Dozens of massive, golden, slashing waves, like claws tearing through the heavens, instantly weave into a death net that covers the sky and earth. Almost simultaneously, Leadfield's figure appears like a specter on the other side, his slender sword elegantly carving out seemingly gentle, yet razor-sharp arcs. An invisible giant slash arrives before the attack. The collaboration of two top swordsmen from the old era. The terrifying slashing net instantly envelopes all the sea kings that have surfaced. Swoosh! There are no earth-shattering sounds, only the sickening sounds of flesh and bones being sliced. Those super giant sea kings, which had just emerged like mountains, are as fragile as tofu before the sword energy of the two supreme powerhouses. In just one breath, 10 massive creatures are cut to pieces. Huge heads, severed limbs, and entrails rain down onto the sea. Bright red blood gushes out, instantly staining the surrounding sea for miles. The intense smell of blood rises into the sky, even reaching the Ark's deck high above. This is the efficiency of top-tier powerhouses. The Sea Kings, which are like natural disasters to ordinary people, are merely livestock waiting for slaughter in their eyes, just slightly larger in size. The two men withdraw their attacks, not even glancing at the bloody sea below, their gazes directly turning to Constantine. Their actions not only showcase their strength, but also express their stance. The job is done. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Constantine walked expressionlessly to the edge of the deck, overlooking the massive floating wreckage and the blood-red sea below. He slowly raised his hands and clasped them in front of his chest. Buzz! An invisible wave radiated outward from him. Immediately afterward, a blinding red light suddenly erupted, like a gigantic blood-colored vortex, enveloping the entire sea below. The terrifying scene of Advanced City played out once more, visible to the naked eye. The rich life energy contained within the corpses of the Sea Kings, mingling in the seawater, was not just blood. It resembled a thick, red mist emitting powerful life fluctuations, being madly extracted and gathered. Countless streams of red energy surged toward Constantine like rivers converging into the sea. Below, the 10 Sea King corpses, resembling small mountains, appear to be instantly drained of all moisture and essence, shrinking and wilting at a visible speed, turning into withered, skin-and-bone figures. The red light lasted for over 10 seconds. And finally, all the massive life energy that had been extracted transformed into a pure blood-red torrent, completely merging into Constantine's body. Constantine closed his eyes to feel it. The surging life energy within him made him very comfortable. But he had no lingering feelings and directly began the division. He extended his finger and pointed into the air at the 4 people he had long been eager to help: Raidfield, Bandivaldo, Euroliosa, and Gold Lion. 4 concentrated blood-red energy beams accurately shot into their bodies. Buzz! The 3 with experience cards, Raid, Valdo, and Gurul, felt a slight tremor, realizing that the previous feeling of being on the verge of power loss had completely disappeared, replaced by a solid, constant peak power sensation filling their entire bodies. They knew that this time, it was a true, lasting return to youth. The most dramatic change was Gold Lion. Ugh! Gold Lion let out a low growl. He first felt a piercing itch and sharp pain at the stumps of his legs. Then, to everyone's shock, the empty pant legs began to wriggle and grow. Flesh bones. and skin were reshaped at an incredible speed. In just a few seconds, a pair of complete, powerful legs grew back. Chapter 50. The Flying Lion Returns to the Peak. Before he could rejoice at having new legs, Constantine had already stepped in front of him, extending his hand directly toward his head. "Constantine, what are you doing?" Gold Lion looked at Constantine's hand reaching for the ship's helm above his head, a chill rushing to his scalp. He shouted in terror, "Wait, don't pull out. That helm is connected to my brain." Constantine didn't even listen to him finish, grabbing the rusty helm and yanking it out forcefully. Gold Lion let out a horrifying scream that distorted his face. Blood sprayed from the huge hole in his head like a high-pressure water gun. The scene was bloodily shocking. Empress Boa Hancock let out a perfectly timed, terrified gasp, taking the opportunity to lean weakly into Constantine's embrace, tightly holding his arm. "Your Majesty." So terrifying. Her stunning face was filled with fear, but deep in her eyes was a hint of pride and satisfaction. Captain Shurian, standing on Constantine's other side, twitched at the corner of his eye, looking at Hancock's pretentious demeanor, secretly cursing in his heart. "Damn woman, what are you pretending for?" Gold Lion's scream lasted for a few seconds before abruptly ceasing. He was horrified to discover that the anticipated death had not come. The massive life energy injected into him began to surge toward the wound on his head. The excruciating pain quickly faded, replaced by an indescribable itch and warmth. The terrifying hole in his head was visibly healing, reshaping. At the same time, the wrinkles on his face rapidly faded and disappeared, the white hair and beard regaining dazzling gold at their roots, and his emaciated body became full and strong like it was inflated. In just a few seconds, a brand new, peak period Gold Lion Shiki appeared before everyone. Tall, strong, with wild golden hair, sharp eyes like an eagle, emanating an aura of dominance. The helm that had plagued him for years and his severed legs completely vanished. Feeling the surging, long-lost peak power within him, Rayfield's eyes sparkled, losing all elegance and restraint. Without hesitation, he was the first to kneel on one knee, pounding his chest with his right fist, bowing his head to Constantine. His voice filled with heartfelt respect. "Thank you for your rebirth, great Emperor Constantine." Giroliosa reacted quickly, following suit, also kneeling on one knee in an extremely respectful posture. "Thank you for your Majesty's benevolence. Your grace will never be forgotten by the Nine Snakes." She understood that this moment of submission was the best guarantee for the empire and the future of the Daughter Kingdom. Bandivaldo was taken aback for a moment. Seeing the two in front kneeling, he scratched his head and quickly imitated them, kneeling on one knee and gruffly saying, "Thanks, Your Majesty." Though his expression was rough, his gratitude was genuine. Only Gold Lion remained standing. He touched his smooth head and strong legs, feeling the surging power within him, and for a moment, he was overwhelmed with emotions, still a bit unaccustomed to bowing to others. Just as he wanted to smile in thanks but didn't want to kneel, he felt a cold, bone-chilling gaze fixed on him. It was Giroliosa. Although she was kneeling, her head was slightly raised, her beautiful eyes glaring coldly at him, filled with a warning. "Aren't you going to kneel?" Seeking death, Gold Lion shivered, instantly recalling Constantine's terror and Giroliosa's ferocity. All pride and stubbornness vanished in the face of absolute power and the threat of the one he admired. Thud! Gold Lion quickly knelt on one knee, his movements a bit flustered, his voice trembling with nervousness. Thank you, Your Majesty." He lowered his head, trying to hide his embarrassment. Constantine looked at the four old-era powerhouses kneeling before him, his gaze sweeping over their respectful postures. Even though Gold Lion was reluctant, he had knelt, and the corners of his mouth finally curled into a satisfied arc. Very good, wise to the times. In the following days, the apocalypse did not leave the doldrums, but instead prowled the vast sea like a greedy, giant beast. Hunting sea kings was not only to stabilize the state of the few who had just regained their youth, but also to accumulate massive life energy for the sons Whitebeard wanted to revive, as well as for Whitebeard himself, which required astronomical consumption. Gold Lion Shiki became the most efficient hunter, having restored his peak strength and the abilities of the float fruit. He was simply the natural enemy of sea kings. He floated into the air, controlling himself, alongside the equally restored Raidfield, the two functioning as a highly efficient killing duo. Hunting mode. Goldlion used the float fruit to fly at high speed, locking on at target areas. Raidfield, with his terrifying observation hockey, precisely located the gigantic life forms beneath the sea's surface. Once locked on, Goldlion directly activated his ability, lifting the seawater along with the Sea Kings out of the sea. The Sea Kings, stripped of their water cover, were like live targets before the two supreme powerhouses. Sword light flickered, and flesh flew. The efficiency was astonishing. In just 3 days, over 50 super giant Sea Kings of various forms became the energy reserves of the apocalypse. The largest one, over a kilometer long, was almost as massive as the apocalypse itself. When Constantine absorbed the last giant's life energy, even he couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction. Constantine gently exhaled, feeling an unprecedented fullness within him. It had been a long time since he felt so satisfied. The energy reserves were almost full. He turned to everyone. Get ready, it's time to head to Fishman Island. It is estimated that Edward is getting anxious. The rest of the group naturally has no objections, given Whitebeard's regard for his family. If it weren't for the inability to defeat Constantine, he would have likely come over with a knife to deal with him first. Fishman Island? Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, holding a cigar, casually interjected, Whitebeard, it's been a long time since I've seen that old man. The laughter of the Golden Lion abruptly stopped, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Constantine. What did you just say? Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Chapter 51, Fishman Island. Constantine looked at him with a strange expression. You've been busy hunting Sea Kings these past few days. Don't you know who this energy is prepared for? For whom? The Golden Lion was completely baffled. He had been too focused on enjoying the restored power and the thrill of the hunt to inquire about who the energy was specifically for. He instinctively glanced at his elegant partner, Raidfield, who had been in sync with him these past few days. Raidfield put down his exquisite coffee cup and spoke in his calm, slightly aristocratic tone. His Majesty had already persuaded Whitebeard before you joined. Part of this energy from the Sea Kings is for reviving his sons who died in the Marineford War. Boom! Raidfield's words struck the Golden Lion's mind like a thunderclap. He gaped, his cigar falling to the ground. Whitebeard, that Edward Newgate. He was subdued. The Golden Lion's voice wavered, filled with disbelief. He had once been the most ambitious of the 3 legendary pirates, wanting to recruit Roger to conquer the world, only to be rejected. Later, after escaping from Impel Down, he sought out Whitebeard, and although he didn't directly propose his ideas, Whitebeard's attitude of refusal had said it all. He suddenly looked around, Raidfield, Bondewald, the rejuvenated flame tree, Giroliosa, and that unfathomable Constantine, along with Whitebeard. As for why Barrett wasn't there, that guy preferred training when there were no combat missions. He was in the specially designed gravity training room of the Sky Carrier doing devilish training. A terrifying thought exploded in the Golden Lion's mind. Isn't this just a replica of the Rocks pirates from back in the day? Moreover, in terms of the quality of top-tier powerhouses, it might even be stronger. Rocks had forcibly tied a group of monsters together through strength and ambition, with everyone being unwilling and having their own agendas. But now, under Constantine, Raidfield was as respectful as a butler. Wald was following orders. Girolioso was a staunch supporter. And even the stubborn Whitebeard had bowed his head. What methods had this bastard Constantine used? Strength? Absolutely. But surely there was more. For the first time, the Golden Lion felt a genuine, unmixed respect for Constantine. If even Whitebeard could be dealt with, what was his own little stubbornness worth? Just then, the door to the bridge slid open, and Chief Executive Crane hurried in, holding a freshly decoded telegram with a rare, serious expression. Your Majesty, urgent intelligence. Crane's voice interrupted the Golden Lion's shock. The highest secret directive from the world government, former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, has been confirmed as a defector. He is currently leading some former Navy officers in the New World. The government has secretly ordered the Zero and direct secret forces to carry out execution operations. The news has been strictly sealed and not disclosed to the Navy or the public, presumably to avoid a collapse in Navy morale. Zephyr, defection, execution. This news detonated like a bomb in the bridge. Rayfield put down his coffee cup, his gaze sharp. Wald stopped his stretching, looking bewildered. The Golden Lion also temporarily forgot about Whitebeard, looking at Crane in surprise. Even Giroliosa furrowed his brows. Zephyr, the Navy's chief instructor, the man who trained the admirals, he actually defected and was secretly ordered to be executed by the government. Only Constantine showed no change in expression, as if he had long anticipated this. This made Crane, who was reporting, secretly admire. The composure and foresight of His Majesty is truly terrifying. Even she, a former comrade, was shocked by this news for quite a while. In fact, Constantine had long known the plot, aware that Zephyr would inevitably be forced into rebellion by the world government. Even the most open-minded character could not tolerate such humiliation from the government. It was like being told to your face that you are a waste of no use and should stay where it is comfortable. If you are sensible, you might get a dignified exit. If not, you would be taught a lesson. This was the greatest humiliation for any strong person, even ordinary people. Crane thought of Zephyr, that stubborn, upright man who dedicated his life to the Navy's justice. Even he chose to leave and was treated like this by the world government. It was truly rotten to the core. Amidst her anger, Crane keenly saw a tremendous opportunity. Your Majesty, Crane immediately spoke, her tone full of strong suggestions. The value of Zephyr goes far beyond his combat power as Black Arm. He possesses the world's top military officer training system and experience. More than half of the mid to high-ranking Navy officers were his students. If we can recruit him to the Empire. Crane paused, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, emphasizing it would have immeasurable strategic value for us to establish a complete military education system, cultivate elite officers loyal to the Empire, and even in the future, reform and integrate the Navy forces. This was far more significant than simply adding a top-tier combat force. After listening to Crane's analysis, Constantine slightly nodded, a hint of a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. If even a man like Zephyr can be driven away by the world government, even to the point of secretly executing him, it can only be said that the stupidity and incompetence of the opponent always exceeds my imagination. It is hard not to win against such an enemy. He looked at Captain Jiuin. Captain Jiuin, change of target. Full speed ahead to Fishman Island. Let's deal with the matters on Whitebeard's side first. Zephyr won't be able to escape, nor will he die. When we have the time, we will invite him. Understood. Your Majesty. Jiuin immediately took the order, his eyes shining with absolute trust in Constantine's decision. In the depths of Fishman Island's Dragon Palace, Whitebeard Edward Newgate sat in a makeshift, cold room that had been repurposed. Originally the ice storage of the Dragon Palace, it was now transformed into a temporary morgue. Hundreds of corpses of the core members of the Whitebeard Pirates were carefully placed in specially designed ice coffins. The body of Port Gasti, Ace lay in the front, the gaping hole in his chest from a Kainu S attack still hauntingly visible. Whitebeard's enormous body appeared somewhat hunched. He came here every day to personally wipe the ice coffins with a clean cloth, checking the preservation condition of the bodies. His movements were gentle, as if caring for a sleeping child. Sachi, my son, I'm sorry I couldn't preserve your body. But Ace and the others, I will risk everything this time to bring you back. His heart was filled with anxious anticipation and deep sorrow. The only comfort being the message from Constantine that the apocalypse was about to arrive. King Neptune and Jinbi stood at the door of the room, watching Whitebeard's cautious, almost reverent back, their hearts filled with complex emotions. They knew that this world's strongest man was, at this moment, just a sorrowful father praying for a miracle to happen. Old man, Marco walked in, his voice low. I just received encrypted communication from Miss Jiuin. The apocalypse has already arrived in the surrounding waters of Fishman Island and is currently diving. They don't need cloaking. They are coming directly towards the hard-shell tower. The hand of Whitebeard wiping the ice coffin suddenly paused. He slowly raised his head, and in his weathered eyes, an unprecedented light erupted. Gulalala! Whitebeard stood up, his laughter tinged with a barely noticeable tremor. Finally here. My sons, wait a little longer. Dad'll take you home. He strode towards the door, his imposing figure straightening, as if reclaiming the strength that supported him. In the deep sea surrounding Fishman Island, the massive ship, the Apocalypse, hovered in the profound waters, emitting a cold metallic sheen. Unlike the surrounding vessels that navigated using bubble coatings, its hull was enveloped in a layer of light blue energy shield, steadily pushing away tens of thousands of tons of seawater. Deep sea submersible mode, activate, GUN calmly ordered. The hull emitted a deep rumble, and several massive thruster nozzles lit up with a ghostly blue glow, propelling the airship like a deep-sea behemoth towards the island below that radiated a dreamlike glow. The technological prowess of Dr. Vegapunk was fully displayed at this moment. Chapter 52. Arrival at Fishman Island and the conspiracy. On the outer platform of Ryugu Palace at Fishman Island, the enormous hard-shelled tower platform was cleared spotless. King Neptune personally led the left and right ministers, along with all the important officials of Ryugu Palace, standing in formation. Behind them stood elite soldiers of the kingdom, the honor guard arranged neatly. The entire scene was solemn and dignified, a scale reserved for welcoming kings or even the highest echelons of the world government. Whitebeard Edward Newgate stood beside Neptune, his massive body slightly leaning forward, his hands unconsciously clenching and relaxing, his gaze fixed on the dark waters above. Beside him stood the few remaining captains, Marco, Jozu, Vista, and others, equally tense and expectant. Neptune's feelings were complex. Being here today was, for him, as a member of a government-aligned nation, a massive overstep, but it was a gamble that had to be taken. For hundreds of years, Fishman Island had depended on the world government. What had it brought? Discrimination, oppression, and rampant human trafficking. Whitebeard's friend's words awaken him. If you want dignity, you must fight for it yourself. Constantine's empire dared to challenge the world government head-on, showcasing a power that shook the heavens. If he held goodwill towards the fishmen and was willing to elevate their status in the future, then this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if the risks were great, it was better than being a frog in warm water. But the premise was to first ascertain the emperor's attitude. At this moment, Whitebeard was thinking about what empire. He didn't care. He only wanted his sons to come back to life. Ace, kids, wait a bit longer. Dad is coming. The torment in his heart was driving him mad. He hadn't slept a wink these past few days, fearing Constantine would backtrack or that the bodies would be problematic. At this moment, he was not the strongest man in the world. He was merely a father on the brink of collapse, praying for a miracle. Marco and the others were anxious yet hopeful. They believed in Dad's judgment, but also worried whether the resurrection would truly succeed. Seeing Dad's haggard appearance, they felt both heartbroken and powerless. Below the platform and around the coral reefs, a large number of Fishman Island residents gathered. The mermaids and fishmen looked up curiously, whispering among themselves. The name of the Invisible Empire spread across the world with a live broadcast of the Marineford War, and they were filled with curiosity and awe towards this giant ship that could fly and dive and that mysterious emperor. In the shadows of the coral reefs at the edge of the crowd, Hody Jones and his core cadres hid behind the excited residents, their faces dark enough to drip water. Huh! The short, buck-toothed Jewer spat, his face full of disdain. Neptune is such a waste. As the king of fishmen, he actually wags his tail like a lapdog to welcome humans. He has truly disgraced Fishman Island. Exactly. Look at this spectacle. It's more exaggerated than welcoming the celestial dragons. Another cadre echoed, his tone filled with anger. Hody Jones crossed his arms, his gaze as cold as a viper, fixated on the backs of Neptune and Whitebeard on the platform. I should have dealt with Odoheim and Neptune back in the day. One is a naive fool, and the other is a cowardly waste. They only allow the fishmen to never lift their heads. His voice suppressed his fury. Hody Jones and his cadres harbored extreme hatred for humans, believing fishmen were a superior race. Neptune sheltering the Whitebeard pirates and now grandly welcoming another group of human powerhouses was, in their eyes, a complete betrayal and disgrace. It was a defilement of the noble bloodline of the fishmen. They yearned to overthrow Neptune and establish a pure fishman supremacy nation. Listening to his subordinates' complaints, Hody Jones suddenly let out a cold laugh. Humph, the opportunity has come. Boss. Dos looked at him in confusion. Neptune is so fawning over the Invisible Empire because this group is a thorn in the side of the world government, right? Hody Jones's eyes sparkled with a mad and calculating light. The government couldn't do anything to them during the Marineford War, but in the deep sea, it was our fishmen's domain. You mean we should take action? Jewer excitedly bared his fangs. Exactly, Hody Jones said decisively. While they're all here, we'll take them out in one fell swoop. Get rid of Whitebeard, that so-called emperor, along with that traitor Neptune. A cadre voiced concern. Boss, I heard the Invisible Empire is very strong, right? They shut up. Hody Jones interrupted rudely, his face filled with extreme arrogance and ignorance of the outside world. That's the government's incompetence. Just newspaper hype. In the deep sea, our fishermen's power and speed are 10 times that of humans. Plus our forces, He had never witnessed the terror of top-tier powerhouses, having long dealt only with ordinary pirates from paradise, leading him to a severe misjudgment. Notify everyone, Hody Jones ordered in a low voice. Gather all the power we've accumulated over the years. Also, have Damo bring a team and immediately infiltrate the treasury of Ryugu Palace. Steal as much of the deadly drugs in the Jade Handbox as possible. Hody Jones's plan, to utilize the advantage of fishmen in the deep sea. He secretly organized tens of thousands of Fishman Street thugs and enslaved pirate cannon fodder, along with the deadly drugs that could unleash power in a short time, to launch a surprise attack in their home turf. He believed he could easily deal with the Invisible Empire and the remnants of Whitebeard, while also taking out Neptune. In this way, he could not only seize power, but also hand over the merit of exterminating the world government's great enemy to the world government, earning their acknowledgement of his position as the new king of Fishman Island. He was paving the way for his envisioned Fishman Empire's counterattack against the human world. There was one more thing he didn't mention. In 2 years, the World Conference would be held, and by then he could openly go to the Holy Land and wipe out all the human kings in one fell swoop. To this guy, as long as he had the opportunity to meet with these people, he could successfully rule the world, such as the thinking of a single-celled organism. He completely overlooked the deadly side effects of the deadly drugs, thinking they were divine medicines to enhance strength. Yes, boss. The cadres were stirred up by Hody Jones's grand plans, most of whom were simple-minded, immediately taking action. Hody Jones watched his subordinates leave, then looked back at the platform, a cruel and ambitious smile spreading across his face. Watch, Neptune. Watch, foolish humans. The true era of the fishmen will be ushered in by me, Hody Jones. Your Majesty, we are approaching the hard-shelled tower platform of Fishman Island, GUN reported. Constantine stood in front of the enormous observation window, gazing at the dreamlike island below that radiated a soft glow. Neptune's honor guard and Whitebeard's anxious figure were clearly visible. Quite a show, the Golden Lion sneered. Invigorated after regaining his peak, seems like this Merman King has some ideas. Ryderfield elegantly adjusted his collar. In the face of absolute power, any idea is merely a choice. Look at how he chose. Crane calmly added, the action of King Neptune not only expresses importance, but also tests His Majesty's attitude. He is well aware of the situation on Fishman Island. Constantine did not respond, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed crowd below. Powerful observation, hockey spreading like an invisible tide. The deliberately concealed, malicious, and murderous aura among the crowd was instantly captured by him, like fireflies in the dark. Especially the group, led by Hody Jones, their twisted racial hatred and swollen ambition were exceptionally clear in his perception. Constantine let out a light, amused sneer. A few bugs hiding in the dark corners think they can shake the big tree? He did not expose them, only giving a faint order to Guillaume, move closer to the port. The massive apocalypsis quietly approached the hard-shell tower platform like a giant whale of the deep sea. A wide metal gangway extended from the hull, firmly connecting to the platform. The hatch opened. Constantine was the first to step out, dressed in a simple black trench coat, his imposing presence as solid as a mountain. Behind him, Ryderfield was elegant, Golden Lion flamboyant, Bondualdo fierce, and Girolioza spirited, along with a group of core imperial powerhouses appearing one after another. An invisible sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire platform. Neptune took a deep breath, suppressing his inner tension, and stepped forward, his posture respectful but not humble. King Neptune of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, along with all subjects, welcomes His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Constantine, to Fishman Island. Whitebeard directly ignored all formalities, his massive body pushing aside the soldiers in front, taking just a few steps to stand before Constantine, his voice trembling with suppressed urgency. "Constantine, my sons." Constantine first nodded in greeting to the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Palace who came to welcome him. Then his gaze passed over Neptune and landed directly on Whitebeard's bloodshot eyes, calmly nodding. "Are the materials ready?" "Ready. They've been well preserved." Whitebeard quickly stepped aside, pointing to the cold, ominous passageway entrance behind him. "Then let us begin," Constantine stated succinctly, walking towards the cold storage. For him, resurrecting Whitebeard's sons was merely a transaction. Completing the transaction and taking away the remaining combat power of the Whitebeard pirates was the goal. As for Neptune's probing and those bugs in the corners, that would be dealt with after the main business was completed. Whitebeard immediately followed closely beside Constantine like a bodyguard, fearing he would fall behind. Neptune and the various ministers and captains hurried to keep up. In the crowd, Hody Jones watched as Constantine and his group were surrounded by Neptune and Whitebeard, his murderous intent and excitement nearly spilling over. He whispered to the returning officer, Damo, who was holding an ancient box, grinning, "Notify everyone. Prepare to act according to plan. When they finish and come out, it will be their death day." Chapter 53, Beyond Cognition, Death and Rebirth. Deep in the cold storage of Fishman Island's Dragon Palace, Constantine and his group entered the cold morgue. Whitebeard closely followed beside Constantine, his urgent gaze sweeping over the rows of ice coffins. When his eyes passed over the crowd behind Constantine, he suddenly froze. "Shiki." Whitebeard stared at the golden-haired, spirited man with both legs intact, his voice filled with disbelief. Due to his eagerness to resurrect his sons, Whitebeard had not immediately noticed the presence of Golden Lion. And of course, the current state of Golden Lion was very different from what he remembered. The Golden Lion, he knew, should be an old man with a broken leg, holding onto a ship's helm. How? Immediately after, he saw Gurlioza standing on Constantine's other side, young and spirited with fiery red hair. Flameflower. Whitebeard's heart trembled. These two old monsters were actually both subdued by Constantine, especially regarding Shiki's strength and ambition. He was well aware. Just how many days had it been? Constantine's methods were astonishing. With Golden Lion, Red Count, Flameflower, plus Constantine himself and his fierce companions, Waldo, Crane, etc., the Invisible Empire's top power had expanded to a terrifying degree. The importance of his own collaboration seemed to be rapidly declining. This filled him with an unprecedented sense of urgency. However, Constantine did not give him time to think, directly asking, "Where are the bodies?" This question was like a splash of cold water, instantly extinguishing all of Whitebeard's distractions. He immediately pointed to the group of ice coffins, his voice urgent. "Right here. Marco, clarify to His Majesty." Marco stepped forward, quickly reporting, "Your Majesty, all the recoverable bodies are here, a total of 637. Those two severely damaged. We buried according to the rules. These are relatively intact. Ace is at the front." He pointed to the ice coffin closest to the entrance, inside which lay Ace, whose chest had been pierced, but whose wound had now been stitched and treated. Neptune of Fishman Island, along with the ministers and others, stood on the periphery, their faces filled with shock and doubt. Even though they had received some hints from Jinbei earlier, they still found it hard to believe. Death and rebirth? This exceeded their cognitive limits. They stared intently at Constantine, eager to see how this emperor would perform. Constantine walked to the center of the ice coffin group, without wasting words, slowly raising his hands. This time, the crimson light that surged from his palms was no longer one that robbed life, but a vibrant, soft emerald green light. This light flowed like warm tide, instantly covering all the ice coffins. An astonishing transformation occurred before everyone's eyes. The visible wounds on the bodies, whether knife wounds, puncture wounds, or lacerations, healed at a visible speed under the green light, scabbing over and eventually disappearing, the skin returning to smoothness. The originally pale, bloodless skin rapidly became rosy, as if it had merely fallen into a deep sleep. On the cold bodies, extremely faint signs of life began to appear. This process lasted a full hour. The cold storage was eerily silent. Only the subtle humming of the green light flowing and the anxious breaths of the crowd could be heard. Whitebeard gripped his fist tightly, his nails almost embedding into his flesh, his eyes unblinkingly fixed on Ace's ice coffin. Marco and the other captains also held their breaths, palms slick with sweat. When the last trace of green light converged into Constantine's palms, his face was noticeably paler than before, beads of fine sweat even forming on his forehead. Resurrecting over 600 people and truly remaking their lives consumed far more than restoring youth or replenishing energy. Cough. Constantine gently exhaled, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. It's done. As soon as the words fell, click, 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 the faint sounds of knocking and friction began to emanate from within the ice coffins. Then, the lids of the ice coffins were pushed open from the inside. One bewildered, confused face after another sat up. They looked around, their eyes vacant, as if just awakening from a long nightmare. Rayleigh, Josu, Beggar, Dad, Marco, I thought I was dead. After a brief silence of death, ecstatic shouts and incredulous questions suddenly erupted. The entire cold storage turned into a boiling sea. Whitebeard could no longer contain himself, his massive body trembling slightly, tears streaming down his face. Gururara, they're back. All back. My sons. He opened his arms, as if welcoming treasures lost for many years. Marco, Jaws, Vista, and other captains cried out in agony as they rushed into the group of ice coffins, tightly embracing their revived comrades. The sounds of crying, laughter, and questions intertwined into a cacophony. The people of Fishman Island, including Neptune, were utterly stunned, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. They were truly back from the dead. They looked at Constantine with eyes filled with indescribable awe and fear. This was nothing short of a miracle. However, amidst this ocean of joy, one ice coffin remained quiet. The Sea Knight Jean Bay was the first to notice the anomaly. He squeezed through the excited crowd and approached Ace's ice coffin, his brow furrowed. He respectfully asked Constantine, "Your Majesty Constantine, why hasn't Ace awakened yet?" His voice was not loud, but it fell like cold water on the jubilant crowd. Everyone quieted down, their gazes fixed on Ace's ice coffin. Ace lay there quietly, his chest intact, skin flushed, and his chest slightly rising, clearly breathing. But his eyes were tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening, in stark contrast to his lively companions. Whitebeard's heart instantly sank, as immense joy was replaced by immense worry. Marco and the others gathered around, anxiously looking at Constantine. Constantine approached Ace's ice coffin, looked down, and a flicker of unusual color passed through his eyes. His tone remained calm, but with a hint of barely perceptible inquiry. His body, I've already repaired, and life has been reignited. But it seems as well as trapped, or rather, he has voluntarily sunk into the depths of his consciousness. Perhaps he experienced something on the brink of death, and at this moment he is struggling in his own mental world, unwilling to wake up or lost his way. Constantine's words made everyone's hearts sink. The body was alive, but the soul was lost. What should they do? Marco asked eagerly, what can we do? Constantine shook his head. This is a maze of his own consciousness. External forces find it hard to intervene directly. It may require time, perhaps a certain opportunity, or a voice that can awaken his strong desire to survive or sense of responsibility. We can only wait. Whitebeard looked at his sleeping son in the ice coffin, his massive palm gently caressing the cold coffin lid, his expression complex. To be revived was already a miracle. Ace was alive, just asleep. This was already far better than the worst outcome. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anxiety in his heart. Marco, lift Ace out and place him in the best room, assigning someone to guard him day and night, Whitebeard ordered in a deep voice. Then looked at Constantine with a serious expression. Constantine, I will remember this favor. From today on, I and my remaining sons will uphold our promise and fight for you. Just as the atmosphere was heavy with mixed emotions, the heavy door of the cold storage was suddenly pushed open. A guard from Dragon Palace stumbled in, his face filled with terror, his voice cracking. "Your Majesty, it's bad. Hody Jones has surrounded Dragon Palace with tens of thousands of people. They have gone mad. They attack anyone they see. They want to kill all humans and traitors." Chapter 54. The shortest rebellion in history. This news hit the cold storage like a bomb. King Neptune, the ministers on either side, and all the high-ranking officials of Fishman Island were instantly frozen in place, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Hody Jones? Rebellion? Of all times, today, when this group of calamities has gathered in Dragon Palace. The left minister's beard bristled with anger, while the right minister felt it was utterly absurd, his mind buzzing. They instinctively looked towards the group standing in the cold storage, Whitebeard and his recently revived sons, along with the unfathomable emperor and his subordinates, whose mere gazes could instill fear. A strong sense of shame instantly overwhelmed the high-ranking officials of Fishman Island. This was a tremendous humiliation for Fishman Island. The ignorance and arrogance of Hody Jones and his gang had made them lose face in front of true strongmen, especially when they felt the playful and scrutinizing gazes from Constantine, Shiki, and others. Neptune felt his face burning. The Sea Knight Jinbei's face turned pale, and stepping forward, he cupped his fist towards Constantine and Whitebeard, his voice low and suppressing anger. "Your Majesty, old man, leave these ignorant scum to me." Before he could finish, another guard in the Imperial apocalyptic uniform, exuding a capable aura, rushed in through the cold storage door. The guard saluted Constantine and Guillaume crisply, his voice loud and clear, though the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he were trying to suppress something. "Report, Your Majesty. Captain, the Port Rebellion has been suppressed. The rebel leader Hody Jones and his main force have been defeated by Lord Barrett." The cold storage instantly fell silent. Even the recently revived pirates, still somewhat dazed, were taken aback. So soon? Just as the news of the Dragon Palace being surrounded came, the main force at the port was already finished? The Imperial Guard quickly and clearly reported the situation. Hody Jones split his forces into two. One group surrounded Dragon Palace, while he personally led the main force of 30 to 40,000, targeting the apocalyptic ship docked at the port. They believed that the giant ship was the key and must be controlled first to cut off the retreat. A few minutes earlier, Barrett was sweating profusely in the gravity training room of the apocalyptic ship. For him, days without combat missions could only be filled with endless training to quench his thirst for power. The dreamy scenery of Fishman Island? It was far less tangible than every bit of pressure in the gravity room. When the commotion and alarm from outside penetrated the thick training room door, Barrett's brow furrowed, and the interruption made him feel irritated. The rebels arrived at the port, disregarding the warnings from the Imperial Guard, even charging forward with contempt for firearms. Hody Jones had swallowed a fierce drug, his strength surged, and he charged ahead excitedly. However, what awaited them was the terrifying firepower net woven by the Empire's newly equipped Dragon Roar rifles. Dense bullets tore through the seawater, emitting sharp whistles, their power far exceeding the fishmen's imagination. Hody Jones was instantly stunned. Even his drug-enhanced body couldn't withstand such fierce fire. If he hadn't reacted quickly to dodge the vital spots, the first round would have been enough to be fatal. Enraged and humiliated, he ordered the whole army to press on. The port commander was preparing to call for support to deal with close combat and contact the high command to dispatch mecha units for suppression when an infuriated Barrett walked out with a dark face, his training thoroughly interrupted. Upon learning that a group of ignorant fishmen was trying to seize his training base, Barrett was practically laughing with anger. He strode to the front lines, looking at the densely packed, weapon-wielding fishmen charging forward. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he let out a roar that echoed through the deep sea. "Stop right there, you stinking fish from the deep sea." Boom! An indescribable, almost tangible, terrifying pressure erupted explosively from Barrett's center. The air, or rather, the seawater, seemed to freeze and distort at that moment. It was pure, overwhelming willpower, a conqueror's hockey. An invisible spiritual tsunami swept over. The tens of thousands of fishmen rebels at the forefront were like wheat in a field being swept by an unseen scythe. Their movements instantly froze, the fervor in their eyes replaced by boundless fear. And then, like puppets with their strings cut, they collapsed in droves. Rolling their eyes, foaming at the mouth, they completely lost consciousness. The entire port fell silent in an instant, leaving only the gentle sound of the waves. Hody Jones, stunned by the scene before him, along with a few of his slightly stronger subordinates, barely managed to stay upright, their legs feeling as if they were filled with lead. Their faces pale as paper, staring in terror at the man standing like a demon before the mountain of corpses, the fainted fishmen. Barrett cast a cold glance at the dumbfounded Hody Jones, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery, as if he were looking at a fish flopping uselessly on a chopping board. When Hody met that gaze, a chill shot up from his feet straight to the crown of his head. His throat tightened, and the previously invincible fervor of the deep sea collapsed in an instant, leaving only boundless fear. He now truly understood what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. After the guard finished reporting, Lord Barrett had already tied up Hody Jones and his remaining subordinates and tossed them onto the deck to await their fate. The port rebellion was completely quelled. The cold storage was silent. Whitebeard and his newly resurrected sons exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. The Golden Lion nearly dropped his cigar in laughter, exclaiming, "Tens of thousands? They were all brought down by that kid Barrett's shout? Ha ha! These stupid fish are so dumb it's painful." Redfield elegantly sipped his coffee, a barely perceptible smirk on his lips. Invincible in the deep sea? Courageous indeed. Waldow clenched his fists, regretting not having exercised his muscles. Goldie, Roger Merlis norted coldly. Crane turned to Neptune, whose face had gone from red to green, both ashamed and angry, speaking in a calm yet pressure-filled tone. "Your Majesty, Neptune, it seems there are indeed some unstable factors within your country that need urgent addressing." Constantine didn't even spare a second for this farce, looking at Neptune with a voice as calm as the sea, yet carrying undeniable weight. "Those surrounding Dragon Palace City outside are your people. Do you handle it, or shall I take care of it?" Neptune's massive body trembled slightly with extreme anger. Not only had Hody Jones rebelled, but he had also shattered Fishman Island's reputation before the Empire and Whitebeard in such a foolish manner. He straightened his back suddenly, his trident striking the ground with a heavy thud, producing a dull sound as he thundered at Jinbi and the kingdom's military leaders. "Jinbi, immediately gather all palace guards. Capture those rebels outside. Leave not a single one behind." "Yes, your Majesty," Jinbi replied, his eyes burning with fury, responding like thunder as he led the most elite guards out like arrows loose from a bow, filled with killing intent. This time, Fishman Island must clean its own house. Constantine nodded slightly, no longer focusing on what was bound to be a one-sided crushing battle. His gaze returned to the sleeping ace, his deep eyes revealing no waves of emotion. To him, this farce was merely a stepping stone toward the true goal, a mere ant crushed casually along the way. Chapter 55. The awakened Neptune. The speed at which the rebellion was quelled was astonishing. The more than 80,000 troops gathered by Hody Jones appeared formidable, yet they failed to organize even a decent resistance before being suppressed by Barrett alone. When the news returned to Dragon Palace City, Neptune and the ministers exchanged glances, unable to speak for a long time. Just like that, 80,000 people were gone. The right minister wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. The left minister shook his head with a bitter smile. Fortunately, Governor Crane emphasized etiquette and didn't allow those mechanized troops to land otherwise. Neptune took a deep breath and immediately ordered public execution of Hody Jones and the other main culprits at the National Square immediately. This decision was far more severe than in the original story. When facing the Straw Hat crew, Neptune had managed to keep his restraint, but this time was different. Although the Whitebeard pirates had suffered severe losses, Whitebeard himself was in peak condition, not to mention Constantine's terrifying Imperial Legion. Fishman Island had to show enough sincerity. Just as preparations for the execution were underway, Constantine received a call from Crane. This governor didn't forget to work even while the emperor was on vacation. "Your Majesty, directly executing 80,000 young laborers would be too wasteful. The Empire's upcoming infrastructure projects require a lot of labor. Seeing the reasoning in this, Constantine proposed to Neptune. Aside from the main culprits, the other rebels can be sent to the Empire for labor. Neptune sighed with relief. This preserved Fishman Island's face and resolved the potential issue. He quickly agreed, all according to your majesty's arrangements. In the banquet hall, the beautiful singing of the mermaid songstress echoed. Constantine sat at the head table, gazing at the dreamlike underwater feast with glowing coral decorations, schools of fish swimming by, and those mermaids dancing gracefully in the ballroom. This was his first true visit to Fishman Island in 90 years. What a pity, such a beautiful place. And he only came now. Constantine took a light sip of the underwater special brew and said to Neptune beside him. Neptune quickly raised his glass. Your Majesty is always welcome to visit. Whitebeard sat on the other side, though his thoughts were with Ace, who had yet to awaken. He couldn't help but relax a bit seeing the smiles of his other sons who had survived. Marco and the others were surrounding the resurrected pirates, exchanging warm greetings. And the banquet hall was filled with laughter that had been absent for so long. The Golden Lion was unabashedly feasting, commenting as he ate. This deep-sea lobster is fresher than the New World S. Hey, King of the Fishmen, bring me 10 more. Redfield elegantly tasted his red wine, occasionally whispering to GOLD, Roger beside him. Waldau directly embraced a barrel of wine and drank heartily, drawing glances from those around him. Halfway through the banquet, Neptune gathered his courage and tentatively asked, Does your Majesty have any suggestions for Fishman Island? Constantine set down his wine glass. Scanning the hall, I am well aware of the Fishman situation. The world government has never truly regarded you. Neptune's heart tightened. This was his greatest concern. However, Constantine continued. The natural barrier of 10,000 meters under the sea is both protection and restraint. You are too isolated. Neptune pondered. Indeed, long-term isolation had allowed Fishman Island to avoid the flames of war, but had also missed opportunities for development. The Empire is preparing to establish an underwater resource development department. Constantine said lightly, the Fishman's inherent advantages are very suitable for this field. Neptune's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity, if they could leverage the Empire's strength to help the Fishmen step out of the deep sea. Of course, the premise is that you must have the determination to change, Constantine said meaningfully. The banquet continued late into the night. When everyone dispersed, Neptune stood at the highest point of Dragon Palace City, looking down at the glowing city below, his mind already made up. Times were changing. Fishman Island could no longer remain stagnant. Meanwhile, in the medical room of the Apocalyptic, Ace's fingers suddenly moved slightly. As dawn broke, Neptune, accompanied by the left and right ministers, stood guard outside Constantine's chamber. The three stood straight, not wearing royal robes, only simple casual clothing. The Imperial guards on duty glanced at them and approached to inquire if they needed to report, but were politely declined by Neptune. We will wait here. Neptune's voice was soft yet firm. The left minister couldn't help but whisper, Your Majesty, you are, after all, the king. This is the king? Neptune chuckled bitterly. Just a local emperor hiding in the deep sea with no one to care. The right minister wanted to say something, but Neptune waved his hand to interrupt. For all these years, we have been thinking about tolerance, waiting, believing that one day we could wait for the clouds to disperse and see the moonlight. But what was the result? The status of the fishmen has only grown lower, while the price of mermaids has only risen. His voice grew heavier. Odoheim indeed created a miracle back then, persuading a celestial dragon. But how fragile was that promise? Equality built on sympathy is as illusory as a bubble. The right minister wanted to argue that Odoheim's path can be traversed, but the words caught in his throat. He himself didn't believe it. If the future of the fishmen race relies on the fleeting goodwill of the celestial dragons, then Neptune gazing at the tightly closed door of the inner palace would be the real disaster. Inside the palace, Constantine had already woken up. With his observation hockey, he could hear the conversation of the three outside clearly. He put down his teacup. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The indecisive Neptune from the original story was now showing clarity and decisiveness, which made him see him in a new light. A memory of Otoheim surfaced. That woman full of ideals, who with her astonishing empathy even influenced a celestial dragon. But her naivety was equally terrifying. If that proposal for the fishmen to land on land had really passed back then, Constantine shook his head. From his understanding of the celestial dragons, it would only lead to a carnival for the slave market. Mermaids would become pets to flaunt among the nobles, while fishmen would sink to the lowest level as laborers. The world government's decrees? Just a piece of waste paper to the celestial dragons. So, it is somewhat ironic that back then, the extremist Hody Jones, under inexplicable circumstances, delayed the arrival of this disaster. One can only say it is filled with irony. The palace door slowly opened. Constantine looked at the slightly nervous three outside. "Come in." Neptune took a deep breath and entered the palace with the two ministers. He did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Your Majesty, Fishman Island is willing to join the Invisible Empire." The two ministers gasped in surprise. Although they guessed the king's intentions, this direct approach was still unexpected. Constantine gestured for them to sit down. "Tell me your conditions." "No conditions." Neptune's answer nearly made the two ministers jump up. "We only ask your Majesty to grant the fishmen true equality." Constantine raised an eyebrow. "Do you know what that means?" "Joining the Empire means you must abide by the Empire's laws and fulfill the Empire's obligations. Your army will have to be reorganized, and resources will be allocated uniformly." Neptune nodded without hesitation. "As long as the fishmen can stand tall and live, these are nothing." Constantine stared at Neptune for a long time, then suddenly laughed. "You are smarter than Odoheim." Neptune's body shook. He didn't expect Constantine to suddenly mention his deceased wife. She was too idealistic, Constantine said lightly, thinking that kindness and empathy could change the world. Little did she know that goodwill without strength would only attract wolves. What cannot be obtained by force cannot be achieved at the negotiation table. Neptune clenched his fists. These words were harsh, but every word was true. After Odoheim's death, that hard-won landing permit immediately became waste paper. The celestial dragons turned around and forgot their promises. "Your choice is wise." Constantine stood up. "The Empire will grant the fishmen citizenship, enjoying all rights." But then he shifted his tone. "Fishman Island will become the Empire's military base in the deep sea, and your young men will need to undergo military training. In the future war against the world government, the fishmen cannot be absent." Neptune nodded without hesitation. "That is only right." Constantine smiled with satisfaction. "Go prepare for the handover. The crane will send people to assist you." After leaving the palace, the two ministers finally couldn't hold back. "Your Majesty, isn't this too?" Neptune stopped, looking at the school of fish swimming in the distance. "Do you know why Odoheim was able to persuade that celestial dragon?" The two old ministers were stunned. "Because that celestial dragon was drawn to her naivety." Neptune's voice carried an unprecedented clarity. He agreed to the proposal not out of emotion, but because he saw the opportunity to capture all the fishmen. This cruel truth was something Neptune only understood years after Odoheim's death. The glimmer in that celestial dragon's eyes was not sympathy, but greed. Constantine was different. Neptune looked towards the palace. He wanted warriors, not slaves. This was the true path for the fishmen. Meanwhile, in the medical room of the apocalypse, Ace's eyelids began to tremble violently. Chapter 56. Zephyr in action, a secret naval base on an unnamed island in the New World. The sea surface in the New World has never truly been calm. Just half a month after the war on the top ended, the power vacuum left by the Whitebeard pirates has become a spark to ignite a powder keg. Kaido of the Beast was the first to act. His fleet swept through more than 10 fertile islands that originally belonged to Whitebeard within a week. Once greed is stirred, it is hard to restrain. Charlotte Linlin soon followed, and the fleets of the 100 Beasts rushed madly towards the legacy left by Whitebeard under the leadership of the Stars. Except for red-haired Shanks, who remained still, the entire New World fell into a frenzy of the survival of the fittest, with countless small and medium pirate crews struggling in the cracks or rising to prominence. On the edge of this chaotic sea area, a desolate island, unmarked on the map and shrouded in thick fog, hides a highly confidential base of the world government. Its security level is far beyond that of ordinary Navy branches. The items stored here are enough to keep the high-ranking officials of the world government awake at night. Explosive rocks. This mineral, which explodes violently upon contact with air, is assessed to possess power close to ancient weapons and is one of the government's forbidden weapons kept under lock and key. Placing it deep in a new world was originally intended to use the chaos of the sea area as cover, and also because this thing is too dangerous. If it were placed in the Navy headquarters or the Holy Land, once improperly stored, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, it unexpectedly attracted the most undesirable coveters. The sturdy alloy door of the base was violently smashed open by a raging fist. Amidst the smoke and dust, a tall purple figure slowly walked in, his cape billowing behind him, no longer bearing the Navy's insignia, replaced by a blank space, as if he was now decisively severing ties with his past. It was none other than the former Admiral, Black-Armed Zifa. FIFA sensei, no, trater FIFA. You dare to attack here. The base commander recognized him, his voice distorted with fear. Alarms blared throughout the base, and the remaining guard soldiers raised their guns, but their hands trembled. Faced with this former instructor, the legendary admiral, they lacked the courage to resist. Zifa's expression was emotionless, his gaze cold as ice. He ignored the complex looks from his former colleagues and subordinates, focusing on his clear target, the special storage room deep within the base. The resistance along the way was like paper in front of him, those well-trained elite soldiers. Under the impact of his iron fists wrapped in pitch-black hockey, were like dolls smashed by a giant hammer, flying out one after another. He had abandoned the justice of the Navy, but had not abandoned the strength he had honed throughout his life, a strength capable of crushing everything. Boom! The last giant door, made of sea prism stone and alloy twisted and deformed under Zifa's furious continuous strikes, finally opening. A cold chill surged out from within, and inside the specially designed low-temperature storage room, one by one explosive rocks, resembling giant sapphires, emitted a dangerous glow in the dim light. A complex emotion flashed in Zifa's eyes, filled with hatred and determination. He unhesitatingly commanded his students who had defected with him, Ein Bins, follow the plan, handle with care. Not a single one can be lost. Yes, teacher. Ein and Bins immediately stepped forward with their loyal subordinates, carefully transferring the explosive rocks using specially designed containers resistant to low temperatures and impacts. These explosive rocks were the anvil upon which he would strike a heavy blow against the decaying world. Just as the last batch of explosive rocks was being transported out of the storage room, ready to board the modified warship docked at the secret port, an unexpected change occurred. A dozen figures dressed in pure white suits and wearing eerie masks appeared like ghosts at the damaged entrance of the base. The leader's voice, cold and piercing beneath the mask, declared, Zifa, you are indeed here, betraying the government and stealing explosive rocks. Your crimes deserve the death penalty. The highest intelligence agency of the world government. They were given a death order by the 5 elders to hunt down Zephyr for days, and finally cornered him at this most critical moment, especially upon seeing him seize the explosive rocks. Even these cold-blooded killers felt a shiver down their spines. There is no need to think. It's clear these things are definitely meant to deal with the government. This madman must be stopped. Zephyr turned around, protecting his students behind him, and faced the dozen top assassins, exuding a dangerous aura with no fear on his face, only a strong disdain. The world government? Those high and mighty parasites. Haven't they done enough despicable things? At least I, Zephyr, 1T used this power to slaughter innocent civilians. Outrageous. Daring to insult the noble world aristocrats. The leader of the Zero Squad was furious, his figure vanishing in an instant. His spear wrapped in advanced armament color tearing through the air, stabbing directly at Zephyr's throat. The other Zero members, like sharks smelling blood, launched a deadly siege from different angles. In an instant, the ruined base was filled with energy, and the crumbling walls collapsed under the waves of fierce battle. However, Zephyr demonstrated to them what the true worth of the Black Arm is. Even with a serious illness, even at an advanced age, he was still the man standing at the pinnacle of the Navy. His fists were like 2 heavy hammers, opening and closing with overwhelming dominance. Each punch unleashed a thunderous roar as the air couldn't bear the pressure. The Zero members surrounding him crashed into a moving wall of size, unable to break through and instead being shaken by the unmatched force of his punches. Bang! Crack! One Zero member attempting a sneak attack was struck by Zephyr's counterpunch on the shoulder blade, the sound of bones shattering clear to hear, as the man screamed and flew back, crashing through a wall. Poof! Another Zero was kicked in the chest by Zephyr, spitting blood and rolling on the ground. His mask shattered, revealing a face full of horror. In just a few breaths, 3 Zero experts had been decisively and severely injured, losing their combat ability. How is this possible? The intel said his strength had greatly diminished and that he suffered from asthma. A Zero member exclaimed in shock, their mask unable to conceal the panic in their voice. The power Zephyr displayed far exceeded their expectations. The leader of Zero was under immense pressure, sweat soaking the lining of his mask. A glint of ruthlessness and malice flashed in his eyes. Asthma. Yes, asthma. He suddenly stepped back, and in a moment Zephyr was temporarily entangled by 2 of his subordinates. He pulled out an inconspicuous glass bottle from his bosom and smashed it fiercely at his feet. Crack! The glass shattered, and a large amount of fine silver powder instantly spread through the air, swept towards Zephyr by the agitated air currents. Zephyr's pupils constricted, and he immediately held his breath and retreated. He recognized this substance as a specially made powder that sharply stimulates the respiratory tract, specifically designed to deal with patients like him who have respiratory diseases. But the powder spread too quickly, and a minuscule amount still entered his lungs. Cough, cough, cough. It was as if an invisible hand was choking his throat, and the asthma that had been forcibly suppressed by life erupted like a volcano. The violent coughing caused him to hunch over, his vision darkening, all his strength retreating like a tide, his movements becoming fatally stiff. Now was the time. Kill him. The Zero leader's eyes erupted with ecstatic light. He had made the right bet. Zephyr's greatest weakness is this damned asthma. Several sharp spear strikes and powerful kicks, like venomous snakes, seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and violently attacked the unable to dodge Zephyr. Puff! Crack! Several blood blossoms exploded from Zephyr's body, the sound of ribs breaking clearly audible. His tall figure staggered back, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face turning pale as paper from suffocation and excruciating pain. The Zero leader looked at the severely injured Zephyr, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel arc beneath the mask. It's over, traitor. Your stupidity has cost you your last chance. Zephyr coughed blood, his vision somewhat blurred, but he fixed his gaze on the direction of the distant port. Through the broken walls of the base, he saw Ein and Binns anxiously waving at him. The last box of explosive rocks had been safely loaded onto the warship, and most of the students had boarded. A trace of relief and determination replaced the pain in Zephyr's eyes. He suddenly raised his head, revealing a nearly ferocious smile to the self-satisfied Zero leader. You fool, it's just begun. In the astonished gaze of the Zero leader, Zephyr suddenly pulled out a glass container from the large pocket of his cloak, and what was inside was, astonishingly, explosive rocks. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his fingers tightly. Crack! With a crisp sound, the hard crystal was crushed by him. Gordy! Zephyr used his last bit of strength to hurl the shattered pieces of explosive rocks, which were wildly reacting with the air and beginning to glow unstably, toward the densest center of the Zero squad. No! The Zero leader let out a desperate roar. He recognized what that eerie blue glow signified. It was the prelude to destruction. The other Zero members instantly lost their souls and tried to scatter and flee. However, it was too late. Boom! An indescribably terrifying explosion occurred. A blinding white light instantly engulfed the remnants of the base, swallowed all the horrified Zero members, and consumed the spot where Zephyr stood. A massive fireball shot into the sky, and the violent shockwave was like a world-ending tsunami, instantly leveling the ground of the entire island. A gigantic mushroom cloud slowly rose above the island, even creating towering waves on the sea dozens of nautical miles away. The very structure of the island collapsed and shattered amidst its wailing. After an unknown amount of time, the aftershocks of the explosion gradually calmed down. Behind a huge reef far from the explosion's center, close to the port, the charred and tattered Zephyr struggled to poke his head out, gasping heavily. He had used the moment he threw the explosive rocks to exert all his strength to use shave and moonwalk to escape to the edge, but was violently thrown back by the explosion's shockwave, sustaining serious injuries, yet miraculously saved his life. He laboriously lifted his head and looked toward the port. The warship carrying his students and the explosive rocks was swiftly sailing away from this area that had just experienced devastation, disappearing into the thick fog. Coughing out a few mouthfuls of black blood mixed with internal fragments, the last trace of hesitation completely vanished from Zephyr's bloodshot eyes, leaving only a cold, iron-like will. Cough, cough, the bill with the world government has just begun to be settled. He murmured, his voice hoarse yet filled with deep hatred, ultimately unable to hold on, collapsing onto the cold reef. Just after he fell unconscious, two figures, one tall and one short, descended. Days later, a shocking news headline appeared on the front pages of major newspapers, accompanied by a blurry satellite photo of the destroyed island. Former Admiral Zephyr detonates forbidden weapon. The nameless island in the New World reduced to ruins. All members of the Zero Elite Squad suspected to be annihilated. The great pirate Zephyr is born. Chapter 57. Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi. See you tomorrow, my little princess. See you tomorrow, Father Neptune. Neptune gently covered his daughter with a blanket, kissed her adorable face, and turned to leave, just as Neptune walked out of the hard-shell tower. The heavy door had not yet closed tightly when a rusted giant axe smashed against the doorframe with a loud clang, sending shards flying. Inside, Shirahoshi's terrified cries echoed. Father! Woo woo woo, so scary. Shirahoshi's cries stabbed into Neptune's heart like knives. Neptune trembled with anger, his fists cracking as he clenched them, his massive body shaking slightly with rage. Vander Decken, that damned pervert, beast. He growled softly, wishing he could tear that bastard apart immediately. His eldest son, Sharkstar, swam over, his face equally grim. Father, this isn't a solution. Sister Shirahoshi is in too much pain. Haven't we joined the Empire now? Perhaps we can ask His Majesty Constantine for help. Neptune was taken aback. Right? In the past, they caught her themselves. But that bastard was as slippery as an eel and always managed to escape. Now, with the Empire as a powerful ally, he could almost envision Vanderdecken being crushed by the Empire's strongmen. But immediately after, a wave of immense worry surged up. Asking the Empire for help would mean exposing Shirahoshi's situation. His Majesty Constantine would definitely want to see Shirahoshi. And Shirahoshi's identity is the ancient weapon Poseidon. Neptune's heart sank. His mind was in turmoil. As a father, he only wanted to protect his daughter and keep her away from danger. Shirahoshi is still so young and so timid. To expose her and her powers to someone as ambitious as Constantine? What if he wanted to use Shirahoshi to conquer the world? Shirahoshi would become a tool. He couldn't bear that. As the king of Fishman Island, they had just broken free from the world government's protection and embraced the Empire. The future of the entire race depended on this. If Vanderdecken's problem wasn't solved, Shirahoshi would never have peace, and it could even endanger others in Fishman Island. Moreover, if he didn't disclose Shirahoshi's identity, wouldn't this secret remain hidden? Let's not forget, Vanderdecken 9, his obsession with the mermaid princess is precisely because he covets Poseidon's power, right? Once this secret is revealed by him, the entire leadership of Fishman Island would be thrown into a passive position. Holding such immense power while concealing it from the Empire, what was his true intention? They had just decided to join the Empire, and now he was hiding such a massive secret, especially one related to an ancient weapon that could shake the very foundations of the world. The Empire was the only force that could completely resolve this trouble. For the future of Fishman Island, he had to rely on the Empire's power, even at a cost. The two conflicting thoughts battled fiercely within him. Ultimately, the future of Fishman Island outweighed the father's selfishness. Neptune let out a long, heavy sigh, feeling as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He had to face Constantine, with a heart heavy as if facing death. Neptune arrived at Constantine's temporary residence in Dragon Palace. Constantine sat there, calmly looking at him, his gaze seemingly capable of seeing through everything. Neptune opened his mouth several times, but the words were stuck in his throat. He was too nervous, his palms sweaty. Constantine didn't rush him. He simply waited quietly. Finally, Neptune took a deep breath, his voice dry. "Your Majesty, I have a request, and I also have something I must confess to you." He inhaled deeply and began recounting Vanderdecken's years of harassment toward Shirahoshi, how Shirahoshi had been imprisoned in the hard shell tower, and the events of her summoning a giant sea king in her extreme sorrow all those years ago. By the end, he was almost closing his eyes, using all his strength to utter the words. "So, Shirahoshi is very likely the ancient weapon Poseidon." After finishing, he felt as if all his strength had been drained. Lowering his head, not daring to look at Constantine's reaction. It was over. The biggest secret had been revealed. He was waiting for judgment, anticipating any sign of greed or fanaticism from Constantine. However, Constantine merely responded with a calm hum, his tone steady and undisturbed. "Neptune." Neptune abruptly looked up to find no shock or greed on Constantine's face, only a tranquil understanding. Constantine looked at him. "I am pleased that you voluntarily disclosed this greatest secret. It proves that you and Fishman Island are sincerely aligning with the Empire." Standing on my side, Neptune was taken aback. "Pleased? Just like that?" Constantine continued. "Because of his trust, I will not abuse this power." His tone shifted, taking on a hint of elder-like concern. "Shirahoshi, I remember she's not yet 15, right? By either mermaid or human standards, she is still a child. The power of an ancient weapon." Constantine shook his head slightly. "For her, is a tremendous burden, even possibly a disaster, if no one guides her correctly. Allowing this power to erupt out of fear or sorrow would lead to unimaginable consequences." Neptune was completely stunned. Constantine was not only unaffected by the power of the Sea King, but was actually worried about Shirahoshi. Every word he spoke about guidance and burden struck deeply in Neptune's heart as a father. A wave of immense warmth and incredible emotion instantly broke through Neptune's psychological defenses. Even if this were a performance, this demeanor was enough to move anyone. What shocked him even more was yet to come. Constantine stood up, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Since she is a princess of a nation, she deserves to be personally taught by me. From today on, Shirahoshi will be my disciple." "What?" Neptune was completely stunned, the immense surprise and shock leaving his mind blank. "A disciple?" Constantine, the king of evil, wanted to take Shirahoshi as a student. What did this mean? It meant that Constantine would not only refrain from harming or using Shirahoshi, but would also personally teach and protect her. The title of master and disciple in this world is an extremely important bond. The immense pressure, years of worry, and the joy and emotion of the moment all mixed together, causing Neptune, the tall king of Fishman, to lose control and, with a thud, kneel on the ground. Crying like a child, "Your Majesty." "Woo, thank you. Thank you. On behalf of Shirahoshi, on behalf of all of Fishman Island, thank you for your great kindness." The grievances, fears, and feelings of helplessness that had accumulated for over a decade were completely released at that moment. Constantine did not stop him. He simply stood quietly. He understood that the man in front of him was, at this moment, just a father worried about his daughter, constantly concerned about her future, and bearing the weight of his race's survival on his shoulders. This pressure was not something everyone could withstand. Once Neptune had cried enough, Constantine calmly said, "Take me to see her." Constantine stood up, placing the documents in his hand on the table, and Neptune hurriedly got up, respectfully following behind. The document was a piece of intelligence just returned, clearly recording that Admiral Zephyr had seized the explosive rock and had detonated a bomb during a battle with Zero, which was now missing, with its fate unknown. Chapter 58, Taking Disciples and What It Means to the Empire's Efficiency. Neptune wiped away his tears and brought Constantine to the hard shell tower. The enormous tower's exterior was piled high with various weapons, all love letters thrown over by that bastard Vanderdecken. There were people cleaning it every day, yet so much still piled up, showing just how twisted that guy was. Shirahoshi was curled up on the giant clamshell bed, her eyes red like a frightened rabbit. When she saw the stranger Constantine enter, her enormous body instinctively shrank back. her eyes timidly asking, "Father? Who is this?" Neptune tried to make his voice gentle. "Shirahoshi, don't be afraid. This is His Majesty Constantine, our most esteemed ally and protector of Fishman Island. From today, His Majesty will take you as his disciple and teach you skills." Disciple? Shirahoshi blinked her large eyes, filled with confusion and curiosity. This term was unfamiliar to her. She only knew that a teacher teaches things. "What does a master do?" she timidly asked Constantine, her voice as soft as gentle waves. Constantine looked at the young girl before him, who, despite her giant stature, had innocent and fearful eyes. His tone was gentler than when he spoke to Neptune. "A master is someone who teaches you skills. Someone who teaches you how to protect yourself in this world. Protect the ones you love and protect your home." He deliberately avoided words like power and battle that might trigger her fear, using the concept of protection that she could understand best. Protect? Shirahoshi's eyes instantly lit up, like the purest pearl in the deep sea. The words of Queen Odoheim seemed to echo in her ears before she died. Protecting her family and Fishman Island was the deepest desire in her heart, as well as the source of her greatest helplessness. This unfamiliar master hit upon what mattered most to her as soon as he spoke. "Can you really teach me? Teach me to protect father? Protect my brothers? Protect Fishman Island?" Shirahoshi's voice trembled with expectation, and her body unconsciously leaned forward, her massive tail gently swaying. "Of course I can," Constantine replied confidently, a faint smile on his face, "as long as you are willing to learn." "I am willing. I am willing." Shirahoshi nodded eagerly, her large movements creating a swirl of water. For the first time, a smile appeared on her face directed at Constantine, though still a bit shy. The joy and anticipation emanating from her was very evident. She began to curiously ask questions. "Master, are you very powerful? Can you fly? Have you seen the sun on the land? What is the world outside the hardshell tower like?" She was like a child who had finally found a support, her questions coming one after another. Neptune stood to the side, watching his daughter show such closeness and trust toward a stranger, feeling a strange pang in his heart. "It's over. It feels like my daughter is going to be taken away, but at the same time," seeing the long-lost light in Shirahoshi's eyes and her anticipation for the future, that pang was replaced by immense comfort. Perhaps this is truly the best way out for Shirahoshi and Fishman Island. Meanwhile, Constantine's observation haki enveloped Shirahoshi entirely, within his perception. Shirahoshi radiated a soft yet firm light like a beacon. This was completely different from ordinary people. Constantine pondered. Perhaps this was the uniqueness of the Sea King. At the same time, he also discovered a special mark with unique vibrations remaining on Shirahoshi's body. He immediately sensed that it was the power of a devil fruit. This was likely the mark left by Vander Decken back in the day, which allowed him to continuously create so many incidents. He looked at Shirahoshi's slightly swollen eye sockets and smiled faintly. "Sleep well, my disciple. When you wake up again, those annoying flies will no longer be able to affect you." He didn't even need to reach out. With just words, he could release his abilities silently. Shirahoshi fell into a deep sleep. To Neptune's astonishment, Shirahoshi quickly entered dreamland. A faint glow appeared around Constantine, covering Shirahoshi. Shortly after, Neptune was shocked to sense Shirahoshi's change. He could no longer feel Shirahoshi's presence, as if she had vanished into thin air. His observation haki even reminded him that Shirahoshi had died, which was why she lost her trace in his perception. This left Neptune greatly shocked, because Shirahoshi was clearly right in front of him and obviously dreaming sweetly. What on earth is happening? He looked towards the instigator, and Constantine spoke calmly. "I used my devil fruit ability to make her appear physiologically dead in external perception. This way, Vander Decken will definitely not sense the fluctuations of the devil fruit ability and will have to come forward to investigate." Neptune was overjoyed. If that was the case, dealing with this guy was just a matter of time. After reassuring Shirahoshi, Constantine exited the hardshell tower, his gentle demeanor instantly disappearing, returning to his usual calm and authority. "Your Majesty, that bastard Vander Decken." Neptune immediately brought up the serious matter, gritting his teeth. Constantine waved his hand, interrupting him. "I know, just a clown." He didn't even turn around, only casually instructed the heir, "Waldo, go deal with that pestering bug. Thoroughly." A low, hoarse response came from the heir. "As you command, Your Majesty." A blurred figure vanished in an instant, moving so fast that Neptune almost thought it was an illusion. Waldo, that old era monster who had regained his peak. Neptune's heart trembled. This was the efficiency of the Empire. He didn't even need to give orders himself, nor did he need to mobilize an army. Just to name a command. Meanwhile, in a dark rocky cave outside Fishman Island, Vanderdecken IX was gleefully polishing his weapon, thinking about what surprise to give Princess Shirahoshi next. At that moment, he suddenly felt his original target mark vanish into thin air. Vanderdecken X's face turned pale in an instant. There was only one explanation. His fiancée, Princess Shirahoshi, was dead. An inexplicable wave of immense sorrow surged within him. "My poor fiancée, why did you have to die so early? Clearly, I hadn't yet obtained that great power. I haven't ruled the world yet, bastard. Who the hell killed Shirahoshi?" Vanderdecken cried bitterly. However, this cunning guy sensed something was off. So he decided to sneak to Fishman Island to investigate what had happened. As he cautiously approached the sewers near the royal palace, just as he was about to sneak in, an indescribable, terrifying pressure enveloped the entire cave. It felt as if the entire ocean was pressing down. "Who?" Vanderdecken jumped up in terror. Answering him was a shadow, so fast it was almost invisible. Waldo appeared before him like a ghost, his scarred face devoid of any expression, only cold, killing intent. "His Majesty has ordered the elimination of this bug." Waldo's voice was hoarse. Vanderdecken was scared out of his wits and instinctively tried to activate his target fruit ability to escape. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Waldo's fist, carrying terrifying power at an unimaginable speed, struck first. Bang! With a dull sound, it wasn't a fist hitting the body, but the Conqueror's hockey accurately smashing into Vanderdecken's brain. Vanderdecken didn't even have time to scream. His eyeballs exploded, blood streamed from all 7 orifices, and his body crumpled like a broken sack, his life force instantly extinguished. Until his death, he never knew how he had died. Waldo glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, focusing his gaze on Vanderdecken's hands, which were the medium for activating his ability. He raised his foot and stomped down hard with his pitch-black, hockey-covered foot. Crack! Crack! With 2 crisp sounds, Vanderdecken's hands, along with the target fruit mark on them, were completely reduced to pulp. Waldo's figure vanished again, as if he had never existed. The cave was left with Vanderdecken's unformed corpse, silently telling of the Empire's terrifying and efficient punishment. The news reached Neptune's ears almost simultaneously as Waldo returned. He stared in disbelief with wide eyes. They were solved just like that? The nightmare that had plagued Fishman Island for over a decade, which had left him, the king, powerless, was like crushing an ant in front of the Empire. He didn't even see the process, only heard the result. At this moment, Neptune's awe for the power of the Empire, his gratitude towards Constantine, and his sense of security for his daughter's future peaked. He looked at Constantine with eyes full of complete submission. Constantine showed no reaction, as if he had merely dealt with a trivial matter. He looked towards the hardshell tower and said to Neptune, "Have someone clean up the trash inside the hardshell tower. In a few days, I will formally begin teaching Shirahoshi." He paused and added meaningfully, "Power itself has no good or evil. The key lies in the one who wields it. Guide her to learn control, not to be controlled by power. That is the essence of protecting her." Neptune bowed deeply. "Yes, Your Majesty. I understand." The shadow haunting Shirahoshi had been dispelled, and the master-disciple relationship was officially established. The future of Fishman Island seems to truly be under the control of Constantine, heading towards an unimagined path. The last trace of doubt in Neptune's heart has vanished, leaving only anticipation for the future and a complex and profound awe for this king of evil. Inside the hardshell tower, Shirahoshi is leaning against the giant window, trying hard to see the outside world. For the first time, her small face is free of fear, filled with curiosity and longing for her master and the future. Chapter 59. Monster Training Class won one of the 3 independent training areas in a remote training ground on Fishman Island. Diamond Sandbag, Barrett Jozu, on the rocky beach. The ground is pockmarked as if it has been plowed by cannonballs. The tall Diamond Jozu is half kneeling, his body covered in bruises, sweat mixed with blood dripping down. Panting heavily, and his diamond skin is also covered with fine cracks. He feels as if his bones are crying out in agony. Douglas Barrett stands in front of him with his arms crossed, like an iron tower, his face showing only indifference and impatience. Is this all you've got? What a waste of my time. His voice is deep, with undisguised contempt. The king's command is to specially train these remnants of Whitebeard. But this Diamond Jozu is disappointing him a bit. Jozu suddenly raises his head, his eyes filled with humiliation and shock. Monster. This word is the only thing in his mind. The one-sided crushing practice just now made him truly experience the terror of the devil's offspring. Strength and defense. The 2 things he prides himself on seem like a joke in front of Barrett. Again, Jozu growls, the fighting spirit ignited. He stands up abruptly, his entire body instantly covered in a pitch-black hockey, while his body fully crystallizes, shining with a hard light. He charges at Barrett like an enraged diamond rhinoceros, making an impressive roar, shattering the rocks beneath his feet. Barrett's mouth curves into a nearly cruel arc. Now, that's more like it. Instead of retreating, he advances, similarly enveloped in deep black hockey, his muscles bulging, colliding head-on with Jozu's charge. He wants to clash hard. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupts. At the center of their collision, violent black hockey explodes like tangible thunder. Centered around them, the ground within 100 meters is instantly covered in huge, grotesque cracks as if smashed by a giant hammer. The shockwave sweeps away debris and dust in all directions. In the dust, Barrett's tall figure takes 2 steps back, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Meanwhile, Jozu, his massive diamond body, is actually sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard into a distant pile of rocks, debris flying everywhere. Cough, cough. Jozu feels as if his internal organs have shifted, and his diamond body is sending waves of sharp pain, nearly unable to maintain his ability form. He struggles to crawl out from the rubble, his head buzzing. I actually lost in a direct confrontation. This result is hard for him to believe, and his confidence is greatly shaken. Barrett shakes his somewhat numb and swollen arms, exhaling a breath of relief. He chose Jozu as a punching bag precisely because this guy is tough enough to let him stretch his muscles. Moreover, he still retains the imprint of being an instructor in the army back in the day. The feeling of training, beating people is bringing back a bit of his old addiction. He walks up to the dust-covered Jozu, his voice still cold but with a hint of guidance. Listen up, Diamond Head. You relied too much on that broken stone of yours. He pokes at Jozu's crystallized chest, which is covered in cracks. Look at your hockey. It's as soft as noodles. This diamond shell of yours can only guarantee that you won't be killed by small fries. That's your lower limit. Want to get stronger? Want to stop being a punching bag? Barrett's gaze sharpens. Put all that pathetic energy of yours into mastering your hockey. How long has it been since you tried to train your hockey? Enhancing your hockey is your true upper limit. Idiot. Jozu feels struck by lightning, frozen in place. Barrett's words hit him like a heavy hammer, shattering his ingrained perceptions, relying on ability while neglecting hockey's upper and lower limits. He looks down at his cracked diamond fist and feels the thin hockey within him. The overwhelming sense of disparity instantly drowns the previous humiliation, leaving only a shocking and shameful realization. He finally understands the true reason he is stuck at a bottleneck. Second training ground, Golden Lion Vista on another relatively flat area. The atmosphere is even more oppressive. Floral Sword Bista kneels on one knee, propped up by his dual swords, his body covered in numerous small sword wounds, blood staining his floral shirt. He breathes heavily, each breath pulling at his wounds, causing excruciating pain. He stares intensely at the leisurely figure in front of him. Flying Admiral Golden Lion Shiki, with a cigar in his mouth, casually holds a regular long sword in his right hand, and he hasn't even drawn it. He hovers half a meter above the ground, looking down at Bista with a mocking gaze, as if he is a senior looking at a junior. Want to keep going? Kid, if you can't take it, then rest. His voice is lazy. Bista grits his teeth, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Come on. He suddenly straightens his body, crossing his swords in front of him, his gaze sharp once more. It is his pride to spar with the world's #1 swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. But now he realizes that the opponent had held back enough to drown Fishman Island. This legendary figure, on par with his father, is the one who truly shows him the terror of the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Ha! The Golden Lion chuckles lightly. As soon as the smoke from the cigar rises, he instantly disappears. Not an afterimage, but pure speed taken to the extreme. Vista's pupils constrict, and all the hair on his body stands on end. In the next moment, he feels as if he has been thrown into a raging tornado made up of countless sharp blades. From all directions, up, down, left, right, are slicing attacks that rip through the air. They are not grand, but they are vicious and cunning, with bizarre angles and speeds that force him to rely on instinct and observation hockey to awkwardly block and evade. The clattering sounds of metal clashing fill the air, and Vista feels like a small boat in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. Too slow, too slow, too slow, kid. The Golden Lion's boisterous laughter rings out in the storm, filled with excitement at regaining his strength. The sword in his hand still remains sheathed, but the speed of his swings has become so quick that even the sword's shadow is blurred, as if he is wielding a stream of light. He is not just teaching Vista a lesson. He is also using this battle to readjust and regain that unparalleled sword sense he had in his youthful peak. Although his body has recovered, the feel and awareness of a top-tier expert also need to be honed again. Vista feels immense pressure, realizing that his proud dual sword style is full of flaws in the face of this storm. He watches for a barely noticeable gap during a transition in the Golden Lion slashes, his eyes shining with determination. Now's my chance. Floral sword, secret technique, chaos. Vista roars, channeling all his strength into his dual swords, unleashing his strongest move, the radiant sword light blooming like a death flower, instantly covering a large area in front of him. However, as the sword light slashes through, it only disperses a wisp of lingering cigar smoke and a faint phantom. Not good. Vista's heart races with alarm. The gap is too large. The Golden Lion's cold voice, like a ghost, echoes behind him. Vista doesn't even have time to turn around, only feeling an irresistible immense force slam into his back. Puff! A massive, gaping wound deep enough to see bone instantly pierces through Vista's entire chest. Blood gushes out like a fountain. Vista's vision went dark, and the excruciating pain instantly drained all his strength. The twin swords slipped from his hands, and he was violently thrown away like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground, his consciousness quickly fading. In his final moments, through his blurred vision, he saw the Golden Lion slowly descending beside him. A cold voice entered his soon-to-be silent mind. Kid, remember that the sword path is about reaching the extreme. It doesn't matter what road you take. Reaching the end is the pinnacle. All the fancy stuff is useless. First, survive and lay a solid foundation. Before he could finish speaking, Vista completely fell into darkness. The Golden Lion looked at the dying Vista on the ground, expressionless as he exhaled a puff of smoke. In fact, the Golden Lion appreciated this young man before him. His sword path was unique, and he had carved out a different route. It was just a pity that perhaps due to a smooth path in his youth and having a big support like Whitebeard, his talents had not undergone true transformation and honing. In the Golden Lion's opinion, regardless of the path taken, one must ultimately be grounded. The flashy stuff might deceive those rookie pirates, but in front of an old monster like him, it was full of flaws. He still needed more training. The Golden Lion leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke, a grin spreading across his face. He had to admit that it was quite enjoyable to mess with Whitebeard's old bastard of a son during his downtime. Heh. Soon, several soldiers in imperial uniforms, well-trained, quickly appeared with a stretcher, deftly placing Vista onto it, injecting a powerful hemostatic agent, and immediately rushing towards the medical bay of the Apocalypsis, which was docked nearby. His Majesty's abilities were there. As long as there was a breath left, he could be saved. The Golden Lion watched the stretcher move away, his gaze indifferent. The path of a swordsman is forged between life and death. Soft, gentle sparring? That would only dull the blade. He shook his wrist, feeling that his peak ferocity had returned a little from that last strike. It was definitely not because of Whitebeard's old man that he had struck so hard. Chapter 60, Monster Training Class 2 Ghostly Trial, Raidfield, Marco, and Ace. The atmosphere in the third area was entirely different. It was unusually quiet, with only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks in the background. The Red Count Barillic Raidfield, dressed elegantly in a deep red formal suit, was leisurely leaning against a large rock. He held a hardcover book in his left hand, engrossed in reading, while his right hand casually toyed with his signature slender cane. It was as if he were just on vacation by the sea reading, rather than in a training ground. About 10 meters away from him, Marco and Ace stood back to back, both drenched in sweat, their bodies bruised and battered. Ace had a trace of unclean blood at the corner of his mouth. Both had serious expressions, even a hint of fear as they looked at Raidfield. Indeed, Fire Fist Ace had awakened, but he could no longer be called that, for he had lost his flame abilities. A few days earlier, Ace suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. The glaring white light made him instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes, and he heard waves of exclamations around him. Ace! Doctor! Call a doctor! Familiar faces crowded into his vision. Marco's red eyes, Josu's wide grin, and Bista's trembling beard. Further away, Old Man Whitebeard stood there, his massive body slightly trembling, wanting to step forward but afraid of crowding the others. What happened to me? Ace's voice was hoarse. His throat felt as if it had been burned by fire. His last memory was the intense pain of Akainu's magma fist piercing his chest. Then, wait, that strange dream? The medical room door swung open, and Constantine walked in with the Golden Lion and others. The Whitebeard pirates immediately made way, their eyes filled with reverence. Although Ace did not recognize the man in black, he could guess from everyone's reactions that this was the benefactor who had revived him. Your Majesty Constantine, Marco introduced in a low voice. He brought you and the other brothers back. Ace struggled to sit up to pay his respects, but was stopped by Constantine raising his hand. The Emperor's sharp gaze swept over Ace, his brow gradually furrowing. Interesting, Constantine suddenly spoke. You carry the scent of the underworld. The medical room fell silent. The older strongmen exchanged glances, and the Golden Lion even whistled. The underworld? This kid really went over there for a spin? Whitebeard quickly asked, What do you mean? Constantine did not answer directly, but looked at Ace. Tell me, what did you see after you died? Ace's expression became complex. That dream? No, it wasn't a dream. He recounted haltingly. After being killed by Akainu, his consciousness recoalesced in a gray place where he met a mysterious man. That person was always masked, forcing him to battle using haki until I recognized him as Roger. Ace's voice was low. That bastard Wound T even admitted until death. He insisted on waiting for me in the underworld. The medical room was dead silent. Pirate King Roger? Teaching his son haki in the underworld? The amount of information was overwhelming, even catching Constantine off guard. No wonder it's Roger. Raidfield chuckled lightly. Even dead, he leaves a hand. The Golden Lion smirked. That guy loves to do all this mysterious stuff. Constantine appeared deep in thought. He was not surprised by the existence of the underworld. Brooks' underworld fruit was proof of that. But for Roger to actively wait there and teach Ace was beyond reason. Either Roger made some special preparations in life, or the family indeed had something special. Note, this grants Ace a sort of cheat, and it also allows for a meeting between father and son. A personal decision by the author. The setting of the underworld does not affect the main text and will not appear much in the future. It seems you gained quite a bit, Constantine said to Ace. Rest well, and in a few days, we'll start special training. Special training? Ace was taken aback. Whitebeard patted his son's shoulder, a smile of satisfaction on his face. His Majesty Constantine has agreed to guide you several captains. Marco, Josu, Bista, and you. Only then did Ace notice that his flame abilities had vanished. But strangely, he didn't feel disappointed. In that gray world, Roger had forced him to fight only with haki, which instead led him to a deeper understanding of power. My Mara no Mi. When a user of a fruit dies, the fruit will be reborn, Constantine said casually. However, for you, it may not be a bad thing. Relying too much on the fruit actually limits your growth in haki. Ace nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, during the battle with Roger, he truly experienced the terrifying power of hockey cultivated to its peak. That pure sense of power was much more substantial than elementalization. All right, let them reunite as father and son, Constantine said, turning to leave, with the Golden Lion and others following him out of the medical room. In the corridor, the Golden Lion could not help but ask, "Are you really going to personally train those kids?" "I don't have that much time." Constantine shook his head. "Rayfield will teach Bista swordsmanship. You handle Josu's martial arts and fruit development, and Wardo will take Marco. As for Ace," he paused, "let Barrett come. That kid just returned from the underworld and needs some special care." The Golden Lion laughed heartily. "Barrett, you're really ruthless. That training maniac will wear him out. He won't die." Constantine replied with a slight smile. "Roger's son isn't that weak." At that moment, the Golden Lion suddenly said, "This is pointless. You should take turns training these kids. Only by developing comprehensively can they grow better." The Golden Lion stroked his chin with a wicked smile. Constantine cast a glance at this guy and could see through his thoughts. The so-called balanced development was clearly just an excuse for him to get close to Whitebeard and Roger's son. That old man was full of schemes. However, he had no objections since it wasn't him getting hit. Meanwhile, in the medical room, Ace was surrounded by his companions. Marco was checking his body. Josu was smiling like a child, and Vista was even secretly wiping away tears. Whitebeard sat by the bed, gently placing his large hand on Ace's head. "Dad, Ace's voice choked. "Gulalala, just coming back is enough." Whitebeard laughed heartily, although he couldn't hide the moisture in his eyes. This time he was truly scared. Ace lowered his head. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me." "Foolish son," Whitebeard ruffled his hair. "Family doesn't need to say such things." Chapter 61. Monster Training Class 3 back to the present. It had been a full 6 hours. The two of them teamed up, using all their skills. But they hadn't even touched the corner of Ryderfield's clothing. The opponent spent most of the time reading. Marco's regenerative blue flames were consuming a lot of energy, and Ace was exhausted from repeatedly using the unrefined Conqueror's Haki. Ryderfield's movements were incredibly fast, almost inhuman, as if he were a ghost, with an accuracy that left them in despair. They felt like they were not fighting a person, but battling a shadow without a physical form. "Have you rested?" Ryderfield didn't look up, his gaze still fixed on the pages of the book, his tone as flat as if he were asking about the weather. Marco and Ace exchanged glances, both seeing the unwillingness and fighting spirit in each other's eyes. "All right," the two shouted in unison. "Chirp!" Marco was the first to strike, his arms transforming into massive wings of a burning blue phoenix. He suddenly flapped them, turning into a streak of blue light and launching himself at Ryderfield. Undead Thistleclaw. The massive fiery claws, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air, covered a wide area. Ryderfield seemed immersed in the world of the book until the scorching wind of the claws was about to touch his hair. He didn't even lift his eyelids. He just slightly moved the hand holding the book, and his body slid to the side with an incredible angle and speed, like a leaf drifting in the wind. Boom! Marco's claw strike smashed into the giant rock Ryderfield had been leaning against, shattering it to pieces. Just as the dust from the shattered rock filled the air, Ace's figure appeared like a ghost from the other side of the smoke. His right fist was clenched tightly, wrapped in a black-red, heart-pounding Conqueror's Haki lightning. As a violent aura locked on a Ryderfield. "Conqueror's Fist," Ace roared, launching a full-force punch at Ryderfield's side. This was his strongest single-target attack at the moment. Ryderfield's lips seemed to curl into an almost imperceptible arc. He still didn't look at the book, but the right hand holding the slender cane moved. Fast, faster than lightning. His seemingly decorative cane, covered with a deep black armed color at the tip, accurately struck Ace's unguarded waist and abdomen like a snake's tongue. Puffed, a faint, nauseating sound of flesh being pierced. Ugh! Ace's forward momentum instantly froze, his eyes bulging, as an indescribable pain swept through his entire body from his waist. It felt as if a red-hot steel needle had pierced through his organs. The Conqueror's Haki he had gathered in his fist instantly dissipated, and a violent power backfired on him. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body feeling as if all his bones had been pulled out. Collapsing weakly to the ground, convulsing violently and losing his fighting capability. "Ace!" Marco shouted in surprise, immediately rushing over, his hands igniting with regenerative blue flames as he pressed them against the horrific penetrating wound on Ace's waist. The blue flames quickly stopped the bleeding and repaired the internal injuries. Only then did Riderfield leisurely close the book, elegantly using a handkerchief to wipe away the non-existent blood from the tip of his cane. He walked over to Ace, who was slumped on the ground and being treated by Marco, looking down at him from height, his voice calm and unperturbed. "Poor ghastly Ace." He called out Ace's full name. "You inherited Roger's bloodline. Your talent is indeed rare in the world. It's commendable that you can master Conqueror's Haki at such a young age." Ace, enduring the pain, struggled to look up at him. Riderfield's tone shifted, revealing a hint of unabashed mockery. "However, it's somewhat funny that your armed color and observation color can only be described as shallow. They're seriously unbalanced." He shook his head. "What you should do now is not rush to show off your Conqueror's Haki, but instead calm down and train your armed color hardening and wrapping like a beginner, and enhance your observation color perception and prediction. Let your 3 types of Haki grow comprehensively and in balance. That is the path you should take in the future. Otherwise..." Riderfield's gaze was indifferent, relying solely on a Conqueror's Haki wrapping. "You will never become a true top-tier powerhouse. Just a king among small fries." Ace felt as if he had been struck hard. His face turned pale instantly. Riderfield's words were like a cold knife, precisely cutting through the reality he had been unwilling to face. Unbalanced and shallow Haki, king among small fries. The confidence and excitement brought by mastering Conqueror's Haki wrapping after his revival were now completely crushed. He recalled his earlier flashy but easily dismantled Conqueror's fist, and a huge sense of defeat and shame surged in his heart. He had relied too much on the flashy moves of the Flame fruit, and now, as he transitioned, his shortcomings were fully exposed. He bit his teeth tightly, not speaking, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness and a hint of realization. Riderfield's gaze shifted to Marco, who was fully treating Ace, and he rarely showed a hint of appreciation. "Phoenix, Marco." Marco immediately responded respectfully. "Riderfield-san, you don't have Conqueror's Haki, but your armed color and observation color have been honed to a considerable depth. Your application of the mythical beast fruit's ability is also quite good," Riderfield commented. "The bottleneck you're feeling lies not in Haki, but in your fruit's ability itself." Marco's eyes lit up. "Are you saying awakening?" Riderfield nodded. "Exactly. Your potential lies in the awakening of the Phoenix fruit. Once you break through, your strength will undergo a qualitative leap." Chapter 62, Monster Training Class Conclusion. He offered a brutal yet effective suggestion. For the next period, what you need is extreme pressure. Take turns to seek out Barrett, the Golden Lion, Bondewald, and even your old man, Whitebeard. Let them go all out with the determination to kill you in battle. After all, with the king around, you won't die. Only through repeated life-and-death struggles will you force out all your potential, and only then can you touch the threshold of awakening in a short time. Marco took a deep breath, his gaze becoming incredibly firm. He nodded earnestly. "I understand. Thank you very much for your guidance, Riderfield-san." Riderfield slightly nodded, returning to his elegant and composed demeanor. "As commanded by the king, I will give my all." He glanced at Ace, who was pale but had a stubborn gaze, and then at Jozu, who was struggling to get up from the pile of rocks in the distance, silently beginning to practice his armed color. Finally, his gaze seemed to penetrate the rocks, seeing Vista, who was being healed by the king's power in the medical cabin of the apocalypse. A week of special training ended in a crushing defeat, but this was just the beginning. The king's order was to dig for potential. These Whitebeard captains had strong bones, and it depended on whether they could truly break out of their cocoons under the beatings of these monsters from the Empire. He stopped speaking, turned, and floated away, continuing to read his book as if everything that had just happened was just an insignificant interlude. In the spacious and bright medical cabin of the Apocalypto, a faint smell of disinfectant mingles with an indescribable, vibrant energy. For specially designed hospital beds are lined up side by side. On the far left, Diamond Jaw's bruises and cracks are healing at a visibly fast pace. He lies with his eyes closed, but his fists are tightly clenched, as Barrett's words about enhancing hockey echo repeatedly in his mind. He no longer thinks about his diamond defense, but focuses on feeling the flow of his armament hockey within, attempting to condense and compress it. Beside him, the fatal wound on Vista's chest has completely disappeared, leaving only a faint red scar. His complexion remains pale, but his eyes are exceptionally bright, even carrying a sharpness reminiscent of someone who has survived a catastrophe. Gold Lion's last words about the essence and fundamentals of swordsmanship are etched in his heart. He unconsciously rubs his fingers, as if feeling an invisible sword hilt. Abandoning the flashy, returning to the basics, and pursuing the ultimate. This thought is incredibly clear. On the bed in the middle, Ace's penetrating wound in his abdomen has healed. He lies flat, staring at the ceiling with a complex expression. Ryderfield's comments about his hockey imbalance and being a king among the weak prick at him like needles. He raises his hand, looking at his palm, trying to mobilize his armament hockey. A thin layer of black mist struggles to cover his palm. Far less impressive than when his conqueror's hockey was entwined. A hint of shame flashes in his eyes, but is soon replaced by a stronger determination. To become stronger. To become stronger in every aspect. He can no longer be the fire fist with only beautiful flames. On the far right, Marco is recovering the fastest, as his phoenix fruit grants him powerful self-healing abilities. He leans against the head of the bed, calmly contemplating Ryderfield's advice about awakening his fruit. Should he fight to the death with Barrett and the others? A bitter smile appears on his lips, yet his eyes are exceptionally firm. To protect Dad and the remaining family, he must become stronger. Extreme pressure? Marco can take it. The cabin door silently slides open, and Whitebeard's figure appears at the entrance. He says nothing, merely scanning the four with a complex gaze. Seeing them in disarray, yet with eyes that burn not with confusion or defeat, but with determination and direction forged from pain, he nods almost imperceptibly. The first phase of His Majesty's special training has been achieved. Before this special training began, Constantine had already spoken to him. He candidly expressed high expectations for these four captains, acknowledging their great potential. Whitebeard felt a sense of pride, but Constantine's next words were rather blunt. "How long do you plan to keep them under your wing, Newgate?" Whitebeard's expression stiffened. It had been many years since anyone dared to speak to him like that, especially concerning his family. However, Constantine would not coddle him. Regarding these four young captains, Constantine truly had great expectations. First, in terms of fruit abilities, Diamond Jaw's diamond hardness is extremely high, giving him a distinct advantage in a world like that of the Pirate King, where every punch counts. If paired with a strong armament hockey, just imagine the Black Diamond mode. Wouldn't that be impressive? Then there's Vista, who was able to contend with Hawkeye during the Marineford War. Regardless of how much Hawkeye may have held back, at least in Hawkeye's eyes, Vista is capable of fighting him. This is already the caliber of a great swordsman. Otherwise, if he were truly weak, Hawkeye would fear killing him even while trying to hold back. As for Marco, his fruit is undoubtedly top tier, with the potential of the Phoenix fruit being immense. If given to a crossover character, it could be developed in incredible ways. Currently, he has yet to awaken, but if he does, Marco could very well rise to the ranks of Imperial-level combatants, given that his foundation is still solid. Lastly, we must highlight Portgas the Ace. If it weren't for Luffy, this guy would be the protagonist, having set sail with a natural-type fruit. Although his abilities are currently non-existent due to resurrection, it cannot be denied that his father provided him with an advantage by giving him a powerful legacy. After all, as Kaido said, only hockey surpasses everything, which carries significant weight. These four young men are all exceptional. In my view, at least one of them can reach a position equal to yours in the future. When Constantine reached this point, he paused, looking at Whitebeard's complex expression, and spoke softly. "But Newgate, you are a good parent, but definitely not a good teacher. Ace is the youngest and has experienced less turmoil, but Marco, Jaws, and Vista are all your earliest crewmates. They have been by your side through so much, and their strength should not stop here. Ask yourself honestly, has your indulgence truly not affected their development?" After Constantine finished speaking, Whitebeard fell into a long silence. For a long time, The atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates had been harmonious and stable due to his presence, a treasure Whitebeard cherished above all else. However, such an environment is not a breeding ground for the strong, and at this moment, Whitebeard is also contemplating that he may have unconsciously influenced the development of these children. Ultimately, Whitebeard chose to compromise, accepting the special training plan proposed by Constantine. Therefore, even though he sees his children daily, each one on the brink of death, he can only grit his teeth and remain silent. What surprised him was that these kids were stronger than he imagined. They had never complained about the hardships of special training in front of him, making Whitebeard feel both heartache and pride. At the same time, it made Whitebeard understand what Constantine had told him. When it's time to let go, let go. Do not become a burden or constraint on the children. Whitebeard took a deep breath, glanced at these children one last time, and turned to leave. What follows is the real hell. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire medical cabin. The four felt their father's gaze and unconsciously clenched their fists. Chapter 63. Blackbeard is on the move. On an unnamed island in the New World, the air is thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder. The pirate crew, the Hammer Pirates, that once occupied the island has been completely wiped out, with bodies lying scattered on the ground. From a crew of over 200, only their captain, the bounty of 500 million berries Hammerblondo, remains, slumped on the back of the hunter Katerina Devon, gasping like a dead fish. Several members of the Blackbeard Pirates are rummaging through the pile of corpses for valuables. TSK, they're really poor. Katerina's strange and ugly face is filled with disdain as she kicks a relatively intact corpse at her feet, shattering its bones. This scrap metal is enough to buy a few bottles of booze? She irritably shifts her weight, and Blondo beneath her lets out a painful grunt. Ha ha! I have something good here. On the other side, the tyrant Abelo Pizarro excitedly raises a box containing a devil fruit covered in spiral patterns, shaped like a twisted apple. Look, an unexpected gain. Oh, pretty lucky, Pizarro. The drunken barrel bass K. Choate stumbles over with envy in his tone. The others, Lafitte, Doc Q, Van Auger, and Shiryu, also glance at it, but show little interest. For those of their level, ordinary fruits have limited appeal. Marshal D. Teach, Blackbeard, stands at the edge of the battlefield, watching his subordinates sift through the spoils. Though he wears a smile, there is darkness and anger lurking in his eyes. 3 weeks have passed since the Marineford War, and they have been hiding in a new world like rats. The pressure comes from 3 directions. 1. The remnants of Whitebeard. Dad has regained his youth. He must hate himself for being a traitor, definitely being hunted down all over the world. 2. The Navy and the world government, betraying the 7 warlord system, attacking the Navy headquarters, enough to be sentenced to death 100 times. However, the Navy is currently overwhelmed by that invisible empire with 2 admirals down, so they don't have time to deal with him for now, which doesn't scare him too much. 3. The invisible empire. This is what truly chills Blackbeard to the bone. He now understands that the monster Constantine in Impel Down was not released by him at all. That bastard can leave anytime he wants. P.S. Just a pawn being used in Constantine's plan. Thinking of this, Blackbeard was so angry he felt like his lungs were going to explode. What's even more frustrating is that because of Constantine's interference, his carefully planned scheme to seize the Tremor fruit has completely fallen apart. Half of his goals have gone to waste. He glanced at the few complaining fugitives, Katerina, Pizarro, Buscare Choate, and the Tyrant King. Though Pizarro found the fruit, he was also grumbling beforehand. Blackbeard knew very well. These guys weren't complaining about the treasure being scarce. They were indirectly blaming him for being an incompetent captain. They risked their lives to make a scene during the Marineford War, betting on his extraordinary double fruit abilities and the huge benefits that would come with it. And what happened? They didn't get the Tremor fruit and were scared to death by an even more terrifying monster, now having to rob this low-level stuff like bandits. His old crew, Lafitte, Poison, Van Oka, and Burgess, were still somewhat loyal, but these newly recruited monsters were quickly losing patience. Blackbeard judged. These bastards complain about treasure, but they are really cursing me. My old buddies are fine, but these hotheads pulled from Impel Down are about to blow up. I need to quickly find them some sweet rewards to shift their attention. In fact, just as Blackbeard anticipated, the true thoughts of Katerina and the others were pretty much as he guessed. Katerina huffed heavily, grinding her but on the blanket beneath her, and directly looked at Blackbeard. "Captain, how much longer do we have to hide in this godforsaken place? Every day feels like scavenging." Her words represented the sentiments of Pizarro, Busquerchote, and the others. They regretted it. They gambled for freedom and Blackbeard's grand prospects. But now, looking at the display of the Invisible Empire and then at their own sorry state, they felt sick with regret. How could there be such a huge gap, even among evil parties? If they had known this, they would have been better off staying in Impel down, waiting for the Empire to come and take over. If Constantine knew what these guys were thinking, he would just chuckle. The only ones he found worthy from the start were Barrett and Raidfield. Even Bondewald was only barely acceptable, largely due to the war potential boost from that fruit. As for the people Blackbeard took away, he didn't think highly of any of them. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard let out his signature loud laugh, trying to suppress the atmosphere of dissatisfaction with laughter. He knew he had to drop a bombshell. "Don't worry, partners. I've already thought of the next step." He looked around at everyone, his eyes flashing with the light of mad ambition. "We're going to Wayno." "Wayno?" The tyrant king, Pizarro, frowned. "That's right." Blackbeard's voice suddenly rose, filled with greed. "Let us go take down Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Snatch his fish fruit. Mythical Zoan, azure dragon form." Hiss. All the villains gasped. If it weren't for the captain still half asleep, they would definitely think his brain was fried. What? Busquerchote was shocked awake halfway. "Kaido, the strongest creature. You want to steal his azure dragon fruit?" "Yes, that's him." Blackbeard clenched his fists, excitedly spitting as he spoke. "The tremor fruit is temporarily off the table. But Kaido's azure dragon fruit, that's the pinnacle of the Zoan-type mythical beasts. It can fly, breathe fire, has insane defense, and super recovery. With it, I'll be the true strongest." He pounded his chest hard. "My body is different from others. I can definitely handle the power of this fruit. By then, I'll be a double fruit user with the natural type dark fruit and the mythical Zoan azure dragon fruit. The world will be mine." Blackbeard's eyes were filled with ambition and madness. He couldn't wait. The storm of the times has already started. He must quickly increase his strength. The tremor fruit has no hope for now. Old man is too strong, with too solid a background. There's no chance to find an opportunity. The azure dragon fruit has become the best alternative in his eyes, capable of enhancing his physique and combat power comprehensively. Although the danger is also very high. However, it's still much less than directly facing the old man and the pressure from the Invisible Empire. High risk, but also high reward. A super mythical beast fruit, if successfully devoured, will be an epic enhancement for him. Blackbeard quietly waited for his subordinates' reactions, and they did not disappoint him. After all, they were the elite he carefully selected. After a brief shock, Katerina, Pizarro, Busquerchote, the Tyrant King, and others' eyes lit up. Fear? Almost none. They weren't afraid of Blackbeard's ambition. They were afraid he didn't have any ambition. Afraid of hiding cowardly. Blackbeard's crazy plan ignited the gambling nature and thirst for power within them. "Take down Kaido." "Ha ha ha. Interesting. Too interesting." Busquerchote chugged a drink. "The azure dragon fruit sounds amazing. Let's get it." Katerina licked her lips, her eyes filled with fierce light. "Ha ha ha. Captain, we should have done this long ago." The Tyrant King Pizarro grinned in agreement. Lafitte elegantly twirled his cane. Although the risks are huge, the rewards are indeed tempting. Dissatisfaction and complaints were instantly replaced by immense excitement and anticipation. These lawless villains wanted nothing more than a crazy captain who could lead them to do big things and snatch big treasures. Blackbeard's plan was exactly what they wanted. Go to Wayno and steal Kaido's fruit. Chapter 64. Blackbeard's plan. Meanwhile, on the other side of the New World, Kaido of the 100 Beasts was leading his 100 Beast pirates, like a rampaging war machine, crazily crushing the power vacuum left after Whitebeard's death. In less than a month, nearly 20 islands had been incorporated into his territory. Oh ho ho! Kaido, wielding his kanabo, stood on the ruins of a recently conquered island, laughing maniacally. The territory of that old ghost Whitebeard is all mine now. However, his expansion was not without obstacles. Another powerful pirate group, led by Charlotte Linlin, was also devouring Whitebeard's legacy. The two sides inevitably encountered each other on a resource-rich island. Kaido, this piece of cake is mine, standing on the thundercloud Zeus. His voice boomed like thunder. Linlin, stop the nonsense. Let us settle it with our fists. Kaido wasn't backing down, transforming into a blue dragon and unleashing a blast of hot breath. The battle between the two emperors was earth-shattering, almost sinking the island. The fierce battle lasted for a day and night, with both sides suffering significant losses. In the end, neither could do anything to the other. Linlin, it's pointless to keep fighting. Kaido returned to human form, panting heavily. Let us draw the territory lines. This island belongs to me, and the one next to it belongs to you. If you dare to cross the line again, I'll fight you to the end. Deal. Kaido, keep your people in check. Despite the huge consumption, they agreed to divide the spheres of influence. The two emperors temporarily ceased fire and continued to plunder in their respective new territories. Dressrosa. The aftermath of this emperor-level conflict also affected the intermediary Doflamingo. In the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo's face was dark enough to drip water. Damn it. He crushed a wine glass in his hand. The chaos caused by the territorial dispute over Whitebeard severely disrupted his underground business network. What made him even angrier was the bad news he had just received. Young master. It's bad. Tantambor rushed in, panicking, saying that the batch of materials from Punk Hazard and Caesar Clown himself were hijacked at sea. The cargo ship was completely destroyed, and all the escort personnel were killed. The identity of the attackers is unknown. What? Don Quixote Doflamingo suddenly stood up, the veins on his forehead bulging. Hijacked. Caesar is gone too. He trembled with rage. That batch of materials was urgently needed by Kaido and was crucial for their important deal. Even worse, Caesar Clown, the scientist with core technology, was also lost. Damn it. Why now of all times? That madman Kaido will definitely explode if he finds out. I finally managed to establish a connection. He irritably grabbed his hair, thinking he was the biggest fool. Why did he let that useless Caesar leave Punk Hazard to negotiate a new business deal? Now, both the people and the goods were gone. Don Quixote Doflamingo regretted it deeply, feeling he had made a fatal mistake. In a certain sea area of the New World, aboard the Blackbeard pirate ship. Please spare me. Please, sirs. A man in a white coat with a strange hairstyle, Caesar Clown, was tied up like a dumpling and thrown on the deck, his face smeared with snot and tears. Beside him were several open crates containing peculiar plant materials that glowed with a pink light. Tell me, who are you? What are these things for? Blackbeard squatted down in front of Caesar, a huge shadow looming over him, a malicious smile on his face. He had originally just casually seized a ship flying Doflamingo's flag. After all, Doflamingo was filthy rich, and Blackbeard was not afraid of offending him, since he had already made enough enemies, and Doflamingo was not a significant one. He didn't expect to catch such a big fish along with seemingly special cargo. Caesar was terrified for his life and spilled everything in a rush. I'm Caesar Clown. I'm a scientist. These are the key materials for artificial devil fruits. I collaborated with Doflamingo and Kaido. I manufacture them, and they are processed into finished products at the underground factory in Dressrosa, which are given to Kaido's subordinates to create an army of ability users. I was just going to Dressrosa to discuss a new batch of material supply. Don't kill me. I'm useful. I can create artificial devil fruits. Artificial devil fruits. Blackbeard, Katarina, Pizarro, Baschote, and the evil politician all widened their eyes in shock. Even the usually calm Lafitte and Shiryu showed surprised expressions. Blackbeard suddenly yanked Caesar by the collar, lifting him up, his massive face coming close, his breath hitting Caesar's face. Are you telling the truth? Can those things actually be made? Eating them can grant abilities? Absolutely true. Caesar nodded desperately, feeling like he had grabbed onto a lifeline. Although the success rate is low and there are side effects like uncontrollable laughter, they can really create ability users. Doflamingo and Kaido have been cooperating for years. Kaido's army of ability users was built this way. I can help you. I can make them. I know where the factory is. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard erupted into earth-shattering laughter, casually tossing Caesar to the ground. His eyes sparkled with unprecedented greed, even more intense than when he took the yonk fruit. An army of artificial devil fruits. An army of artificial devil fruits. Blackbeard excitedly paced the deck, a mad plan forming in his mind. In the original story, Blackbeard frantically hunted down ability users to take their fruits and grant powers to his subordinates. But this method was time-consuming and labor-intensive. The army of artificial devil fruits, despite its many side effects, was stable and could be produced on an assembly line. Comparing the two, it was hard to say which was better. However, Blackbeard declared he wanted both. Hunting ability users and taking their powers. He wanted it all. He wanted a mature army of artificial devil fruit users. Combining both, how could he fail? I don't even need to rob him in Wayno. Why steal from him? He suddenly stopped, his gaze sweeping over the equally excited crew. Crew, our plan has changed. We won't be going to Wayno for now. Captain? Burgess looked confused. Blackbeard's face revealed a cunning and cruel smile. Doesn't Doflamingo's factory need raw materials? Caesar is in our hands, right? If I steal his materials and capture his scientist, then the factory will be mine too. Or I can just directly seize that factory, along with the technology. He looked at the trembling Caesar. Hey, scientist, you said you can make them? What do you need? I'll get it for you. As long as you can help me create artificial devil fruits, I'll ensure your wealth and glory. 100 times better than following Doflamingo and Kaido. Upon hearing there was a way out, Caesar immediately knelt and bowed his head in flattery. I can make them. Sir, I just need the equipment. Some of the research materials left by Vegapunk, which are in my head, and stable funding and material supply. I can produce them continuously. Once I have that, combined with the factory's processing technology, I can produce the fruits. Good. Blackbeard waved his hand, full of vigor. Then we will go take over Doflamingo's factory. Or find a place for Caesar to build another one for me. With this, what do I have to fear from the Invisible Empire? What do I have to fear from the Navy? I'm my own army. At this point, Blackbeard's eyes radiated a fiery light as he sinisterly smiled. Moreover, we won't have to go through the troubles of finding Kaido in his homeland, with Kaido's temper. After such a big incident in Dressrosa, his army of ability users will be unable to continue producing new ability users. He will definitely come to Dressrosa to seek justice. And that will be our chance to strike. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates all understood, realizing that this was a much lower risk than diving headfirst into Wayno. After all, Wayno was Kaido's stronghold. Invading his lair and making others fall into their own trap were completely different concepts. These people were crazy, but they still had enough intelligence to lower risks, and no one would refuse something that could minimize danger. Especially since they had been unexpectedly lucky to randomly intercept a ship at sea and obtain such a huge surprise. An army of artificial devil fruit users, although with many side effects, was not for them to consume, as long as they were willing to invest the cost. A massive army of artificial devil fruit users was beckoning to them. On the deck, the members of the Blackbeard Pirates, whether old members or newly joined villains, were all stunned by the enormous pie that fell from the sky. The technology for artificial devil fruits. This was simply a revolutionary power. The previous frustration and dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by boundless greed and fervor for the future. Caesar Clown, this unexpected bounty, instantly became more important to Blackbeard than the devil fruits themselves. A new storm, surrounded by secrets, began to brew in the new world. Doflamingo in Dressrosa was about to face one of his greatest nightmares. Chapter 65, Landing. Dressrosa. In the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo held the life card belonging to Caesar Clown, the paper stubbornly pointing towards some direction in the new world. The usual wicked smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a cold, killing intent. Caesar was lost, along with that critical batch of materials. This was not just a loss of property. It was also the wrath of Kaido, a sword hanging over his head that no one wanted to bear. Violet. Doflamingo's voice sounded like it was pulled from an ice cellar. The Violet standing below trembled imperceptibly. She knew that this demon calling her meant nothing good. Find him. Doflamingo's orders were unquestionable. Find that ship. Find the person daring to touch my things. The range is the sea area pointed to by the life card. Now, Violet took a deep breath. suppressing the hatred in her heart. She closed her eyes and concentrated. In an instant, her vision broke free like a bird escaping a cage, swiftly sweeping across the sky and the ocean. The ability of the 1,000-mile eye, stare fruit, activated, and the world transformed into a giant, transparent model in her eyes. Ships, seabirds, even the heartbeat of fish swimming beneath the sea were clearly visible. Her gaze swept across the vast ocean. Time passed slowly. Doflamingo's patience was wearing thin, his knuckles turning white from clenching. Finally, Violet's gaze fixed on a certain area of the sea. A ship flying a tattered pirate flag, figures moving on board. Her heart skipped a beat. The Blackbeard pirates. That Blackbeard who stirred up trouble during the Marineford War and fled in embarrassment. And Caesar too? How could they be here? So that's it. No wonder someone dared to audaciously rob Doflamingo's goods. It makes sense now. A madman, a catalyst of the Marineford War, what wouldn't he dare to do? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. An uncontrollable thought emerged. Should she hide this from Doflamingo? Let them fight. Let these two groups of villains tear each other apart. As the former princess of the Dressrosa Kingdom, Violet hated Doflamingo for taking her country to the core, but for many years, the cruel reality had taught her to endure. Doflamingo seemed to enjoy playing with those who hated him, relishing their pain and helplessness. Did you see that? Doflamingo's cold voice lashed at her ears like a whip. Violet instantly snapped back to reality. Conceal? Playing tricks in front of Doflamingo was a death wish. Moreover, she quickly realized that regardless of whether she concealed it or not, the probability of these two groups fighting was absolutely over 80. With Doflamingo's arrogance, he would never allow his authority to be provoked, especially by a group of stray dogs. She opened her eyes, suppressing all her emotions, and spoke as calmly as possible. Yes, young master. It's the Blackbeard pirates. Marshal D, Teach himself, along with his main subordinates, are on the ship. Caesar is among them, alive. Blackbeard, Tory Pole exclaimed, forgetting to sniff back his snot. Diamond, thou, and other subordinates also showed expressions of disbelief. Doflamingo's face darkened completely, like the sky before storm. He stared intensely into Violet's eyes, as if trying to see through her soul. A few seconds later, he confirmed she was not lying. Rage instantly consumed the last shred of hope. Fufufu a low, chilling laugh rolled from his throat. Good. A stray dog dares to reach its claws into my plate. He stood up abruptly, his pink feather coat billowing without wind. Violet, what is their course? Straight towards Dressrosa, young master. Violet answered truthfully. Coming towards me? Doflamingo's mouth twisted into a sinister grin, the veins on his forehead pulsing like worms. No need for me to search for them. Prepare to welcome the guests. All top executives. Except Pika, who stays at the palace. Follow me to the port. Prepare an unforgettable welcome gift for my former colleague. His eyes sparkled with a mad and calculating light. Blackbeard's performance at Marineford? Just a sneak attack and a retreat. He has the home ground, preparation, and strength. He wants to see what gives this stray dog the courage to bite him. 2 days later, at a remote cargo dock in Dressrosa, waves crashed against the rocks. The air filled with saltiness and a subtle sense of tension. The Blackbeard pirate ship slowly docked. Blackbeard was the first to jump off the ship, stepping onto Dressrosa's land, surveying the area with greedy eyes, laughing heartily with his hands on his hips. Dressrosa. Soon, everything here, including the factory that can create devil fruits, will belong to me. He seemed to envision the army of artificial devil fruit users under his command. The tyrant Pizarro carried a treasure chest full of stolen goods. Grinning, this place looks a lot better than those deserted islands. Finally no need to sleep on the deck. Baskerville chugged down alcohol in agreement, burping in the process. The moon hunter Katerina licked her lips, her gaze scanning the quiet dock. It's a bit too quiet, Captain. Blackbeard also sensed something was off. The air was thick with a suppressive atmosphere, like the calm before a storm. For quiet? That's because we're waiting for you uninvited guests. Teach. A cold, mocking voice suddenly broke the silence of the dock. From the shadows of the port warehouse, a group of people slowly emerged. Leading them was a blond man in a pink feather coat, sunglasses covering his eyes, and a signature sinister smile. Doflamingo. Behind him, Torpal's sticky body slithered. Diamante, cloaked, held his longsword. Rao struck a pose for his DB kin. Say, or Pink sucked on a pacifier. Gladiolus wore a metal helmet, and Buffalo fanned his hair like a propeller, while Mahabais resembled a heavyweight. The highest executives of the Don Quixote family had almost all come out. Blackbeard's smile froze for a moment, then erupted into an even more exaggerated laugh. Ha! Tianyacha, your welcome ceremony is quite grand. What? Knew I was coming to take over the territory and specially came out to greet me? He paid no attention to the opposing formation. Caesar Clown was being held by Bagus like a chick, and upon seeing Doflamingo, he was terrified. Save me. They are crazy. They are forcing me. Doflamingo didn't even glance at Caesar, his gaze locked on a Blackbeard, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Take over the territory? Teach. It seems you're really tired of living. Dare to touch my goods, capture my people. Today, none of you will leave Dressrosa alive. He waved his hand fiercely, his voice like cracking ice. Attack. Kill them. Chapter 66. Blackbeard Pirates vs. Don Quixote Family. The order ignited a powder keg. Super strangling whip. Doflamingo was the first to strike, fingers spread wide. 5 sharp threads wrapped in high-density armament hockey tore through the air like 5 sides of death, slicing towards Blackbeard's throat. Dark water. Blackbeard reacted quickly. His left hand instantly transformed into a swirling vortex of darkness. Powerful gravitational force erupted, forcibly deflecting the deadly whip, slamming into a nearby pile of cargo, sending wood chips flying. You lot, give me this island. Blackbeard roared, his right hand swirling with darkness, punching the ground. Dark hole. A large area of the dock surface was instantly swallowed and softened by darkness. Eliminate that line player. The tyrant Pizarro roared, his giant arm covered in armament hockey, smashing towards Doflamingo like a battering ram. Sticky lock. Tory Pole shot out a large mass of viscous slime, trying to trap Pizarro. Bullfighting scepter. Diamante drew his fine sword, which instantly grew large and sharp, slicing towards the moon hunter Katerina with a scream that tore through the air. Moon wheel dance. Katerina let out a strange laugh, spinning like a ghost, her sharp claws shimmering with cold light, clashing hard against Diamante's giant sword. The sound of metal clashing was piercing. Dibikinisil. Rao's muscles bulged, striking a peculiar stance, charging towards the barrel like Baskerville. Fire breath of alcohol. Buscare choked, laughed maniacally, spraying a mixture of liquor and flames from his mouth, forming a scorching pillar of fire. The old man of the earth fist exploded. Lao punched out, and the fierce wind from his fist actually dispersed the flame pillar. On the other side, 10-ton bays. Mahabai's fat body leaped up suddenly, crashing down towards Van Oka like a meteor. Van Oka calmly raised his gun. Chinlu. The bullet accurately shot towards the ground before Mahabai's landing point. Boom! The ground exploded, and the shockwave distorted Mahabai's trajectory, causing him to crash heavily into the open ground. Cracking it, the weapon transformed into a scythe. 5 arms instantly turned into gigantic scythes, slashing towards Poison and his sickly horse. Zhuang. The play bomb. Poison grinned sinisterly, pulling out a rotten apple bomb from his pocket and throwing it. Spin the propeller. Buffalo spun his body, rushing towards Lafitte like a human helicopter. Hypnotic dream. Lafitte elegantly twirled his cane, spreading strange sound waves. Art is an explosion. Gladiolus's great explosion. A dull roar erupted from under Gladiolus's helmet, his body rapidly expanding like a balloon. Ridiculous. The Reign of Shiru squinted his eyes, the demon sword Thunderstorm drawing a strange red line in the void, striking Gladiolus's body with precision. Uffed, like the tolling of a death knell. Blood splattered. Gladiolus's swollen body was forcibly severed, flying back like a cannonball. Crashing into a row of warehouse walls, the helmet dented. The swimming fruit rider. Senor Pink's body instantly merged into the ground, swimming silently like in water. Stealthily approaching Bajus's feet, suddenly reaching out to grab his ankle, trying to drag him into the groundwater. Hey, trying to sneak up on me? Bajus screeched, unleashing terrifying brute strength. armed color covering his legs, forcibly pulling Pink out of the ground, swinging him like a sack and smashing him into a nearby stone pillar. Boom! The stone pillar shattered. The battle instantly escalated. The entire dock turned into a terrifying battlefield. Blade lines danced, darkness engulfed, slime flowed, sword energy crisscrossed, explosions roared. Shouts, roars. The sound of weapons clashing, the massive noise of fruit abilities exploding mixed together, deafening. Just in terms of fruit abilities, there were almost 20 people here, dazzling the eyes. The scene was chaotic. Doflamingo utilized the air path to move at high speed in the sky, continuously shooting deadly bullet lines and foot-shave lines, while manipulating countless, almost invisible thin lines to cut the battlefield, attempting to divide Blackbeard's crew. Blackbeard's dark water and dark hole range were vast, constantly interfering with and devouring the attacks of the Don Quixote officers. Pizarro's brute strength, Katarina's strange movement, Begis's terrifying power, all put immense pressure on the Don Quixote family. Fufufu, quite capable, aren't you, Teach? Doflamingo dodged a dark gravitational pull, his eyes cold behind sunglasses. But did you think this was the end? He suddenly pressed both hands to the ground. Wild wave white line. Boom. The entire dock's ground seemed to come alive. Countless thick white cables surged from the ground like rolling waves, instantly covering a large area, forming a vast forest of white lines. These cables were incredibly tough, with the sharpness to cut through anything, crazily entangling and piercing towards Blackbeard's crew. What the hell is this? Pizarro roared, his massive fist smashing towards the incoming wave of lines, breaking some cables, but more surged forward. Captain, Begis was entangled by several cables around his arm, the sharp line blades cutting through his skin. Huh, line, fruit awakened? Interesting. A glimmer of seriousness flickered in Blackbeard's eyes, but even more was the madness of battle. Dark hole liberation. He abruptly plunged both hands into the ground. A larger area of darkness expanded from him, crazily devouring the incoming white wave. Darkness and white lines collided violently, annihilating, emitting a piercing, hissing sound. Not done yet. See white wave. Doflamingo raised his hands high. More cables surged like a raging tsunami, blocking out the sun as they pressed towards Blackbeard. Dark Emperor. Blackbeard roared, his entire body erupting with denser darkness, forming a massive dark sphere to wrap around himself, bracing against the overwhelming wave of lines. The dark sphere was crazily cut and compressed by countless white lines, producing a sound that made the teeth ache. Just at this moment of stalemate. Boom! 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 Several tall buildings around the dock suddenly shook violently. Rocks twisted like living things, gathering. A terrifying giant composed of huge rocks rose up, towering several dozen meters high. The giant's head was the sharply twisted face of Pikachu. Its deep voice thundered across the battlefield. Doflam, I'm here to crush them. Stone giant Pikachu charged. The giant rock fist, like a collapsing mountain, carried the momentum to destroy everything, smashing down towards Blackbeard, who was entangled by the white wave and dark sphere. The air was compressed and exploded with a bang. Shadows instantly covered the entire battlefield. What? Blackbeard's pupils contracted. He was fully engaged in resisting Doflamingo's awakened ability. And this terrifying rock fist came too fast and too fiercely. Captain, Lafitte exclaimed. Captain Teach, Begis roared, wanting to rush over. In a critical moment, St. Juan Wolf launched a powerful attack. Being a giant and having eaten the expansion fruit, he inflated like a balloon. His body length surpassed 180 meters. In terms of size alone, he was actually on par with the stone fruit user. He also swung his fist, hammering forward. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying roar erupted, like two mountains colliding. The violent shockwave exploded in a circular fashion, instantly lifting the dock's ground. Nearby warehouses were torn apart like paper. Pikachu's massive rock fist was deflected off course by St. Juan Wolf's full force strike, crashing hard into the sea beside Blackbeard's dark sphere. Boom! The sea surface was smashed into a huge depression. Monstrous waves surged. The shockwave also slammed into the dark sphere. Blackbeard let out a muffled grunt. The dark sphere violently fluctuating, almost collapsing. Doflamingo's wave of lines seized the opportunity, several sharp line blades penetrating the dark sphere's weak points. Sizzle. Blood splattered. Blackbeard howled in pain, staggering back, the dark sphere instantly dissipating. A deep, bone-revealing wound was cut from his left shoulder to his chest. Blood instantly stained half of his body red. Captain. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were filled with shock and anger. Blackbeard clutched his wound. The intense pain and the weakness from the dark fruit's backlash caused veins to bulge on his forehead. He raised his head, glaring fiercely at Doflamingo, who was controlling the white lines in the sky, sneering, and at the giant Pikachu, who was raising its rock fist again. His eyes filled with rage and a trace of incredulous dread. Doflamingo! Blackbeard's roar was like a wounded beast, echoing through the port of Dressrosa. You mess with the wrong person. Chapter 67. The Defeat of the Night Demon. The port dock of Dressrosa had completely turned to ruins. The air was filled with smoke and the smell of blood among the broken walls. Doflamingo hovered in midair, his pink feather coat torn by the shock waves. Blood at the corner of his mouth, a wound from his left shoulder to his chest deep enough to see bone, blood soaking through the lining. He looked down at Blackbeard, who was clutching his wound with a twisted expression, his murderous intent boiling to the peak. Fufu fatigue. None of you are escaping today. Doflamingo's voice was like a cold wind from the abyss, filled with deep-seated resentment. He suddenly spread his arms wide. Countless nearly transparent silk lines erupted from his fingertips, shooting straight into the sky. Birdcage. Buzz. Centered around Doflamingo, the sky within a kilometer radius is instantly covered by countless sharp threads crisscrossing in all directions. These threads are as thin as hair, yet incredibly tough, glimmering with a deadly cold light under the sun, forming a huge, inverted bowl-shaped death cage. The dock area, along with the surrounding ruins of several buildings, is completely enveloped. Not good. Lafitte's expression changed as he tried to touch the edge of the threads with his cane, only for it to be silently sliced into several pieces. These threads are too sharp. Young master. The cadres of the Don Quixote family perked up. Although they were also trapped in the birdcage, this was the young master's ultimate move. Even cornered beasts will fight. They still have a chance. Doflamingo hovered at the center of the birdcage, coldly looking down at Blackbeard and his crew below, as if watching a group of lambs awaiting slaughter. Everyone die here. He intended to use this cage to shred these bastards who dare to trample on his dignity into pieces. However, Blackbeard Teach let out an even more frenzied laugh. Ha ha. A birdcage? Doflamingo, you idiot. You've dug your own grave. He suddenly plunged his bloodied left hand back into the ground, ignoring the excruciating pain from his wound, and roared. Abyss of dark caverns, unleashed. Boom! A denser, more viscous darkness than before surged outward like an erupting oil well, centered around Blackbeard. This time, the darkness no longer limited itself to softening the ground. It rushed outward with a terrifying swallowing power, spreading rapidly like a living entity. Wherever the darkness passed, even light was twisted and consumed, and the dock tiles, rubble, and even the air hissed as if corroded. Watch out! Tory Pole screamed, throwing out slime to try to stop it, but the slime was instantly devoured and dissolved by the darkness. What the hell is this? Senor Pink was about to burrow into the ground when the water beneath his feet was instantly tainted by darkness, solidifying and leaving him unable to move. Oh! The closest to Blackbeard, Mahabais, and Gladius were the first to be affected. Their feet sank into the rapidly spreading dark mire, and a terrifying pulling force came, as if countless hands were dragging them toward the abyss. The two struggled in terror, but their bodies sank uncontrollably. Mahabais, Gladius. Diamante's eyes widened in rage as he wanted to rush over to save them. Don't mind them. Save the young master. Tory Pole screamed, but it was already too late. The expansion speed of the dark cavern far exceeded expectations. In the enclosed space of the birdcage, the darkness surged like a tidal wave, instantly submerging a large area. Mahabais and Gladius could only let out a brief scream before being completely swallowed by the thick darkness, disappearing without a trace. Bastards! Doflamingo watched in rage. His own birdcage had become an amplifier for Blackbeard's move. The carefully arranged deadly cage had instead trapped his own men, enhancing Blackbeard's dark cavern's power. Doflamingo, taste my return gift. Blackbeard sneered, enduring the intense pain from his wounds and the weakness brought on by the backlash of the dark fruit. Pointing his right hand fiercely at Doflamingo in the sky. Divine execution? I'll let you taste my darkness. Ha! His left hand maintained the dark cavern, while his right hand spread wide, unleashing a terrifying dark gravitational vortex from his palm. Dark water gravitational black hole, a fist-sized micro black hole, composed entirely of dark gravity, appeared before Doflamingo in an instant. The terrifying suction distorted even light. Doflamingo's expression changed drastically. The 16 divine bullets he had just gathered, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Blackbeard, which were enormous white spears entwined with top-tier armament hockey, hadn't even been launched before they were forcibly pulled, twisted, and misdirected by the terrifying gravity of the micro black hole. 16 bullets capable of piercing through steel fortresses were sucked into that small dark hole like dry twigs caught in a whirlpool, vanishing silently. What? Doflamingo's heart shook violently. How could this be possible? His divine execution was so easily neutralized. At that moment of mental collapse, a cold, swift figure, like a venomous snake merging into the darkness, silently appeared behind Doflamingo, Shiryu of the Rain. In his hand, the cursed blade Raijin, wrapped in an ominous blood-red aura, drew a ghastly, eerie red line through the air. Blood-cherry backstab. Shiryu's voice was cold and merciless. Puffed. The sound of the blade entering flesh was clear enough to make one's scalp tingle. The cursed blade, Raijin sliced through Doflamingo's back, covered in armament hockey, and deeply penetrated his flesh. A massive wound, nearly splitting him in half, instantly burst open from his right shoulder blade diagonally to his left waist. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! Doflamingo let out a shriek so distorted it was unrecognizable, the intense pain causing his vision to darken, and his body uncontrollably fell from the air. Young master, all the Don Quixote cadres below went mad. Toripole, Diamante, Lao, Five, and Buffalo all let out heart-rending cries. They desperately wanted to rush over. However, the villains of the Blackbeard pirates were waiting for this moment. Sound armor penetrating shot. From a distant high point, Van Augur calmly pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Several specially made armor-piercing bullets, wrapped in armament hockey, accurately pierced through Doflamingo's limbs and abdomen as he fell. Blood blossoms exploded in the air. Doflamingo fell like a broken, blood-stained puppet, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, uncertain of his life or death. Chapter 68. Complete victory for the Blackbeard pirates. Young master, Torpal's face was smeared with snot and tears as he crazily rushed to where Doflamingo fell. Old man, don't get in the way. The fighting champion Gazar Bashers charged in like a wild bull, his giant elbow, covered in pitch-black armament hockey, roaring past the sound barrier, smashing hard into the chest of the disoriented and defenseless Lao. Champion elbow strike. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing was sickeningly loud. Lao's rock-solid chest instantly caved in. His eyes bulged, and blood mixed with internal organ fragments sprayed from his mouth as his body flew back as if struck by a battering ram, crashing through half a crumbling wall, convulsing twice, and then fell silent. The veteran of the ground owl fist has fallen. Lao! Diamante roared in grief and anger, his attention diverted to the direction of his fallen comrade. Do you still have time to care about others? Your opening is too big. The eerie laughter of the crescent moon hunter Katerina Devon echoed like an owl in the night. She transformed into a giant nine-tailed fox, her speed soaring to its peak, her claws covered in armament hockey, tearing through the air, and in the moment of Diamante's distraction, she accurately swept across his throat. Hiss! Blood sprayed like red silk. Diamante's roar abruptly stopped as he clutched his bleeding throat, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair, and his tall figure crashed to the ground. The user of the flapping fruit has fallen. Lord Diamante! Five cried out, his arms transforming into machine guns, firing wildly. Useless trash, the tyrant king Pizarro sneered, his enlarged arms sweeping, sending bullets and 5 flying away. Beatga! Kill them! Crush them for me! From the ruins came Doflamingo's weak yet extremely furious and crazed roar. He is not dead yet, but he is at his last gasp. Doflamingo! In the distance, Pika's shrill, twisted roar filled with grief and rage echoed. The earth trembled violently once again. The giant rock giant with a broken arm rose from the ground once more. This time, Pika absorbed all the surrounding debris, his body swelling to an even greater size, almost reaching the top of the birdcage. His remaining rock giant fist, carrying a destructive momentum, smashed recklessly towards the position of Blackbeard. He wanted to avenge the young master and his fallen comrades. Unaware of the danger, Blackbeard spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze icy. However, there was no need for Blackbeard to act personally. "Hey, big guy, look over here." A thunderous roar echoed from the side of the Pika giant. Boom! Boom! 2 terrifying black shadows, larger than Pika's current form and resembling mountains, rose from the ground. It was none other than the giant warship San Juan Wolf and the awakened king Pizarro, Alal Fruit, who had used his powers to grow larger. They had been lurking on the edges of the battlefield from the beginning, like ancient beasts lying in wait, ready to strike simultaneously. San Juan Wolf's mountain-like giant fist, carrying pure and extreme power, slammed into Pika's waist. Pizarro's giantized, armed hockey-wrapped rock giant fist then smashed fiercely towards Pika's back. The two coordinated perfectly, choosing the moment when Pika's old strength was exhausted. New strength had not yet emerged, and his defenses were relaxed due to rage. No! Pika's sharp scream echoed through the sky. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying impact sound, like 3 planets colliding. The violently extreme shockwave instantly leveled all the ruins within the birdcage once more. Several Don Quixote family foot soldiers near the impact center were instantly turned into blood mist. Pika's massive rock body, caught between the 2 giants' assault, shattered like a poor-quality ceramic pot struck by a hammer, instantly covered in countless spiderweb-like cracks. His gigantic rock arms, legs, and torso exploded with a deafening cracking sound. Countless large fragments fell like a meteor shower. Ugh! The core of Pika's body was shaken to the point of bleeding from his 7 orifices, and he was thrown out from the shattered giant's head, screaming. Like a broken stone crashing into the distant ruins, his life uncertain. Pika! The remaining Tory Pole, 5, and Buffalo let out desperate wails. It's over, all over. Damn it! In the ruins, Doflamingo struggled to get up, watching as the highest-ranking members of his family fell one after another, and Pika's giant was crushed. His golden hair was disheveled, his sunglasses shattered, revealing eyes filled with bloodshot rage and madness. He had never suffered such a devastating defeat and humiliation. Doflamingo, your era has come to an end. Blackbeard, like a death-seeking demon, burst forth with astonishing speed, instantly rushing to the struggling Doflamingo's side. Ignoring the serious injury on his chest, his right fist, covered in dense darkness, carried a terrifying aura that devoured everything as it slammed toward Doflamingo's heart. Dark Emperor's end. A dull thud resounded. Blackbeard's fist firmly imprinted on Doflamingo's chest. The terrifying dark power erupted instantly. Doflamingo's ribs emitted a painful cracking sound, and his entire chest visibly caved in. Even more terrifying was that the power of the dark fruit, like maggots on a carcass, frantically suppressed and eroded his string fruit abilities. Doflamingo felt his power retreating like a tide, and even lifting a finger became incredibly difficult. Ugh! Doflamingo could only let out a short, muffled grunt, his eyes filled with extreme unwillingness, resentment, and disbelief as blood gushed from his mouth and nose. And his consciousness plunged into boundless darkness, completely fainting. With Doflamingo's complete defeat, the enormous birdcage that enveloped the heavens and earth began to tremble violently and collapse, like a spiderweb that had lost its support. Countless sharp threads lost their luster, breaking inch by inch, dissipating into countless glowing points. Sunshine once again fell upon this devastated death dock. The battle was over. Members of the Blackbeard pirates stood among the ruins, all injured and breathing heavily. Bages had a deep sword wound on his chest. Katarina's arm was cut by wire blades. Shiryu had blood marks on his shoulder. And Van Oka appeared pale, having consumed considerable energy from continuously using arm hockey. San Juan Wolf and Pizarro had reverted from their giant forms and also looked somewhat fatigued. Yet no one was dead. No one had lost their fighting capacity. In contrast, the Don Quixote family, Lau, Diamante, Gladius, and Mahabais confirmed dead. Pika was heavily injured and unconscious. His life uncertain. Senior Pink was severely injured and unable to rise. Toripole, Five, and Buffalo were subdued, kneeling on the ground, their faces filled with despair and tears. The family head, Doflamingo, lay like a dead dog in a pool of blood, his chest caved in, breath weak. Blackbeard covered the massive wound on his chest, cut open by the residual energy of the divine execution, staggering a few steps, but wore a victorious and arrogant smile on his face. He walked over to the unconscious Doflamingo, kicked his face with his foot, and sneered. "Ha, Dressrosa? The factory? It's all mine now. Boys, clean up the battlefield. Lock up the former king and his loyal subjects in the palace dungeon. Keep them under strict guard." He picked up the already terrified Caesar clown. "Scientist, lead the way. To take over our factory." Caesar was scared out of his wits. Before this, Blackbeard was seen by many as a mere clown. Even when he ambushed Whitebeard during the Marineford War, everyone saw him as nothing but a despicable guy. So Caesar Clown naively thought that Blackbeard would only taste failure in Doflamingo's territory, but he never expected it would end with the downfall of the Don Quixote family. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, my lord. The factory is right underground. I'll take you there right now." Soon, the remaining members of the Don Quixote family were taken away, and the battlefield was initially cleared. Blackbeard stood at the highest point of the Dressrosa Palace, overlooking this recently changed kingdom. His eyes sparkled with ambition and calculation. "Seal the news. Tighten the lockdown." Blackbeard ordered Lafitte. "Before I'm ready. We can't let that madman Kaido know what happened here." Lafitte nodded. "Understood, Captain. The port is already under control, and external communications have been cut off. For a short time, the news won't get out." "Ha ha ha." Blackbeard looked at the calm sea in the distance, his eyes glinting coldly. "Kaido, don't you want it? I'll be waiting for you right here. Waiting for you, the strongest creature, to deliver yourself to me when the time comes. Your Azure Dragon Fruit will also be mine." He licked his lips, as if he could already see a glorious future where he possessed 2 devil fruits and commanded an army of artificial devil fruits. The sunshine in Dressrosa remained bright, but in the air, a new storm was brewing, bringing a chilling silence before its arrival. Deep in the dungeons of the palace, Doflamingo lay unconscious, twitching involuntarily, his blood staining the cold ground. The once invincible Don Quixote had completely become a stepping stone for Blackbeard's ambitions. Chapter 69. Sea King Fishman Island. Deep in the coral forest where sunlight cannot penetrate, emits a gentle glow. Huge corals resemble fantastical trees, forming this tranquil training ground. Constantine stood among them, appearing exceptionally small in front of the over 10-meter-tall mermaid princess Shirahoshi, yet emanating an undeniable presence. Since he decided to take the mermaid princess as his disciple, he naturally could not go back on his word, not only for political purposes of gaining favor. He also recognized the immense potential of the mermaid princess. Her massive physique contained power far beyond imagination. At just 14 years old, Shirahoshi's potential absolutely surpassed what his father and brothers could envision. Bai Xing curiously turned her huge head, her light pink hair gently flowing with the water, and her azure eyes were filled with wonder at everything around her. She stretched out her slender fingers and cautiously touched a nearby, glowing coral, a pure smile appearing on her face. This was her rare moment of freedom after being trapped for so long behind the hardshell tower. "Master Constantine," Bai Xing's voice was as soft as the sea breeze. "Can I really become as powerful as you said?" She lowered her head, her massive body slightly curling up, carrying an innate timidity and lack of confidence. Although she was a noble princess, She resembled a child afraid of making mistakes. Constantine wore a gentle smile, a smile that seemed to carry the magic of soothing hearts. Of course you can, by Xing. There is immense power hidden within you. You just haven't discovered it yet. His voice was calm and firm, like a warm ocean current wrapping around by Xing's restless heart. This unique ability of Constantine stemmed from a deeper development of the fruit of life, which he called life resonance. It was not direct mental manipulation, but rather influenced the target's biological electrical signals and hormonal secretions through a subtle life energy field, subtly guiding emotions and amplifying positive feelings such as trust, dependence, and admiration. Just like how one would carefully dress up, wear perfume, and put on beautiful clothes to make a good first impression on another person, life resonance was like the most skilled perfumer blending fragrances, shaping how others perceive him invisibly. This ability played an immeasurable role when he consolidated his vast power in the past. Even rebellious figures like Barrett and the Golden Lion increasingly trusted and respected him under the long-term influence of resonance. However, at this moment, facing by Xing, whose thoughts were as pure as crystal, Constantine keenly sensed something unusual. He quietly intensified the resonance's fluctuations, trying to deepen by Xing's sense of closeness and reliance on him. That gentle life energy field spread like ripples, attempting to merge into Bai Xing's life magnetic field. But it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Bai Xing still looked at him with curiosity and respect, her gaze clear and bottomless. The respect stemmed from his favor in saving Fishman Island and dispelling Vanderdecken shadow. But it did not generate a deeper, almost instinctual dependence or fervor due to his abilities. Her life magnetic field was like a deep, tranquil abyss, silently accepting and dissolving Constantine's resonance fluctuations without causing the slightest ripple. For the first time, a hint of nearly imperceptible surprise crossed Constantine's deep eyes. Was it ineffective? He remained composed and tried again, adjusting the resonance's intensity to a level that would cause noticeable emotional fluctuations in ordinary strong beings. The result was still the same. Bai Xing merely blinked her big eyes, looking at him in confusion, as if asking, "Master Constantine, what is wrong? What happened?" Constantine was a bit puzzled. Could it be that he hadn't used this ability for so many years that it had rusted? To verify, Constantine decided to conduct a more direct test. He took out a delicate silver phone bug and dialed a number. "Hancock, come to the coral forest." Soon, a purple figure appeared gracefully like a startled swan. Boa Hancock, the Empress of the Nine Snakes, wore a purple chi-pao, her stunning beauty seemingly radiating light in the dim coral forest. She spotted Constantine at a glance, and her face instantly blossomed with a smile bright enough to outshine 100 flowers, completely ignoring the massive Bai Xing beside her. "Your Majesty." Hancock's voice was sweet, laced with unabashed joy and affection, as she flew into Constantine's embrace like a returning swallow. "Did you summon me because you missed me?" She tightly wrapped her arms around Constantine's arm, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Constantine smiled slightly, and, at the moment of the embrace, a faint, almost imperceptible wave of life resonance, suggesting disgust, pierced Hancock's life magnetic field like an invisible needle. Ugh! Hancock's body suddenly stiffened, as if electrocuted, instantly bouncing away from Constantine. A fleeting look of extreme confusion and indescribable disgust flashed across her stunning face. The feeling came quickly and left just as fast, as if it were merely an illusion for a moment. Yet it was incredibly clear that just now, she embraced not her beloved majesty, but something she utterly detested. A dirty and ugly existence. It was like her favorite chocolate cake suddenly turning into a disgusting dish. This feeling made her panic, her face turning pale. "Your Majesty." I just... She spoke incoherently, looking at Constantine's still gentle and handsome face, overwhelming panic and guilt drowning her. "I didn't mean to. I absolutely don't hate you. I don't know what happened." She eagerly grasped Constantine's arm again, as if afraid of being abandoned, tears welling in her eyes. Devoid of any trace of the Empress's authority, looking just like a little girl who was afraid of being scolded for making a mistake. Constantine gently patted the back of her hand, his voice carrying a soothing magic. "It's okay. Hancock, I understand." His deep gaze swept across Hancock's terrified face, and he understood in his heart. The ability was effective. The problem wasn't with him, but with Bai Xing. The reason for having Hancock come for the experiment was that Hancock's emotional fluctuations towards him were immense, and such strong emotions were more necessary for the experiment and more authoritative. Bai Xing curiously watched from the side, a shy blush on her small face. She thought this incredibly beautiful human woman looked so close to her master. Is this what humans call affection? Bai Xing. Constantine turned to the mermaid princess, his expression becoming serious. "Next, I'm going to conduct a small test on you. Relax, don't resist, trust me." He needed to explore the root cause that made his ability ineffective. Bai Xing naively nodded. I trust you, master." At this moment, Hancock finally directed her gaze at Bai Xing, and upon seeing her massive size and stunning beauty, alarm bells went off in her heart. What a large mermaid, and so beautiful. She unconsciously tightened her grip on Constantine's arm. Constantine extended his hand, palm facing Bai Xing. This time, he did not use life resonance, but directly mobilized the core power of the fruit of life, the king's authority. An invisible, intangible aura, yet containing the vast rules of life, spread out gently, enveloping Bai Xing. Just as this power touched Bai Xing's spiritual core, Bai Xing's eyes instantly lost focus, becoming a blank void. An indescribable, ancient, and vast will awakened a minuscule stir within her body, like a sleeping ancient behemoth. Boom! Constantine and Hancock simultaneously felt a shudder from their very souls. It was as if countless cold, indifferent giant eyes were staring at them from the endless deep sea. A terrifying pressure, capable of withering all, toppling the seas and skies, washed over their mental worlds like an invisible tsunami. Although it lasted only a billionth of a second, it made Hancock feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave, cold sweat breaking out on her back. Constantine's pupils constricted, and he immediately withdrew his power. That vast will also fell silent, as if it had never appeared. Bai Xing blinked, regaining clarity, looking at Constantine in confusion. "Master, has the test ended?" She was completely unaware of what had just happened. Hancock's face turned pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her beautiful forehead as she looked at Constantine with lingering fear. "Your Majesty, what was that just now?" She had never felt such a terrifying presence, as if she were facing the very root of the world. Constantine remained silent for a few seconds, his gaze deep as he stared at Bai Xing. That is the power deep within her bloodline, an innate strength. Is the true source of power that can shake this sea and even influence the world. He paused and looked at Hancock. "Hancock, I remember that on Nine Snake Island, there's an ancient secret technique specifically used to hone hockey." Hancock immediately straightened her back, suppressing the fear in her heart. "Yes, Your Majesty. The Nine Snake Warriors have practiced this technique since childhood to strengthen their bodies, consolidate their armed forces, and perceive all things." "Good," Constantine nodded. White Star's physique is inherently strong, far surpassing ordinary people. This is her advantage. However, her character is too timid, lacking the will and skills for combat. What she needs most right now is not to forcefully stimulate that power, but to lay a solid foundation to temper her body and mind, and to cultivate the courage and instincts for battle. Your secret technique is just right for her at this stage. He looked at White Star, his tone gentle yet unquestionable. "From today onwards, you will be guided by Hancock in basic physical training, combat, and hockey perception. She is a strong warrior and a core member of the Empire. You must learn from her seriously." White Star looked at the stunning yet commanding Hancock in front of her, feeling a bit nervous, but still nodded vigorously. "Yes, master. I will work hard." Hancock's heart instantly turned from worry to joy. The Majesty said she is a strong warrior and a core member. Moreover, the Majesty only asked her to teach the basics, indicating that the Majesty does not have that kind of thought towards this mermaid princess. Most importantly, the Majesty personally assigned her a task. A huge sense of satisfaction and responsibility instantly dispelled the earlier fear and jealousy. "As you command, your majesty." Hancock elegantly bowed, and when she looked back at White Star, her eyes had taken on a scrutinizing and subtly strict demeanor. "Princess White Star, the training will be very tough. I hope you can persevere." She was already planning how to use the most rigorous basic training of Nine Snake to take care of this mermaid princess. White Star looked at Hancock's serious expression, instinctively shrinking her neck, but still quietly replied, "Yes, Lady Hancock." Just then, a somewhat hurried sound of footsteps came. The captain of the Apocalypse, Jiuan, quickly walked into the coral forest. Dressed in a neat black uniform, she stood tall. Upon seeing Constantine, she immediately saluted. When her gaze swept over Hancock, who was tightly holding on to Constantine's arm, her spirited brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of displeasure flickered in her eyes at the sight of this seductive woman. "Your Majesty." Jiuan's voice was crisp and decisive, deliberately ignoring Hancock. Where her gaze fell on White Star, there was a flash of surprise, but it was quickly suppressed by more important matters: emergency intelligence. Constantine looked at her speak. "The intelligence department has just intercepted and decrypted several encrypted communications from the direction of Dressrosa, combined with the urgent reports from our secret agents. It has been confirmed that just a few hours ago, a large-scale battle broke out in Dressrosa." Jiuan spoke clearly. "The warring parties are the Blackbeard pirates and the Don Quixote family entrenched in that country." What was the result? Constantine's expression slightly tightened. "The Don Quixote family suffered a crushing defeat." Jiuan's tone was grave, for senior officials confirmed dead: Lao, Diamante, Gladius, Mahabais, Pika severely injured and unconscious, Senor Pink captured, and core members like Treble 5 and Buffalo either captured or surrendered. The head of the family, Don Quixote da Flamingo, was severely injured and captured, his life or death unknown. Currently, the Blackbeard pirates have completely controlled the entire Dressrosa and the royal palace, and have implemented a strict information blockade. "Blackbeard and Dressrosa," Constantine repeated softly, a hint of surprise and amusement flashing in his eyes. "I underestimated the bite of this cornered dog. It seems he not only evaded pursuit, but also found himself a good nest." A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Da Flamingo this time has truly lost everything." "Interesting," Jiuan added, "based on scattered intelligence. It is speculated that the target of Blackbeard's operation is very likely the artificial devil fruit technology and its factory in Da Flamingo's hands. He controls Dressrosa, probably to use it as a base to mass-produce a legion of ability users." Constantine's gaze turned toward the outside of the coral forest, as if penetrating the barriers of the deep sea, seeing the island in the new world that had fallen into darkness. The ambition for artificial devil fruits is not small. However, having taken Kaido's cake, that beast will probably go mad soon. He turned to Jiuan, continue to closely monitor the movements in Dressrosa and Wano. At the same time, gather all the strong members of the Empire. We should also make some moves. Chapter 70. The Empire Strikes. Inside the bridge of the Apocalypse, the metal hatch slid open silently, bringing a faint airflow. Whitebeard Newgate led his captains in one after another, still carrying the dust from training and the lingering killing intent. Many of them had fresh bloodstains seeping through their bandages. Ace walked at the forefront, almost unable to contain himself. He stepped forward, his voice tight with urgency. "Lord Constantine, we heard we've found Blackbeard's trail. Is it true?" Behind him, Marco, Josu, Vista, and others had eyes burning with deep hatred and a thirst for revenge. Whitebeard himself stood silently a bit behind, his young yet imposing face dark as the sea before storm. The lost children in the Marineford War, those irretrievable lives, weighed heavily on his heart. He didn't speak, but his sharp eyes fixed firmly on Constantine, expressing his demand more clearly than any words. The whereabouts of Teach. Constantine stood by the large porthole, with his back to everyone, looking out at the dreamy coral sea view of Fishman Island. He turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping over this group of battered, yet fervently vengeful avengers, and nodded. "I just received confirmed intelligence. The Blackbeard pirates defeated and captured Doflamingo and his family in Dressrosa, and have now completely taken control of that island." "Dressrosa?" Ace's eyes flared with anger. "That bastard knows how to find a place to hide. Your Majesty, I request an immediate strike to eliminate Blackbeard. Avenge our fallen brothers. The captains immediately echoed in unison, their voices echoing in the spacious bridge, filled with a bloody taste. Constantine did not answer immediately. His gaze passed over Ace and landed on Whitebeard. Newgate, his voice steady. What is your opinion? The entire bridge instantly fell silent. Even the sound of breathing was clearly audible. Everyone's eyes focused on Whitebeard. This man, who once looked down upon the seas as the strongest man in the world, wore a solemn expression at this moment. He was silent for a few seconds, his chest slightly heaving, and finally, that deep and powerful voice rang out, carrying a determination to sever ties with the past. Constantine, I never take back what I say. You saved Ace and revived those who could return. This kindness, I Newgate will remember. From now on, the Whitebeard pirates will follow you. He paused, his gaze cutting like a blade across his sons, carrying an unquestionable authority. That beast Teach must die. But when and how to act, that will be decided by your Majesty. This is our promise, and it is also my will. This statement shook Ace and the others to their core. They understood what their father meant. No matter how strong the desire for revenge, they must obey the overall will of the Empire. This was Whitebeard using his pride and promise to establish the position of the entire pirate crew within the Empire. A genuine smile finally appeared on Constantine's face. He admired Whitebeard's pride in keeping promises and even more appreciated his timely decision. Though Whitebeard was proud, he understood the importance of the moment. Even if his hatred for Blackbeard Teach was stronger than anyone else's, having acknowledged Constantine as the leader meant he had to respect the leader's opinion. Constantine had never been a killjoy, never suppressing the bloodlust of his subordinates. Seeking revenge was one of the principles that had once gathered the heroes. Since we're going, let's go together. Constantine's voice was firm. Blackbeard is a troublemaker, and if left unchecked, he will eventually become a disaster. He didn't deal with Teach immediately during the events at Impel Down and Marineford, partly due to his own condition, and partly because the other party was too slippery, with the world government being a priority target. Now that he has a definite stronghold, there's no need to hold back. He turned around and directly connected to the communication with Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, target Dressrosa, target the Blackbeard pirates. The Ark Maxim will set sail immediately, gathering all available high-end combat forces for total annihilation. The order spread instantly through the massive aerial battleship. The low rumble of engines began to emerge from deep within the hull, like a giant beast awakening. Whitebeard finally relaxed his tense brow, feeling even deeper gratitude towards Constantine. Ace and the captains erupted in suppressed cheers, their eyes burning with the flames of revenge. With the restored peak strength of their father, their greatly enhanced abilities from hellish training, combined with the terrifying old-world monsters of the Empire and the unfathomable Blackbeard himself, this time he wouldn't escape. Sengoku's orders were efficient and clear. The Ark Maxim's massive hull began to warm up, energy flowing through the pipes. Your Majesty, Sengoku's voice came through. Fishman Island defenses? Constantine had already made arrangements. Boa Hancock and her Kuja pirates, along with all the warriors of Amazon Lily, would remain on Fishman Island to train Shirahoshi and assist in defense. Additionally, he ordered 100 destroyer mechs and 2 guardian mechs to be deployed in the core area of Fishman Island. Finally, he paused, placing Magellan in the core ice storage area as a final insurance. Magellan had his backup plan, and at a critical moment, he could even directly descend and control Magellan's body for remote combat. However, he did not reveal this information, considering it one of his trump cards. When King Neptune received the news, he was so excited that he almost cried. The strength of the Kujo warriors, combined with the terrifying mechs that had withstood the combined attacks of the Admiral and the Fleet Admiral during the Marineford War, raised the security level of Fishman Island to an unprecedented height. Once everything was arranged, the Ark Maxim's massive engines emitted a brilliant blue flame, tearing through the tranquility of the deep sea, setting off at full speed towards Dressrosa in the New World. Estimated travel time, 12 hours. Meanwhile, in Wano country, on Agashima, the massive banquet table was reduced to powder under furious fists. Kaido of the 100 Beasts roared in fury, like a thoroughly enraged beast. The terrifying conqueror's haki uncontrollably sweeping through the entire conference hall, causing weaker pirates to roll their eyes and faint. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, that damn scoundrel. Kaido's roar shook the ceiling, dust falling. Just now, Doflamingo actually hung up on his call. How dare he? The Plague Disaster Queen's face turned ugly as he redialed the encrypted phone to Dressrosa. Seconds later, the call was connected, and the familiar mocking laughter of Doflamingo came through. Fufufu, Queen, I think I made myself very clear. Our cooperation ends here. What, are you deaf? The call was immediately hung up, leaving only the busy signal. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Only Kaido's heavy breathing sounded like a bellows. All the executives, including the Plague Disaster Queen, Drought Disaster Jack, and the Flying Six, had faces dark enough to drip water. Queen gritted his teeth and redialed. This time, as soon as the call connected, a giant hand covered in green scales violently snatched the phone away. Doflamingo, Kaido's voice was as cold as ice, each word carrying a palpable killing intent. Do you want to die? There was a moment of silence on the other end, before that infuriating laughter rang out again. Fufufu. So it's Lord Kaido. Don't be angry. I just found a better partner. They offered a higher price and promised to protect me. So, our pleasant cooperation with the 100 Beasts must come to an end, right? I wish you luck in finding new sources. Goodbye. Chapter 71. Please dragon into the old man. The call was hung up again, leaving only the harsh, busy signal. Roar! The deafening dragon roar nearly blew the roof off Onigashima. Kaido's eyes turned blood red, his fury transforming into a tangible shockwave. He could no longer hold back, his body instantly swelling, green scales covering him. Massive dragon horns piercing the air, his fish fruit, mythical type, azure dragon form. Boom! The strong dome of the conference hall was directly smashed by the massive body of the azure dragon. Kaido soared into the sky, stepping on flame clouds, carrying the fury of destruction, transforming into a streak of blue light, rushing towards Dressrosa. Only chaos and panic remained behind. Jin, the silent plague disaster, stood up slowly, his burning fiery wings suddenly spreading. Queen, you stay here on Onigashima. The rest of you, his cold gaze swept over Jack, the Flying Six, and the others, follow me. Target Dressrosa. Let that clueless clown pay the price of betraying the 100 Beasts with his kingdom and life. No one opposed. A murderous air spread throughout. The authority of the 4 emperors could not be challenged. Dressrosa, the palace high ground. Fufufu. Well done, Katarina. Blackbeard laughed triumphantly as he looked at the newly transformed Moonlight Hunter, now in the form of Doflamingo, after putting down the Den Mushi. He sat on the throne that originally belonged to Doflamingo, feeling accomplished. In the palace hall, the nefarious members of the Blackbeard pirates were either sitting or standing, their faces showing bloodthirsty excitement mixed with a hint of relaxation after fatigue. The executives of the Don Quixote family had been imprisoned, and the entire island maintained a sickly calm under their bloody cleansing and illusionary disguise. Captain, are we really going to ambush Kaido? Caesar Clown shrank in the corner, his face pale, his voice trembling. Just the thought of that strongest creature made him feel like his bladder was out of control. Ha ha! Blackbeard suddenly stood up, his bulky body bursting with an astonishing aura. Kaido, what is he? I'm the man who will conquer this world. A mere 4 emperor is just a stepping stone on my path to the top. His wild words carried a captivating power, stirring the eyes of the tyrant. The giant warship, and the big barrel with even more ferocity. Fortune favors the bold. They were all desperate outlaws. Blackbeard's greedy gaze swept over a trembling green-haired girl in the corner of the hall. Sugar, the core of Doflamingo's toy factory, a paramecia user of the hobby fruit. This unexpected gain could be considered his biggest trump card to confront Kaido immediately. Touching it would turn someone into a toy, erasing their existence from memory. Blackbeard's heart burned with excitement and conflict. The other villains also felt the same. One could only say the abilities of devil fruits were truly bizarre. Back and impelled down, Magellan controlled death like a god in the confined space, almost invincible. However, No one expected that the fruit that could effectively counter his poison was the candle fruit. Even someone as proud as Crocodile had to admit the complex relationships of mutual restraint between the fruits were truly baffling. And the Hobby fruit's ability was simply heaven-defying, with activation conditions so simple it was shocking. To be honest, even Blackbeard felt tempted. This fruit was like a setting made for instant kills. As long as one didn't know the information about the fruit, they would turn into a toy upon touch. But this seemed a bit off from his envisioned dream combination of the strongest Logia, Zoan, and Paramecia. After all, heavily influenced by his father, the Tremor fruit had almost become his heart's demon. He really couldn't feel at ease without obtaining that fruit. Captain Lafitte elegantly twirled his cane, as if he could see through his thoughts. How about I help this little girl first? Give her a bit of courage and suggestion, so that at a critical moment, she can surprise our guests. As for the fruit ability, you can consider it slowly once you obtain Kaido's Azure Dragon power. A unique glimmer flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a hypnotist. Blackbeard's eyes lit up. Haha, good idea. Lafitte, let us do it this way. Kaido's ability is his primary target. Sugar can serve as an unexpected trump card. Lafitte approached the terrified Sugar, his voice carrying a strange rhythm. Little sister, don't be afraid. Look into my eyes. You are very brave. You want to help everyone, right? When that very scary big guy approaches, you just need to gently touch him. Yes, just like this. A gentle touch, and you can protect everyone. His words were like a hypnotic spell, weaving into Sugar's consciousness. Time passed amidst the tense preparations and Caesar shivering. Finally, the clear sky over Dressrosa suddenly darkened. Heavy dark clouds pressed down like lead, and a violent hurricane swept across the island without warning. A terrifying dragon roar that shattered souls erupted from the sky. Doflamingo, get out here. Boom! The terrifying conqueror's haki surged down like a tangible tsunami. Ships docked at Dressrosa's port had their masts shattered, and countless glass windows and buildings exploded into dust. On the streets, thousands of civilians fell to the ground in large groups, as if mowed down by a scythe. Transformed into Doflamingo, Katarina, though prepared, felt her breath catch and her face turn pale as she faced this overwhelming pressure. The oppressive aura of the four emperors far exceeded her imagination. She steadied herself, manipulating illusions to make Doflamingo appear on the palace terrace, revealing his signature wicked smile to the swirling, mountain-like azure dragon in the sky. Fufufu, Kaido-sama, you came quite quickly. Don't be so angry. Many things can actually... Let's talk. Kaido's dragon eyes burned with furious flames, his massive head looking down at the ants on the terrace, his terrifying observation haki already sensing the group of unabashedly malicious strong presences deep within the palace. I want to see who gave you the guts to toy with me. Get out here. The last of his patience was exhausted. Kaido's enormous dragon mouth opened, a destructive fiery light igniting deep in his throat. Breath of fire. A terrifying fire pillar with a diameter of over 10 meters, like a sword of divine punishment, tore through the air, carrying incinerating heat, and instantly shot towards the palace terrace. The target was the still, cackling Doflamingo. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion, the luxurious terrace of the palace, along with large sections of the building, evaporated, melted, and collapsed under Kaido's furious strike. Fiery flames and shockwaves swept in all directions. Attack! Blackbeard's roar exploded from deep within the palace. War erupted in an instant. Chapter 72. Kaido's explosive hammer against Blackbeard's pirates. In the ruins of Dressrosa's palace, dust filled the air. Kaido's massive dragon body circled in the sky. The earlier terrifying breath of fire nearly flattening half of the palace high ground. The scorching air twisted, and molten rock continued to flow. The scoundrels of Blackbeard's crew rushed out from their hiding places, all injured, covered in dirt, but their eyes burned with fierce battle intent. Huh, that's the spirit. Blackbeard spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with dust, yet wore a mad grin, as expected of the strongest creature. But his expression suddenly turned fierce. You think you can stomp me down that easily? Get him. Pull him down from the sky. Roar. Responding to him was the deafening roar of the massive warship San Juan wolf. This giant, already as massive as a mountain, rapidly expanded under the influence of the fruit's power. In the blink of an eye, his height surpassed an astonishing 180 meters. A huge shadow instantly covered a large area. He opened his cavern-like hand, howling as he lunged at the azure dragon circling in the air. "Get down here!" The wolf roared, and his enormous fingers fiercely gripped Kaido's scaled dragon body. The power capable of crushing mountains erupted. Ugh! Kaido let out a pained dragon roar as his massive body was yanked down forcefully. A glint of surprise flickered in his huge dragon eyes, clearly not expecting such immense strength from his opponent. "Pizarro!" Blackbeard shouted. "Understood, Captain." The tyrant Pizarro grinned wickedly, his body also starting to expand rapidly. Rocks covered his surface, and the island's power surged within him as the island fruit activated. He transformed into a rock giant, slightly smaller than the wolf, but equally massive, with bulging muscles. He clenched his fists, covered in pitch-black armament hockey, like two small hills, and, using the momentum of the wolf pulling Kaido down, slammed them towards Kaido's massive dragon head. The Ubustat, island's heavy hammer. Boom! The dual fist struck solidly against Kaido's hard skull. The dull, thunderous impact sounded like a war drum of a giant god. Visible shockwaves exploded from the point of impact, causing the ground of Dressrosa to tremble violently. Fragments of stone rained down from surrounding buildings. Arg! Kaido let out an angry howl, his massive dragon head sinking sharply as the horns scraped against Pizarro's rock fists covered in armament hockey, creating dazzling sparks. This hit was undoubtedly painful. "Ha! Well done!" Blackbeard roared with joy, as if seeing the dawn of victory. He knew Kaido's tough skin and thick flesh. This strike might not cause a fatal injury, but if it could make him feel pain and disrupt his rhythm, it would be a huge success. "Don't stop. Keep hitting him." Encouraged, Pizarro and the wolf became even more frenzied. Pizarro's rock giant fists rained down like a pile driver, pounding towards Kaido's head and neck. The wolf clung tightly to Kaido's dragon body, using all his strength to slam him down, while also opening his massive mouth to bite fiercely at the base of Kaido's tail. "Get off! Damn bug!" Kaido was completely enraged. His dragon body coiled and contracted, and with immense power, he broke free from the wolf's grip. At the same time, his enormous dragon mouth opened, a destructive light igniting deep in his throat. But it wasn't a breath of fire. Bad wind. Buzz. Countless massive, razor-sharp wind blades, like the blades of a meat grinder, centered around Kaido's dragon body, instantly sliced outwards in all directions indiscriminately. Each wind blade contained the terrifying power to cut through steel. Not good. Pizarro's face changed dramatically. His gigantic rock body appeared cumbersome before the dense wind blades. He crossed his arms in front of himself, unleashing his armament hockey to the utmost. Sizz! The dense sound of cutting made one's scalp tingle. Pizarro's massive rock arms and chest were instantly covered in crisscrossing deep cuts, with debris flying everywhere. Although the armament hockey and rocky skin absorbed most of the damage, his main body was not severely injured, but the tremendous impact still sent him flying. San Juan Wolf wasn't so lucky. His enormous, non-fruit-enhanced body was like fish on a chopping board. Numerous massive wind blades sliced through his tough skin and muscles without hindrance. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall from the enormous wounds on his chest and abdomen. The intense pain made him let out a heart-wrenching scream, and his massive body crashed to the ground, crushing a large area of buildings, with blood instantly staining the ruins red. Kaido's enormous dragon eyes scanned the fallen wolves and the disheveled Pizarro, a trace of disdain flashing in his gaze. The dragon form was too large a target and easily focused on. His massive body quickly shrank, dragon scales disappearing, transforming into a hybrid dragon man form with horned dragon horns. Clad in blue scales, muscles bulging, wielding a massive kanabo. This was his strongest battle stance, a perfect combination of power and speed. Roaring, Kaido, shouldering the kanabo, let out a thunderous laugh that shook the remaining buildings. Unexpectedly, A group of bugs crawling out of prison actually had some interest. I didn't come here for nothing. Though he laughed, the killing intent in his dragon eyes was icy and piercing. He had already seen through that this was an ambush against him. But it didn't matter. Those who dared to provoke Kaido of the 100 Beasts must be prepared to be crushed. Whether for Doflamingo's betrayal or for this group of clueless fools, today, Dressrosa must flow with blood. Kaido's gaze in Dragon Man form was like a tangible blade sweeping across Blackbeard's men. He stomped his foot. Boom! The ground exploded into a large pit. Kaido's figure vanished in an instant. Watch out! Blackbeard's pupil shrank, shouting a warning. But it was too late. Kaido's figure appeared as if teleporting in front of the massive head of Saint Juan Wolf, who was clutching a huge wound and howling. The giant wolf's single eye reflected only Kaido's grinning face and the raised kanabo. Thunderbagwa! Kaido's deep voice sounded like the announcement of death. The pitch-black kanabo was entwined with violent black-red conqueror's hockey lightning, like thunder splitting the night sky. There were no fancy techniques, only pure, extreme power and a domineering will. Boom! The kanabo struck solidly and fiercely against Saint Juan Wolf's right cheek. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The wolf's enormous, ugly face visibly caved in and deformed. The sound of bones shattering was as dense as popping beans. The tremendous impact even distorted the air. The wolf couldn't even scream. His massive body, over 180 meters tall, was lifted off the ground by this irresistible, terrifying force. Like a small boat being struck by a fully speeding giant ship. Boom, boom, boom. The wolf's massive body flew out sideways like a runaway meteor. Along the way, it collapsed countless dilapidated buildings, carving out a trench of ruins hundreds of meters long. Finally, it came to a stop in a cloud of rising dust. Its huge body twitching a few times before becoming completely still, its life or death unknown. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The fighting champion Bagis's grin had completely frozen. He had just been preparing to sneak attack with a giant rock, but now that rock slipped from his hands, crashing to the ground with a muffled sound. He watched the trajectory of the wolf flying out and then glanced at Kaido's godlike figure, swallowing hard. The power he prided himself on felt laughable in front of Kaido. Blackbeard's face was as dark as water, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had anticipated Kaido was strong, but never expected him to be this strong. That earlier Thunderbagwa, with its pure power and domineering conqueror's haki, instantly reminded him of his father Whitebeard in his prime over 20 years ago. That overwhelming momentum made him feel a chill in his heart. Could he really win? Zeahaha! Blackbeard suddenly shook his head, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, letting out an even crazier laugh. He knew that at this moment, any hint of retreat would completely shatter the already wavering morale. Do you see? This is the power of the four emperors. Strong enough, exciting enough. But today, either he dies or we perish. There is no third option. If you want to live, if you want to stand at the top, then show me your willingness to fight to the death. Kill him. Chapter 73, Brutal Beating. Blackbeard's roar carried a desperate madness, instantly igniting the ferocity within the villains. Pizarro crawled up from the ruins, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with even more murderous intent. Lafitte tightened his grip on his cane. Van Augur's finger was on the trigger. Katarina licked the blood from her claws, while Shiryu's cursed sword Raijin emitted a bloodthirsty hum. Yes, there was no turning back. Either step on Kaido's corpse to reach the top or die here. Kill. Pizarro was the first to roar and charge at Kaido again. Blackbeard himself led the charge. He knew he had to stand at the forefront as the leader. His bulky body erupted with astonishing speed, his right fist covered in thick darkness, unleashing dark water, heading straight for Kaido's face with a powerful gravitational vortex. He aimed to get close and used the dark fruit's ability to restrain Kaido. Roaring, "Come on, bugs!" Kaido laughed wildly, facing Blackbeard's incoming darkwater fist, not dodging or avoiding, but also swinging a kanabo wrapped in black-red conqueror's haki lightning. The air screamed under the immense pressure. Boom! The gravitational vortex formed by dark water collided violently, with the Kanabo wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. It was like two meteors colliding. The furious black-red lightning and the all-consuming darkness intertwined and annihilated each other. The terrifying shockwave lifted the surrounding ground again. Ugh! Blackbeard let out a muffled grunt, his face turning pale instantly. An unimaginable force surged through the Kanabo and darkness, causing his right arm to groan under the strain, as if it would break. What made his scalp tingle even more was the agonizing pain from the dark fruit's double pain feedback feature, making him endure suffering far beyond physical blows. But he gritted his teeth and did not retreat. Just at that moment of struggle between Kaido and Blackbeard, a ghostly figure, like a venomous snake merging into the shadows, silently appeared behind Kaido. Shiryu, in his hand, the cursed sword Raijin was entwined with an ominous blood-red aura, the blade slicing through the air silently, aiming directly at the gap in Kaido's neck scales. Target, decapitation, death. Shiryu's eyes were filled with absolute coldness. However, just as the blade was about to touch the scales, Kaido seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, his massive dragon tail covered in pitch-black armament haki, like a steel whip, struck towards Shiryu's waist with a speed that surpassed visual capture, tearing through the air with a shrill whistle. First come, first served. Oomph. Shiryu's expression changed slightly, and the momentum of the blade instantly shifted from thrusting to parrying. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. The cursed sword Raijin collided violently with the armament haki-covered dragon tail. Sparks flew. The immense force sent Shiryu flying backward, his palm bursting, blood flowing down the sword's handle. His slash was forcibly deflected, and the terrifying blade aura leaked out, slicing a nearby crumbling skyscraper in half. It collapsed with a thunderous crash. Get out of the way! Kaido snorted coldly, sweeping his dragon tail to push Shiryu back while channeling power back into the Kanabo, wanting to smash Blackbeard in front of him to pieces. Kaido, look here! An angry roar came from the side. Fighting champion Beges had somehow climbed to the top of a crumbling tower, his arm muscles bulging to the limit, veins writhing like worms, as he lifted a massive rock the size of a small house above his head. That rock weighed, well, over 1,000 tons. Champion throw. Die for me. Beges used all his strength to hurl the giant rock down at Kaido's back like a cannonball. The timing was perfect, just as Kaido and Blackbeard were locked in combat, and the tail swept towards Shiryu in that instant. Oomph. A mere trick. A hint of disdain flashed in Kaido's eyes. He suddenly exerted his strength, using his Kanabo to firmly suppress Blackbeard, while his free left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Blackbeard by the collar. What? Blackbeard was taken aback. Go! Block for me! Kaido grinned wickedly, his arm bursting with terrifying strength, lifting Blackbeard's bulky body like a rag doll and hurling him towards the roaring 1,000-ton boulder. Kaido, damn you! Blackbeard roared in a mix of shock and anger in midair, completely unprepared for Kaido to use such a nearly unscrupulous method. But that's not all. While using Blackbeard as a meat shield, Kaido gripped his Kanabo, assuming a classic home-run stance. The Conqueror's Haki surged like a volcano, gathering around the Kanabo, with black-red lightning entwined around it, exuding a destructive aura. Conquer the sea! Kaido bellowed, the ultimate principle of the giant race. The Kanabo, infused with Conqueror's Haki and radiating the terrifying might to shatter mountains and rivers, struck fiercely at Blackbeard. No, to be precise, it struck between Blackbeard and that 1,000-ton boulder. Boom! An indescribably terrifying explosion occurred. The power of Conquer the Sea erupted like a tsunami compressed to its limit. The violently raging shockwave instantly engulfed both Blackbeard and the 1,000-ton boulder. The boulder disintegrated like a sand pile upon contact with the shockwave, shattering and vanishing. Blackbeard barely managed to shrink into the swirling dark hole, before being violently swallowed by this world-destroying force. Rumble, a massive energy pillar, several dozen meters in diameter, erupted from Kaido's Kanabo, piercing through the thrown Blackbeard, tearing apart the air and ruins along the way, and striking all the way to the distant sea surface. The sea surface erupted into a towering water wall hundreds of meters high. The residual force of the shock wave even overturned and dismantled several medium-sized ships near the harbor. Dust and debris filled the air, with fragments falling like raindrops. Kaido maintained his swinging posture, slightly panting, with flames of destruction burning in his dragon-like eyes. In the ruins, where Blackbeard had been, there was only a bottomless giant pit left, along with the surrounding ground flattened and melted by the shockwave. Captain, Pizarro, Shiryu, and others stared in horror at the deep pit. Chapter 74, Task Assignment. 2 people that must be retrieved. Rumble. Like an ancient giant beast awakening from the depths of the sea, the massive steel hull of the apocalyptic ship broke through the vast blue waves, creating towering waves, and re-hovered above the sea surface. Sunlight shone on the cold metal shell, reflecting a sharp gleam. The shadow cast by its kilometer-long body made the nearby sea area feel oppressive. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere was tense. A huge tactical screen flickered with sea charts around Dressrosa. Constantine stood in the center, scanning the powerful figures before him. Golden Lion Shiki, with a thick cigar in his mouth, surrounded by smoke, had sharp eyes like an eagle, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest of his chair, revealing a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Whitebeard Newgate crossed his arms, his youthful yet imposing face like a rock. Only the burning flame of revenge deep in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Marco, Ace, Jozu, and Vista, who had recovered significantly after emergency treatment, stood behind Whitebeard, each bearing scars from training, fresh blood seeping from under their bandages, but their gazes were all fixed on Constantine, waiting for orders. A concentration of their deep-seated hatred for Blackbeard. Redfield, Barrett, Waldo. Constantine's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The 3 named immediately straightened their backs, their auras fully unleashed. Red Count Redfield leaned on his cane, still elegant, but the sharpness in his eyes, restored by his regained youth, now carried a deeper sense of accumulation. Douglas Barrett crossed his arms, his eyes filled with anticipation, knowing this trip to the New World would definitely not be boring. Waldo was quiet when not causing destruction. Since he had decided on Constantine, he would go all the way. You 3, Constantine pointed to Crane, follow Crane. Your task, bring someone back. This person is crucial and must not be lost. Crane will inform you of the specific information and location. I want to see him standing before me unharmed. Yes, Your Majesty. The 3 responded in unison, decisively and without a hint of doubt or negotiation. They understood the weight of this order. This was the first mission given to Marco since the Top War, and their special training was nothing. They craved battle. Constantine turned to the composed Crane. Crane, you will command the apocalyptic ship, targeting deep in the New World. Your task is to find Zifa and persuade him to join the Empire. He is your old comrade, you understand him. Tell him that the Navy cannot accommodate the justice in his heart, and the Empire can provide him with a real stage to practice his beliefs. Constantine's tone grew heavier. Additionally, the explosive rock in my hand must be retrieved intact. You know better than I the dangers of that thing. It cannot fall into the wrong hands, nor can it be detonated. Crane nodded seriously, her expression complex yet firm. Understood. I will do my best with Zifa. His heart has grown cold, but perhaps the spark of the Empire can reignite it. She well knew Zifa's despair towards the world government. The explosive rock was his last act of madness and protest, and this was indeed the best time to win him over and eliminate a significant hidden danger. As for Redfield and the others, Constantine's gaze returned to the 3 old-era powerhouses. Your target is Vegapunk. Crane immediately reacted. Vegapunk? His situation is indeed dire. Our miracle doctor, Vegapunk's clone, has not received any safety signals from the real body for over 72 hours. All regular and encrypted communication channels are completely silent. The world government may have already taken action against him. Suspicion has reached its peak. Her voice carried worry. Vegapunk's value was revolutionary for the Empire's technological advancement. Now that the government suspected him due to the miracle doctor's existence, it was indeed necessary for the Empire to step in and retrieve Dr. Vegapunk. The previous years had been because the Emperor had not returned, and Vegapunk also hoped to utilize the resources of the world government to complete some of his research, which is why he had not returned for so long. Therefore, time was of the essence. Constantine stated firmly, without room for doubt. The world government has likely already taken action or is closing in. Vegapunk is an indispensable cornerstone for the Empire's future. Redfield, Barrett, Waldo, your task is to break through any obstacles and bring him out alive. If necessary, extreme measures are allowed to eliminate obstacles. Remember, I want Vegapunk alive and intact. Redfield elegantly stroked the head of his cane, a flash of brilliance in his eyes. As you wish, your majesty. A scientist who has transcended the times for 500 years deserves a grand rescue. Barrett grinned, cracking his knuckles, the joints making loud pops. Just the right time to stretch my muscles. Waldo grinned. Momo fruit is perfect for causing a scene. With the strategic deployment complete, the massive Imperial forces instantly split into three. Constantine wasted no time, waving his hand. Golden Lion, Newgate, take your men and follow me. Target Dressrosa. He was the first to walk towards the side passage of the bridge. The Golden Lion grinned, shaking off cigar ash. Ha! Finally, a decent fight is on. Boys, follow me. He floated up, followed closely behind. White-bearded Newgate said nothing, simply striding forward, his heavy footsteps echoing in the metal corridor, each step carrying an extreme killing intent. Marco, Ace, Jozu, Bista, and others immediately followed, their eyes meeting with only endless hatred for Blackbeard Teach burning fiercely. A nearly 100-meter-long, sleek and sharp silver-gray assault ship had already detached from the apocalyptic mothership, hovering at the side. Constantine and his group quickly boarded the ship. The assault ship's engine let out a low roar, its tail ejecting a ghostly blue plasma stream, instantly tearing through the air and transforming into a streak of light, racing towards Dressrosa. Meanwhile, the massive apocalyptic mothership, under Crane's orders, operated its engines at full power, emitting a deafening roar as the colossal hull began to slowly turn. The energy shield generator emitted a faint glow, heading deeper into the new world, towards more dangerous waters, to carry out two secret tasks concerning the future of the Empire. Chapter 75. The Time Traveler Who Arrived Early. At the same time, in Dressrosa, an underground secret port, a merchant ship disguised as an ordinary timber transport vessel, like a startled fish, silently glided into a hidden, moss-covered natural rock cave port deep underground in Dressrosa. This was a secret route known only to the Don Quixote family. As soon as the ship docked on the slippery stone pier, a figure jumped down eagerly. It was the Snow Woman, Monet. Her long emerald green hair looked a bit disheveled at the moment, and her beautiful face was devoid of color, leaving only an unmistakable panic and anxiety. She clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force, her heart racing in her chest. As an operative of the Don Quixote family stationed in Punk Hazard to monitor Caesar Clown, she had originally thought that Caesar's reckless trip to Dressrosa to negotiate with the young master was a humiliation of his own making. She reported the situation to Lord Toripole, as usual, and then waited to see Caesar get thoroughly dealt with by the young master. However, the development of events had completely spiraled out of control. First, news came that the ship transporting the materials and Caesar himself had been hijacked at sea. And then she desperately tried to contact the family members Toripole, Diamante, and even directly call the encrypted communication lines of the young master Don Quixote da Flamingo. But all communications fell silent, as if they had sunk into the sea. The last message she received from the family was that the top executives were furious and claimed they would gather forces to attack a group of audacious pirates. And then they completely went dark. At this moment, the terrifying noises coming from above the rock layers made her feel icy cold, her teeth chattering. That was not an ordinary explosion. It was a roar akin to a natural disaster. The ground trembled continuously, and small fragments of stone fell from the cave ceiling. It was as if a giant sea king was rolling and bungee jumping on the surface of Dressrosa. She could vaguely distinguish the soul-shaking dragon roar penetrating through the rock layers. This feeling was 10 times more terrifying than watching the top war through a video snail. What had happened to the family's young master? No, I must go up. I must know what is happening. Monet forced herself to calm down, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. She took one last glance behind her, overcoming her fear and gritting her teeth, turned and ran towards the secret elevator passage leading to the surface, her high heels clattering a frantic rhythm on the slippery ground. She was completely oblivious that after she left in a flurry, several sneaky figures slipped out like ghosts from the shadows of the ship's cabin. Leading them was a man dressed in flamboyant Wano samurai attire, with an exaggerated top-knot hairstyle, Kinnaman. Next to him was a short figure dressed as a ninja, carrying a scroll, Reizo. Following them was a painter-like figure, looking tense and constantly wiping sweat, Kanjuro. And most notably, in Kanjuro's arms was a wriggling pink little dragon. It was none other than Kazuki Momonosuke, who had transformed into this form after accidentally eating a synthetic devil fruit created by Vegapunk, a copy of Kaido's fish fruit. Mythical Zoan-type. The gears of fate seemed to have misaligned. Their group had arrived in this era a full 2 years earlier than predicted, due to unknown reasons half a month ago. Even worse, when they landed in the harsh environment of punk hazard amidst chaos, the young Momonosuke, in extreme fear and hunger, mistakenly picked up a peculiar fruit that had fallen on the ground and took a bite, resulting in his current appearance as the offspring of his enemy, Kaido. When Kinnaman and Reizo finally found him, looking at the transformed pink little dragon who could only whimper, the two nearly fainted on the spot, filled with a sense of absurdity and profound helplessness regarding their fate. To evade the pursuit of the world government personnel and Caesar's subordinates on Punk Hazard, they took the risk of hiding in Monet's ship, which was about to leave with an unknown destination. They initially planned to escape the danger first and then figure out their next steps, but did not expect that this ship's destination would be Dressrosa. Even more horrifying was that the terrifying roar that had just pierced through the ship's hull and shaken their souls was unmistakable. That was the voice of the culprit behind the death of their revered lord, Kazuki Oden, the beast Kaido. Kinnaman. Reizo's voice trembled like leaves in the wind. His face pale. That was definitely Kaido. His voice, I can never forget it. The transformed pink little dragon Momonosuke was even more terrified, his small body shaking violently in Kanjuro's arms, emitting fearful whimpering sounds, overwhelmed by the instinctual fear from the synthetic fruit's bloodline towards the true fruit's owner. Kinnaman looked at the retainers gathered around him, their eyes filled with dependence and fear, and at the trembling young master in his arms, who had lost his human form, feeling a tremendous pressure weighing down on his heart like a mountain. He had originally been just a thug on the streets of Wano, but by chance was inspired by Lord Oden's demeanor and had followed him until now. Now, with his lord dead and the young master still a child, the heavy responsibility of restoring their country suddenly fell on his shoulders, often leaving him feeling powerless. The enemy was right above them, battling with earth-shattering force. They could have quietly slipped away amidst the chaos. However, with a blood feud to settle, how could he not confront the enemy? At the very least, he needed to understand what was happening here. Reizo. Kinnaman took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear and confusion in his heart, his hand resting on the hilts of his twin swords, his gaze becoming resolute. Follow me. We need to find out what exactly is happening up there. Why is Kaido here? Who is he fighting? Be careful and stay hidden. He then turned to Kanjuro and said seriously, Kanjuro, your task is the most important. Protect the young master. Stay here. Absolutely do not run around. Wait for us to come back. Yes, Kinnaman, you can count on me. Kanjuro replied solemnly, holding on to Momonosuke. Kinnaman nodded, exchanged a glance with Reizo, and the two stealthily crept towards the dark elevator passage that Monet had left through, their figures quickly swallowed by the darkness. Watching Kinnaman and Reizo disappear into the passage, the tense and loyal expression on Kanjuro's face instantly faded, replaced by a deep, elusive, and strange look. He lowered his head, looking at the trembling pink little dragon Momonosuke in his arms, his gaze complicated. He gently stroked the little dragon's cold scales, whispering in a voice only he could hear, Kazuki, no, the long-held ambition of the Kurizumi family seems to have come earlier than expected. A dangerous thought quietly took root in his heart. Chapter 76. The Navy's Reaction. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office. The atmosphere in the office of the warlord of the Marines was tense. The mountains of documents could not hide the weariness etched on his brow. The defeat at Marine Ford, the heavy losses of his generals, the defection of Zephyr, and the rise of the Invisible Empire weighed down on this wise commander like a mountain. Just as he raised his teacup to take a sip for a boost, the office door was slammed open with a bang, and an intelligence officer tumbled in. Pale as a sheet, his voice cracking from extreme tension. "Report. Marshal. Urgent news from Dressrosa. Highest level." Sengoku's heart sank, and he put down his teacup, speaking in a deep voice. "Speak. The sky won't fall." The intelligence officer gulped and spoke rapidly. "A massive battle has erupted in Dressrosa. All communications from the island were completely cut off 15 minutes ago. Our undercover agents there fought to send back the last segment of encrypted information before the signal was lost. After decryption, it was confirmed. The Blackbeard Pirates' main force has been confirmed to appear on Dressrosa. The officer's voice trembled with disbelief. Kaido of the Beast has descended upon Dressrosa. His dragon form's roar has been captured by multiple monitoring points, and the confirmation of the dragon form is indisputable. Blackbeard, Kaido, Dressrosa. Sengoku suddenly stood up, the chair behind him crashing to the ground. He leaned on the table, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Blackbeard, the mastermind behind the Marineford War, the traitor who betrayed the Navy, the culprit who released countless criminals from Impel Down. Kaido, the ambitious Yonko entrenched in a new world. And Doflamingo, the Shichibukai who lurked in Dressrosa, straddling the line between black and white. These three names stirred a storm in his mind. He forced himself to calm down, and the powerful analytical skills honed over decades in the Navy began to operate at high speed. Blackbeard's motive? Dressrosa is Doflamingo's stronghold. Doflamingo has a massive, secretive deal with Kaido, the artificial devil fruit factory, a secret already grasped by the Navy's intelligence department, but temporarily beyond their reach. Is Blackbeard attacking Dressrosa to seize technology? Or did he clash with Doflamingo? Or does he know something? And what about Kaido's reaction? Kaido descending upon Dressrosa. This cannot be a coincidence. There are only two possibilities. Either Blackbeard has touched his cake, provoking him, or Doflamingo, the middleman, has run into problems, or even possibly betrayed Kaido. Kaido is coming to settle scores, even personally cleaning house. What about the current state of the island? Judging by the complete communication breakdown and the terrifying fluctuations in battle detected, the intensity of the fighting has undoubtedly reached a destructive level. Could it be that Blackbeard's band of outlaws dares to face off against the Yonko Kaido head-on? Are they insane, or do they have some backing? Meanwhile, a more critical and deadly thought struck Sengoku like lightning. Whitebeard. Where's the Whitebeard Pirates? After the Marineford War, the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates seem to have evaporated. The Navy has mobilized all intelligence networks, combining the unusual calm of Fishman Island, not being disturbed by other pirates as usual, King Neptune's deep old friendship with Whitebeard, and some sporadic eyewitness reports. The Navy's high command has long reached a consensus. Edward Newgate, aka Whitebeard, and his remaining core forces are highly likely hiding in the depths of Fishman Island, 10,000 meters underwater. Would Neptune dare to take the risk of sheltering them? Sengoku was not surprised at all. How does the world government treat Fishman Island? A member state? The gold rains down without a penny less, but protection is practically non-existent. If it were him, he would also choose to shelter Whitebeard, who could provide real protection. Now Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, the greatest traitor of the Whitebeard Pirates, the culprit who caused the deaths of countless sons that Whitebeard treated as his own, is boldly appearing in Dressrosa, with Whitebeard's extreme protectiveness and a tendency for revenge. Once he receives this news, it's the peak state of Whitebeard Newgate. He would undoubtedly come out in full force, recklessly charging towards Dressrosa to settle accounts with Blackbeard Teach. Sengoku could almost imagine Whitebeard's youthful face, burning with vengeful fury, and the terrifying power that would erupt from his captains, equally filled with hatred. The peak Whitebeard's enraged strike would be enough to shake the island. Then, a larger, more terrifying shadow loomed over Sengoku's thoughts. The Invisible Empire. Constantine, Whitebeard is not fighting alone. He and his remaining forces have sworn allegiance to that monstrous Emperor Constantine who crawled out of Impel down. If Whitebeard seeks revenge, will Constantine stand by and watch? Absolutely not. Either Constantine will personally lead the Empire's main fleet to support him, ensuring Whitebeard's revenge succeeds while demonstrating the Empire's might. Or at the very least, he will send those terrifying old-era powerhouses under the Empire, like the Golden Lion, Barrett, etc., to assist. The Invisible Empire, currently the most mysterious and powerful force, will inevitably intervene in Dressrosa. Dressrosa, originally Doflamingo's land of love and passion, has now turned into a massive storm that devours everything. At the center of the vortex is the Blackbeard Pirates, this band of outlaws. On the outskirts of the vortex is the enraged Kaido of the Beasts and his elite, and about to be drawn into the vortex are the Peak Whitebeard, carrying the wrath of the heavens and the unfathomable forces of the Invisible Empire. This could even evolve into a super chaotic battle among 3, or even 4 parties, if Doflamingo's remnants still have power. The scale and impact on the New World Order could be at least as significant, if not greater, than the Marineford War. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with intensity, his fatigue swept away, replaced by the calm calculations of a wise commander and a hint of the cold resolve of a Marine admiral. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice firm and resolute, echoing throughout the admiral's office. Relay my orders. Immediately activate the highest level of monitoring protocols. All surveillance ships in the surrounding waters of Dressrosa and adjacent routes, high-altitude observation balloons, underwater listening snail arrays, all activate. The target, tightly monitor any large fleets heading towards Dressrosa, especially those matching the characteristics of the Whitebeard Pirates Moby Dick, as well as the Empire's apocalyptic mothership or similar vessels. I want to know their every move down to the minute. Notify the Science Division to concentrate all computational resources. Analyze the energy residues and battle aftermath in the Dressrosa Sea area and attempt to restore the battlefield situation. Contact Zero. Use their deep undercover network in the New World and spare no effort to obtain real-time intelligence fragments from within Dressrosa. Order the Headquarters Admiral, Kizaru Borsellino, to end all non-emergency tasks and immediately enter a state of Level 1 combat readiness. Stand by at all times. Notify the 1st and 5th Divisions to raise their alert levels and prepare the fleet for emergency departure. The Logistics Department, immediately inventory supplies. Prioritize replenishing ammunition and energy for the Admiral's direct fleet. Sengoku's voice was cold and powerful. The Navy must be ready to be the vigilant watchers. The grand play in Dressrosa, when it concludes, may very well be the key moment for our Navy to regain its dignity and reap the benefits. Although he wished he could personally strangle Blackbeard and was extremely wary of Kaido and the Empire's expansion as the Marine Admiral, he had to consider the interests of the entire Navy and the stability of the world. Now, he saw an opportunity to re-establish the Navy's prestige from the ruins. The storm has formed, and he will become the one who controls its direction. Chapter 77. The situation escalates completely. Marine Headquarters Admiral's Office. Sengoku put down the Den Mushi, his face reflecting deep fatigue and gravity. The invisible pressure weighed on his shoulders like a mountain. Zephyr's defection. The theft of the explosive rock, the Navy's top combat power, Akainu, severely injured and unconscious. The 7 warlords of the sea virtually non-existent. And on top of that, an overwhelming technological force from the unfathomable Invisible Empire. This was no burden the Navy could bear alone. After a moment of hesitation, Sengoku decided to report this matter directly to the Gorosei. The situation was urgent, and there was no time for layered reporting. Although he still felt a bit uncomfortable about their previous argument, Sengoku's consideration for the bigger picture outweighed his personal emotions. He took a deep breath, picked up another encrypted transponder snail, and directly connected to the highest power center of the Holy Land Mariwa, where the Gorosei were located. Sengoku, what matters require a direct line. The transponder snail simulated the deep and authoritative voice of Nezashiru. Sengoku got straight to the point. Sir, regarding the latest intelligence and analysis on the Invisible Empire, He quickly reported on the Empire's actions to integrate Amazon Lily, Fishman Island, resurrect Whitebeard's crew, and recruit the peak-level Shiki, as well as the significant threat posed by Zephyr's acquisition of the explosive rock. Finally, he emphasized, according to reliable intelligence, Constantine and his core forces are likely to appear in Dressrosa soon. That is the territory of Don Quixote da Flamingo, a person with ambiguous loyalties. If the Empire's target is the last strength of the 7 warlords of the sea or Dressrosa itself, this will be a dangerous juncture, and it could also be an opportunity. He paused for a moment and stated his core judgment. The highest combat power the Navy can currently mobilize is only Admiral Kizuru, relying solely on him, along with the regular forces, against the potential multiple peak powers from the old era, Shiki, Redfield, Barrett, etc., and their unknown technologies, the Apocalypsis and Guardian Mechs. The odds of victory are slim, and it could even lead to massive losses and uncontrollable situations. This matter has exceeded the scope of the Navy's independent response. I request instructions and support from the higher echelons of the Holy Land. There is a moment of silence on the other end of the transponder snail. Only the faint sound of breathing could be heard. Finally, Neza Shiru's voice came through. Your analysis and judgment are spot on, Sengoku. We understand the situation. The Navy should deploy according to what you consider the safest plan, maintain vigilance, and do not act rashly. Further actions will wait for our orders. Yes, Sengoku replied, and the call ended. He leaned back in his chair, knowing that a greater storm was brewing in the Holy Land. If the Holy Land intervened, it meant the situation would escalate to an unimaginable level. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, within the power center of Panga City, the transponder snail hung up, leaving only 4 Gorosei, Satan absent, in the room. The atmosphere was even heavier and more oppressive than before. Sengoku's intelligence confirmed our worst fears. Neza Shiru was the first to break the silence, unconsciously drumming his fingers on the table. Constantine's actions are too swift. The integration of Amazon Lily, Fishman Island, resurrecting Whitebeard's crew, and recruiting Shiki. His influence is expanding like a snowball, and Zephyr's explosive rock is hanging over our heads like a sword. Dressrosa, Makazuma's replied, furrowing his brows. That guy Doflamingo is a venomous snake, ready to bite at any moment. He has always been a troublemaker. Previous intelligence clearly mentioned that his relationship with Kaido of the Beasts is ambiguous. Now that Blackbeard and Kaido have both arrived, I really fear that Doflamingo will spill the beans about the national treasure. In the past, they let him run wild, considering he was once a celestial dragon. But now it seems we have been too indulgent with him. He remains an unstable factor. Moreover, Sengoku's analysis is very reasonable. If the Empire is indeed heading there, the target is likely him or something hidden there. Regardless of the target, Doflamingo must be eliminated in advance. Sengoku wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, but he had no one at hand. What could Kizura do alone? Are we supposed to descend like last time for just one warlord? His tone was filled with obvious disdain and irritation. Absolutely not. Watchley immediately opposed, his voice tinged with fear. Last time we descended was already a huge blunder. More importantly, we must always protect the Holy Land and guard against that external strike. Have you forgotten that attack from the sky? If we disturb Lord Im's wrath again, we cannot bear the consequences. The mercy of the gods will not come a second time. When he mentioned Lord Im, his tone was filled with awe and fear. The other 3 looked even more grim upon hearing this. Yes, the world can be chaotic, but the Holy Land must not be disturbed, especially by the one among the flowers. Although the last heavenly judgment was blocked by Lord Im, it was undoubtedly a humiliation to the highest authority of the world government. If it happens again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Protecting the Holy Land and not disturbing him is their highest priority. Nezashiru's gaze was unusually cold as he slowly spoke. Stars, you misunderstand my meaning. Precisely because we cannot afford a second blunder, and because Constantine's threat is imminent, this time, if we confirm he is in Dressrosa, my suggestion is... He glanced around at his colleagues, speaking slowly and deliberately, to do nothing and to not rest. Use the king, in conjunction with the Mother Flame Seed, to completely erase Constantine along with that area from map. Chapter 78, Mother Flame Seed. Activate the king. The king. Mother Flame Seed. Makazumas and Watchily exclaimed simultaneously. Neza Shuru explained, the news from Satan yesterday, from Egghead. The first phase of the Mother Flame Seed project has been successfully tested. Although it is only a prototype, its energy is extremely violent and can only be used once. But its power is sufficient to serve as the driving core for the king, enabling a long-distance, targeted annihilation strike. The power center fell into dead silence. Using the king is the highest taboo and requires direct authorization from Lordim. However, Nezashuru's proposal was like key, unlocking the most insane and desired option in their hearts, solving a deep-rooted problem once and for all. Constantine and his technology, his core team, and possibly Shiki. Redfield, if Constantine is there, they could catch them all in one net. The cost? Just a kingdom of Dressrosa and some commoners. Compared to the threat of the Empire and the risk of disturbing him again, this cost is negligible. The feasibility is very high. A cold light flickered in Makazuma's eyes. The king's strike range is enough to cover Dressrosa. Using a one-time prototype Mother Flame Seed to drive, it perfectly solves the problem of unstable energy and difficulty in replication. The risk lies in the accuracy of the intelligence and whether Constantine will actually show up, Watchily added, but his tone had already softened. But if successful, it would be a one-time solution. The threat from Zephyr's explosive rock could also be temporarily lifted. Without Constantine as a possible collaborator or protector, he would be isolated. Another person added. After a brief deliberation, the four reached a consensus. This is the optimal solution at present, and the only plan that can ensure a fatal blow. Completely eliminate the threat from the Empire, and avoid the Holy Land encountering danger again. Without delay, Nezashiru stood up. I will immediately seek an audience with Lord M to request permission to use the king. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, among the flowers. The four Gorosei knelt respectfully amidst the petals, holding their breath. Ahead, that supreme figure was shrouded in hazy light and shadow. Nezushra reported the situation in the most concise and respectful language. The terrifying expansion of the invisible empire, the uncontrollable situation in Zephyr, intelligence that Constantine might appear in Dressrosa. The dilemma of the Navy being unable to cope alone, and their proposed ultimate solution to request authorization to use Uranus. Powered by the disposable semi-finished Mother Flame developed by Vegapunk to implement a devastating strike on the Dressrosa region, targeting Constantine and the core forces of the Invisible Empire. There were no excessive justifications, only statements of a threat and requests for solutions. Silence enveloped the flower chamber, with only a faint floral fragrance wafting through. The five elders' foreheads nearly touched the ground, their hearts pounding violently in their chests as they awaited the ruler's verdict. Every second felt interminable. Finally, a voice that carried no emotion, as if from ancient times, clearly reached their ears, approved. Just one word, yet it weighed like 1,000 pounds. Lord Sheem's approval. The four responded in unison, their voices filled with suppressed excitement and a sense of relief. The highest authorization was in hand. In the new world, at future Island Agarth, Saint Satan was sipping tea alone, his brow slightly furrowed. He had been in Agarth for 2 weeks, with two main purposes. First, to investigate whether the explosive technological developments of Vegapunk's main body were directly related to the Empire. Second, to personally supervise and urge Vegapunk to accelerate the Mother Flame and Seraphim projects, especially the former. The investigation was not progressing smoothly. Vegapunk's main body was performing flawlessly, fully committed to research, and the communication records were excessively clean. But the cleaner it was, the deeper Satan's doubts grew. It did not resemble that imaginative genius, at times. Being too perfect seemed out of place, more like a deliberate act. However, he did not express this, only applying constant pressure. Previously, Vegapunk's excuses for slow experimental progress had all lost their effect. Funding? This time, the Holy Land was fully committed, willing to sell everything to support it. Satan directly delegated authority. Money is not an issue. What I want is progress. The effect was immediate, but it also caused him immense pain. In just half a month, Vegapunk burned through more money than the total of the past 2 years. watching the flowing funds turn into piles of consumables and experimental waste. Even with his composure, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. The only good news was that under the nearly cost-unlimited resource tilt, the Mother Flame project had indeed made breakthrough progress in 2 weeks. An extremely unstable, semi-finished product was created. It resembled a raging energy bomb, impossible to store or replicate. Only usable once, with immense power but high risk. Vegapunk had warned, this thing was like a powder keg that would explode at a touch. He couldn't fully predict what would happen once it detonated. But for Satan, this was enough. It had the potential to drive Uranus to carry out a devastating strike. This was the spearhead he wanted. Just then, a member of the Zero organization appeared silently, respectfully presenting a special encrypted phone bug from the highest line of authority between powers. Satan immediately answered, "It's me." The voices of his colleagues, the 4-5 elders, came through the phone, skipping pleasantries and directly reporting their shocking plan to utilize the potential appearance of Constantine in Dressrosa, mobilize Uranus, and use the semi-finished Mother Flame just obtained as the core energy source to implement a long-range devastating strike. They inquired whether the Mother Flame could be used and if it could be safely returned to the Holy Land. Satan's pupils abruptly constricted, and the hand holding the teacup froze. Mobilizing Uranus? The scale of this operation and the determination behind it even shocked him. But after the shock came extreme agreement. The threat of Constantine and the Invisible Empire must be eradicated with the most thunderous and thorough means. Conventional methods would only increase losses and ridicule in the face of their bizarre technology. He quickly clarified his thoughts and decisively replied, "There is no problem here. The semi-finished Mother Flame is stable and can be safely moved. Its energy characteristics are perfectly suited for Uranus to deliver a one-time super-spec output strike." He paused, his tone growing more serious. "However, this item is too important and extremely dangerous. To ensure absolute safety, I have decided to personally escort it back to the Holy Land. I will arrange for the highest security level and the fastest ship to return immediately." The authority on the other end clearly agreed with his decision. "Very well, Satan. Hurry back. Success or failure hinges on this." The call ended. Satan put down the phone bug, his eyes flashing with cold light. He no longer hesitated, immediately summoning the head of Zero, and issued orders in the sternest tone. "Immediately prepare the highest level escort ship. Activate Zero Plan Security Level. Target, the Mother Flame prototype in Laboratory Zone 01. I will personally escort it back to Mary Geos. Notify Vegapunk to immediately stop all non-essential experiments and fully cooperate with the transfer work. If there are any mistakes." He did not finish, but the cold, killing intent made the air feel as if it had solidified. The entire Agarth instantly entered the highest state of alert. Vegapunk's main body watched the unstable energy core, now tightly protected, flickering with unstable light. Adjusting his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses deep and inscrutable. Satan stood at the laboratory door like a commander heading to the final battlefield, supervising the loading process. He knew that this small, violent flame carried the last hope of the world government's all-out effort to utterly destroy the Invisible Empire. Chapter 79, Toy Kaido. Dressrosa, the arena area now in ruins. The battle had been going on for a long time. All members of the Blackbeard pirates were injured, panting heavily, their faces filled with disbelief and frustration. They were facing Kaido, who descended like a demon god. Kaido was drenched in blood, but his momentum was even more overwhelming. He resembled an ancient beast that had broken free from chains, each swing of his spiked club. The Kanabo, crackling with black-red lightning, brought a roar that tore the earth apart. Thunderbagwa, with his furious roar, another Blackbeard crew member was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing into a pile of rubble far away, life or death unknown. "Damn it, that hurts." Blackbeard Teach spat out a mouthful of bloodied spit. His exaggerated physical abilities and the damage absorption properties of the Yami Yami no Mi made him the only one capable of taking a few hits from Kaido head-on. But he was also gritting his teeth in pain, the pain absorbed by the dark fruit doubling back on him, making him feel as if his insides were on fire. He had to hold on and create opportunities for his partners. Van Augur ghosted through the ruins from a distance, his sniper rifle firing deadly tongues of flame. The bullets were aimed precisely at Kaido's eyes, joints, and old wounds, seeking not to kill, but to disrupt and enrage. Shiryu of the Rain was one of the main attackers, his cursed sword, Reigoku, slashing with viscous blood-colored sword energy. He tried to leave deeper wounds on Kaido. But Kaido's Haki and dragon-scale defenses were too abnormal, only leaving shallow blood marks. The sickly Poison, crouching on his equally sick horse, quietly released colorless and odorless viral spores. He aimed to weaken Kaido's stamina, but the effect was minimal. Kaido's vitality was monstrous, and the virus was crushed by powerful metabolism as soon as it invaded. Byers, the evil king, the big drunkard, and the giant warship and other strong executives took turns attacking with brute force and fruit abilities, but all were repelled by Kaido's furious club strikes or dragon breath. Kaido grew more and more berserk, the contempt and killing intent in his eyes thickening. Huh? Is this all you've got? Blackbeard, you scum. You can't even make it fun for me. The pressure was immense. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates experienced for the first time how terrifying a fully unleashed emperor at the peak of his power can be. Their pride in their brutality and strength seemed so pale in comparison to Kaido. A turning point appeared, just as Kaido smashed Burgess away with another blow and prepared to pursue for greater victories. A figure silently emerged from the shadows at the edge of the battlefield. Katarina Devon. She was holding a little girl, Sugar, the user of the Hobby fruit. In the previous war against Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Blackbeard Pirates had taken control of the Don Quixote family, including Sugar. Lafitte, the Devil Sheriff, used his powerful hypnotic abilities to forcibly erase Sugar's self-awareness, turning her into a mere tool that would only obey simple commands. At that moment, Sugar's eyes were hollow, like a delicate doll. Upon seeing Katarina, Blackbeard's eyes lit up with excitement. The opportunity had come, as long as Sugar touched Kaido. Even just once. Go! Blackbeard roared, his gaze sweeping over his core crew members who had followed him from the beginning. Van Augur, Burgess, Lafitte. The old crew understood the cue. Although the other 6 criminals, including the tyrant, had slightly less synergy, they also knew the core of the plan. Champion Burgess was the first to respond, howling as he ignored his injuries and charged at Kaido with a powerful elbow strike to attract attention. Annoying bug, Kaido growled impatiently, sweeping his club to knock Burgess away. At that moment, Blackbeard, Shiryu, the tyrant, and all the other combatants like sharks smelling blood pounced at Kaido from all directions without hesitation. Various attacks, pulling with dark gravity, bloody slashes, shock waves, and venomous sprays erupted simultaneously, creating a chaotic death zone. Kaido frowned. Although these individual attacks posed little threat to him, their cumulative effect forced him to divert his attention. He roared, executing the 8-style sword dance like a windmill, violently dispersing most of the attacks. Now, amid the chaos, Katarina, like a ghost, silently circled to Kaido's side, using the shadows of the rubble as cover. Her target was Kaido's back. However, Kaido's honed battle instincts instantly sensed a chilling danger. He turned his head sharply, his fierce gaze locking onto Katarina and the little girl she was holding. Mouse. A flicker of offended rage flashed in Kaido's eyes. Katarina was terrified by Kaido's murderous glare, her heart nearly stopping. The plan was exposed. Gritting her teeth, a madness flashed in her eyes. She no longer hesitated and used all her strength to hurl Sugar at Kaido's body. A little brat? Kaido looked at the flying Sugar, his eyes filled with confusion and wariness. This was too abnormal. He could understand someone throwing a bomb, but throwing a child? There had to be a problem. Whatever the conspiracy, he would smash it first. Kaido acted without hesitation. He swung his kanabo at the airborne Sugar with all his might. With that blow, Sugar would definitely turn into mush. Captain Teach. Katarina skriamit. Stop right there. Blackbeard roared, unleashing the dark gravity he had been charging. A powerful gravitational force twisted space and suddenly acted on Kaido's kanabo. The trajectory of the club was forcibly pulled off course. Bang! The kanabo struck the ground hard, barely missing Sugar, sending debris flying. The massive wind pressure sent Sugar tumbling toward Kaido. In that split second, flung through the air and with a blurred consciousness. Sugar instinctively followed the last command imprinted on her mind by Lafitte to touch the target. She instinctively stretched out her little hand with her last bit of strength and gently touched Kaido's armored dragon-like calf. The ability activated. The rules of the Hobby fruit took effect. What? Kaido felt an irresistible, strange power instantly invade his body. His fist, which he had swung, froze in midair, making an excruciating creaking sound. His massive, muscle-bound body, which had once instilled fear across the world, began to shrink rapidly, as if it were a deflating balloon. In front of the astonished, ecstatic, and incredulous eyes of all the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. In just a few seconds, the strongest creature in the world, Kaido, vanished. Standing in his place was a toy about 2 meters tall, crudely made. It had Kaido's signature horns and beard contours, but its body resembled a toy soldier made of wood and metal, humorously holding a miniature, toy version of Kanabo. Did it succeed? A wave of immense joy swept through the Blackbeard Pirates. Burgess laughed maniacally while holding his wound. Shiryu grinned cruelly. Van Augur adjusted his glasses, and Lafitte elegantly bowed. Even the tyrant coughed excitedly. They had actually turned an emperor into a toy. Lafitte reacted the fastest, flapping his wings and rushing into the arena to pick up the limp Sugar. He looked into Sugar's hollow eyes and commanded in an undeniable hypnotic tone, "Order him. Stop fighting. Obey us." The rules of the Hobby fruit state that those turned into toys will be forgotten by everyone except for the user and will absolutely obey the user's commands. However, the user can also leave a window for certain designated individuals to retain their memories of the person turned into a toy. Clearly, Blackbeard and his crew had retained their memories of Kaido. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see the toy Kaido stand still like other toys, ready for them to tear apart. However, Sugar's body suddenly trembled violently, her little face turning red and veins bulging on her forehead, as if she were using all her strength to resist something. No. Sugar struggled to produce a sound, like a machine jamming. His consciousness is too strong. It's like a volcano. I can't control it. I can only maintain the toy form. He is resisting. What? The joy instantly froze, turning in a bone-chilling fear and a tingling terror. What did you say? Blackbeard grabbed Sugar by the collar, roaring ferociously. Explain it to me clearly. He is resisting. The toy state can only last for an hour. After an hour, he will revert back on his own, Sugar said with great difficulty, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that maintaining Kaido's toy form was a tremendous burden on her. An hour? Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice pit. How could a monster like Kaido be restrained by a mere toy for an hour? He would definitely be gathering strength to break free if he transformed back. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard's laughter was filled with madness and resolve, as he suddenly tossed Sugar to the tyrant. What are you all doing? While he's still a toy, tear him apart. Shatter him into pieces. Just leave him a breath. Hurry. Fear turned into even more vicious killing intent. All members of the Blackbeard Pirates, including those 6 thugs, understood that this was a moment of life and death. Once Kaido recovered, with his personality and strength, everyone present today would die, and it would be an incredibly tragic death. Kill him. Tear that broken toy apart. The villains howled as they charged again at the 2-meter-tall toy Kaido. Just as Blackbeard roared, the toy soldier's eye sockets, originally where Kaido's eyes were, suddenly lit up with 2 points of furious crimson light. Roar! A deep, thunderous roar, containing an overwhelming rage, surprisingly squeezed out from the joints of the toy. Although his size has shrunk, and his strength has been greatly weakened by the rules, and his movements have become stiff due to toy joints, the terrifying momentum and fighting spirit of the strongest creature of land, sea, and air has not diminished at all. Kaido felt an unprecedented humiliation, to be plotted against by a group of people he considered to be mere fodder and turned into a ridiculous toy. Such disgrace. No one has ever dared to toy with him like this. It is more painful than being killed. Extreme anger ignited all his potential. faced with the swarming villains. The toy Kaido moved, although his movements were not as smooth and swift as in his human form. Carrying a sense of stiffness, each strike was precise, fierce, and aimed at vital points. He no longer pursued overwhelming brute force, but instead maximized his battle experience honed through countless battles. He used the relative disadvantage of his toy body's smaller size to nimbly weave through gaps in the crowd, avoiding deadly encirclement. Smaller strength? Then make up for it with speed. The toy Kanabo danced like the wind in his hands, although its power was far inferior to his true form. With the addition of his terrifying Busashoka haki, every block and counterattack produced a resounding clash. He no longer took all attacks head-on, but instead dodged or blocked with minimal movements, looking for openings to counterattack. The constraints of the toy joints were partially overcome by his exquisitely precise combat techniques. Bang! The toy Kanabo struck the face of the Tyrant King, causing him to bleed from his nose and see stars, though it did not inflict serious injury. Slash! Shiryu's blood-red slash cut through the toy body, leaving deep marks. But the toy Kaido retaliated with a strike that pushed him back, and the wound did not burst under the effects of haki. Bias attempted to grab him, but was dodged by the toy Kaido, who elbowed him in the ribs, causing Bias to howl in pain. Blackbeard's dark water gravity constantly pulled and tried to pin him down, but the toy Kaido's feet felt like they were rooted, while his raging haki continuously struck against the darkness, making it difficult for Blackbeard to control. What kind of monster is this? Bias clutched his ribs, watching the toy soldier darting left and right in the crowd, enduring the attacks of all of them. His worldview collapsed. How could a toy fight so fiercely? Time ticked away. Blackbeard's forehead bulged with veins. He could feel the suppressed power within the toy Kaido, like a volcano about to erupt, violently impacting the rules of the toy fruit. Sugar behind him was coughing up blood more violently, and the time she could maintain it was rapidly decreasing. There's no time left. Use your ultimate moves now. Don't hold back. Smash him. Otherwise, we'll all die. Blackbeard went completely mad, his eyes bloodshot. Everyone knew this was the last chance. Dark Hole release. Blackbeard held nothing back, unleashing all the absorbed damage and dark gravity in a maximum power explosion. A terrifyingly large dark vortex suddenly appeared beneath the toy Kaido, like countless black arms tightly wrapping around his legs and body, pinning him firmly in place. Even the toy joints groaned under the unbearable burden. At the same time, the power of the dark fruit violently suppressed Kaido's devil fruit ability, preventing him from transforming and escaping. Kaido. Shiryu's blood blade tore through. Van Augur's penetrating explosive shot. The Tyrant King's island fist. The Drunken Barrel's fire breath. The impact of the giant warship. All members of Blackbeard's crew poured their utmost strength into this moment. They unleashed their strongest attacks without reservation at the toy Kaido, who was firmly pinned down by darkness and unable to evade. The overwhelming attacks could flatten a mountain. The fixed toy body could not withstand this at all. Just at this critical moment, Heavenly Fire Dragon Emperor, a cold roar echoed from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. 3 enormous, monstrous fire dragons, burning with destructive flames, descended from the sky like meteors. Their target was not a person, but the wave of attacks that was about to engulf the toy Kaido. The deafening explosions reverberated through the clouds. Flames, shockwaves, sword energy, bullets, and impacts mixed together, forming a storm of destructive energy. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky, obscuring everyone's vision. The attacks from Blackbeard and others were intercepted by the suddenly appearing fire dragons, dissipating a large portion of their power. At the center of the storm, the toy Kaido was violently thrown into the air by the shockwave of the explosion, rolling several times on the ground. His body was covered in scorch marks and cracks, with one toy arm twisted and deformed. He appeared disheveled, but his body was not shattered. He had not been completely destroyed. Blackbeard's dark bindings were also partially dispersed in the explosion. Who is it? The members of Blackbeard's crew looked up in shock and anger. As the smoke cleared slightly, a tall figure with black wings, wearing a black leather outfit and a mask, hovered in the air like a demon. In his hand, He held a long sword burning with flames, the Beast Pirate's banner. Ti? He descended onto the battlefield. Chapter 81. Breaking the Bonds. Only Haki prevails above all. NTI's cold golden eyes swept over the villains below, radiating a chilling, killing intent. But he did not attack immediately. Instead, he flapped his wings and appeared next to the toy Kaido, shielding him behind him. Mr. Kaido. NTI's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible shock and overwhelming fury. Although what stood before him was a toy soldier, that unique horned silhouette, that unyielding stance, and the terrifying haki seeping through the toy's seams were all too familiar to him. NTI instantly recognized the identity of this toy. How dare they desecrate and harm the king he followed? NTI's rage was almost materialized into flames. You are seeking death. Blackbeard sensed something was wrong. His face turned ugly. He shouted at the one watching over Sugar. What is going on? Shouldn't those touched by the toy fruit lose all traces of their existence? Why does NEI still remember? Blackbeard's words made the others realize that after Sugar's toy fruit was activated, it would erase all traces of a person's existence. The reason they could remember was that Sugar had not erased their memories. But now it seemed that from the beginning, everyone remembered Kaido's existence. He had not been erased from their cognition at all. Was it a problem with Sugar, or was it Kaido's uniqueness? Blackbeard's viciousness was evident. He leaned more towards the idea that Sugar had tampered with things, seriously underestimating that little girl for daring to play him. In their original plan, as long as the fruit's ability was activated, Kaido would become a true lone wolf. At that time, even if all the Beast Pirates mobilized, they would not fight to the death over a toy. This was the most critical step in the plan. Dealing with the Four Emperors is an entirely different concept from dealing with the Four Emperor crews. The plan had deviated significantly. However, to everyone's surprise, that broken toy soldier let out a muffled yet still full of haki laugh. NEI, you got to see me in such a shameful state. It was Kaido's voice. Mr. Kaido, you. NTI's tense heartstrings relaxed slightly. Just a little trick. Yurilahu. The toy Kaido's voice was filled with extreme excitement and arrogance. Give me 30 seconds. No, 20 seconds is enough. 20 seconds. NEI did not hesitate at all and nodded earnestly. Yes. He had absolute trust in Kaido's words. If this man said 20 seconds, then he would definitely be able to do it. NTI turned around, his long sword pointing directly at Blackbeard's crew. 3 massive fire dragon spirits coiling around him, roaring, "You shall not come any closer." A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire scene. The faces of all the members of Blackbeard's crew instantly turned pale as paper. It's over. Kaido personally stated that it would take just 20 seconds to break free from his restraints. And now, the monster Ember stands in his way. What is even more terrifying is that Ember's arrival likely means that the main forces of the Beast Pirates are nearby. How can they stand against the complete, enraged Yonko crew? Despair and madness surged in their hearts. Blackbeard let out a hysterical roar. We can't let him recover. Kill him. Everyone attack together. First take down Ember. Then destroy that toy. This is his last chance. Fire Dragon Emperor. Ember did not hesitate, controlling 3 divine fire dragons, charging forward with the might to incinerate everything. Boldly rushing towards the approaching members of Blackbeard's crew. He must buy Kaido that precious 20 seconds. The ultimate will, breaking through the rules. The toy version of Kaido, firmly protected behind Ember, closed its eyes, the red light fading away. He immersed all his focus within, ignoring the chaos and roars from the outside world. In fact, the moment he was turned into a toy, Kaido had already realized that he could break free from this bondage. Blackbeard was also aware of this, which is why he continuously attacked to deplete Kaido's haki, forcing him unable to unleash his full strength against the barrier that bound him. One could say that without Ember's interference, Blackbeard's plans would have been flawless. Inside him, the terrifying power that belonged to the beast Kaido's haki, which was forcibly suppressed and twisted by the toy fruit's rules, was roaring and crashing wildly. The fruit could forcibly alter his physical structure, but could not bind his will. The power of the devil fruit's rules was like the strongest chains, tightly wrapping around his essence. But who is Kaido? He is the monster who has refined his haki to the pinnacle of the world. Only haki can transcend everything. The toy body trembled slightly. Kaido began to gather and compress his haki, which was like an immense ocean, regardless of everything. Armament haki and Conqueror S haki. The two top-tier haki were forcibly fused, squeezed and compressed. His will surged like indomitable lava, wildly crashing against the barriers of rules. Buzz. An invisible, heart-pounding wave spread out from the toy Kaido, causing a shudder from deep within the souls of Ember and Blackbeard's crew engaged in battle. It felt as if some unparalleled, ferocious beast was about to awaken. The surface of the toy Kaido's body began to show fine, spiderweb-like cracks. From the cracks, a blinding black-red light shone through. That was the haki condensed to the extreme, forcibly overflowing. Boom! A black-red lightning, the thickness of a chopstick but concentrated to a tangible form, shot up explosively from the top of toy Kaido's head, piercing the heavens. Although this lightning was small, it carried a terrifying will that could tear the sky apart and shatter the rules. The skies of Dressrosa instantly darkened with ominous clouds, thunder, and lightning, as if doomsday had arrived. This is impossible. Sugar, hidden in Blackbeard's embrace, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her small face losing all color, her body convulsing violently before she completely fainted. Her connection to the Toy Fruit's power was forcibly severed by an overwhelming, tyrannical force. Oh no! Blackbeard's heart sank to the bottom when he saw Sugar faint. At the very moment Sugar collapsed. Crash! The sound of glass shattering echoed. The broken body of Toy Kaido was completely engulfed by the unimaginable black-red light erupting from within. That light instantly expanded and condensed. A gigantic, pure Conqueror's haki forming a fierce, roaring skull phantom flashed in the light. As the light dissipated, the broken toy soldier disappeared. In its place stood a colossal figure, like a demon, towering back on the ground. Muscles bulging, covered in green dragon scales, with menacing horns piercing the sky, tightly gripping the restored giant Kanabo, the eight-headed dragon. Surrounded by tangible black-red lightning, the raging Conqueror's haki swept across the surroundings like a tsunami, suffocating everyone. Kaido the Beast has returned. He twisted his neck, producing a teeth-gritting crack, and his crimson dragon eyes swept across the pale-faced members of Blackbeard's crew, grinning widely with a smile so sinister it was extreme. His laughter like rolling thunder. Game over, trash. Are you ready to face my wrath? Chapter 82. The Fork in Fate. The choking smoke mixed with the scent of blood spread across the shattered streets of Dressrosa. Kinemon and Reizo huddled behind a half-destroyed wall, their hearts pounding like drums in their chests. They stared intently at the scorched battlefield not far away, sweat soaking their foreheads, flowing down their temples, gathering into drops at their chins, splattering onto their hands without them noticing. Just 10 minutes ago, they witnessed a battle that could overturn their understanding. That invincible Kaido of the beasts, akin to a demon, was turned into a comical wooden toy by Blackbeard's crew through strange means. At that moment, Kinemon was so excited that he nearly bit his tongue off, wishing he could rush out and stomp on that toy a few times. In his eyes, the fearsome Blackbeard pirates radiated the light of saviors. As long as they could kill Kaido, avenge Lord Odin, and take revenge for Wano, he would willingly lick Blackbeard's boots. However, fate seemed to have played a cruel joke on them. The descent of Ember, Kaido's monstrous roar as he broke free, and finally, the immense figure standing once again amidst the ruins. It was like a bucket of ice water, completely extinguishing the flickering flame of hope that had just ignited in Kinemon's heart, leaving only bone-chilling coldness and immense despair. Damn it! Damn it! Kinemon slammed his fist against the cold, rough rubble on the ground, his knuckles instantly splitting, blood mixing with dirt. But he felt no pain, only endless regret gnawing at his heart. I should have charged out just now. Even if it cost me my life, I should have smashed that damn toy to pieces. He let out a beast-like growl from his throat, his nails digging deep into the ground. Lord Kinemon, look over there. Reizo's terrified voice pierced the air like a sharp knife. His trembling finger pointed towards a crazily moving figure at the edge of the battlefield. Kinemon suddenly looked up, and just one glance in the direction Reizo pointed made his blood run cold, freezing him from head to toe. Kanjuro, the brother they had relied on for 20 years across unfamiliar lands, together protecting the life of the young Master Momonosuke. At this moment, that familiar face twisted with an almost mad excitement, sprinting towards the now human Kaido, radiating a terrifying pressure. And in his arms, he was tightly holding a struggling pink figure, that small body covered in fine pink scales. A pair of tender horns peeked through the dust. It was none other than Kazuki Momonosuke, whom they would risk their lives to protect. Kanjuro, are you crazy? Stop. Quickly stop. Kinemon's mind went blank. Fear and disbelief instantly drowned out his reason. He would rather believe Kanjuro was being controlled by some terrible sorcery. Without thinking, he shot out from behind the broken wall like an arrow, with Reizo following closely behind, both unleashing their fastest speed, sprinting desperately towards Kanjuro. No matter what, they must not let the young master fall into Kaido's clutches. At the center of the battlefield, Kaido had just stretched his muscles. The dull cracking sound echoed from his neck, and his crimson dragon eyes, like burning lava, locked onto the members of Blackbeard's crew who dared to mock him, a violent killing intent almost solidifying. His enormous palm slowly raised, the black-red lightning-wrapped Kanabo, Hachi, Zaikii, exuded a suffocating sense of oppression, ready to crush the ants before him completely. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a guy dressed like a samurai, rushing towards him with something in his arms, and Kaido merely frowned in annoyance. No matter how many ants there were, they were still ants. He was just about to swat him away like a fly when his movement suddenly froze in mid-air. His pupils, as if struck by the most intense shock, abruptly contracted to the size of a pinhole. His gaze was firmly fixed on the frantically wriggling pink creature in Kanjuro's arms. A dragon? That shape? That outline was almost identical to the creature he transformed into after activating his Azure Dragon Fruit ability. Only the color was an eerie pink. But that serpentine body, those covered scales, that tail, thrashing and struggle were all too real. Not an illusion, not a creation of a devil fruit. What kind of joke is this? It was as if a thunderclap exploded in Kaido's massive head. The uniqueness of the devil fruit. This was the iron law of the sea. It was the foundation he had firmly believed in for decades while dominating the oceans. The scene before him, which defied common sense, brought a shock that even surpassed the humiliation of being turned into a toy moments ago. A sense of absurd chaos instantly seized him, causing even this strongest creature in the world to momentarily halt his movements. For the first time, pure shock and disbelief were clearly reflected in his crimson dragon eyes. How is this possible? This bizarre scene, like ice water thrown into a boiling pot of oil, instantly attracted the attention of all the strong fighters on the battlefield. Blackbeard Teach was wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, pondering how to escape the encirclement from Kaido and Jin, when he caught a glimpse of that blinding pink and was left dumbfounded. What the hell is that thing? He muttered instinctively, his face contorted in confusion. That thing looks so much like the bastard Kaido-esque transformation. But Kaido is clearly standing over there. However, in the next second, a tremor originating from the depths of his soul suddenly seized him. This feeling is too familiar. Just like years ago in a certain treasure trove, under dim lighting, when he first opened that yellow devil fruit encyclopedia and saw the page about the dark fruit, his heart was suddenly gripped by an invisible hand, and he felt blood rush to his head. That was destiny roaring. That was intuition screaming, "It's it. Grab it. At all costs." The fork in fate opened up before him with a thunderous sound once again. Blackbeard's brain didn't even have time to analyze the pros and cons, assess the risks. His gambler-like crazy soul had already made the decision for him. His body moved faster than his thoughts, exploding with unprecedented speed. "Block Kaido and Jin for me." Blackbeard let out a beast-like roar with all his strength, his massive body tearing through the air like a ghost, creating a piercing shriek. His target was Kanjuro, who was holding Momonosuke. All that remained in his eyes was that struggling pink, flashing with an almost greedy green light. Clearly, the The plan to ambush Kaido and seize the Azure Dragon Fruit had collapsed, and Blackbeard decisively decided to take this unknown pink dragon fruit. Chapter 83. The betrayer is finally disdained. Not a chance. Jin's reaction was equally swift, his massive black wings behind him suddenly flapping, stirring up a violent airflow. Ready to intercept, his loyalty to Kaido was unquestionable. He would never allow any unexpected threat to his captain. You're my opponent. A cold, viscous blood-red blade, light, shot out like a venomous snake, instantly sealing off Jin's route into the air. The figure of Rain Zahiryu was like a festering sore. The cursed sword Raijin carried a nauseating smell of blood as it ruthlessly slashed towards the base of Jin's wings. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted, and a violent shockwave completely collapsed the already damaged buildings around them. Jin was forced to retreat his blade to block, his black wings being forcibly pressed down. Meanwhile, the fighting champion Bayas charged at Kaido like an enraged bull, howling as he unleashed a powerful elbow strike. His hardened elbow, covered in armament haki, ripped through the air. The Tyrant King, wearing knuckle dusters, threw a massive punch aimed at Kaido's waist. The drunken giant, Bastchot, spat out a highly concentrated column of fiery liquor, rolling towards Kaido's face like a fire dragon's breath. Further away, Van Augur's sniper scope flashed with cold light. The armor-piercing explosive bullet let out a deadly shriek as it accurately shot towards Kaido's crimson left eye. A swarm of annoying flies. Get the hell out of my way. Kaido's furious roar thundered like a lightning strike. The Wolf Fong Club Hachi Zaikei, covered in top-tier armament haki, whipped up a terrifying hurricane, sweeping out like a black storm of death. Boom! 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 Bayas was smashed away, plowing a deep trench in the ground. The Tyrant King's punch was dissipated, his arm going numb. The fiery liquor was shredded by the club's wind, sparks flying. The sniper bullet hit Kaido's eyelid covered in dragon scales and haki, only sparking a few sparks and leaving a shallow white mark. Although most of these attacks were brushed aside or endured by Kaido's violent strength, they still forced this Yonko's actions to be momentarily interrupted. In a battle of masters, a moment is enough to determine life and death. It was in this instant, Kinemon and Reizo finally rushed in front of Blackbeard at a reckless speed, trying to intercept. Kanjiro, hurry and take the young master away. Kinemon's eyes widened, his katana shining with a resolute cold light, swinging with all his might towards Blackbeard's neck. Reizo threw out a large number of specially made smoke bombs and shurikens, attempting to obscure the vision. Annoying garbage. Get lost. Blackbeard didn't even glance at them. His right fist, covered in thick darkness, swung like a siege hammer. With suffocating gravitational waves, it struck out solidly without any fancy moves. Bang! Bang! Two sickening muffled sounds. Kinemon's blade was twisted and shattered the moment it touched the darkness, flying away. The two were like being hit by a high-speed train, their chests cracking with sounds as blood spewed from their mouths. Their bodies uncontrollably flew backward and crashed into a pile of rubble dozens of meters away, dust swirling. Kanjiro, run! Kinemon struggled to lift his head from the rubble, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, his vision blurred. But he still fixed his gaze on Kanjiro's direction, letting out a desperate and hoarse shout. Until this moment, that small point of humility and trust in his companion deep within his heart had not completely extinguished, preferring to believe the other was being coerced. However, Kanjiro merely tilted his head slightly, coldly glancing at them out of the corner of his eye. The gentle smile that usually adorned his face was now replaced by a near-cruel calmness and determination to complete his mission. His speed did not decrease at all, and even quickened slightly as he bypassed the two fallen men, continuing to charge towards Kaido, while using all his strength to throw the prepared words towards Kaido like a javelin. Kaido-sama, I am Kanjiro of the Kurizumi family. Under the orders of Lord Kurizumi Orochi, I have been undercover in the Kazuki family for many years. I have come to present to you the son of the traitor Kazuki Oden, Kazuki Momonosuke. This brat is of the Kazuki bloodline, and today I present him to you for your disposal. Boom! The earth shook. Each word of this sentence was like a poisoned dagger, stabbing fiercely into Kinemon and Reizo's hearts. It completely shattered their last trace of hope. Betrayal. A blatant, premeditated betrayal. 20 years of day and night together, 20 years of life and death shared, turned out to be an utter deception. They had foolishly handed the last bloodline of the Kazuki family into the hands of the enemy's spy. A massive wave of regret instantly drowned them like a tsunami, and everything before them turned pitch black. The Kazuki family was truly finished. They could even hear the sound of their hearts shattering. Kaido also clearly froze for a moment. Kazuki Momonosuke? That little brat really didn't die? His massive body paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his dragon-like eyes. But it was quickly replaced by an even stronger sense of disgust. He recognized Kinemon and Reizo, and more importantly, he recognized the man in front of him who claimed to be a retainer of the Kurizumi family. One of the loyal subjects who had been lifted by Kazuki Oden out of the oil pot back in the day. A traitor who had abandoned his vow to follow his lord to death, now groveling and begging at the feet of the enemy? Or was he just a pawn who had been undercover in the Kazuki family for years? It didn't matter. In any case, including Kurizumi Orochi. Kaido looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. Death was death. He didn't care at all. Oomph. Kaido let out an extremely disdainful snort from his nostrils. Like rolling thunder. A wild dog seeking glory by betraying its master. Dizevitudi. His crimson dragon-like eyes didn't even bother to linger on Kanjuro for more than a second, filled with naked contempt and disgust. His attention was firmly locked back onto the members of the Blackbeard pirates who were still trying to entangle him. For him, the battle before him, and that bizarre Blackbeard were the real threats. A traitor and a little brat were simply not worth his distraction. The fawning, expectant smile on Kanjuro's face instantly froze, replaced by immense shock and fear. Kaido-sama. He tried to explain that he wasn't a traitor seeking glory, but rather a devoted undercover agent who had endured hardships. His voice trembled sharply with fear. However, his words were abruptly cut off by an irresistible, overwhelming force of terror. A massive hand covered with thick, rolling dark energy, like a claw reaching out from the depths of hell, suddenly shot out from behind Kanjuro, precisely and mercilessly gripping his throat like an iron claw. It was Blackbeard. Kanjuro felt his neck bones emit an agonizing groan, and the sensation of suffocation instantly overwhelmed him. His feet left the ground, and he was forcefully yanked off the ground, flying backward. Dark water at full power. The terrifying gravitational force distorted space, producing a deep hum. Kanjuro was like a puppet controlled by invisible strings, dragged back towards Blackbeard without any power to resist. Blackbeard's face, with a few missing teeth and covered in flesh, was now inches away. His mouth twisted into a grin that almost stretched to his ears, revealing a mixture of ecstasy, greed, and absolute madness. Haha, I'll gladly accept this great gift. No. The last thing Kanjuro saw in his eyes was Blackbeard's frenzied gaze and the massive fist crashing down, filled with endless terror and confusion. Why? Why didn't Kaido-sama accept it? Why me? Doesn't that mean my value has been denied from the very beginning? Bang! A thunderous explosion that shook the heart. Blackbeard's fist, covered with thick darkness, smashed into Kanjuro's temple without reservation, like crushing a ripe, rotten watermelon. Red, white, shattered bone fragments mixed with warm liquid burst out like fireworks. The splattering filth drenched the just-risen Baji in a mess. Ugh, so damn disgusting. Baji wiped the filth off his face, grinned, and spat without a care, his eyes filled with excitement. Blackbeard didn't even glance at Kanjuro's limp, headless corpse. His bloodied hand shot out like lightning. He grabbed Kanjuro's arm, holding the pink little dragon Momonosuke, who had been completely stunned by witnessing the head explosion. Now stiff, and then bursting into even more piercing, desperate cries and struggles. Let go of me. Help! Father! Help! Wano! Reizo! Save me! Chapter 84. Devouring Momonosuke. Momonosuke's cries were heart-wrenching, filled with the collapse and despair of a child facing absolute terror. He used his tender pink dragon claws to futilely scratch at Blackbeard's hard, armored arm, leaving only a few shallow white scratches. not even breaking the skin. "Ha! Stop crying, little brat," Blackbeard sneered, his eyes sparkling with a terrifying fervor as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. He stared intently at the wriggling pink creature in his hand, as if looking at a rare gem. "This power, this miraculous power in the hands of a waste like you, is simply a waste. Hand it over to me. Let it resonate through the entire world in my hands." He could clearly feel the power emanating from this small body, resonating with the Azure Dragon's power within Kaido. It even seemed purer and more primal. This sensation made his blood boil. No more hesitation. Dark hole, devouring cocoon. Thick as ink, viscous as liquid abyss. Dark energy erupted like a living slime from every pore of Blackbeard's body. It rolled, writhed, and emitted a spine-chilling, gurgling sound, instantly engulfing Blackbeard's massive body and the screaming, struggling pink dragon in his hand. The darkness intertwined, wrapped, and compressed as if it had a life of its own, forming a gigantic dark cocoon over 5 meters in diameter that pulsated violently. This black cocoon floated half a meter above the ground, its surface bubbling like boiling tar, exuding a devouring aura that made souls tremble and an utterly pure wave of evil. An invisible force field expanded, slowly drawing in the surrounding dust and rubble. Not good. Kaido and Ashura's expressions changed simultaneously, exclaiming in shock. At this moment, as if they had been enlightened, they suddenly realized that the Blackbeard pirates had meticulously planned this ambush, and their goal was not to challenge the throne of the 4 emperors at all. They had a more insane, unimaginable, and blasphemous ultimate goal. This ominous dark cocoon made these 2 peak-level warriors feel an unprecedented, instinctual sense of danger. It must be stopped. Now, Ashura let out a piercing scream, his black wings flapping wildly, unleashing all his power to break through Shiryu's blood-red swordlight, desperately trying to rush toward the pulsating dark cocoon. "Blackbeard, you're seeking death." Kaido was utterly enraged. Even if he were dull, he would realize at this moment that this traitor from the Whitebeard pirates had schemed deeper than he had, like a furious dragon whose reverse scale had been touched. His muscles bulged, and his dark blue dragon scales stood on end. A full-force Thunder Bagua sent Baji and King flying as if they were flies. He took giant strides, the ground cracking beneath his feet, ready to crush the cocoon that harbored unknown horrors with overwhelming force. However, a shadow, so large it blocked half the sky, accompanied by a terrifying wind pressure like Mount Tai, suddenly descended. The massive warship, the Saint One Wolf, which had been smashed into the ground by Kaido and had not moved for a long time, suddenly struggled to rise. Its gigantic fists, like mountains, wrapped in thick armed haki, carried a terrifying might that could destroy everything in a piercing whistle like a falling meteor, crashing down toward Ashura, who had just shaken off Shiryu and was about to take off at full speed. Bang! A dull thud that could stop hearts. Ashura's observation haki sensed the danger, but the range of the wolf's attack was too large. He barely managed to cover his back with haki, and his entire body was crushed as if hit by a flying mountain. Puffed. A mouthful of scalding blood spurted out, and the black wings behind Ashura let out a groan of unbearable burden, the sound of bones cracking audible. He was like a football shot with all its force, smashing down to the ground at an astonishing speed. Boom! The ground was smashed into a deep pit with a diameter of over 10 meters, and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly. Smoke and dust rose like a mushroom cloud. In the center of the pit, Jin's figure was buried under rubble, life or death unknown. "Jin!" Kaido let out a thunderous roar, his dragon eyes instantly filled with bloodshot. He wanted to rush over to rescue his most capable arm. Hey, don't think about leaving. Kaido, the tyrant Alvaro Pizarro, covered in scars and grinning savagely, lunged at him like a maggot, his massive fists surrounded by shockwaves. "Your opponent is us." The giant barrel busker Choate also spewed flames to block the path, while Bagus, enduring excruciating pain, charged at Kaido's lower body again. Van Oka's sniper bullets, like maggots, accurately targeted Kaido's joint vulnerabilities once more. "You damn bastards. What do you want? What the hell is that bastard Blackbeard doing?" Kaido swung his spiked club furiously, sweeping away nearby enemies, but the relentless assault held him down tightly. He could only watch helplessly as the massive dark cocoon not far away pulsed more violently, emitting an increasingly strong, evil aura. The rage in his heart, calculated against, was building up like a volcano, almost ready to burst from his chest. The tyrant wiped the blood constantly oozing from the corner of his mouth, letting out a low and strange laugh, his eyes flickering with an almost fanatical expectation. Kaido, don't be anxious. You'll soon witness the birth of a miracle. Fate. In the distance, Van Oka adjusted his iconic sniper scope, the cold lens reflecting the chaotic lights of the battlefield. He was surrounded by poison. Next to the unconscious Sugar, Poison's bony fingers held a syringe shimmering with eerie purple light, and without hesitation, he accurately pierced the thick needle into Sugar's thin, pale arm, slowly injecting the deadly liquid. Always favoring those who dare to gamble, Van Oka's voice was low and steady, carrying a kind of devoutness. Captain, he never misses. He looked at the potion in Poison's hand, asking out of rare curiosity, you actually have this good stuff? Why didn't you use it before? Poison watched the purple liquid quickly disappear into Sugar's veins, letting out a chilling, eerie cackle. The specially made, life-burning virus can forcibly keep her breathing, but the cost. He extended his bony finger, making a gesture of one, his tone chillingly indifferent. 100 times the life burned, assuming she can live for another 100 years. It'll be enough for her to last a year and a half, provided she can wake up. Van Oka said nothing more, like the most precise machine. He set up his massive sniper rifle, Qianlu. The cold muzzle, carrying absolute calmness and killing intent, steadily pointed at the beast Kaido, entangled tightly by several officers. Furious yet unable to break free. In the center of the battlefield, that massive dark cocoon, pulsating like a living creature, expanding, resembled a terrifying heart that was crazily absorbing nutrients, about to break out of its shell. With each pulse, a heart-stopping energy ripple spread out, causing the air to hum under the unbearable strain. That pure darkness seemed to want to swallow all surrounding light and hope. Inside the black cocoon, the faint sound of Tama's almost inaudible cries and screams could be heard, as well as a strange noise that made one's scalp tingle, as if countless tiny demons were whispering and gnawing away. Chapter 85. For ordinary people, committing evil is called crime. For celestial dragons, committing evil is called privilege. At the same time, in a certain sea area of the New World, a small wooden house floating a kilometer high swayed slightly in the thin clouds with the airflow. The wooden boards creaked softly, and the sea breeze passed through the simple window frames, carrying the unique chill of high altitude. Inside the house, the atmosphere was even more stagnant than the air outside. Navy Admiral candidate Kaji, whose face usually bore a hint of cynicism, now showed only shock and disbelief. His mouth slightly open, almost big enough to fit an egg. He stared intently at the man sitting on the simple wooden bed opposite him, wrapped in bandages. His face still somewhat pale, former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. So, Mr. Zephyr, Kaji's voice was dry, with a barely perceptible tremor. You said you would wait for the Empire here? He struggled to utter the name that had recently shaken the world. Beside Zephyr, a burly blind man sat cross-legged. He wore a simple purple kimono, his hands resting on a plain cane sword. He was Kaji's old friend, a formidable gambler and swordsman named Ichao, who would become Fujitora in the future. Ichao's tightly closed eyes slightly turned towards Zephyr. Although he couldn't see, his focus and seriousness were undiminished. He remained silent, like a rock. A week ago, a tremendous explosion occurred in that sea area of the New World, almost lighting up half the sky. Kaji and Ichao were executing preliminary tasks for the world's conscription near that sea area and were drawn by the destructive energy wave of the explosion. They found the dying Zephyr among the scorched earth and surging waves. This man, who once struck fear into countless pirates, was like a broken leaf, charred all over. His breath, so weak it was almost imperceptible. Kaji hesitated for almost no time and immediately secretly relocated Zephyr with Ichao. They didn't dare go to any Navy base or stay on any island. And finally, relying on Ichao's extraordinary observation haki and preliminary use of the gravity fruit. They found this abandoned observation shack, using it as a temporary hiding place. With the emergency medications Kaji carried and Ichao's careful care, Zephyr's life was pulled back from the brink of death. Zephyr slowly lifted his eyelids. His eyes that once contained loyalty and passion for the Navy now only held exhaustion and resolution, calmly looking at Kaji. He saw the shock on Kaji's face and heard Ichao's silent concern. He didn't directly answer Kaji's question, but remained silent, his gaze seemingly penetrating the simple wooden walls, looking towards a more distant, chaotic place. Kaji's inner struggle boiled like boiling water. Zephyr-sensei, no, he should now be called Zephyr, the wanted criminal. He is currently one of the highest-level wanted criminals in the Navy, charged with attacking government bases and stealing forbidden weapon explosives, causing massive destruction. As a Navy Admiral candidate, Kaji's most correct course of action at this moment should be to immediately contact headquarters and arrest Zephyr. This is not only a duty, but an ironclad rule. However, he couldn't do it. Being able to become close friends with a hero like Ichao, Kaji also had blood and a sense of justice flowing in his veins. Zephyr's circumstances were no secret within the Navy. A Navy hero who had cultivated countless talents throughout his life, had his family brutally killed by pirates, lost his arm, and was ultimately backstabbed by the world government he had protected. Any Navy personnel with a conscience would find it hard to remain indifferent upon hearing this. Moreover, Kaji himself, along with almost all the vice admirals and admirals in the Navy headquarters, had trained under Zephyr, who received his guidance and kindness. Zephyr's prestige and character were an insurmountable mountain within the Navy. No one could call him a traitor. Using that word on him would be a desecration of justice itself. Privately, many in the Navy felt unfair and even angry about his plight, and Kaji was no exception. He chose to conceal the fact that he saved Zephyr. If Zephyr had not stolen that explosive rock comparable in power to ancient weapons at the end, Kaji even considered quietly letting him go when Zephyr's injuries improved, as if nothing had ever happened. But it just had to be the explosive rock. This thing is too dangerous enough to overturn the world order. Teacher Zephyr, what exactly do you want to do with it? This is the biggest knot and source of unease in Kaji's heart. Zephyr finally spoke, his voice hoarse from injury and fatigue, yet unusually clear. Kaji, Mr. Ichiao. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the two. In the past, I was like you, and even like the vast majority of the Navy today. We naively believed that maintaining the rule of the world government and preserving the existing order was the greatest justice. Even when we clearly saw the darkness breeding beneath that order and the atrocious acts of the gods above, we chose to turn a blind eye, to bury our heads in the sand. His voice wasn't loud, but each word struck deeply into Kaji and Ichiao's hearts. We shouted loud slogans, donned the cloak of justice, yet unconsciously became the tools of those true villains. The Navy is rotting. Zephyr's tone held no anger, only a heavy, almost mournful calmness. I do not hate the Navy. Even now, I still cherish it, because I know that within it, there are countless young people like you who sincerely believe in the words justice. They carry dreams, burn with passion, and want to protect the weak. Kaji felt a tightness in his throat. He wanted to refute, to say that the Navy was also trying to change, to say they were making efforts to maintain order on the seas. But under Zephyr's penetrating gaze, those words felt so pale and powerless. But it is this fondness that allows me to see more clearly, Zephyr continued, his voice carrying the power to pierce through the fog. The Navy's biggest problem is not a lack of strength, nor rampant pirates, but feigning ignorance. The so-called justice we uphold is utterly fragile before true power. We have become accomplices and a cover for the wrongdoing of those in power. This is the Navy's greatest original sin today. Privilege. Zephyr suddenly raised his voice, filled with suppressed indignation. The privileges of the celestial dragons. Their wrongdoings are cloaked in the will of the gods. When ordinary people commit crimes, the Navy can justly arrest and judge them. But what about the celestial dragons? What can the Navy do? They can only watch helplessly or become the guards of their atrocities. Is this the justice we uphold? Is this the order we sacrifice everything for? The wooden house fell into dead silence. Only the cold wind howled through the gaps, producing a whimpering sound. Kaji felt a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head, his scalp tingling. Zephyr's words were like a cold scalpel, precisely cutting open the ugliest and most unmentionable sores beneath the Navy's glamorous exterior. Hadn't anyone thought about these issues before? Of course. But so what? They are the celestial dragons. They are the world aristocracy. They are untouchable existences. What does resistance mean? It means the collapse of the entire Navy system. It means total chaos in the world. Therefore, everyone chose silence, chose to maintain the status quo. Yixiao's hand holding the cane knife turned slightly pale. He had originally intended to join the Navy at Kaji's invitation, seizing the opportunity of a world conscription to realize his ambitions and try to change something from within. Zephyr's words, like a bucket of ice water, extinguished the flame that had just ignited in his heart, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Zephyr's evaluation carried too much weight. He was more qualified than anyone to evaluate the Navy because it was the framework he had cultivated. His objectivity was more destructive than any accusation. Kaji licked his dry, cracked lips, hesitating for a long time before finally mustering the courage to ask the question that had been swirling in his heart for a long time. Mr. Zephyr, are you placing your hope in that invisible empire? He couldn't imagine that this black arm who had spent his life fighting against pirates and disruptors of order would turn to another force that also subverts order. Zephyr fell silent. The weathered muscles on his face twitched slightly. He didn't answer immediately, as if weighing his words. And it seemed there was also an intense internal struggle. The invisible empire? That suddenly rising, mysterious behemoth with terrifying technology, directly challenging the world government? Would it be a new hope or another abyss? Just as this suffocating silence was about to solidify the air, this question, let me answer it, a gentle, calm voice, yet filled with undeniable strength, suddenly rang out at the door of the wooden house. Who? Kaji and Yixiao almost jumped up at the same time. Kaji instantly assumed a combat stance, his hand pressing against the hilt of the knife at his waist. Yixiao, though unable to see, tensed his body instantly. The cane knife in his hand, slightly raised, an invisible, overwhelming observation haki surging forth like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire wooden house and even the surrounding area of several thousand meters. The expression on Yixiao's face showed intense fluctuations for the first time, a mix of shock and disbelief. His observation haki was so strong that it could sense the trajectories of meteors outside the atmosphere and hear subtle emotional fluctuations deep within people's hearts. Yet just now, while he was fully focused on listening to Zephyr, the owner of that voice had quietly appeared at the door of their hiding place. How could this be possible? Zephyr suddenly raised his head, his murky, tired eyes bursting with sharp light, staring fixedly at the door. When he saw the slender figure pushing the door open, his expression instantly froze, and his pupils constricted violently. Time seemed to rewind decades at that moment. A woman stood at the door. She was dressed in a well-tailored dark uniform, standing tall, her demeanor calm as water. What was most shocking was her face, which was not that of a weathered old woman, but a young, beautiful face, imbued with the wisdom and composure that comes with the passage of time. Her skin was smooth, her eyes bright, but the depth and weariness between her brows subtly revealed the long years she had endured. Zephyr's lips moved slightly, a near-choked, hoarse voice escaping his throat, filled with disbelief. It's been so many years. The woman smiled gently, a smile that seemed to soothe all wounds. So familiar that it made Zephyr's heart ache. She nodded slightly, her voice like a clear spring flowing through the dead silence of the wooden house. Indeed. It has been many years, Zephyr. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the shocked Kaji and the tense Yixiao, finally returning to Zephyr's face filled with complex emotions, and calmly said, I am Crane, once a member of the Navy, now the chief executive of the Invisible Empire. Chapter 86 Invitation. The small wooden house 10,000 meters high, the air thin and cold. Zephyr looked at the young yet familiar figure at the door, his throat blocked with 1,000 words, ultimately transforming into a horse. It's been so many years. Crane's face bore a gentle smile. That smile seemed to penetrate through decades of dust. Indeed, it has been many years, Zephyr. She slightly turned to the side, allowing the light at the door to shine through. Zephyr's pupils suddenly constricted. Behind Crane stood a girl with short blue-purple hair, looking anxious, her eyes red and biting her lip. It was one of his most cherished students, Hein. On the way here, Crane explained calmly, I found these kids frantically searching for you all over the new world like headless flies. They were all so anxious they could go crazy. So I brought her along. Teacher, Zephyr. I could no longer hold back. The worries, grievances, fears, and the overwhelming joy of having found him after so long burst forth like a flood. She rushed towards Zephyr, who was wrapped in bandages on the wooden bed, like a fledgling bird returning home, heedless of everything. She buried herself in his arms, her frail shoulders shaking violently as she sobbed uncontrollably. After all, she was just a girl who had only recently come of age. Zephyr was not only her teacher, but also her entire spiritual support and belief. His disappearance was like the sky collapsing for her. Zephyr let out a muffled groan from the sudden embrace, which tugged at his wounds. But there was no displeasure on his face, only deep compassion and immense guilt. His intact, large hand awkwardly yet gently patted Ain's back, his voice unusually soft. All right, Ain, it's okay. The teacher is here. He had never felt so clearly how much pain and pressure his reckless departure had brought to these young people who followed him. The voice of Crane rang out at the right moment, carrying a power that could see into the hearts of others. Zephyr, you have a group of good students. Her gaze swept over the sobbing Ain, and it seemed to penetrate through space, seeing those who were still desperately searching in the new world. Their concern for you is deeper than you can imagine. You are never alone. This sentence was like a precise key, instantly unlocking the chaos, confusion, and self-exile that had been building up in Zephyr's heart during this time. He looked at Ain, who was crying and gasping for breath in his arms, and saw in her eyes a pure light of unwavering followership. Even after experiencing fear and despair, a wave of intense sorrow and self-blame surged in him. These children had given up stable futures in the Navy and bore the stigma of traitors. They had plunged into the whirlpool of the new world with this old man abandoned by the world, enduring unimaginable pressure and danger, and they were still so young. I'm sorry, Ain. Zephyr's rough fingers gently wiped away the tears on the girl's face, his voice low and hoarse, carrying a rare, almost clumsy apology in his life. You've worked hard during this time. It's the teacher who has been too willful. Ain suddenly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes bright and determined, carrying an almost stubborn purity. How could that be? Teacher Zephyr. Following you, we are following justice. Her voice was not loud, but it was resolute, without a